Chapter 521 Defeat the Late Martial Artist. The boy being fought over. Boom! Zhou Buiyue burst out his potential and knocked a disciple with the cultivation of the middle martial artist off the stage and won the first round. In the stands, Luo Chongqian's eyes flashed, and he looked at him again. The competition has entered the final moment. Zhang Yuanshan won 2 rounds in a row. Zhou Buiyue lost in the second round. The competition of the middle martial artist disciples came to an end soon. The results of the top 10 have come out. Luo Qingzhou happened to get the 5th place, and Zhang Yuanshan got the 6th place. After the elder Wu Yuzi announced the results, he asked the 10 of them whether to continue the challenge. If they continue, the 4 late martial artist disciples will also join them in the draw, and they are likely to meet late martial artist disciples. Of course, if they can win, their ranking will naturally go further, and they will get more cultivation resources, and they will even be noticed by a certain senior member of the sect. Zhang Yuanshan said without hesitation that he would continue the competition. The other 6 disciples also expressed their willingness to continue to participate. There were still 3 disciples left, who seemed to be still thinking and hesitating. Zhang Yuanshan walked to Luo Qingzhou and whispered, "4th junior brother, your results are good enough. If you were injured in the competition just now, just go down. Master will not blame you." Luo Qingzhou said, "Big brother, I'm fine. I thought about it and decided to participate." After that, he raised his hand and said, "Chu Feiyang, a disciple of the Kyoto branch, is willing to continue the competition." The elder Wu Yuzi glanced at him and wrote his name on the list. Zhang Yuanshan patted him on the shoulder and said with concern, "4th junior brother, be careful. If you draw those 4 martial artists in the late stage, just admit defeat directly. It's not shameful." Luo Qingzhou nodded. The remaining 2 disciples decided to withdraw after thinking for a while. Now, with the 4 martial artists in the late stage, there are a total of 12 disciples competing for the top few places. As long as you can rank in the top 5, the points, honors, and rewards you get will be the most generous. The first match was still a draw. 12 disciples walked onto the stone platform one by one, waiting for the draw. Luo Qingzhou happened to be standing with Yin Wanru from Shuicheng. Yin Wanru smiled slightly, looked ahead and said, "Junior brother Chu is indeed a hidden talent. Even my senior brother lost to you. I hope we can meet later. I want to ask junior brother Chu for advice." Luo Qingzhou said, "I am definitely not a match for senior sister Yun. If we really meet, I hope senior sister Yun can give me a few more moves." Yun Wanru's eyebrows twitched a few times, thinking of the competition last night, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Off stage, Sun Zhang's bad temper was finally cleared. At this time, he was in high spirits and looked at the 2 disciples on the stage with a smile on his face. Jin Song on the side sneered, "Senior brother Sun is too proud too early. If you want to enter the top few, your 2 disciples have no chance." Sun Jian was happy at this time, and he ignored him when he saw him sarcasm. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at the high stands. The sect master and the several respected peak masters were all sitting there, watching the competition seriously. Thinking about the announcement of the results later, he became more and more excited and expectant. On the stone platform, under the auspices of Wu Yuzi, the 12 disciples began to draw lots in turn. Those who drew the same person could directly go to the ring to compete. The remaining disciples continued to draw, because it was a 12-to-6 competition. The first round was crucial. If they won, they would be ranked 6th at the worst. If they lost, they would go down and be re-ranked according to their scores. Therefore, in order to make everyone speechless, the first round of the draw must be counted if both of them drew the other person. Luo Qingzhou actually drew Zhang Yuanshan for the first time. Fortunately, the other party did not draw him. If the 2 had drawn each other, Luo Qingzhou would definitely not have any hesitation and would have directly admitted defeat and given up. He has now been designated as a direct disciple by Linghu Qingzhu, so he doesn't care about the ranking. The reason why he still insists on competing is for the sake of the entire team, and of course for himself and Linghu Qingzhu. If the ranking is too low, he and Linghu Qingzhu will definitely be gossiped about. They may even speculate whether he took the back door of Linghu Peak Master in advance. Chu Feiyang. When he was drawing for the 3rd time, Yun Wanru's voice suddenly came from the side. He picked up the bamboo stick and turned his head to look. Yun Wanru was holding the bamboo stick in her hand and looking at him, smiling slightly. "Junior brother Chu, I drew you twice. I hope you can draw me once." Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and looked at the bamboo stick in his hand without saying a word. Wu Yuzi took the bamboo stick in his hand and looked at it. Then took the bamboo stick from Yun Wanru and looked at it. Then looked at the two of them and said, "You two, go to the middle arena." As soon as these words came out, Yun Wanru's face was full of smiles. And she said respectfully, "Yes, elder." Then she looked at the young man next to her and said, "Junior brother Chu, let's go." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything and walked down the stone platform with her. Wu Yuzi announced loudly, "Yun Wanru, a disciple of the Shuicheng branch, and Chu Feiyang, a disciple of the Jingdu branch, will compete in the middle ring." Then he added, "Yun Wanru is a disciple of the late martial arts master." As soon as these words came out, all the disciples in the audience immediately rushed to the middle ring. After hearing this news, Jin Song smiled and pulled Sun Jiang next to him and said with a smile, "Brother Sun, what a coincidence. Let's go and watch our disciples compete together." Sun Jiang walked over calmly. Sister Chu Xiaoxiadeo and others also hurriedly followed. Chu Xiaoxiao whispered, "Sister Dao, do you think that Sister Yun will take revenge and take the opportunity to stab Brother Chu?" Sister Dao also frowned and said, "Chu Feiyang is smarter than you think. If he really can't beat him, he will definitely admit defeat in advance. He can't fight for a ranking." After saying that, she raised her head and looked around. At a glance, she saw the slender figure standing closest to the middle ring. Nandong Meiji was surrounded by guards and surrounded the middle ring. She was staring at the two people who walked onto the ring with a cold face. At this time, the eyes of the peak masters at the highest point of the stands were also staring at the middle ring. "Brother Imo, do you think that kid has a chance?" "That's hard to say. After all, the female disciple is in the late stage of the martial arts master. From her previous competition, her body and sword skills are very exquisite, and sword training will have some advantages." Speaking of swordsmanship, several old men suddenly reacted, turned their heads, and looked at Linghu Qingzhu. Mo Jiufeng smiled and said, "Master Linghu, what do you think of the swordsmanship of that female disciple?" Linghu Qingzhu said expressionlessly, "It's okay." Mo Jiufeng said again, "Then Master Linghu, do you think that kid has hope?" Linghu Qingzhu looked at the figure on the stage, and his mind flashed with the image of him holding the ancient sword and practicing the ancient swordsmanship last night. He paused and said, "I don't know." Mo Jiufeng smiled, turned his head and said, "Then let's wait and see if that kid can still surprise us. Let's start." On the stage, Yun Wanru did not show any more humility or carelessness. She flashed and stabbed with a sword. Then the sword in his hand stabbed and picked, slashed and swept, and instantly danced a dense sword shadow, covering the opposite side. Luo Qingzhou used the Lingfeng fist, fighting and retreating, circling around the ring, and maintaining a solid defense. In the previous competition, he accidentally used a Benlei fist and shot out a lightning bolt. But fortunately, the lightning bolt only had a faint light, and it only appeared when the fist hit the opponent's chest. It flashed and disappeared, and few people should be able to see it. So he didn't dare to use the Benlei fist again. As for the Plum Blossom Flying Fist and the Bull Demon Magic, neither of them could be used. The former was stolen from Chunghua Mansion, although it was only the most common martial arts. It would be troublesome if Luo Chantian recognized it. The Bull Demon Magic was used when assassinating Luo Yu and fighting against Luo Yannian, so it could not be used in front of Luo Chantian. As for the Flying Sword, it was his killer move, and of course, it was impossible to expose it. So, he could only use the Lingfeng Fist and the Shaking Mountain Fist now. The Mountain Shaking Fist is a completely domineering attacking fist, but it will be restrained when facing exquisite sword moves. No matter how hard the flesh and bones are, they are still flesh and blood. How can they be the opponent of the sword? What's more, the opponent's cultivation is one level higher than his, and the sword in his hand has stronger penetrating power. So the Mountain Shaking Fist cannot be used now. The opponent's moves are endless, so his best method is to defend first. Slowly consume the opponent's sharpness and internal strength, so that the opponent's first move will be ineffective. And then, the second will be weak, and the third will be exhausted. That time is when he really takes action. In terms of internal strength and mental strength, the opponent is definitely not his opponent. So the longer the delay, the more beneficial it is for him. Swish, swish, swish. Yun Wanru saw that he did not dare to fight and kept dodging, and suddenly changed the sword moves in his hand. He no longer paid attention to defense and attacked faster. Although Luo Qingzhou saw her flaw clearly, he still did not attack. and continued to dodge with his eyesight and body movements. The strong wind from Ling Feng's fist kept swinging away the tip of her sword. Because of Chan Chan, he was very familiar with sword moves and could dodge them easily. Last night, he read the ancient sword moves on the jade disc and practiced them several times. At this time, his eyesight was naturally stronger. As soon as the opponent raised his arm, and the sword had not yet been thrust out, he seemed to know where the opponent's next sword would stab. At the same time, in his eyes, the opponent's fastest sword move was much slower than yesterday. Therefore, he could dodge easily. However, he deliberately slowed down his speed, making it seem that he was dodging dangerously. He was almost stabbed several times, and his clothes around his waist were also cut. After all, he had to hide his true strength. In the eyes of the disciples below the stage, Yunwanru's swordsmanship was exquisite, and the speed of the sword was extremely fast. They could hardly see where the tip of the sword in her hand was. The boy on the opposite side was beaten without any power to fight back. He only knew how to dodge and escape, and he was about to lose. Jin Song's disciples all cheered and cheered below the stage. Jin Song sneered, "Brother son, does your disciple only know how to escape? It seems that he wants to consume the physical strength of my disciple. But do you think he can hold on until then?" As he was talking, Yunwanru on the stage suddenly stabbed Luo Qingzhou's abdomen with a sword. Luo Qingzhou dodged sideways, but did not dodge completely. The tip of the sword brushed his flesh and instantly pierced his clothes, leaving a bloody mark on his abdomen. If he was a step later, the sword would have pierced his abdomen directly, which was very dangerous. Seeing this scene, the disciples below the stage could not help but exclaim. Nangong Meijiu's face suddenly changed, and she couldn't help but tighten the whip handle at her waist. And the peak masters on the stands were also shocked. The swordsmanship of that female disciple is indeed exquisite. She seems to have good talent, but her attack seems a bit cruel. The sword just now could have sunk a little and stabbed the boy's thigh. In this case, with the speed of that boy just now, it would be difficult to dodge. That boy obviously wants to consume the physical and internal strength of the female disciple. But it seems that the opponent's internal strength is still long, and the sword is getting faster and faster. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. And Ling Qingzhou, who was sitting on the side, saw the two figures on the stage and did not speak. Fairy Zixia beside him whispered, "Qingzhou, you seem to have a different opinion?" Ling Qingzhou paused and said, "No." Fairy Zixia asked again, "Who do you think will win?" Ling Qingzhou looked at her and said nothing. Fairy Zixia looked at her with a hint of surprise on her face, and looked back at the figure on the ring who was still dodging. At this time, half an hour had passed. On the left and right rings, the first round of the competition had already ended. On the middle ring, Luo Qingzhou and Yunwanru were still fighting. Yunwanru's patience had been exhausted, and most of her physical strength had been consumed. At this time, she was angry and anxious, and her sword moves became more and more fierce. But in Luo Qingzhou's eyes, her speed was slower. He knew that the opponent was already at the end of his strength. So at this time, he began to turn from passive to active. Boom! He used a Ling Feng fist, which deflected the opponent's sword move, and then suddenly began to attack. His fist suddenly grew larger, and the wind whistled. He punched the opponent in the face. Boom! 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 Once the shaking mountain fist was performed, it rolled out like a violent storm, with each punch more fierce and heavier than the last. And the speed was getting faster and faster. The situation on the ring was reversed instantly. At this moment, Yunwanru could only dodge with her sword and retreat repeatedly. The disciples who had just been scolding Luo Qingzhou for being a coward in the audience now all held their breath and watched in silence. Bang! Seeing the opponent's sword thrust out, Luo Qingzhou did not avoid or give way, but directly punched it. The suddenly huge fist, with a ding sound, instantly opened the stabbing sword tip, and then fell towards the opponent's chest. Yunwanru saw that she could not dodge, and there was no time to retract the sword in her hand, so she had to chop horizontally, and the other arm followed in front of her chest to block. Bang! The moment the sword in her hand chopped horizontally on Luo Qingzhou's arm, Luo Qingzhou punched her arm that was blocking in front of her chest, and then a huge force rushed forward and hit her chest again. Yunwanru's body shook and was directly smashed out. Before she landed, Luo Qingzhou had already rushed up like lightning and punched her again with a bang. Yunwanru had to block with her sword horizontally. Gotcha! Who would have thought that the huge fist would bend the sword in her hand? and hit her chest heavily with her sword. This time, she flew out of the ring directly, and fell heavily to the ground amid the exclamations of the crowd. The disciples around her hurriedly stepped back. Junior sister Wanru, the other disciples of Jin Song all ran over. But they all stood by, and did not dare to step forward to help. The faces of several people were still smug a moment ago, but now they were all very ugly. Jin Song's face was even uglier, and the muscles on his face twitched constantly. Yun Water spat out a mouthful of blood, then clenched the sword in her hand, stood up from the ground, took a breath, jumped up, jumped onto the ring again, and gritted her teeth and said, "Good punch. You?" Bang! Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou punched again. Yun Waru immediately dodged, and Shua's sword fiercely chopped at the fist. But the fist suddenly turned into a fist shadow, which was shattered by her sword. Bang! A loud bang. A huge fist suddenly cut through the air and hit her stomach heavily. With a bang, she was knocked out again. This time, Luo Qingzhou did not give her any chance. He suddenly jumped up into the air, then rushed down, and hit her chest again with a bang, knocking her directly to the ground from midair. Bang! Yunhua fell heavily to the ground. Her chest suddenly sank, and her ribs broke with a crack. She widened her eyes, and was about to raise her head, but a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. And then her eyes went black, and she fainted. The disciples around her were all silent. Luo Qingzhou landed in front of her, still clenching his fists, with strong winds entwined around his fists, making a whistling sound. Wu Yuzi immediately said, "Since she has fainted, this round is over." This round? Chu Feiyang, the disciple of the Kyoto branch, wins. Chu Xiaoxiao immediately cheered excitedly. Sun Jian was also smiling. Jin Song, who was standing on the side, stood there with a gloomy face for a while, and suddenly sneered, saying, "Brother Sun, you don't have to be too proud. Even if your disciple beats my disciple. So what? Unless he can enter the top 3. Otherwise, no matter how good he is, he can't even think of entering the inner gate." After saying that, he walked quickly towards his unconscious disciple. Sun Jian looked at his back without saying anything, raised his head, and looked at the figures in the stands. What a cunning boy. He is really playing dumb and won. TSK. This method looks like what I trained. Brothers, this disciple is destined to be with me. So don't argue with me later. Get lost. Do you still want to save your face? How can he be destined to you? He is obviously destined to be with me. I am plain looking, and that boy is also plain looking. He is obviously destined to be with me. Hey, you two old guys are really shameless. I think that boy is destined to be with me. That boy has a head, 2 eyes, and 2 hands. So do I. That boy has a mouth and 2 legs. So do I. I think he is my seed. Several old men argued endlessly. Fairy Zixia on the side looked at Linghu Qingzhu beside her, and asked in a low voice, "Qingzhu, is he destined to be with you?" Linghu Qingzhu was silent for a moment, and said, "Yes. He actually knows sword." On the stone platform, the great elder Wu Yuzi took the list, and began to announce the names of the top 6. 2 of the disciples had already finished the second game, so they were ranked high. Next, they needed to draw lots again, to select the top 3 from the 6 disciples. Then the top 3 disciples will compete with each other for the first, second and third place. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand to withdraw directly, indicating that he was injured and could not play the next game. And Zhang Yuanshan had already lost in the first game just now. Wu Yuzi glanced at him and asked again, "Chu Feiyang, do you really want to quit? If you quit now, you will only get the 6th place. Of course, the specific score needs to be discussed and scored by the elders." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "I am very satisfied that my disciple can enter the top 6. I really can't play the next game." Wu Yuzi saw this and nodded without saying anything more, letting him go down, although Luo Qingzhou took the initiative to quit. When he went down, Sun Jiang was still excited and patted his shoulder and said, "Feiyang, good job. It's already very good to be able to enter the top 6 of the overall list. I thought you would be good enough to enter the top 15, but I didn't expect to get such a dazzling result. Also, you defeated the disciple of the late martial arts master, and you must be famous in the sect now." Zhang Yuanshan and others also congratulated with smiles on their faces. Sister Dao took a look at the wound on his abdomen and said, "Chu Feiyang, is your stomach okay? Go and bandage it." Luo Qingzhou reached out and touched it, and hissed a little. It was indeed painful, Chu Xiaoxiao said angrily. That senior sister Yun is so cruel. If senior brother Chu had been a little slower, she would have pierced his stomach with a sword. Humph. She deserved to have her ribs broken by senior brother Chu. She asked for it. Luo Qingzhou took out the ointment and applied it on his stomach. He also took out the gauze and bandaged it simply. At this time, he couldn't leave. The results should be announced in half an hour. Although he only got the 6th place, he was afraid that he would steal the limelight from the 1st place. To be honest, he didn't want this to happen. But only in this way did everyone know how much Lingxiao's sect valued him, and that his identity had changed dramatically. In this way, Luo Chantian and the Jinui will be afraid and dare not trouble him casually in the future. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he is Chu Feiyang, so he can be famous. While thinking about things, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from the side. He turned his head and saw a pair of red eyes staring at him coldly like a ferocious beast. Yun Wanru, who had just been knocked unconscious by his punch, had woken up at this moment. She was supported by the slightly fat female disciple and stood there looking at him. The hypocritical gentleness and smile on her face had long disappeared, replaced by hatred and hideousness. Her lofty dignity and face were trampled on by him in front of her senior brothers and sisters yesterday. Unexpectedly, it was trampled on again in front of everyone in the sect today. More importantly, she will be selected as an inner disciple soon. What will everyone think of her then? Will everyone suspect that she has taken the back door? So at this moment, her heart was filled with shame and hatred, and even more uneasiness. However, she decided that as long as she could become an inner disciple, she could endure any rumors. At that time, she would use her status as an inner disciple to avenge her shame. Zheng. On the ring, the swords and sabers flashed, and the final competition began. Chapter 522, Disciple Chu Feiyang. In the evening, on the stage, the 2 disciples competing for the 1st place finally decided the winner. The 1st place winner was actually a female disciple. The female disciple was burly, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, bulging muscles all over her body, holding a diamond axe, looking majestic and more domineering than a man. The solid stage had been chopped by the axe in her hand. Wu Yuzi came on stage and announced the 1st place in the overall list. The disciple of Qingzhou branch, Gongsun Wushuang. The disciples of Qingzhou branch cheered excitedly. In this way, the top 10 of the overall list have been released. The other rankings need to be calculated according to the scores given by several elders. As for the team ranking, it will be calculated according to the ranking and performance of each disciple, by neutralizing the scores and adding and subtracting the number of people. In the square, people were noisy and talking expectantly. Of course, there were also frustrated and silent people. Sun Jiang gathered several disciples together with a smile on his face, and said, "Our score will definitely not be less. Feiyang and Yuanshan are both in the top 10, and their scores will definitely double. The ranking of our Kyoto branch is estimated to be at least in the top 15, or even higher. You have worked hard this time, and you have won honor for yourselves and for the master. When you go back, the master's rewards will not be less." Chu Xiaoxiao immediately cheered and said, "Master, what rewards do you have? Can I choose it myself?" Sun Jiang smiled and said, "Let's talk about it when we get the rewards from the sect. I guess you won't be interested in the rewards from the master." Chu Xiaoxiao laughed and said, "The more the better. We won't think it's too much, and the master should not refuse to pay when the time comes." Sun Jiang laughed and said, "The master is not a person who refuses to pay." Zhang Yuanshan and others saw that the master rarely showed such a smile, and they were all in a good mood and laughed. In fact, they didn't know that Sun Jiang was happy for more than that. Their team's ranking this time was not just in the top 15. Because of someone's relationship, it is very likely to enter the top 5 directly. After all, they are direct disciples. This situation has not occurred in the Lingxiao preliminary examinations in the past few years. At most, a few elders will accept a few inner disciples. Even so, it can cause a sensation in the whole sect. So this year's preliminary examination will undoubtedly shock everyone present. Below the stands, a total of 9 elders are counting scores and rankings. When the total score of the team was counted, the elder Wu Yuzi took the data and went to the top of the stands to ask other elders from each peak if they had any disciples they liked. If a disciple is accepted as an inner disciple, the total score of the team will naturally increase a lot. As for the individual ranking, it will not change. Of course, the rewards will also increase. 2 of the elders walked to Wu Yuzi's side, pointed at the names on the list, and whispered. Both of them seemed to have disciples they liked and were willing to accept as inner disciples. After listening, Wu Yuzi took note and prepared to go down to add points to the team of 2 of the disciples. But at this moment, an old voice suddenly came from the highest point of the stands. Junior brother Wu, come up. I have something to tell you. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuzi immediately took the list of names and walked up. Brother Imo, do you have a favorite disciple that you want to take into the inner sect? Wu Yuzi came to the high platform and asked with a smile on his face. Imo Jiofeng snorted coldly and said, What do you mean by taking into the inner sect? I have taken a fancy to a disciple and want to take him as my personal disciple. Wu Yuzi was stunned when he said this. At this time, the other peak masters beside him also spoke up immediately. Brother Wu, I also like him and want to take him as my last disciple. Humph. I have already told that kid's master. Brother Wu, just record him under my name. How dare you, old man, be so arrogant? Do you think I don't exist? That kid, I will take him. Several respected elders suddenly started arguing with their eyes wide open. Seeing this scene, Wu Yuzi froze in place with a look of astonishment on his face. These old guys haven't accepted disciples for several years. It was their disciples who accepted disciples. Why did they suddenly accept disciples today? And even scramble for them? Brothers, what's going on? Which disciple do you want to accept? Are you sure it's not an inner disciple, but a direct disciple? Wu Yuzi was full of doubts and asked hurriedly. But the others were arguing and didn't seem to hear what he said. Wu Yuzi's eyes could only look at the woman in red at the top and said respectfully, Master, what's going on? Fairy Zixia paused and said, The disciple of the Kyoto branch, Chu Feiyang. You just need to announce that he has been accepted as a direct disciple. As for who he belongs to and which peak he belongs to, there is no need to announce it for the time being. I will discuss it with the peak masters. Wu Yuzi was stunned for a moment when he heard it. The disciple of the Kyoto branch, Chu Feiyang, turned out to be that kid. Then he lowered his head and found the name on the list and wrote it down with a pen. He wanted to ask more questions, but Imo Jiofeng on the side immediately urged him. Brother Wu, go and announce the result. We will take that kid back to the main hall later. As for who he will belong to, humph. It depends on who among us is more capable. Wu Yuzi didn't dare to ask more questions after hearing this. He turned around and walked away immediately, feeling more and more suspicious. What virtue did that kid have? Didn't he just defeat a disciple in the late martial arts master stage? Why are these old guys so anxious? It seems that they will have to fight in the main hall later. The disciples gathered under the stage have been looking forward to the result. Wu Yuzi hurriedly told the elders in charge of scoring the list, and what happened just now. When the elders heard it, they were all shocked. Personal disciple? Several peak masters are competing for it. They all looked at each other in disbelief. Who is that disciple? What's so extraordinary about him? One of the elders asked in confusion. Wu Yuzi smiled bitterly and said, The disciple of Sun Jiang in the Kyoto branch is named Chu Feiyang, who is only at the mid-stage martial artist level. As for what is so extraordinary about him, I don't know. Anyway, the people above are vying for him, and it looks like they will have to fight later. Fight? After this was said, the 9 elders looked at each other again. Wu Yuzi hurriedly whispered, Hurry up and score. Several peak masters are urging us, and the sect master is also waiting. I guess we will have to go to the main hall later to discuss which disciple should go to whom. When the 9 elders heard this, they immediately looked at the list and began to think. If you are accepted as an inner disciple, you can double the score for the branch. As for the direct disciple, the few people discussed in a low voice and made a decision. The disciples below the stage and the leaders of the branch were all looking forward to it. Beside Jin Song, Yun Wanru, who was supported by the slightly fat female disciple, had recovered a little at this moment. She rearranged her makeup and was looking at the stage quietly. Sun Jiang was also surrounded by the disciples, suppressing his excitement and waiting calmly. Another half an instant stick of time passed. Wu Yuzi finally took the result given by the 9 elders after the discussion and walked onto the stone platform. The noisy voices in the square immediately quieted down. Everyone held their breath and looked at the stage. The whole square was silent. Wu Yuzi first glanced at the people below, and then announced, The results are out. Now, I will read out the individual rankings first. First place, Qinzhou branch disciple, Gongsun Wushuang. Second place, Yuancheng branch disciple, Jiangzhe. Third place. Wu Yuzi read out a total of 50 people for the individual rankings. The top 50 disciples will all receive generous rewards based on their specific rankings, while the disciples ranked outside the top 50 will only receive some small rewards for participation. After the individual rankings were read out, some discussions were heard below, but it soon became quiet again, because Wu Yuzi continued to read out the rankings of each branch. First place, Qingzhou branch. Second place, Jiujiang branch. Third place, Kyoto branch. When the name of the third branch was read out, not only the others were surprised, but even Sun Jiang was surprised. It turned out to be the third place. Sun Jiang was excited and surprised. Zhang Yuanshan and others were shocked, wondering if they had read it wrong. Their team, no matter what, can't possibly be ranked in the top 3. Right? Master, what's going on? Yes, Master. How did you rank them? How did we rank in the top 3? I think it's difficult to rank in the top 10. Right? We only have these few disciples. And we don't even have a late martial arts master disciple. Although senior brother Chu defeated a late martial arts master disciple, it can't be so exaggerated. Right? Did you make a mistake in the score? When the few people heard the ranking, they didn't feel any surprise or excitement. Only doubt and suspicion. They didn't dare to believe this result at all. Of course, the people in the Shuicheng branch next to them couldn't believe it even more. Jin Song was stunned when he heard the result. After a long while, he reacted and said, "It's wrong. It must be wrong. How could they rank third? They only have 2 disciples in the top 10 of the overall list. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible." The disciples behind him also had expressions of surprise and doubt on their faces. 8th place, Shuicheng branch. Upon hearing this ranking, Jin Song's face suddenly became even uglier. 8th place. How could it be only 8th place? Jin Song looked at the stage and said again, the score must have been miscalculated. Definitely miscalculated. Wanru became an inner disciple, so she must at least double her total score, and our overall performance is not bad. The eldest disciple Lei Yong whispered, "Master, is it possible that there are too many excellent disciples this year? And many disciples have been selected as inner disciples? Or junior sister Wanru is a disciple of the late martial arts master, but she was defeated by a disciple of the middle martial arts master. So the score given will be less?" Jin Song frowned after hearing this, pondered for a moment, and said, "I will ask later. Maybe there is a problem with the score. Our ranking may be fine, but the ranking of the Kyoto branch humph. Although they beat Wanru, their overall score is definitely not as high as ours. And Wanru will be added points if she becomes an inner disciple. They don't even have a disciple of the late martial arts master. And their disciples, as a whole, are not as strong as my disciples. Why do they suppress us by so many places?" At this time, on the stone platform, Wu Yuzi was still announcing the rankings. After the rankings of all the branches were announced, Wu Yuzi paused, glanced at the people below, smiled, and said, "This year, the performance of all the branches is not bad. I hope you can continue to work hard next year. Next, I would like to congratulate the 2 women who were selected as inner disciples. You can guess which 2 lucky disciples they are." As soon as these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Wow! Someone was directly selected as an inner disciple. That's so lucky. There are actually 2 people this year. I guess they are the top 2. One of them must be the first in the overall list this time. The female disciple with an axe. What's her name? It seems to be Gongsun or something. She is really amazing. Hey, being selected as an inner disciple. I'm afraid that the resources for cultivation in the future will be many times more than ours as expected. The stronger the strong, the weaker the weak. I'm afraid that in a few years, we will be unable to keep up with them." When everyone was talking and guessing with envy and mixed feelings, Jin Song finally smiled. He looked at the girl beside him with a kind face and smiled. "Wanru, don't be nervous. You don't have to go on stage later. After this is over, I will take you to Jianfeng to formally kneel down and pay homage to your master. Tomorrow morning, you and your master will go to pay homage to the peak master of your Jianfeng, Fairy Linghu. Although Fairy Linghu is young, her cultivation and talent are both top-notch. You must not be careless and must perform well. If you can get the favor of Fairy Linghu, you can use the cultivation resources of Jianfeng at that time." If at this point, he immediately lowered his voice and whispered, "Wanru, if you practice well, you will have a chance to be noticed by the Fairy Linghu. And maybe she will accept you as her personal disciple. That will be the time for you to soar to the sky. However, you have just become an inner disciple, and you still need some time to hone yourself. Don't rush. You must perform well in Jianfeng, and earn more glory and merit for Jianfeng. Yunwan'er listened to his instructions quietly, nodded repeatedly, and said with a firm look, Master, don't worry. I will definitely live up to your expectations. At this time, Wu Yuzi on the stage paused for a while and began to announce the names of the 2 lucky people who became inner disciples. The people below the stage immediately held their breath and fell silent. Elder Sun Chongyan of Chaoyang Peak is willing to accept Gong Sun Wushuang, a disciple of Qizhou branch, as an inner disciple. As soon as this was said, all the disciples in the audience said, as expected, she must be one of them. At this moment, Yunwan'er raised her head, chin up, chest up, and looked at the stage with burning eyes, waiting for the next name. Although she looked calm, her face was already showing excitement. Her heartbeat almost stopped, and her palms were full of sweat. Jin Song next to her also had a smile on his face, fists clenched in his sleeves, and stared at the stage expectantly. Wu Yuzi continued to read. The second disciple is Bai Zichuan from Baidi City. Elder Yang Ming from Beiwang Peak is willing to accept him as an inner disciple. The audience suddenly became restless. There were cheers, regretful sighs, and voices of unwillingness or envy. And the people in the Shuicheng branch were frozen in place, dumbfounded. Jin Song's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he said blankly, How could this be clearly? Yunwan'er's face turned pale. Her body was shaking, and she could hardly stand steadily. But at this moment, Wu Yuzi on the stage suddenly said, Next, there is another good news to tell everyone. This year is destined to be an extraordinary year for our Lingxiao sect. In this Lingxiao preliminary test, in addition to selecting 2 inner disciples, we now have to select another direct disciple. When these words came out, not only were the faces of the people in the audience shocked, but the guests from other sects on the stage were also shocked, and their expressions became solemn. Direct disciples are the most important disciples of a sect. At that time, they will inherit a lot of power in the sect, and even inherit the position of the sect master. And most direct disciples are extremely talented and have a bright future. They have obtained their status through many years of practice and hard work. Every sect attaches great importance to, and is cautious about the status of direct disciples. Among 100 inner disciples, there may only be 2 direct disciples at most. This shows how rare and precious direct disciples are. I didn't expect that today Lingxiao sect would actually accept a direct disciple in a small preliminary test. The warriors from other sects were naturally very curious about what kind of disciple could be favored by the top leaders of Lingxiao sect and directly accepted as a personal disciple. That disciple must have something extraordinary, and he might be a strong opponent of their sect at that time. So they were curious and worried. The people below the stage were talking about it. On the stands, the guests had complicated expressions and were thinking about their own things. And Jin Song, who had just been desperate, suddenly became excited again, turned his head to look at his disciple, and said in a trembling voice, Wanru? Could it be? Yunwan'er's pale face turned blood red in an instant. Her whole body trembled with excitement. She held her breath, and looked at the stage motionlessly. Even her heartbeat almost stopped. It must be her, it must be her. Last night, the Uncle Wei had already agreed. Uncle Wei must have told Linghu Peak Master about her talent for swordsmanship. So the Linghu Peak Master decided. Yunwan'er was shaking with excitement, her teeth chattering, and her ears almost filtered out all the sounds around her. She looked at the stage with all her heart, ready to hear the name that made all the warriors in Shuicheng envious. Wu Yuzi stood on the stage and raised his hand, asking everyone to be quiet. The audience immediately returned to silence. Yunwan'er opened her eyes wide, her whole body stiff, waiting motionlessly. Wu Yuzi then announced loudly, the lucky disciple who was chosen as a direct disciple is Chu Feiyang, a disciple of the Kyoto branch. Buzz? Yunwan'er's head suddenly buzzed, and then her body trembled. Her eyes went black, and she fainted again. Jin Song, who was standing next to her, staggered and almost couldn't stand steadily, muttering, How could it be, how could it be? On the other side, Zhang Yuanshan and Dao Jia and others were also stunned after hearing this name. And behind them, Nandong Meiju also had a look of astonishment on her face. Direct disciple? After being stunned for a moment, she suddenly thought of the bet she made with him last night. Chapter 523 Chu Feiyang is being fought over. In the evening, the Lingxiao preliminary test finally came to an end. Everyone was talking and gradually dispersed. In the past Lingxiao preliminary test, the first place always received great attention and discussion. But this time, it was a disciple ranked 6th who stole the limelight. All the disciples were puzzled. The great martial artists of each branch were also puzzled. How could a disciple who ranked 6th in the overall list, and only had the cultivation of a mid-level martial artist defeat others, and become a direct disciple? Even if he became an inner disciple, they could not accept it, let alone a direct disciple. And those inner disciples, who came to watch the competition, were even more confused and unwilling. They worked hard for so many years to obtain the status of inner disciples. If they wanted to sprint to the status of direct disciples, they still needed various tests. Why did a newly entered outer disciple suddenly obtain the status of a direct disciple that they might not be able to earn in their lifetime? Everyone was suspicious, puzzled, angry, etc., and instantly pushed Luo Qingzhou to the forefront. When Sun Jiang was about to take him away, a disciple hurried over and whispered, "Uncle Sun, the sect master ordered you to take junior brother Chu to the main hall." Sun Jiang nodded and hurriedly left with Luo Qingzhou. On the stands, everyone stood up and left. Luo Chantian still stood there, looking at the figure, with a puzzled expression on his face. Luo Qingzhou followed Sun Jiang and the disciple, and just walked a distance away. He suddenly saw a familiar figure standing on the roadside not far away, staring at him in a daze. Luo Qingzhou pointed to the front, indicating that he was busy now. Nandong Meiju stood there, motionless, and did not come to talk to him. The look in his eyes seemed a little strange. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, caught up with Sun Jiang, and whispered, "Master, I'm going to talk to my friends and come right over." After that, he immediately ran to the roadside. Sun Jiang stopped where he was, looked at the figure not far away, and was stunned for a moment. Luo Qingzhou came closer and whispered, "Princess, I have something to do now. I have to go to the main hall. I will explain to you when I come back. I didn't mean to lie to you." Nandong Meiju looked at him expressionlessly, without saying anything, turned around, and walked away quickly, with a cold and lonely back. Luo Qingzhou froze in place, hesitated for a moment, did not chase, turned back, and decided to coax her when he came back. The most important thing for him now is to get the status of an inner disciple. This is his amulet, and also the amulet of the entire Qin family. With this identity, he can have more time to prepare, more resources to practice, and have the opportunity to avenge his mother and protect himself and the Qin family. Sun Jiang saw him coming back, although he was confused, but he didn't ask much. Under the leadership of the disciple, the two quickly walked across the stone bridge and came to the main hall of the main peak. In the main hall, the 5 peak masters had already gathered here. At the same time, on the top chair, Fairy Zixia in a red dress was also sitting there. After Luo Qingzhou entered, his first glance was naturally towards the woman in green, Linghu Qingzhu, whom he had just called master last night. Linghu Qingzhu was also looking at him with a cold expression. When she saw him looking at her, a light flashed in her eyes, as if indicating something. Sun Jiang bowed his head and saluted. Mo Jiofeng of Beiwang Peak waved his hand and said, "Son, you go down first. We will talk to your disciple." Sun Jiang immediately retreated respectfully. Luo Qingzhou stood in the hall and saw the 5 old men staring at him with a fierce look. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Mo Jiofeng walked in front of him, suddenly raised his fist, and hit him in the chest with a bang. There was no sign of attack. The movement was as fast as lightning, and the punch was extremely fierce. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled, and before he could react, he immediately raised his fist and rushed forward with a bang. Shwa! A thick lightning bolt lit up. There was a loud bang. Luo Qingzhou's body shook, and he took a few steps back, and his right foot stepped on the door railing before stopping. Sun Jiang, who was standing respectfully in the corridor, was startled when he heard the movement, and hurried to the door to check. Luo Qingzhou's arm was numb. His fist was burning, and he looked at the tall and thin old man in front of him in horror. Mo Jiofeng put away his fist, and suddenly laughed, and said with a proud face, "I knew that this kid must have hidden his strength in the ring. Did you see that punch just now? This kid not only caught it, but also stood firm. Even if it is a disciple in the late stage of martial arts, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Right?" Another big-faced old man said in surprise, "Good boy. I really underestimated you. But you are obviously only a mid-stage martial arts master. How can your strength and speed be stronger than that of a late-stage martial arts master?" A short old man walked out from the side, twisting his beard, and said, "Not bad. You are worthy of being the disciple I have set my eyes on." Chu Feiyang, I am Sure Tian, the master of Chaoyang Peak. Like you, I specialize in boxing. Are you willing to go to my Chaoyang Peak and be my last disciple? I can guarantee that you can use all the training resources of Chaoyang Peak at will in the future. I will also teach you the skills in person. Old man, don't be so arrogant. You just accepted an inner disciple in Chaoyang Peak. And you want to accept another disciple. Do you think we don't exist? At this time, another old man with disheveled hair walked out, glared at him, and then looked at the young man in front of him with a smile on his face and said, "My dear disciple, follow me. I am Yu Shu, the leader of Qingyan Peak. I practice both martial arts and soul. If you like to practice martial arts, I will teach you martial arts. If you like to practice spirit, I will teach you to practice spirit. Have you heard of flying swords? Hee hee. You don't need to hold the sword in your hands. With a move of your mind, you can kill the enemy thousands of miles away." After speaking, he moved his fingers, and with a whoosh, a 3-inch long flying sword suddenly appeared, spinning around him, and then flew over the hall. After circling a few times, it flew out of the gate again, and then with another whoosh, it flew in from outside the gate. Then he said proudly, "See? Isn't my flying sword cool? If you learn it, you can easily pick up girls in the future. Rich daughters, noble beauties, and the girls next door. You only need to show this skill in front of them, and they will definitely regard you as a god and kneel down to beg you shut up." Old snake. Mo Jiofeng suddenly interrupted him and said angrily, "The sect master is here. If you dare to talk nonsense again, your tongue will be cut off." Yu Xingshu coughed and shut his mouth. Mo Jiofeng snorted coldly, looked at the young man in front of him and said, "Not everyone is suitable for cultivating the soul. If a warrior cultivates the soul, it may delay his original future of martial arts. Moreover, he has cultivated his soul for most of his life, and he has only cultivated it to the middle stage of the soul refining realm. What a bullshit that with a thought. He can kill the enemy thousands of miles away. His flying sword can't even reach the stone bridge outside. If he encounters a powerful warrior, he will be knocked away with one punch. Don't listen to his nonsense. Practice martial arts. Don't be distracted." Then he smiled and said, "I am Bei. Wafeng Mo Jiofeng has everything from fist and foot techniques to sword techniques. Moreover, on my Beiweng Peak, there is also a Danlian Peak, with all kinds of cultivation resources. I will give you as many as you want. Fei Yang, I have only accepted 5 disciples in my life. Now I want to accept you as my last disciple. When you go to the peak, you will be the 6th. 666. And nyo. How auspicious is that? Also, if you have any requirements, you can tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you." Luo Qingzhou looked at the old men with expectant faces, and then he understood. This is to snatch him as a direct disciple. The only peak master who didn't speak in the field was looking at him coldly at this time. At this time, Fairy Zixia, who was sitting on the chair, said, "Qingzhou, everyone has sent an invitation and said the conditions they can give. What about you?" Everyone's eyes turned to the cold-looking woman in green. Linghu Qingzhou paused, looked at the young man in the audience, and said lightly, "Everything in my Jianfeng can be given to him, including my position as the peak master." When these words came out, the faces of the other peak masters all changed. They all had their own outstanding disciples, so they naturally did not dare to say this. After all, this young man had just entered the sect. Even if he had talent and prospects, he needed to be observed for a few years. How could he be promised the position of the peak master in the future? Linghu Peak Master. Do you think the position of the peak master of our Lingxiao sect is a joke? Just give it to him as you say. Mo Jiuqian's face suddenly darkened. The other elders also criticized him. It's really hateful that he doesn't play by the rules. Linghu Qingzhou did not respond to them, and still looked at the young man in the audience, saying, "Chu Fei Yang, who do you choose?" Luo Qingzhou saw the sword shadow flashing in her eyes, and was about to speak, but Mo Jiuqian suddenly blocked his way, blocking his gaze, and snorted, "Master Linghu, what do you mean by this? Don't you feel ashamed to scare a junior with sword intent?" Yu Yushu also sneered, "Master Linghu, you won't use your soul-shaking and soul-sucking technique again? There are more than one soul refining here. You are just an early stage of the soul refining realm, and you dare to play tricks in front of me?" The short old man named Sure Tian immediately stood on the other side of Luo Qingzhou, his robes fluttering, and said murderously, "My beloved disciple, don't be afraid. As long as I am here, no one can hurt you. Get out." Old man, Shameless. People haven't chosen you yet. Don't you want your old face? The big-faced old man immediately cursed. Linghu Qingju looked at the others. A sword light flashed in his eyes. And he said coldly, "Then let's solve it by force. Whoever wins can take him away." As soon as these words came out, Mo Jyotian and the others immediately said, "Okay. That's exactly what I meant. Humph. You are just a junior. How can I be afraid of you? So what if you practice both martial spirits? So what if you practiced Uncle Master's Qingming sword technique? I am not afraid of you." Several old men immediately sharpened their fists and prepared to fight. At this moment, Fairy Zixia, who was sitting on a chair, suddenly stood up and persuaded them, "Peak Masters, don't fight. Today, there are guests from various sects visiting, and new disciples joining. It is a happy event. Why make it unhappy? If other sects and the court knew that the 5 peak masters of our sect fought here for a disciple, wouldn't it be a joke? We are all from the same sect. No matter who takes this disciple, it is a blessing for the sect. There is no need to fight to the death." After hearing this, several people had to restrain their momentum. Mo Jiofeng bowed and said, "Sect Master, in your opinion, who should this disciple belong to? He has just entered the sect and doesn't know our peaks yet. If he is allowed to choose by himself, it will definitely be inappropriate." The other 3 old men also nodded. Fairy Zixia said calmly, "What Peak Master Mo said is right. If he is allowed to choose by himself, it is indeed a bit inappropriate." Linghu Qingju next to her glanced at her. Fairy Zixia frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said seriously, "In this way, no matter who he gives it to today, you will definitely not accept it. In order to avoid further disputes, this sect master decided to let him follow this sect master first. After he has a thorough understanding of your peaks, he will be allowed to choose by himself. What do you think? Peak masters?" Mo Jiofeng, other peak masters, Luo Qingzhou, Sun Jiang outside the door. Only Linghu Qingzhu on the side did not change his expression, and his face was still cold. Chapter 520 For the Loneliness of the Princess. The night falls. Lights are lit everywhere on the mountain, and the stars are twinkling. The moon is bright in the night sky, and the stars are everywhere. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for everyone. At dinner, some people are toasting to celebrate. Some are crying bitterly. Some people are silent in despair. Jin Song went to Jianfeng angrily, and then came back in despair. After returning to the hut, his eldest disciple Lei Yang immediately asked, "Master, what did Master Wei of Jianfeng say? Why did he go back on his word and deceive us? He clearly promised to accept Sister Yuan as an inner disciple." Jin Song had a gloomy face and said nothing. Other disciples wanted to ask, but seeing this scene, they dared not speak again. Yun Wanru walked out of the inner room with red eyes. Her face had returned to calm, but her voice was still trembling. "Master, I want to know why." Jin Song sat on the chair and looked up at her with cold eyes and indifferent expression, as if he was looking at a stranger, without the kindness and love he had before. Yun Wanru's heart trembled, and she took a step forward, and said with tears in her eyes, "Master, I just want to know the reason. Please tell me." Jin Song looked at her pretending to be weak, and suddenly a surge of anger rose in his heart. He raised his palm and slapped her face with a slap, which directly slapped her body and made her fall to the ground. Seeing this, the other disciples' faces suddenly changed, and they were silent. Jin Song scolded angrily, "You still have the nerve to ask why? Before we went up the mountain, I told you many times that there are people who are better than you, and there are mountains beyond you. I told you not to cause trouble. Don't cause trouble. Why do you still cause trouble? It's okay if you cause trouble, but why do you lose in a sparring match and get angry and ready to kill people? With your character and morality, how can you enter the inner gate?" Yun Wanru covered her burning cheeks and cried, "Master, we didn't cause trouble first." "They shut up," Jin Song shouted, looking at her with more anger and disappointment. "I didn't expect that at this time. You still want to quibble and deceive. What do you really think of your master? Don't you know? They went to the hot spring first, and you went later. Why are you so arrogant and drive them away? They have already taken a step back and are ready to leave. Why are you provoking them and competing with them? You can compete, but why are you so angry and lose your mind after losing? Your bad behavior was seen clearly by the disciples of Jianfeng. As a teacher, you went to Jianfeng to question them angrily, but you ended up embarrassing yourself and being scolded and ridiculed. You have lost the face of your teacher and the face of my Shuicheng branch." This scolding immediately made Yun Wanru collapse on the ground, trembling all over. not daring to speak again, and despair in her heart. The other disciples all lowered their heads, their faces full of shame and regret. The inner disciple quota that had been obtained, as well as the honor and generous rewards of ranking in the top few, were all gone because of the mistake last night. Bang! Jin Song became more and more angry, and suddenly smashed the table next to him with a palm, cursing with a ferocious face. Waste! A bunch of waste! In another room, Zhang Yuanshan and his friends were discussing excitedly at the table how Luo Qingzhou became a direct disciple. Chu Xiaoxiao was the most active in the discussion. Sister Dao, on the other hand, rarely spoke and seemed to be thinking about something. When Luo Qingzhou and Sun Jiang walked out of the hall together, it was already dark outside. The two of them went back in the moonlight, thinking about things with mixed feelings. Although Luo Qingzhou had long known that he would become a direct disciple, he had never expected that he would be fought over by the 5 peak masters of Lingxiao sect. As a result, he became the direct disciple of the sect master in the end. Although the sect master swore in front of the 5 elders that it was only temporary, even a fool could see that the sect master had already got someone in his heart for him. Seeing this, the 5 elders had to stop fighting and gave up the fight. They were probably complaining in their hearts. They had calculated everything and fought for a long time, but they didn't expect that the sect master would benefit from it. They were probably very depressed. However, Luo Qingzhou did not see any other emotions on the face of the Linghu Peak master. He had called her master last night. He would go there to practice sword moves tonight, and he didn't know how the other party would treat him. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for this. If he was asked to choose, he would definitely choose her. After all, they were acquaintances, and they had been close. But they didn't give him the chance to choose. Thinking about things along the way, he soon came to the row of houses. At this time, Sun Jianfang patted his shoulder and said with a smile on his face, Fei Yang, I didn't expect that you would become the master's direct disciple. The master has just taken over the position of the master and has never accepted any disciples. You are the first. Do you know the significance of this identity? Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, Master, the position of the master in the future will not also be selected from the master's direct disciples. Right? Sun Jiang smiled and nodded. That's true. Of course, if there are other more outstanding disciples in the sect, the master may also pass it on to others. However, the sect, the master's direct disciple has the greatest hope, and you are the master's eldest disciple. In the future, as long as your cultivation progresses steadily, and your character and ability are good, then your chances will be the greatest. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, Actually, I'm not interested in that position. Sun Jiang laughed and said, Some things are not a question of whether you are interested or not, but whether you should take on them. Some responsibilities need to be taken even if you are not interested. Just like our current master. She actually refused to take the throne before. The master and the apprentice talked and went into the house. The few people who were sitting at the table chatting saw the 2 people coming back, and they all stood up and asked excitedly, Master, how did junior brother Chu get chosen as a direct disciple? Master, why didn't you announce which peak master chose senior brother Chu? Sun Jiang knew their feelings and said with a smile, Don't get excited. Sit down and eat first. And talk while eating. Luo Qingzhou was about to sit down when Sister Dao came over and touched his arm, whispering, Chu Feiyang, come out. I have something to tell you. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, said something to Sun Jiang, and left the house. After Sister Dao took him to the big tree outside, she turned around and looked at him with a complicated expression. Chu Feiyang, I know you have many hidden secrets, and I also know that you concealed your strength during the competition, but I never thought that you could become a direct disciple. Congratulations. Your identity in the future will not be simple, and you don't have to be afraid of Jinyu anymore. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister, no matter what, you will always be my sister. Sister Dao glared at him and said, Isn't it the long-legged sister? Luo Qingzhou showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. Sister Dao took out a letter from her waist and handed it to him, saying, The Nangong princess asked me to give it to you. She looks very lonely, like a young lady who has been abandoned. She asked me to tell you that she will never see you again in the future. Luo Qingzhou frowned when he heard this, and quickly opened the letter. Chu Feiyang, congratulations on becoming a direct disciple. You are really amazing. Really amazing. Other disciples may not be able to become direct disciples after practicing hard for a lifetime. But you were selected as soon as you entered. I guess the other party should be the Linghu fairy of Jianfeng? You went to Jianfeng last night. Something must have happened with her. Right? I guess you are not clean anymore. I hate dirty people the most. And I hate being teased by others. So, I will never forgive you again. It's really ridiculous to think about it. In your eyes, I should be like a clown. Right? Last night, you clearly knew that you could become a direct disciple. But you pretended not to know, and watched me make a fool of myself. I foolishly went to ask someone my father knew. Spoke humbly. Said all the good things. And even gave him a magic weapon. Hoping that you could enter the inner sect, and get the status of an inner sect disciple. So that you would not be captured by the Jinui. I didn't expect that in the end. It was all my wishful thinking, and my own self-love. I was so stupid. Performing hard in front of you like a clown. I guess you must have been laughing at me in your heart at that time? That's why you deliberately made a bet with me, and said you were making me happy. In fact, you were humiliating me. I thought I was a high and mighty princess. I thought I knew someone in Li Shao sect. And I thought I could help you get the status of an inner sect disciple with my status. I was proud to show off to you. But you didn't need me at all. In your eyes, I was nothing. Just a willful, unreasonable, and self-righteous person. Chu Feiyong. Although I am very sad and heartbroken, I still want to wish you well. I wish you to become a direct disciple of Li Shao sect. I wish you a bright future. I wish you to soar to the sky and become a great man that I can only look up to. Today, I saw you standing in the crowd, the center of attention, shining brightly. At that moment, I realized that there was a big gap between you and me. Others may say that you are not worthy of me. But now, it is me who is not worthy of you. I am just a humble little princess. Just a down-and-out secular noble. And you are a direct disciple of the high and mighty Li Shao sect. And you may even become the most dazzling existence of the 5 major sects in the future. I believe in your talent and hard work. You will definitely succeed. Chu Feiyong. In fact, I am not sad because you lied to me, but because I suddenly found that you don't need me at all. You are so powerful. Just after entering the sect, you secretly became a direct disciple. How many people in this world can do this? For you, I will be of no use except to annoy you in the future. So, I decided that I will never pester you again, and never see you again. I, Nandong Meiju, will completely forget you from today on. What Chu Feiyong? What Lime Hero? What do they have to do with me? I will erase all my past memories. Be my princess quietly. And then marry quietly, and live my own life. I will not bother you again. Never. Chu Feiyong. I am leaving. Don't look for me. If you like the socks from last night, you can keep them. If not, throw them away. Anyway, you hate me. Just pretend you never knew me. That's it. Goodbye. Never see you again. The humble little princess, who was taken advantage of by you, but ruthlessly abandoned by you. Stays. Luo Qingzhou stared at the letter blankly for a long time. Sister Dao looked at the expression on his face and said, Chu Feiyong. When someone who used to be so high up in front of you, who could give you countless help, and who had a crush on you, suddenly finds out one day that you have become so high up, and don't need her help at all, she will definitely be very sad, lonely, frustrated, and ashamed, so she doesn't want to see you again. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, looked at her and said, Have you read this letter? Sister Dao shook her head and said, No, but I can feel it from her emotions. Luo Qingzhou looked at the dark night in the distance and said, She should have gone down the mountain. Sister Dao said, She left before it got dark. And you probably can't catch up with her. And even if you catch up with her, what can you do? If you can't give her a promise, then I think the current result is actually quite good, so that she won't fall deeper and deeper, and finally be unable to extricate herself and do stupid things. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, leaning against the big tree next to him, and couldn't help but think of every bit of being with her in his mind. The moonlight was like frost, falling all over the ground. The night wind brought the fragrance of flowers on the peak with a chill, and then gradually drifted away with his memories. Sister Dao left silently and went into the house. The house soon became quiet. I don't know how long it took. Su Feng and Su Yu walked over from the side path and said kindly, Junior Brother Chu, Master is calling you over. Chapter 525, Double Swordsmanship. Master, you are so awesome. Jianfeng. In front of the cliff. The moonlight was cold and misty. Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, was standing there alone and coldly, sobbing and playing the jade flute in her hand. The cold cliff wind blew her hair and fluttered her dress. Then, her flute sound echoed in the abyss. Luo Qingzhou followed the two sisters Su Feng and Su Yu, and heard the melodious flute sound before he reached the edge of the cliff. The three stopped not far away, and did not dare to approach. Until the flute sound stopped, the three continued to move forward and came to the edge of the cliff. Under the cold moonlight, Linghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, was holding the jade flute, slightly tilting his cheek, looking at the deep starry sky, and I don't know what he was thinking about. The three stopped and did not dare to disturb. After a while, Linghu Qingzhu said, "Do you think there are people living on the moon?" The two sisters Su Feng and Su Yu didn't know how to answer. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, "There should be people living there. And there may be animals." Linghu Qingzhu turned his head and looked at him. "Oh?" Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "I once read a book. The book records that there is a palace on the moon. The name of the palace is Lingshan Moon Palace. There lives a beautiful fairy, two very beautiful maids, and two very cute little white rabbits in the palace." Linghu Qingzhu's expression moved slightly and asked, "What book?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It's a very old book. I forgot what it was called. I read it when I was a child. The book has disappeared long ago." Linghu Qingzhu stared at him for a while and said, "What are they doing up there?" Luo Qingzhou said, "The book says that they are waiting for someone every night, because that person can tell many interesting stories, and is very handsome." Quack! Suddenly, a crow flew over the cliff in front, and soon disappeared in the clouds between the cliffs. Linghu Qingzhu didn't ask any more questions, turned around and said, "Let's go." Luo Qingzhou followed her. Su Feng and Su Yu also turned and left. The edge of the cliff was silent again. Suddenly, the crow that had just disappeared returned and flew around the cliff for a while. Then suddenly flew up to the sky, turned into a ray of moonlight, and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou followed Linghu Qingzhu, and came to the stone room again. Linghu Qingzhu took out a green sword, turned around, and looked at him expressionlessly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the sword in her hand, and took out his own black and white sword, and said respectfully, "Uncle Master, tonight is—" "What did you call me?" Linghu Qingzhu suddenly interrupted him, his expression cold. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and said, "Peek peek master?" Linghu Qingzhu clenched the sword in his hand. The sword shadow flickered in his eyes, and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou looked at a loss. Linghu Qingzhu said coldly, "Call me master." Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, "But today in the hall, once a master, always a master. Since you called me master yesterday, you should always call me master in the future." Linghu Qingzhu interrupted him. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "But if the sect master hears?" "What if she hears?" Linghu Qingzhu said coldly. "She said that she only accepts you as her disciple temporarily, and you will still be mine in the future. If you feel embarrassed, you can call me uncle in front of her and others, and continue to call me master when there are no one else around. Is there a problem?" Luo Qingzhou, "No. No problem. How dare he have a problem?" Linghu Qingzhu raised the sword in his hand, and said coldly, "Come on. Attack me with the sword moves on the jade disc. Use all your strength. Use all your speed and strength. Don't be afraid of hurting me." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and said, "Master, I practiced several times yesterday. I feel that this set of ancient swordsmanship also hides other sword moves. This set of swordsmanship seems to be able to be practiced by one person or two people together." After saying this, Linghu Qingzhu was stunned for a moment, and said, "How did you see it?" Luo Qingzhou clenched the sword in his hand and said, "Master, stand there and don't move. I will practice it for you." As he said, the sword in his hand stabbed out with a swish sound, pointing to her abdomen, and then stabbed out several times in a row, pointing to her chest. The positions where the sword tip was aimed at were all several major acupoints. "Master, did you see that? In the last few moves, I stabbed backwards from the back to the front. In other words, this set of swordsmanship can be practiced both forward and backward." Luo Qingzhou stabbed a few more times skillfully, and in coordination with the ancient sword technique. He felt more and more that his guess was correct. Linghu Qingzhu's face changed, and suddenly he raised the sword in his hand and said, "Let's fight with swords. I will use the forward sword moves, and you will use the backward sword moves." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou took a step back and took a stance. Shwa! The two of them drew their swords at the same time. They were originally different sword moves, and they stabbed from different directions. But the two sword tips made a clang sound and touched each other's foreheads. Linghu Qingzhu was startled, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Come again!" Shwa! 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 The swords in the hands of the two suddenly turned into several sword shadows, and they flew in the stone room. At first, the speed of the two was very slow, but gradually, as the sword moves became more complicated, they began to speed up. Woo! A stream of swords suddenly rolled up from the ground, spinning around the two people. The moonlight stone inlaid on the top of the cave began to flicker. When the sword moves were in the middle, Luo Qingzhou's sword drawing speed suddenly became faster, more tricky and sharp, and both the sword in his hand and his movements became extremely light. Linghu Qingzhou was just the opposite. The speed of his sword moves began to slow down, but every time he stabbed out his sword, it was accompanied by a terrible sword energy. The sword energy entangled the sword in Luo Qingzhou's hand, causing his sword moves to deviate every time. At the same time, the tips of the two swords began to swallow and spit out a faint sword light. Hissing, Luo Qingzhou's body suddenly became a little cold, and Linghu Qingzhou's body became hot. The figures and sword shadows of the two people entangled in the stone room, dancing and flying, moving left and right, and almost invisible. Zheng! The two swords stabbed together, and Luo Qingzhou suddenly slid out a sword, piercing the opponent's sword shadow, and then stabbed her chest. But the opponent didn't dodge or block. He was shocked and hurriedly put away his sword. He jumped back and left the battlefield surrounded by sword energy. Linghu Qingzhou stood in place. The sword in her hand was still in a state of stabbing. On her chest, her clothes were torn into a small gap. That was the mark of the sword tip. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Master, I'm sorry. Why don't you move?" Linghu Qingzhou was stunned, blushed, put away the sword, and said lightly, "I forgot the sword moves behind." Luo Qingzhou. He remembered that the opponent didn't remember the sword moves completely, and asked him to come here tonight just to let him teach her again. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him with complicated eyes and said, "I'm very curious. This set of sword moves is so complicated and profound. It's fine if you practice it forward. But why did you practice it backward without making any mistakes? And you are so skilled? Have you practiced this set of ancient swordsmanship before?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "It's my first time to practice it backward tonight. I just followed the memory in my mind and used it one move at a time. I was a little unfamiliar at the beginning, but later, I felt more and more skilled. I don't know why." Linghu Qingzhou stared at him for a while and suddenly said, "Call me master again." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, "Master," Linghu Qingzhou said expressionlessly. "Start. Teach me everything behind." "Yes, master." Luo Qingzhou took 2 steps back, raised the sword in his hand, and began to practice. Linghu Qingzhou stood aside, watching him quietly. His expression was dazed for a while, and then he woke up, immediately calmed his mind, and focused on his sword moves and body movements. Half an hour later, Linghu Qingzhou finally memorized all the sword moves. She practiced a few more times, pointed the sword in her hand at him and said, "Come. I'll do it upright, and you do it backwards. Let's do it again." Luo Qingzhou said in embarrassment, "Master, it's getting late. I should go back. This set of swordsmanship is too complicated. There are too many moves. I can't practice it all in a short time. I'll wait for the next opportunity. Or, Master can teach it to the 2 senior sisters Su Feng and Su Yu. Let them practice with me." Hearing this, Linghu Qingzhou put down the sword in his hand, looked at him coldly and said, "Don't you want to practice with me?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "It's not that I don't want to, but I have to get up early tomorrow to become a disciple, and I have to go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose a technique. So I want to go back and rest early, and I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm not in the sect usually, so I can't keep going, accompanying Master to practice swordplay." After a pause, he added, "Also, I am practicing boxing, and I don't really know much about swordplay." Linghu Qingzhou's eyebrows twitched a few times. "You don't really know much about swordplay?" Then he pointed to his chest and said coldly, "Did you stab me? Since I, Linghu Qingzhou, became the master of Jianfeng Peak, no one has been able to stab me with a sword. But tonight I couldn't dodge it. I did forget the next sword move at that time. But I really couldn't dodge your sword, Chu Feiyang. You gave up swordplay to practice boxing, which is a complete waste of your peerless talent. Do you know that?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her towering chest, a little embarrassed, and said, "Master, I don't like swords very much." Linghu Qingzhou narrowed her eyes, and suddenly stretched out a slender jade finger, moved it slightly, and with a swoosh, a 3-inch long flying sword shot out, spun around him quickly, and then flew back to her fingertips. Floating there, she said coldly, today in the hall. I saw that you seemed very interested in the flying sword. If you follow me to practice sword, I can teach you to practice the spirit, and then you can drive the flying sword without touching it with your body. As she said that, her spirit moved, and the flying sword suddenly flew out again with a swoosh. And after swishing around in the stone room, it floated above her head, looking quite magical. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her flying sword, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help asking, Master, are you also practicing both body and soul? What realm has your soul reached? Linghu Qingzhou raised his chin slightly and said lightly, he is in the middle stage of the soul refining realm, 1 month earlier than the peak Master Yu. It is estimated that he will be able to break through to the late stage before the end of the year. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he didn't say anything. Linghu Qingzhou didn't see the expression of envy and admiration on his face. He snorted coldly and said, you probably don't know the realm of soul cultivation? As for the strength of the middle stage of the soul refining realm, you probably don't know it either? Have you heard of possession? Luo Qingzhou shook his head, secretly wondering in his heart. According to Sister Yu, only in the late stage of the soul refining realm can the flying sword be driven directly by the flesh without the soul leaving the body. These two people from Lei Xiao sect are both in the middle stage of the soul refining realm. How can they drive it directly with the flesh? Is it because of the different materials of the flying sword? Or is it because of the different inner strength of the soul? It seems that the flying swords driven by these two are far inferior to his in terms of speed, power, and distance. And his flying sword looks obviously better. It seems that the skills and materials of Sister Yu are more than a little stronger than those of Lei Xiao sect. He is now very curious about where Sister Yu's sect is. Let's go. Let's find a small animal. I'll let you see the possession technique. Maybe you will be interested in soul cultivation. Linghu Qingzhou turned around and walked towards the door. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Master, I'm really not interested in these. I just want to practice boxing wholeheartedly without distraction. That it's getting late. I want to go back. Linghu Qingzhou stopped and turned to look at him. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Master, I am really a little sleepy. Linghu Qingzhou said coldly, if you cultivate your soul, you will not feel sleepy even if you don't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. The stronger your soul is, the more energy you will have when fighting. You will have more fighting spirit and momentum than others. When others are exhausted, you are still energetic and can continue to fight. Luo Qingzhou said, Oh. Linghu Qingzhou. The stone room fell into silence. After a while, Linghu Qingzhou asked again, You really have no interest? Luo Qingzhou said, Yeah. Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a while, turned around, walked in front of him, stared into his eyes and said, Look into my eyes. I will show you the power of soul shock and soul capture. Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes obediently. Linghu Qingzhou immediately focused his spirit, staring at his pupils, and then suddenly released his spirit power. Shouting, Kneel down! Luo Qingzhou stood there, stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly shook his body, bent his knees, and prepared to kneel on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, he sat down on the ground again, then raised his head and trembled, Master, you are so powerful I feel a buzzing in my head. My body is weak. So scary. Linghu Qingzhou froze in place, staring at him motionlessly, with a strange look, as if looking at a monster. Chapter 526 Sister Yu. Am I a scumbag? The stone room suddenly became quiet. In the air, there seemed to be invisible sword energy, shuttling back and forth in the stone room. Linghu Qingzhou froze in place, motionless and silent. Luo Qingzhou sat on the ground, thinking that it was not good. Could it be that he was discovered? However, he could never have imagined that when Linghu Qingzhou stared at his pupils and released the soul-shaking and soul-capturing technique, he was actually shocked by his powerful soul. Linghu Qingzhou was in a trance for a moment before she woke up. But for the enemy, this moment was enough to take her life. So at this moment, her mood can be imagined. Her swordsmanship, which she was proud of, was eclipsed by his ancient swordsmanship. And she even asked him to teach her swordsmanship. The soul technique that she thought could convince him and make him itch and envious had no effect on him, but was countered by his soul. At this moment, she began to doubt herself. Luo Qingzhou stood up from the ground, looked at her carefully and said, Master, what's wrong with you? Linghu Qingzhou looked at him with a complicated expression. Shua. She suddenly moved her mind, and a cold light flashed at her fingertips, shooting towards him. Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he dodged immediately. However, the flying sword was extremely fast, and with a schwa, it appeared in front of him again in an instant. Luo Qingzhou had no way to avoid it, and suddenly punched it. Boom! With a loud bang, the air wave rolled. A flash of lightning flashed out, and the flying sword was actually knocked out directly, and fell to the ground with a buzzing sound. At the same time, Linghu Qingzhu's soul suddenly hurt. Lightning? A look of astonishment appeared in her eyes. She was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to understand something. The power of lightning is specifically for souls. No wonder he was not afraid of her soul-shaking technique. How did you send out lightning? She asked immediately. This question was not only wanted by her, but also by the sect master and other peak masters. During the competition on the ring today, he seemed to have sent out a lightning bolt. Although it was fleeting, she still saw it. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fist and said, Thunder Fist. Linghu Qingzhou heard this answer and showed a strange look in his eyes. Thunder Fist? If she heard it correctly, this set of boxing should be a boxing that looks good but is useless, with great power but no power. Right? This set of boxing has long been abandoned by warriors. How could it be possible to send out lightning? Seeing her face full of doubt, Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, took a stance, and started to fight. Bang! The punch was heavy, from slow to fast. Then it got faster and faster. Zzz. Lightning began to appear on his fist, and every time he threw a punch, there was a thunderous sound. Purple lightning jumped on his fist like a snake. Linghu Qingzhou froze in place again when he saw this scene. Boom! Luo Qingzhou threw the last punch and put away his skills. His face was not red, and he was not out of breath. He said, Master, look, it's the Thunder Fist. I don't know why it can actually produce lightning. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him with a changing expression. After a long silence, he suddenly rushed in front of him, grabbed his wrist, and began to explore his physique. Luo Qingzhou sniffed the fragrance and felt the softness and coolness on his wrist. He quickly calmed his mind and said, Master, my physique is average. Master Sun Jiang has checked it. Linghu Qingzhou did not speak, let go of his wrist, and suddenly reached into his clothes and pressed on his chest. Frowning, Luo Qingzhou's body froze and did not move. Linghu Qingzhou probed for a while, then took his hand out, and said with suspicion, It is true that your physique is average, but you can actually use the Thunder Fist to produce lightning. This is by no means accidental. She frowned and pondered for a while, and suddenly stared into his eyes, and said, Have you cultivated your soul? Luo Qingzhou said, No. Linghu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. Really? Luo Qingzhou immediately raised his hand and said, If you lie, I will be struck by lightning. Linghu Qingzhou stared at him for a while, with a complicated expression. From your physique, I can't see anything special here, but I can be sure you have a hidden amazing talent or physique. 2 amazing talents. Do you happen? Luo Qingzhou said, Really? Master, Linghu Qingzhou said coldly. Degree? Do sleep all night. There will be no problems. Linghu Qingzhou turned around and walked to the door without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed him out. Linghu Qingzhou led him out of the passage and came to the edge of the cliff, then stopped and looked at him, saying with a cold face, Others are begging me to teach them to practice. But you? She paused, turned and looked at the cliff in front of her, waved her sleeves and said, Go back. Think about what I said tonight. You still have time to practice sword and soul now. Thank you, Master. I will think about it again after I go back. Luo Qingzhou bowed and left quickly. Linghu Qingzhou listened to his fleeing footsteps, and his eyebrows twitched a few times. He turned his head and looked at his quickly receding back, with a sword light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, her expression moved, and she turned her head and looked to the other side. Zixia, wearing a red dress, walked out of the mist and said with a smile, This disciple is very interesting. Isn't he? Linghu Qingzhou did not speak. Zixia came to her, turned around, looked at the mist in the cliff, and said, Just now, the mountain protection formation had some fluctuations here, so I came to take a look and talk to you. Qingzhou, will you blame me for stealing your good disciple? Linghu Qingzhou said, Yes. Zixia smiled, turned her head and looked at her and said, We are sisters. Just like real sisters. There is no distinction between you and me. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. He can call me Master, or you Master. If you want to use him in the future, just order him around. Isn't that good? Ling Hu Qingju said. Can I refuse? Zixia shook her head. Of course not. I am the sect master. I have a higher rank than you. Ling Hu Qingju said no more. His eyes looked into the abyss. Zixia looked at the bright moon in the night sky and said, This disciple is very extraordinary. If he is loyal to the sect, I don't mind helping him to become the sect master in the future. In fact, I have long been tired of this position. What sect master? What one of the 5 major sects? For me, there is no nostalgia. Qingju, when you stand higher and see farther, you will find that these are nothing. In the eyes of some people, we are still just ants. Ling Hu Qingju was stunned and said, Senior sister, is there a world beyond the sky? Zixia nodded slightly. Of course there is. Ling Hu Qingju raised his head and looked at the moon, saying, There are also. Is there anyone living there? Zixia smiled and said, Maybe it's a fairy. Ling Hu Qingju looked at the bright moon in the dark night, paused, and said, He said that there is a palace on the moon, and in the palace lives a beautiful fairy, 2 very beautiful maids, and 2 cute little rabbits. He lied to you. Zixia smiled slightly, looked at the bright moon in the distance, and said, There is actually nothing on the moon. It is deserted. Those stars surrounding it are just some ugly stones. Ling Hu Qingju turned his head and looked at her and said, Senior sister, how do you know? Zixia looked at the night sky and did not answer. Above the night sky, the moon is bright and the stars are shining, but it is deep and distant, and it seems that there is no end. Luo Qingzhou returned to the hut under the escort of the 2 sisters Su Feng and Su Yu. In the house, the dim light was still burning. Everyone else has returned to their respective rooms. Only Sister Dao is still sitting there, carefully wiping her broadsword under the oil lamp. Is senior sister waiting for me? Luo Qingzhou entered the room and stood in front of her. Sister Dao put away her knife, stood up and said, Go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow morning to become a disciple, and go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose a method. Don't worry. Master has already told you. No one will ask you anything more. After that, she went into the next room and locked the door. Luo Qingzhou stood in the living room for a while, then blew out the oil lamp and went into the next room. He got on the bed and lay in the dark for a while, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, are you there? I have some troubles. About feelings. I want to talk to you. After a while, the message came back, yes. Luo Qingzhou immediately asked, Sister Yu, did you send that message last night? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, I didn't say which message it was. Sister Yu, none. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Sister Yu, you know that I have a wife at home. But now, there is a girl who treats me very well and has done a lot for me. I don't know what to do. Sister Yu, do you like her? Luo Qingzhou stroked the jade in his hand, hesitated for a while, and then replied, I don't know. I feel that my feelings for her are very complicated. Every time I see her, I feel annoyed and want to leave quickly. I don't want to talk to her. But when I don't see her, I miss her a little. Seeing her sad, I feel very uncomfortable. Sister Yu, am I a scumbag? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, I have rejected her many times, but she still pesters me. Gradually, I can't resist her. Moreover, she is very good at teasing people and very beautiful. The most important thing is that my wife actually helped her and seemed to want to match us up. However, my status is too different from hers. I can't do it, and I can't make a promise to her. Sister Yu, this really can't be blamed on me. After the message was sent, there was no reply for a long time. Luo Qingzhou waited in the dark for a while, then put away the message, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. But no matter what, he couldn't fall asleep. He kept thinking about the letter he saw in the evening and the familiar figure. Hey! After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't fall asleep, so he had to get up and go to the courtyard outside. Will that girl never see me again? Maybe she didn't see Chu Feiyang. Actually, it's better to do this. It's a conclusion, so I don't have to be in a dilemma and don't know how to choose. I can't hurt her and the Qing family. Let's just do it. Just like she said. Just pretend we never knew each other. Sitting on the stone bench in the yard, he continued to think about it. He didn't think about it until the fourth watch. Then he sighed, gathered his emotions, got up and went back to the room. Who knew that just as he lay down on the bed, a hand suddenly stretched out from the quilt, Chapter 527 Lover Relationship. Luo Qingzhou's body froze, and he dared not move. The room suddenly became quiet. The two were silent, feeling each other's warmth, smelling each other's breath, listening to each other's heartbeats. And neither spoke. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou's mood was a bit complicated. There was surprise and fear. After a while, he asked with difficulty, "You leave?" There was silence in the quilt for a while, and a cold voice came, "I left. But the more I thought about it on the way, the angrier I got. You took advantage of me, but I had to flee in embarrassment." "Why?" Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. "Apologize." The voice in the quilt was still cold and domineering. Luo Qingzhou whispered, "I'm sorry." "Why do you say sorry?" she asked coldly again. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "I shouldn't have lied to you. I shouldn't have teased you. It's all my fault anyway." There was silence in the quilt for a while, and then he said, "Since you are wrong, tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, "What compensation do you want, princess?" She hid in the quilt, unable to see the expression on her face, and said coldly, "You decide for yourself. If I'm not satisfied." At this point, her hand suddenly tightened. Luo Qingzhou's body trembled, and his blood rushed. He struggled in his heart for a while, and suddenly he turned around, lifted the quilt, got in, and then pressed on her. In the dark quilt, he could see her charming eyes and her beautiful and resentful face. She bit her lips lightly, looked at him with watery eyes, and lay motionless under him, without struggling, without speaking, just looking at him quietly. The two looked at each other, their heartbeats getting faster and faster, and their breathing getting heavier and heavier. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand, tremblingly stroked her delicate and beautiful face, gently gathered her hair behind her ears, and whispered, "Princess, if you do this, I will really become a beast." Nandong Meiju looked at him with trembling eyes, then let go of his hand, gently hugged his neck, and said, "It doesn't matter. I just like to see you become a beast. But don't be afraid. I won't let you be responsible. Princess, call me Meiju." "Meiju?" "Yes." "Meiju?" "Yes." "Sister Meiju?" "Brother Feiyong." "Sister Meiju? Are you coming or not?" "Oh." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. Nandong Meiju slowly closed her eyes, and her body trembled slightly nervously. Luo Qingzhou kissed and stroked her delicate face. After a moment, he suddenly turned over and said, "Okay, Sister Meiju, I'm done." Nandong Meiju opened her eyes. Swoosh. Snap. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her sneak-attacking hand and held it tightly in his hand, saying solemnly, "Princess, we can't, at least we shouldn't, be here." Nandong Meijia's cheeks were red. Her chest was heaving, and she stared at him and said, "I'm going to kill you." Luo Qingzhou grabbed her two jade hands, picked them up, put them to his mouth, kissed them, and said, "Princess, don't be angry. It's the first time. You can't be so careless. Although I am a scumbag, I can't be so irresponsible to the princess. The princess saved me, helped me, and treated me wholeheartedly. I really can't do this to the princess." Nandong Meiju glared at him for a while, then suddenly raised her head and bit the back of his hand. Luo Qingzhou did not struggle or beg for mercy, but looked at her quietly. Nandong Meiju bit hard for a while, looked into his eyes, was stunned, and slowly loosened her teeth. There was a burst of pain on the back of Luo Qingzhou's hand, and blood was flowing out of it. He still said softly, "Princess, if you want to vent your anger, you can also bite my feet." Nandong Meiju glared at him, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou still held her hands tightly and coaxed her, "Go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow. When I go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose a technique, I can go down the mountain." By then hiss. He suddenly froze, and the words in his mouth stopped abruptly. Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly and said, "Do you think I only have hands?" After a pause, she suddenly looked at him suspiciously and said, "You didn't grab my hand on purpose, did you?" Before Luo Qingzhou could quibble, she immediately scolded, "Despicable." A night passed quietly. When the sky was getting light, Nandong Meiju got off the bed, walked to the window, turned around and said, "I'll leave the socks to you. I wish you good luck today, and you can choose the most suitable martial arts for you. I said I won't let you be responsible, but don't worry. I will be responsible for you. After that, she opened the window and jumped out. It was like a thief who came to pick flowers at night, and slipped away contentedly before dawn. Luo Qingzhou lay on the bed, his eyes empty and his expression dazed. After a while, he got up from the bed, quietly went to the well in the yard, took a bath and clothes, changed into a clean set of tight clothes, ready to welcome the rising sun and a brand new day. Today, he will truly become a direct disciple, and a direct disciple of the Lingxiao sect's leader. He will be the center of attention and shine. However, the result seems to be different from what he expected. After dawn, he was taken to the main hall by an inner disciple. In the main hall, there were still the same people as yesterday. The Lingxiao sect's leader Zixiao Fairy in red, Jianfeng peak leader Linghu Qingzhu in green, and other peak leaders. Most of the elders and disciples did not come to watch. There was no one watching in the corridor, outside the main hall, and in the open space outside. It looked particularly deserted. Luo Qingzhou was puzzled. He entered the main hall and bowed respectfully. A female disciple brought tea and handed it to him, saying softly, "Brother Chu, go and serve tea to the master and pay homage to him." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to ask more questions. He picked up the teacup, walked up the steps, came to the red-dressed woman, bowed, and said loudly, "Master, please have tea." As he said that, he bowed 3 times. Fairy Zixiao glanced at him, took the teacup, took a sip, and said softly, "Fei Yang, from today on, you are my direct disciple. But you can't tell others about this for the time being, because I have never accepted disciples. And you have just entered the sect. I am afraid of causing unnecessary trouble inside and outside the sect. If others ask, you can say that you are the direct disciple of Jianfeng Linghu Qingzhu. Understand?" Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, so that's it. This is because he is afraid that other disciples in the sect will not be convinced. So many excellent inner disciples have worked hard, but have not become direct disciples. As a result, he has just entered the sect and has directly become a direct disciple. And he is also the direct disciple of the master. Who would be convinced? As for those people in the outer sect, if they knew that he was directly accepted as a disciple by the leader of Lingxiao sect, they would probably be even more shocked. He might not be at peace in the future, because the disciple of the leader is likely to succeed the leader in the future. Lingxiao sect is friends, and naturally it also has enemies. If this news gets out, he will probably need guards wherever he goes. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said respectfully, "Disciple knows." Zixiao nodded and said, "You go to the Sutra Pavilion with Linghu Peak Master first. You can choose 2 sets of exercises in it. Then go to the Treasure Pavilion and choose 2 protective magic tools. As for potions and other cultivation resources, Linghu Peak Master will take you to get them. After these things are done, Linghu Peak Master will bring you to me again. At that time, I will teach you another set of internal skills and a set of boxing." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he suppressed his excitement and immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Master." Linghu Qingzhou, dressed in green, holding a jade flute in his hand, walked out of the hall with a cold expression. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly walked down the steps and followed him out. The two walked through the corridor and walked towards the attic on the top of the peak behind. Luo Qingzhou followed behind and asked, "Uncle Master, can I choose any of the techniques in the Sutra Pavilion and the magic weapons in the Treasure Pavilion?" Linghu Qingzhu pretended not to hear and continued to walk forward coldly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and saw that there was no one around. So he whispered, "Master." Linghu Qingzhu then said coldly, "With your cultivation level, you can only choose on the 3rd floor." Luo Qingzhou approached her and asked again, "Master, are there many boxing techniques there? Do I need to finish reading them there directly? Or can I take them out and read them slowly?" Linghu Qingzhu said coldly, "According to the rules, you are a direct disciple and can take them out to borrow for 1 month. But only within the sect. If you want to go down the mountain, you must return them." Then he stopped, turned his head and looked at him and said, "The techniques there are. The method is not comparable to the ones you are practicing now. They are all very complicated and profound. And they are very powerful. So you need to study and practice slowly. And it is best to have someone to guide you. So if you want to practice well, it is best to stay on the peak for a month." Luo Qingzhou said, "Master, I will go and see it first." Linghu Qingzhu glanced at him and continued to walk forward. After walking for a distance, he asked, "You have family members in the mountain and can't let go, right?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, Yes. Ling Hu Qingju didn't ask any more questions, and walked in front with fluttering clothes. The two quickly passed through the flower garden behind and walked to a bluestone staircase, step by step to the top of the mountain. On both sides of the steps, there are rugged rocks and sparse trees. When they were almost at the top of the mountain, Ling Hu Qingju suddenly asked again, during the competition yesterday, I saw you holding hands with a woman, standing in the crowd. That woman should be from the royal family, right? Are you related to the royal family? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, my disciple has no relationship with the royal family. As for that woman, she is my disciple's friend. Ling Hu Qingju turned her head and looked at him and said, just friends? Luo Qingzhou faced her gaze. His cheeks suddenly heated up, and the beautiful scenery of last night emerged in his mind. He paused and said, or lovers. Chapter 528 6 Meridian's Divine Sword. Dual cultivation of ancient swords. At the top of the mountain wind was chilly. The two climbed the steps, and soon came to a loft with simple decorations. On the plaque of the loft door, 3 golden characters were scribbled, Sutra Library. The gatekeeper was a middle-aged man in a Confucian robe. The middle-aged man was sitting at the table, concentrating on reading a book. When he heard the footsteps, he just looked up and saw that it was Ling Hu Qingju who came in person. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he didn't ask much, and still lowered his head to read. Ling Hu Qingju didn't talk to him either, and took Luo Qingzhou in directly, and went up to the 3rd floor. There were several rows of bookshelves on the 3rd floor, and the classification of skills was prominently written on the bookshelves. Boxing, knife skills, sword skills, stick skills, etc. All kinds of weapons. Everything is available. Of course, there are also internal skills. Luo Qingzhou ignored other skills, and went directly to the bookshelf with boxing skills, and began to look through the books. Ling Hu Qingju followed behind and said, these are all martial arts techniques for martial artists, and each set of techniques has its own advantages and disadvantages. I don't know much about boxing, so you need to choose it yourself. But if you want to choose sword techniques, I can help you choose. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Master, is the sword technique here as powerful as that ancient sword technique? Ling Hu Qingju paused and said, of course not. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, then do I need to choose? I obviously have the most powerful sword tactics and sword moves. Why do I have to choose here? Ling Hu Qingju frowned and said, if you want to practice sword, you must lay a solid foundation. Although you are very talented, you can't practice such a powerful sword technique right away. You have to start from the basics. Practice sword, and cultivate sword intent in your heart, so that you can go further in the future. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, what is sword intent? Ling Hu Qingju looked at him, and a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and 2 sword shadows appeared faintly, and then a chill enveloped his whole body. Shwa! Shwa! It seemed as if 2 sword shadows suddenly shot out from her eyes, and pierced his throat and chest. Luo Qingzhou subconsciously dodged, and punched the flying sword shadow. But when the sword shadow dissipated, Ling Hu Qingju was holding a sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword was against his throat. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, Master, is this the sword intention? Can it disturb the other party's mind? Ling Hu Qingju did not answer. The sword in his hand suddenly pointed to the ground. With a hum, the tip of the sword suddenly spit out a sword light. Before it touched the ground, it had left a sword mark on the ground. Then she put away the sword, and the slender index finger of her right hand gently pointed at him. Luo Qingzhou immediately felt an invisible sword energy piercing his throat. He immediately raised the back of his hand to resist, and there was a sudden tingling pain on the back of his hand, as if there was really a sword piercing his skin. He looked down and saw that there was indeed a red sword mark on the back of his hand. Ling Hu Qingju put away his fingers and gently brushed the hair beside his ear, taking off a strand of hair. Then the strand of hair suddenly straightened, as if it had suddenly turned into a sharp sword, and suddenly flew towards him with a sword energy. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and suddenly felt a pain in his palm, and at the same time, he felt a cold sword energy hitting his palm. He spread out his palm and looked down. His palm was red, and the hair had become soft. Ling Hu Qingju then said calmly, for a sword practitioner, the strength of his sword intent represents the strength of his strength. For a person with a strong sword intent, everything in the world can be a sword. Even a finger can be a sword. When the sword intent reaches a certain level, it can be transformed into a sword beam. And even a gaze can be a sword, and their power is stronger than a real sword. Luo Qingzhou listened to her explanation. And for some reason, he suddenly thought of the 6 meridians divine sword, one yang finger, and other swordsmanship in his mind. Judging from the skill she just performed, if the sword intent is strong, the swordsmanship of the 6 meridians divine sword and one yang finger can really be realized. Master, have you heard of the 6 meridians divine sword? After she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked. Linghu Qingzhou was startled when he heard this and asked, "What is 6 meridians divine sword? Is it a sword technique?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It is a skill of releasing sword energy. Master has sword intent and internal force in his body. Just now I saw that Master can release sword energy. So I was wondering if Master can wrap the internal force with sword energy and suddenly release it from his fingers?" Linghu Qingzhou frowned. "Sword energy wrapped with internal force?" She paused and said, "I have not learned this kind of skill. The release of internal force needs to pass through special meridians and acupoints, which is different from the movement of sword energy. Where did you hear about this skill?" Luo Qingzhou said. 1. I read it in this book. Master, think about it. The reason why a sword is sharp is that it combines speed and strength and concentrates them at one point. That is, the tip of the sword. So it can quickly pierce many solid objects. But this has very high requirements for the material of the sword. And if the speed and strength are carried by the sword, it may not be fully released. And sometimes the sword may even break. But if only the fingertips are used. If the sword practitioner can release the sword energy, he can completely concentrate all the strength in his body on the fingertips and release it instantly. In this case, will the power be greater? And it can be used unexpectedly, without any complicated sword moves. Nor does it require many years of energy to cultivate sword intent and use sword intent to transform into sword light. Linghu Qingzhou stared at him talking in a daze. And after a while, he said, "What you said does make some sense. But there is no method to practice it. And no one has tried it before. Moreover, there are special meridians in the arms and fingers. The sword energy carries the internal force through these meridians and acupoints. Even if there is a mistake in one place, the meridians will be damaged, and the consequences will be disastrous." Luo Qingzhou said, "Master, internal force can't be input from the palm. In the sword? Why can't it enter the fingertips directly?" Linghu Qingzhou said, "It can enter the fingertips. But it can't enter with the sword energy, unless you don't want the finger anymore. Just like when you hold a sword and chop a hard object. The force is too great, and the sword may break. The meridians in the fingers are very thin. When your sword energy and internal force enter them together, the meridians can't bear it and will explode. And the fingers will be bloody and no longer exist. For a sword practitioner, when the sword spirit has not yet reached the unity of man and sword, the sword in his hand is the best place to release the internal force. The sword is like the human body, and it also has its own meridians. But you can't see it." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, thought for a while, and asked, "Master, what conditions are needed to release the sword energy?" Linghu Qingzhou said, "It requires the sword will to reach the 3rd level. The sword will be formed, and breathing is free." Luo Qingzhou paused, and suddenly bowed and said, "Master, I suddenly want to practice swordsmanship. Can you teach me to practice swordsmanship?" Linghu Qingzhou was slightly stunned, and the light in his eyes flashed, and said, "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated and said, "I have a set of swordsmanship here, called the 6 meridians divine sword. I want to try it after I cultivate the sword energy." Linghu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and said, "Is there really such a skill?" Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed and said, "Yes, there is, but it may be fake. The main reason is that I just saw Master Sword. The chi is released, and it is indeed very exciting. So I want to practice sword." Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a while, looking at him and said, "Can you tell me the practice method of your 6 meridians divine sword? I can help you test it first." Luo Qingzhou said with some concern, "Master, if it is fake, will it damage your meridians?" Linghu Qingzhou's eyes flickered with sword shadows, and he said coldly, "If it is fake, I will naturally notice it. I have practiced sword for many years, and will not be unable to distinguish between true and false." After hearing her say this, Luo Qingzhou was relieved and said, "Master, then after I finish choosing the exercises, we will try it." Linghu Qingzhou said lightly, "Hurry up." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to waste any more time, and immediately continued to choose, and soon chose a boxing called the draw fist. It is introduced above that this set of boxing is extremely fierce. When it is practiced to a high level, a layer of golden boxing gloves can be condensed on the fists. It is indestructible and extremely fierce. It is a boxing with extremely high explosive power. Of course, the disadvantages are also obvious. It consumes a lot of internal strength and physical strength, and the defense is very weak. The reason why Luo Qingzhou chose this set of boxing is because of its high explosive power. He hides his strength in order to take revenge. The opportunity may be fleeting, so he must choose this kind of fast and fierce boxing that can burst out with all his strength in an instant. And it is best to be fatal with one blow. As for defense, he still has a flying sword to use. Then, he chose a set of footwork to use with boxing to increase speed. After choosing the skills, he did not take them out, but walked to the table, sat down, and began to read them carefully page by page, and then memorized them all in his mind. He was leaving here in the afternoon, and it was impossible to take the things away. As for staying here to practice, it was even more impossible. He had been away from home for 2 days, and had to rush back as soon as possible. While he was carefully memorizing the skills, Linghu Qingzhou stood opposite him, and quietly watched the expression on his face. After an instant's stick of time, Luo Qingzhou clearly remembered both sets of skills in his mind. Then he put the book back. Linghu Qingzhou said nothing and took him downstairs. When they reached the door, the man guarding the door raised his head and looked at the two of them, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Didn't you take the martial arts?" Linghu Qingzhou said coldly. "He has a photographic memory, so there is no need to take it away." The man guarding the door showed a hint of surprise on his face, and looked at the young man in front of him again, and said, "Master Linghu, is this your new disciple?" Linghu Qingzhou did not answer, but looked at Luo Qingzhou behind him and said, "What did you call me?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Master." Linghu Qingzhou did not say anything else, and walked out of the door. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed him, and whispered, "Master, don't you need to search me? Isn't he afraid that we will secretly take the skills out?" Linghu Qingzhou said lightly, "If you come alone, you will have to search me." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou flattered him at the right time. "Master is really amazing." Linghu Qingzhou seemed to have not heard it, walked to the path on the right, and said, "Let's go to the treasure pavilion first. After you have selected the magic weapon, we will go back to Jianfeng to test the sword." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly reminded, "Master, didn't the sect master say that there are also cultivation potions and other cultivation resources?" Linghu Qingzhou stopped. He looked at him and said, "I have the potion. As for other cultivation resources, you need to stay in the sect to use them. Do you want to stay?" Luo Qingzhou immediately shook his head and said, "Forget it. The potion is enough for me." Linghu Qingzhou stared at him for a while and said, "If your family is not too many, you can bring them up the mountain. There are many things for them to do here, and the environment is very good. They should live better." Luo Qingzhou refused decisively when he heard it. "Thank you, Master, but no need." Linghu Qingzhou didn't say anything more, and continued to move forward. The two soon came to the treasure pavilion. The guard of the pavilion was an old man with white hair and beard. He was holding a broom in his hand, and sweeping the fallen leaves in front of the door. Linghu Qingzhou walked up to the old man and bowed. "Uncle Yu, Jianfeng Qingzhou, bring your disciples to receive the magic weapons." The old man looked up at the two of them, nodded, and said kindly, "Go. Zixia has sent someone to explain last night. Just go to the 3rd floor." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Thank you, Uncle Master." The old man nodded and continued to sweep the floor. Linghu Qingzhou took him into the treasure pavilion, climbed the stairs, and went up to the 3rd floor. The shelves on the 3rd floor were filled with a dazzling array of magic weapons. There were soft armor as thin as cicada wings, shoes, jade pendants, and weapons such as swords, guns, sticks and clubs. Luo Qingzhou carefully selected for a while and asked, "Master, can I give these magic weapons to others?" Linghu Qingzhou said, "Yes." After listening, Luo Qingzhou chose a celestial flower and a hairpin. The appearance of the time Sanhua is a pink flower. According to the above introduction, this flower can emit fragrance all the time, and can also split into many petals to serve as armor. And the hairpin can absorb sunlight, allowing people to bathe in the warm breath regardless of day or night. The pink flower is very suitable for giving to the pink and tender little lark, and the hairpin should naturally be given to the second young lady who is afraid of cold. As for Chan Chan, of course, he has to give her the sword formula. At that time, He will practice double cultivation with her and practice black and white swordsmanship. For that girl, this should be the best gift. Ling Hu Qingju looked at the 2 items he selected and couldn't help asking, "Do you have many women in your family?" Luo Qizhou nodded and said, "Yes. There are many." Ling Hu Qingju frowned and said, "Men should avoid lust when practicing. Although you have a good talent, if you want to go further on this road, I suggest you stay away from women." Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Master's teachings, I will definitely remember them in my heart." As he said that, he put away both items. Ling Hu Qingju looked at him coldly and said, "Are you perfunctory to me?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I dare not. It's just that I have been in the world for a long time and have received too many favors. I have come to this point because of them. So I dare not forget my roots. Master's teachings, I will definitely remember them. And I will definitely stay away from other women in the future." Ling Hu Qingju stared at him for a while, said nothing, and turned to the stairs. Luo Qingzhou looked at the other magic tools reluctantly, and then followed. The 2 left the treasure pavilion and went directly to Jianfeng. Luo Qingzhou said, "Master, the sect master is going to teach me the inner strength and boxing skills." "Where are we going?" Ling Hu Qingju took him to the sword edge and went to the edge of the cliff, saying, "She usually teaches in the morning. It's noon now. Let's go tomorrow morning." Luo Qingzhou, "Master, I will go down the mountain in the afternoon." Ling Hu Qingju stopped and looked at him and said, "If I go back 1 day later, will I not see your wives and concubines?" Luo Qingzhou said embarrassedly, "No, I just want to go back with my brothers and sisters." Ling Hu Qingju didn't say anything and continued to move forward. The 2 soon came to the edge of the cliff. Ling Hu Qingju turned around and looked at him and said, "Black and white swordsmanship needs to be practiced together to see its true power." "Right," Luo Qingzhou said. "It should be like this." Ling Hu Qingju stared into his eyes and said, "Do you want to practice?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and then hurriedly said, "No." Ling Hu Qingju narrowed his eyes and said, "No, you want to?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Master, I really don't want to." Ling Hu Qingju turned around and looked at the sea of clouds in the cliff in front of him, and said coldly, "Chu Feiyang, I want you to help me practice." Luo Qingzhou. Ling Hu Qingju turned around and looked at him again and said, "I want you to practice with me." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Master." "Disciple. Master's orders. Disciples must obey. This is the second rule of Lingxiao sect." Ling Hu Qingju said coldly. Luo Qingzhou. Ling Hu Qingju looked at the sea of clouds in front of him again, and said lightly, "When you help me learn that set of swordsmanship, I can agree to 3 conditions for you." "Any conditions? Don't worry. It won't delay your time. Just come once a month. 2 days each time. I can also help you practice." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. After a moment, Ling Hu Qingju said, "Let's start. I'll help you see if the 6 Meridians divine sword is real or fake." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, "Master, how about we make a bet?" Ling Hu Qingju looked at him and said, "What bet?" Luo Qingzhou said boldly, "If the 6 Meridians divine sword can really be practiced, Master will practice the 6 Meridians divine sword first. And don't let the disciple practice dual cultivation with you. If the 6 Meridians divine sword is fake, then the disciple will agree to Master and practice dual cultivation with Master." "Okay." Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a while, and said, "Yes." Chapter 529 The Power of the Finger Sword. Can't bear to let him go. On the edge of the cliff, the green clothes fluttered. Luo Qingzhou explained each of the 6 meridian swords to Ling Hu Qingju while twisting his fingers. This right thumb is the Han Tying Lung Meridian, named Xiaoshan Sword. The sword path is powerful, and it bursts out with the momentum of breaking the sky and the wind and rain. This right index finger is the Han Yangming Large Intestine Meridian, named Shangyang Sword, which is clever and flexible when released, elusive, and hard to guard against. This right middle finger is the Han Juyan Pericardium Meridian, named Zhongchong Sword. Ling Hu Qingju stood on the edge of the cliff, like a proud sword, with fluttering clothes, and looked at him intently. After the names and characteristics of the 6 meridians were explained, Luo Qingzhou began to explain the practice methods of each meridian sword. The meridians of Xiaoshang Sword start from the middle burner, connect to the large intestine, then go up through the diaphragm, and enter the lungs from the lung system. It goes out from the armpit, along the inner side of the upper arm, before the Shaoyin and Juyin, down to the elbow, along the radial side of the palm of the forearm, into the kunku, through the thenar, along the edge of the thenar, out of the radial end of the thumb, and then burst out from the fingers in an instant. Master, you can try Xiao Shang's sword first. After Luo Qingzhou finished talking about the cultivation method of the first meridian sword, he paused. Linghu Qingzhou closed her eyes, urged the sword energy in her body, and began to flow slowly along the meridians he just mentioned. She didn't know whether it was true or not, so she naturally didn't dare to wrap the internal force with the sword energy right away. She decided to carefully test these meridians with the sword energy first to see if there would be any danger if she passed through them in order, and whether she could withstand the movement of the sword energy. Starting from the middle burner, it connects to the large intestine downwards, then goes up through the diaphragm, and enters the lungs. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that she would forget or remember it wrong, so he continued to read while observing her face. The sword energy in Linghu Qingzhou's body flowed slowly along the diaphragm into the lungs, and then went out of the armpit from the lung system, gradually reaching the elbow. At this time, she suddenly felt a heat in her elbow, and the sword energy stopped there, as if it was blocked by something and could not move anymore. She tried again with more strength, and the sword energy suddenly increased. She rushed forward, but it was still difficult to break through that pass. She opened her eyes and said, "It seems that I can't get through." She stretched out her finger and tapped her elbow, saying, "Here. It seems that something is blocking the way forward." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Master, has your sword energy never passed through the meridian route ahead?" Linghu Qingzhou said, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Master, how about you try it with your internal force? The sword energy is too weak and may not be able to penetrate through. If you bring your internal force, you should be able to pass through, but it may be dangerous." Linghu Qingzhou frowned, as if hesitating. However, thinking about the meridians that the sword energy had just passed through, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. This skill should not have too many problems. At least the internal force entering the meridians ahead would not have too many problems. She considered for a moment and said, "I'll try again." Then she mobilized the sword energy in her body again, wrapped in the internal force in the Danhai, and slowly moved forward. When it came to the elbow, it suddenly stagnated and stopped. At the same time, a burst of scorching heat suddenly came from the elbow. She hesitated for a moment. A flash of sword light flashed in her eyes, and suddenly increased her strength. The sword energy and internal force in her body suddenly surged like a wave, and rushed towards the barrier with a swish sound. Puff! As if a thin film was broken. The sword energy and internal force instantly rushed through without obstruction. The meridians of the entire arm suddenly became extremely hot. Linghu Qingzhou's heart trembled, and he hesitated for a moment, and continued to urge the sword energy and internal force to surge forward, along the radial side of the palm of the forearm, into the kumku, past the thenar, along the edge of the thenar, to the thumb. At this moment, she suddenly shook her body and felt a scorching heat at the thumb, as if a terrible force gathered there and was about to burst out. The thumb suddenly began to hurt and swell, as if it was about to explode. She took a deep breath. The sword light flashed in her eyes, and suddenly she exerted her strength, urging more sword energy and internal force to her thumb. Then she concentrated her soul and concentrated her strength, and her thumb stretched forward involuntarily. Swish! A sound of airflow quickly cutting through the air sounded. At the top of her thumb, a pale sword energy flashing with cold light suddenly shot out, flew into the sea of clouds in front of her in an instant, and disappeared. And in the cloud, a long scratch clearly appeared, all the way to the sea of clouds in the distance. Linghu Qingzhou's heart was shocked, and he stood on the edge of the cliff in a daze, looking at the clear and endless sword mark. At this time, the heat in her thumb quickly dissipated, and the power was also drained. The meridians from the middle burner to the thumb were all slightly hot at this moment. Unobstructed, she lowered her head, looked at her thumb, and stayed for a moment. The sword light flashed in her eyes, and she urged the sword energy and internal force in her body again, winding all the way up from the middle burner. Finally came to the thumb. Swish! She turned around and pointed at the rock wall behind her. A sword energy about an inch long suddenly shot out from the top of her thumb, instantly piercing a small hole in the rock wall in front of her. She froze, with an unbelievable look in her eyes, and immediately walked forward and looked at the small hole. The hole was bottomless. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingzhou was also excited, and walked forward and said, "Master, it succeeded, right?" Linghu Qingzhou stood in front of the rock wall, motionless, as if he had turned into a sculpture. Silence for a long while. She turned around and looked at him. Expressionless, how could it succeed? It obviously failed. Luo Qizhou said, but the sword energy just now. You also said that it was sword energy. Linghu Qingju said lightly, that was my own sword energy. Which has nothing to do with your technique. I didn't use internal force at all. Master. But the power. No buts. You lost the bet. Linghu Qingju said coldly. Luo Qingzhou froze and said, Master, you are not going to cheat. Are you? Linghu Qingzhou turned around and looked at the sea of clouds in front of him. And said calmly, Linghu Qingzhou. Never lie. And never cheat. Luo Qingzhou. The edge of the cliff fell into silence. After a while, Linghu Qingzhou couldn't help but said, Tell me the remaining pulse swords. Luo Qingzhou remained silent. Linghu Qingzhou turned his head and looked at him. After a moment of silence, he said, Then I'll take a step back. You come here once a month and stay for only 1 day each time. How about that? Luo Qingzhou still didn't speak. Linghu Qingzhou stared at the expression on his face and was silent for a while. He looked at the sea of clouds in front of him and said, Okay. You come here once every 2 months in the future. You decide the time yourself. This is my final bottom line. Luo Qingzhou didn't remain silent anymore. He bowed and said, Master, to be honest, I already have a partner for dual cultivation. Linghu Qingzhou's expression froze, and he turned his head to look at him and said, Who? Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes and said, My wife. Linghu Qingzhou was stunned, and stared at him for a while, then retracted his gaze, looked at the sea of clouds in front of him again, and said lightly, Oh! The edge of the cliff fell into silence again. After a while, Linghu Qingzhou said coldly, It doesn't matter. That set of swordsmanship is yours. You can practice with whoever you want. But, after a pause, she softened her voice and said, I also want to practice. But I can't find any other suitable candidate except you. So, she turned her head and looked at him and said, Can you accompany your wife to practice? And then accompany and help me practice? This time, the tone was no longer a cold command, but a soft request. Master asks his disciple to practice dual cultivation. Luo Qingzhou hesitated again and had to agree. After all, he still needed this identity, her background and help. Linghu Qingzhou lowered his posture and said softly, Thank you. Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed and bowed, Master. Then I will start to tell you the practice methods of other pulse swords. Linghu Qingzhou nodded. Luo Qingzhou didn't think about it anymore and began to explain seriously. Right index finger. Shangyang sword. Starts from the ulnar end of the little finger, along the ulnar side of the back of the hand to the wrist. From the ulnar styloid process, straight up to the posterior edge of the ulna on the outside of the forearm. Linghu Qingzhou immediately held her breath and listened carefully. This set of swordsmanship overturned her previous understanding of swords. It can actually wrap the internal force with sword energy and shoot it directly from the fingers. And the power is also extremely amazing. In just 2 days, the young man in front of her has shocked her many times. She knew that this time she really picked up a treasure. So, she must hold him tightly. Swish. After a while, she tried it, stretched out her finger, and a green sword energy suddenly shot out from the tip of her index finger. Because of the previous experiment, this time was more successful. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and continued to listen attentively. Soon, Luo Qingzhou taught her how to operate the 6 meridians divine sword. Linghu Qingzhou tried it once, and except for the Shaozi sword in her left hand, the finger swords of other fingers could be easily shot out. She was going to continue practicing, but Luo Qingzhou saw that it was getting late, so he hurriedly said, Master, I will be back soon. Can you teach me the sword practice method first? Linghu Qingzhou then realized that it was already afternoon. Although she was reluctant, she still taught him the sword practice method seriously, and at the same time, she also taught him a set of basic sword techniques, so that he could practice when he could not feel the sword. Luo Qingzhou remembered it in his mind and bowed to say goodbye. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. After giving him a few more bottles of potion, he said lightly, Practice well and stay away from women. Luo Qingzhou agreed respectfully and turned to leave. Linghu Qingzhou stood on the edge of the cliff, staring at his back as he walked away, and suddenly felt a little lost. Are you reluctant to leave him? At this time, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Fairy Zixia, dressed in red, came out from the corner, followed her gaze, and her eyes flickered. Ling Hu Qingju retracted his gaze and said lightly, "Of course I can't bear to leave him." As he said that, he pointed his index finger at the rock wall next to him, and with a swish, a sword energy shot out from his fingertips and instantly pierced through the hard rock wall. Fairy Zixia looked at the small hole on the rock wall made by the finger's sword, narrowed her eyes, and said, "Six Meridians Divine Sword Qingju. I can't bear to let him go. Otherwise, let's go and get him back. I think he should have other more powerful skills." After a pause, she suddenly sighed softly. "It seems that we didn't accept a direct disciple, but accepted a rare treasure with treasures all over his body. What do you think?" Ling Hu Qingju didn't speak, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance, her black hair flying, her clothes fluttering. After a while, she said, "Didn't you say you would teach him the skills before?" Fairy Zixia stood side by side with her and sighed. "I suddenly realized that my skills may not be worth mentioning in front of him. Just like the swordsmanship and soul skills that you are proud of, you are already very embarrassed. I am afraid I will also be embarrassed. After all, I am the master. I can't be embarrassed." Ling Hu Qingju. Chapter 530 Confession. The sun sets. The sunset glows like brocade on Lingxiao Peak, and the clouds and mists are lingering, just like a fairyland. Disciples from all over Diyan, as well as guests from various sects, all go down the mountain in groups of 3 or 2. Sun Jiang and his disciples also went down the mountain before the night fell and got on the ferry. The boatmen rowed the boat, singing ballads, and sailed through the waves. The river water dyed red by the sunset, sparkling, reflecting the people on both sides of the river, and also reflecting the evening scenery. Not far away on the river bank, smoke curled up. Dogs barked and chickens crowed. Several children played and chased each other, and their innocent laughter floated on the orange-red river surface, infecting the people on the boat. The passengers on the boat all unconsciously showed a peaceful smile on their faces. At this moment, even Chu Xiaoxiao, who was always talkative, rarely calmed down and enjoyed this short and beautiful sunset. The boat soon reached the shore. Several people got off the boat, went to the tavern to take back their horses, and prepared to leave. But Luo Qingzhou found that his horse was missing again. The shop owner and the waiter searched the stable for many times, but still couldn't find it. So they had to make a bitter face and prepare to compensate. At this time, a graceful figure in a purple dress, leading a snow-white BMW, appeared from the riverside and walked here. The setting sun shone on her, and her face was as bright and beautiful as the sunset. Luo Qingzhou took a look and had to say to Sun Jiang, "Master, you can go first. Don't worry about me." Sun Jiang glanced at the girl, then at the guards behind her, nodded, and left with other disciples without asking any more questions. Chu Xiaoxiao climbed onto the horse and whispered, "You chased me all the way from Machin to here. Aren't you ashamed?" Sister Dao rode on the horse and said sarcastically, "Don't blame me. Some people are unfaithful to their husbands. They are used to having affairs, and they have been deliberately keeping me hanging." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Sister, I'm willing to accept the loss. Remember the cake." Sister Dao pretended not to hear and rode away immediately. After everyone left on horseback, Nandong Meiju came up to him with her horse, looked at him and said, "Chu Feiyang, why did they leave you here alone? Where's your horse?" Luo Qingzhou saw other disciples looking over, and saw the monks from the Jinshan temple on the river also coming by boat. He didn't talk nonsense with her anymore, and went over and jumped on her horse, saying, "Let's go." Nandong Meiju raised her eyebrows. "What are you doing? This is my horse. Did I allow you to get on it?" "You are." Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou grabbed her wrist, pulled her up gently, sat in front of him, and then kicked the horse forward with both feet. Animu rode a horse with several guards, following not far away, as if she didn't see the scene, and continued to follow slowly. "Chu Feiyang, you're taking advantage of me again." Nandong Meiju stuck to his arms, rising and falling under the running of the horse. Her hair fluttering, turned her head and stared at him, looking coquettish and cute. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, hugged her slender waist from behind, held the reins, and suddenly increased the speed. The two of them rubbed their bodies against each other, and soon disappeared under the Lingxiao mountain shrouded in the sunset. In the envious eyes of everyone, the night soon fell. A bright moon rose in the sky. The horse carried the two people at lightning speed, and soon entered the city, and then entered an alley. The two people who had been silent all the way finally spoke. Chu Feiyong. Are you happy? Nandong Meiju turned her head. Her eyes watery, as she looked at the person who was hugging her tightly and clinging to her. Luo Qingzhou looked at her beautiful face with a blush. And asked back, is the princess happy? Nandong Meiju raised her eyebrows and punched him in the eyes. Pa! Luo Qingzhou grabbed him and said, the princess is so domineering. You are allowed to ask. But I am not allowed to ask? Nandong Meiju snorted. You are not allowed to ask. I am curious. But you are vulgar. Luo Qingzhou was speechless and had to let go of his hand and said, okay. Then I won't be vulgar. But do you remember the bet? Nandong Meiju blinked. What bet? I forgot. Luo Qingzhou shrugged, got off the horse, and said, forget it if you forget it. Anyway, I am used to it. I win every time I bet. And every time I win, I am broken by others. Women. He suddenly stopped talking. Nandong Meiju narrowed his eyes. Who else did you bet with? Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky, saying, the moonlight is really good tonight. Princess, I should go back. After that, he said goodbye and left. Nandong Meiju looked at his back and suddenly shouted, Chu Feiyong. Practice well. I'll come to you when you're done. Luo Qingzhou paused and turned to look at her. Nandong Meiju rode on the horse, looked into his eyes, and said, I don't want to disturb you. I know you have to practice hard. If you need my help, just come to me. After a pause, she whispered, as long as you don't let me leave you, I will agree to anything. Luo Qingzhou froze, suddenly turned around, walked back to the horse quickly, hugged her down, then lowered his head and kissed her on her little mouth. Nandong Meiju didn't struggle. Her body softened and she leaned on his arms, tilting her charming little face, closing her eyes, shaking her eyelashes, and letting him flirt with her. The horse stood quietly by, gently swaying its ponytail, and looking at the two curiously with its big eyes. The alley was silent, and Mu and several guards appeared at the entrance of the alley. Seeing this scene, they immediately retreated and stood guard there. After a while, Luo Qingzhou let go of the soft person in his arms, picked her up again, put her on the horse's back, and said softly, wait for me. After that, he walked away quickly. The person on the horse blushed, was stunned, and asked quickly, wait for you. Luo Qingzhou did not look back, still walked forward quickly, and said calmly, wait until I can marry you. After that, the figure walked out of the alley in front and disappeared. The girl sat on the horse, staring at the place in a daze for a long time, and then said, oh. After a pause, she whispered again, then I'll wait for you. After that, she held the reins tightly, turned the horse, walked out of the alley, and said in a brisk tone, Aunt Mu, did you see? He was finally conquered by me. Aunt Mu did not dare to speak, but just sighed in her heart, wondering who was conquered. Luo Qingzhou walked into the dark alley, took off the mask on his face, put on a wide Confucian robe, and sorted out his emotions. Then he jumped in from the back door and returned to the Qin mansion. Of course, on the way back, he passed through many alleys, and every time, he would leave his body to observe whether anyone was following him. Although his identity is different now, and although he has gained too many things today, he must not get carried away. This is just the beginning. He must continue to practice. Break through to the late martial artist. Break through to the great martial artist. And after revenge, continue to make himself stronger until he is not afraid of any rules. In that case, he can be responsible for her. Of course, he still needs to report this matter to his wife first and get her consent. When he returned to Meixiang Garden, Shuer was practicing flying knives in the yard. When she saw him coming back, she was surprised and said, son-in-law, why are you back now? The young lady said that you went to your friend's house to concentrate on studying. The lady came to ask several times in the past 2 days. I thought that son-in-law would come back tomorrow. Luo Qingzhou reached out and touched her head, saying, Zhuer, do you miss son-in-law? Although this girl likes to talk too much, he actually missed her a little after not seeing her for 2 days. Of course, he missed more than just this little girl. Shuer was stunned. Her cheeks flushed, and she said, Aunt Uncle, before she finished her words, Luo Qingzhou had left her, walked into the corridor, hugged Xiao Dai who came out to greet him, turned around in the corridor, kissed her little mouth, and said, Xiao Dai, do you miss the master? Xiao Dai hugged him tightly and said, "Yes. I miss you so much." Luo Qingzhou put her down, picked up Chior next to her, turned around, kissed her little mouth, and asked again, "Chior, do you miss the uncle?" Chior smiled and said, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou put her down, looked at the weak girl in the room wearing a plain white dress and fox fur, then walked over, held her cold and soft little hand, and said, "Wei Mo, what about you? Do you miss your husband?" Miss Jean Eyre smiled in her eyes. Her expression was gentle, but she said, Wei Mo didn't. Luo Qingzhou picked her up and walked to the room, turned his head and said, "Chior, Xiao Dai, go and boil water. The son-in-law wants to play in the water with the second lady to cultivate feelings. By the way, you also wash and wait." The two little girls quickly agreed and went to the kitchen shyly. Xior pouted in the small courtyard, and suddenly threw out two flying knives. With a snap, they pierced the red heart in the corner at the same time. Humph. A perverted son-in-law. Chapter 531. A gift for the young lady. Study. Behind the screen, the wooden barrel was filled with hot water, and petals were floating in the water. Luo Qingzhou took off all his clothes and sat in the barrel. He first poured in the potion to take a bath, and then began to take a bath. The potion Ling Hu Qingzhou gave him was obviously much better than the potion bought in the warrior shop. After taking a bath with the potion, he felt warm and comfortable. While taking a bath, Miss Jean too personally rubbed his back and asked him what happened in the past 2 days. Luo Qingzhou mentioned everything else. He only told Nangong Meijia's story in detail. He did not hide even what happened in bed last night, because he knew that he could not hide it. And at this time, there was no need to hide it anymore. When I came back just now, I promised her that I would marry her. I might have listened to her and acted impulsively at the time, but now that I have calmed down, I feel that I should be responsible for her. Of course, I must first seek the consent of the second lady for this matter. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the girl behind him, as if he wanted to see the anger on her face. Qin Weima had a smile on his face and whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, if Weima told you that the letter was written by Weima's sister Meijia, and the words she said tonight in the alley were also said by Weima's sister Meijia, would Brother Qingzhou be angry?" Luo Qingzhou. Qin Weima gently helped him to pinch his shoulders, and said softly, "Sister Meiju is too arrogant. If she continues like that, she may not have a chance. Weima knows that Brother Qingzhou is a soft-hearted person and a responsible person, so she lets Sister Meiju use that method to impress Brother Qingzhou. Only in this way can Brother Qingzhou face up to and face the true relationship between him and Sister Meiju." Luo Qingzhou froze, looked at her and said, "Second miss, are you my wife?" Qin Weimo smiled and said, "Of course." Luo Qingzhou asked, "Have you ever seen your wife help other women get their husbands?" Qin Weimo smiled and said, "There are many. If the wife is infertile or unwell, she will try her best to help her husband remarry, so as to avoid being accused of jealousy, unvirtuous, and not thinking about her husband's family lineage, and being scolded behind her back. What's more, Brother Qingzhou is so powerful and will become famous in the future. Isn't it normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines and a harem full of concubines?" Luo Qingzhou. Qin Weima looked at the expression on his face, blinked his eyes, and chuckled. "Brother Qingzhou, is your wife very virtuous? Are you touched?" "Touched." Luo Qingzhou was really touched. "Brother Qingzhou, can Wei Mo play in the water with you?" No. I'm afraid I can't help it. Wei Mo's body is much better. It should be okay. Wait a little longer. At least observe for another month." Woo. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to wash anymore, and quickly washed out of the bathtub and changed into a clean Confucian robe. "Wei Mo, I'll give you a gift." Luo Qingzhou took the hairpin and handed it to her, saying, "This hairpin is a magic weapon. When you wear it on your head, the temperature around you will become very warm, which is very suitable for you." Miss Jean Eyre took it in her hand and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, do you have a gift for my sister?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and said, "I brought it to Chan Chan and Beiling. As for the eldest lady, I don't know what she likes, and it's a bit inappropriate for me to bring her a gift." "Right." Miss Jean Eyre pouted slightly and said, "What's inappropriate? We are a family. We love each other, and we don't need to care about those red tape." Then she whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, the shoes you asked Xiao Dai to make for my sister last time are ready. Go to Shida's room to get them, and then send them to Lingshan Moon Palace. You haven't been back for 2 days. Chan and the others must miss you. Go quickly. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her forehead, stroked her delicate little hand, and said, then I'll be back later. Yeah. Miss Qin Er's face was full of tenderness. Luo Qingzhou left the room, put on his shoes with Chior's help, and walked toward Shidia's room. Xiao Dai had already taken out the pair of shoes. Seeing him coming, she immediately handed them to him and said, Sir, do you see if there are any other places that need to be modified? I have shown them to the second lady, and she said they are very good. Luo Qingzhou took them in his hand and stroked them. The fabric was soft and very comfortable. On the outside of the moon-white shoe tube, there were a few reeds embroidered, as well as a faint little flower and a leaf that looked like a sword. They were all white. If you don't look closely, you won't see them. But if you look closely, they are very beautiful. And inside the shoe tube, there were a few small characters embroidered. One side was Jiang Jia Song Song, and the other side was by Lu Wei Shuang. Chior said on the side, son-in-law, the leaf sword was originally going to be embroidered in green, but it didn't look good. The second lady also said it didn't look good, so it was embroidered in white. This looks simple and generous, and you can't see the pattern on it if you don't look carefully. Luo Qingzhou praised, well done. Very beautiful. As he said, he kissed the 2 little girls on the face and said, thank you for your hard work. Son-in-law will come back to reward you later. After saying that, he left the room, but saw Zhuer hiding at the door and eavesdropping. When she saw him come out, she immediately turned her back and pretended to wipe the table. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, went out, and went directly to Lingshan Moon Palace. Just as he arrived at the door, he suddenly heard Bailing talking to herself in the yard. Hey, son-in-law, why hasn't he come back yet? It's so boring without you. Luo Qingzhou saw the door open and walked in quietly. Bailing was wearing a pink dress and had a pink flower on her ear. She was sitting at a stone table, holding a flower in her hand, tearing it apart and talking to herself. Luo Qingzhou walked to her side quietly and listened to her muttering, stinky son-in-law, bad son-in-law, lecherous son-in-law. He must have secretly gone to the brothel to find those vixens again. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something was wrong. She looked up and saw a person standing next to her, staring at her with a smile on his face. Son-in-law. She immediately stood up, her face full of surprise, and then suddenly put on a stern face, twisted her body, turned her pretty face away, and said, huh? Luo Qingzhou took out the pink and tender Tian San Hua and handed it to her, saying, Bai Ling, this is what the son-in-law bought for you. Take a look. Do you like it? Bai Ling glanced at it with her eyes slanting, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately turned from anger to joy, turned around, took it in her hand, put it under her nose and sniffed it, and said in surprise, it smells so good. Uncle, this flower looks like a real flower, but also like a fake flower. Where did you buy it from? Luo Qingzhou said, it's from a shop outside. It's very expensive. Uncle spent all his money to buy it. This flower will not wither and die, and it can always emit fragrance. Bai Ling smiled happily when she heard it, put it under her nose and sniffed it again, and said crisply, Uncle, why did you suddenly think of buying flowers for others? Luo Qingzhou said seriously, because Uncle thinks this flower is the same as you. Both pink and tender. Very beautiful. And I see that you like flowers. So I bought it. Bought it. Bai Ling smiled, and 2 sweet dimples appeared on her pink face. She said crisply, thank you. Uncle. Uncle is so nice. Then she suddenly remembered something, hugged her chest, took a step back, and said with a vigilant face, Uncle, you are so nice to me suddenly. Are you trying to scare me again? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, yes. Is there a problem? Bai Ling froze for a moment, then quickly took a few steps back, and said angrily, Uncle, I don't want. Oh! Luo Qingzhou said oh, ignored her, turned and walked to the back garden, and said, I'll go find Chan and the eldest lady. After that, he left quickly. Bai Ling froze in place, stunned for a while, then stamped her feet, pouted her little mouth and muttered, stinky uncle. Bad uncle. Then she hurriedly chased after him. In the back garden, the moonlight was bright and scattered all over the ground. Miss Qin, in a white dress, was sitting in the pavilion, gently stroking the strings of the zither, but she didn't play any sound. Xia Chan, in a light green dress, stood behind her holding a sword. In a daze, Luo Qingzhou walked over with a pair of shoes in his hand. When Xiaochuan saw him, she came back to her senses and looked at the things in his hand. Luo Qingzhou walked into the pavilion, bowed to Miss Qin, handed over the shoes in his hand, and said, "Miss, to bail in her about bit your shoes last time. So I asked Xiao Dai to make you a pair. Try it out to see if it fits." Miss Qin looked up at him, stunned, and looked at the shoes in his hand. Luo Qingzhou said again, "Miss, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean anything else. Before I did it, I asked Miss Air, and Miss Air asked me to deliver it tonight." Miss Qin was silent and didn't reach out to take it. At this time, Bailing suddenly came from behind, helped her take it, stroked it, and said in surprise, "The fabric is very soft." Then he was stunned, staring at the embroidery on the shoes, wondering, "Sir, what is this?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Reeds and reeds are also called jianjia." "Jianjia?" When this was said, not only Bailing looked at him with wide eyes, but also Miss Qin and Xiaochuan were stunned and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "Because it is a gift for the eldest lady. I asked Xiao Dai to embroider it on it. In addition to jianjia, there is also a small flower. And next to the small flower there is a green leaf that looks like a sword. Jianjia represents the eldest lady. The small flower represents you. And the green leaf in the shape of a sword represents Chanshan." When this was said, the pavilion suddenly became quiet. Luo Qingzhou pointed to the inside of the shoe and said, "There is a line of small words embroidered inside the left and right shoes." Bai Ling immediately looked down upon hearing this. Miss Qin also looked over there. "The reeds are green. The white dew turns to frost." Bai Ling recited it in a crisp voice. Chapter 532, The Merger of Two Swords. The pavilion was quiet again. The three looked at him. Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed and had to explain again, "Because I wrote that poem about Jianjiao last time. I thought of writing 2 lines in the shoes, which just happened to match the eldest lady." And the second lady agreed. Bailing blinked and said, "Son-in-law, why do you always push things to the second lady? It's obviously you who wanted to write it, right?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Yes. But I didn't mean anything else." Bailing smiled and said, "We didn't say that you had any other intentions. Did you? Why do you have to explain with a guilty conscience?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said nothing. Bailing reached out and touched the 2 lines of small characters again, and said in surprise, "Xiao Dai is really amazing. The embroidered characters are flat and soft, and you can't feel them at all. Miss, try it quickly. It must look good when you wear it." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and glanced at the shoes under the hem of Miss Qin's skirt. Bai Ling glanced at him, and suddenly handed the shoes in her hand to him, and said with a smile, "Uncle, how about you help the young lady change them?" Luo Qingzhou was shocked when he heard this, and waved his hand quickly and said, "No. It's still you." Then he looked at Xiaochuan and said, "Chanshan, come out for a moment. I have something to give you." Xiaochuan said with a cold face, "Rabbit? Where is the rabbit?" After saying this, Bai Ling immediately said angrily, "Uncle, where is our rabbit? You stole our rabbit, didn't you?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I took it away. I just saw that they were rude to the young lady, so I wanted to take them back to teach them a lesson." Then he said, "Chanshan, go. You and Uncle go and bring them back." Bai Ling immediately said, "Uncle, I want to go too." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the shoes in her hand and said, "You don't have to go. You help the young lady try on the shoes." As he said, he gestured to Xiaochuan and left quickly. Xiaochuan hesitated for a moment, holding the sword, and followed behind him. After the 2 left, Bailing handed the shoes in her hand to Miss Qin and whispered, "Miss, look, the uncle is very attentive to you." Miss Qin looked at the shoes and didn't say anything. Her beautiful and flawless face was still calm. Luo Qingzhou took Xiaochuan to the front yard and went out of the yard. Xiaochuan suddenly stopped at the door and refused to move forward. She said, "Rabbit." Luo Qingzhou said, "The rabbit is placed in the exiled immortal residence, where the uncle is studying. Let's go catch it." Xiaochuan glanced at him and followed him. Luo Qingzhou took her to the exiled immortal residence and entered the small courtyard. Xiaochuan stopped in the small courtyard and looked around, but didn't see the 2 cute little white rabbits. She immediately looked cold and stared at him angrily. Luo Qingzhou went over and locked the gate, turned around and looked at her and said, "Chanshan, my uncle has been gone for 2 days. Do you miss him or Tutu? Xia Chan said coldly. Tutu. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Just walked over, picked her up, and walked into the house. Xia Chan immediately struggled and said, Let me go! Let me go! Luo Qingzhou ignored her, carried her into the room, closed the door, put her directly on the table in front of the window, and then lit the candle on the lampstand. Just as Xia Chan was about to get off the table, Luo Qingzhou hugged her again, pressed his forehead against hers and said, Chan, be obedient. Your uncle will play with you. Okay? Xia Chan blushed immediately. No. No. Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. Outside the window, the moonlight was like water, and the night was quiet. Lingshan Moon Palace. Bai Ling came out of the back garden, humming a song, and came to the front yard. But she didn't see the two in the front yard. Humph! Is it in the room? Thinking of this, she immediately tiptoed into the house, walked to the door of the room, and gently pushed the door open. But the room was empty, and there was no one inside. She was stunned for a moment, and her face suddenly changed. Chan must have been deceived by the uncle. Such a cunning uncle. No. I have to save Chan. She immediately ran out of the room and out of Lingshan Moon Palace. As she was walking towards the exiled immortal residence, she suddenly stopped again, stood there for a while, and suddenly sighed. Chan likes to be bullied by her uncle. I'd better not meddle in other people's business. She glanced at the exiled immortal residence in front of her, sighed softly, turned around, and went back with a lonely back. Half an hour later, she couldn't stay any longer, and murmured, I'll go and take a look. Don't disturb them. Thinking of this, she went out immediately. When she reached the door of the exiled immortal residence, she suddenly heard the sound of sword dancing and talking in the courtyard. Chan, you are so amazing. I didn't expect to learn it in one go. This is the voice of the uncle. Bai Ling was startled when she heard it, and her heart was full of doubts. Didn't the uncle bully Chan? Is Chan dancing with the sword for the uncle? She was full of curiosity and prepared to climb up the wall to take a peek. Just as she was about to climb up, a brick suddenly flew out of the courtyard wall with a whoosh sound, almost hitting her head. Bai Ling hurriedly jumped down again. At this time, there was a creak sound next to her, and the sound of a door opening was heard. Bai Ling's face changed, and she ran away, and soon disappeared. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, took a look, closed the courtyard door again, returned to the small courtyard, and said, Chan, continue. Don't pay attention to her. You practice a few times first, and then your uncle will practice with you. Then he said, Uncle brought it back specially to practice with you. Uncle treats you well? Chan, can you help Uncle next time, oh? Xia Chan's blush had not yet faded, and she turned her back and continued the sword moves just now. Swish, swish, swish. Her speed was getting faster and faster, and her figure was getting more and more blurred. The courtyard was filled with sword shadows, cold rays of light, and leaves rustled around. Sword energy that was invisible to the naked eye shuttled through the courtyard. This ancient sword technique was in her hands. The first time she practiced it, it actually burst out with terrible power. Luo Qingzhou retreated to a distance, dazzled and cheered. Chan, good job. Slow down. Slower, the son-in-law can't see you any more. Faster. Faster. These two moves must be fast. Like a tide. Continuous. Surging. And bursting out all at once. Xia Chan's figure has become a blurred afterimage, and the sword in her hand has turned into sword shadows all over the courtyard, dense and overlapping, and it is impossible to tell the real from the fake. Luo Qingzhou clearly felt the sword energy jumping around in the courtyard. The trees in the courtyard and the walls around were all covered with traces of sword energy. Some branches fell down as if they were cut by a sharp blade. Swish, swish, swish. Chan, stop. Stop quickly. Luo Qingzhou saw that the sword energy around him was getting more and more fierce, and his arms and cheeks were stabbed and hurt. So he hurriedly called her to stop. This girl had just practiced this set of ancient swordsmanship tonight, and she couldn't control the power of the sword moves at all. Don't let her tear down his exiled immortal residence later. Xia Chan then gradually slowed down, and then stopped. Luo Qingzhou immediately clapped his hands and said, Chan, you are so amazing. Much more amazing than your uncle. You just practiced a few times, and you are so powerful. Xia Chan held the sword in her hand, turned around, looked at him and said, This Swordsmanship is amazing. Luo Qingzhou walked over and said, "Of course it is amazing. This is an ancient swordsmanship. But you are even more amazing. Your uncle taught you last night." At this point, he suddenly stopped, looked up at the night sky and said, "Chan, the moon is so round tonight." Xia Chan's chest rose and fell slightly. Her eyes stared at him coldly, and the sword in her hand suddenly pointed at his neck, saying, "Who did you teach last night?" Luo Qingzhou raised his hands and said, "No one. Chan, your uncle has never taught anyone except you. This is a dual cultivation swordsmanship. How could your uncle teach it to others? No one except my Chan is qualified for me to teach. And, if I lie, I will be struck by lightning." Xia Chan frowned and put away her sword. "No. Don't say such words." Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, stretched out his hand to help her wipe the sweat on her cheeks, and said, "Well, son-in-law won't say it. Chan, forget it tonight. You look a little tired. Let's practice together tomorrow night." This sword technique is very powerful when practiced by one person, and it is estimated that it will be more powerful when practiced by two people. In the future, we will be a combination of men and women, invincible in the world. Xia Chan lowered her head slightly. Her cheeks blushed, and then she leaned gently in his arms and whispered, "Well, Chan, call Qingzhou brother. Qingzhou, brother, call brother, call good brother, okay." Brother. Xia Chan was stunned for a moment, suddenly pushed him away, turned around and walked quickly towards the door. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly shouted, Chan, hello?" Before he finished speaking, Xia Chan had already gone out and disappeared. Meixian Garden. Xiao Dai and Chior both took a bath, put on light gauze nightgowns, and waited in the room with 2 pairs of bare white feet. However, after Luo Qingzhou returned, he did not enter the room, but just said at the door, "My son-in-law is tired. You should rest early." After that, he returned to his room. In the room, Miss Jean Eyre, who was wearing a plain white dress, was sitting on the beauty couch and reading a book. When she saw him come in, she was surprised and said, "Brother Qingzhou, aren't you going to Xiao Dai? Chior and Xiao Dai are waiting." Luo Qingzhou went directly to the inner room, took off his clothes and said, "No, I'm a little tired after riding all the way back today. I'll rest early and have to get up early tomorrow." Miss Jean Eyre was stunned for a moment. Then she put down the book, stood up and walked into the inner room, gently helped him take off his outer clothes, shoes and socks, and suddenly looked at his neck and said, "Brother Qingzhou, your neck." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, raised his hand and touched his neck, and said, "What's wrong?" He suddenly felt a few small teeth marks. "Brother Qingzhou, go to sleep." Miss Jean Eyre smiled slightly, without asking any more questions, took off her outer clothes, and got on the bed. The two of them lay on the bed. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms. His cheeks were hot, and he didn't dare to speak, stroking her soft hair and soft hands in a flattering way. Miss Jean Eyre leaned against his arms tenderly and obediently. After a moment, she asked softly, "Brother Qingzhou, does my sister like those shoes?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Miss doesn't seem to have any emotional changes, but Bailing looks very happy." Miss Jean Eyre was silent for a moment, frowned slightly and said, "My sister seems to be worried recently." Luo Qingzhou said, "Miss seems to be like this all the time." The two chatted for a while, and the night deepened. Luo Qingzhou looked out the window, thinking about going out to practice tonight. For some reason, he couldn't help but think of the message that Sister Yu sent him that night, "Thinking of you. Should I ask again in person tonight?" Chapter 533. It was early morning. The second Lady Qin in his arms was already asleep. Luo Qingzhou did not leave his body immediately, but took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu, asking if he could go out tonight. "I don't know if the Jinyui search for the soul is over." A moment later, the message came back, "Yes." Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou was relieved and immediately left his body. After flying to the roof, he first carefully observed the Qin mansion for a while, and then looked around the nearby streets. After seeing nothing unusual, he flew into the air and rushed to the West Lake. When he arrived at the West Lake, there was no one on the attic. He looked at the lotus bushes not far away. The moonlight fell, and on the green lotus leaves, a demon girl in a black dress was squatting there with a pair of white jade feet bare, playing in the water, with her long black hair hanging down, and the ends of her hair had fallen into the water. The red string on the jade foot was particularly eye-catching. Luo Qingzhou looked around again before flying over and falling into the lotus bushes. Seeing that it was him, Longer stood up quickly and said happily, "Mr. Chu, you are finally here. You and my sister have not been here these days. And Longer is so bored." Luo Qingzhou asked, "Is Sister Yu here?" Longer shook his head and said, "My sister hasn't come yet. I wonder if she will come tonight." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her snow-white feet under her skirt and said, "Has anyone else come here these days?" Longer nodded and said, "Two spirits came here and searched around West Lake for 2 consecutive nights. During the day, there seemed to be suspicious people wandering around." Luo Qingzhou's expression condensed and asked, "What are the cultivation levels of those 2 spirits?" Longer shook his head and said, "I don't know. I hid at the bottom of the lake and didn't dare to come out." Luo Qingzhou looked solemn, and secretly guessed the origins of the 2 spirits in his heart. Longyear also stood there quietly, looking at him obediently, completely lacking the majesty and momentum of the little tyrant of West Lake. There was silence in the lotus bushes. After a while, Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, "Miss Longyear, are the red ropes and bells on your feet showing any signs of loosening?" Longyear was slightly startled when she heard this, and shook her head and said, "I don't think so." Luo Qingzhou looked down and said, "You passed the tribulation and advanced last time, and your strength must have improved. Don't you feel anything at all?" Longyear sighed and said, "This is tied by my father, and there is my father's divine blood in it. No matter how strong I am, I can't untie it myself." Then she bit her lip, and suddenly looked at him and said, "Mr. Chu, how about you help Longyear try again?" Luo Qingzhou looked down at her skirt, and when he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of the lake next to him, and it seemed that a figure was reflected. The moonlight was white, and the figure was standing silently on a lotus leaf not far away, seemingly looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou immediately looked up and said, "Miss Longer, men and women should not be intimate with each other. Girls' feet cannot be touched by others casually. You should ask someone else to help you try." Longer was stunned for a moment and said, "But the young master touched it last time, and Longhu didn't care." Luo Qingzhou still shook his head firmly. Longhu looked at the expression on his face, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned her head, and looked at the lotus bush next to her. Her face suddenly changed. Luo Qingzhou followed her gaze, and said with surprise, "Sister Yu, you are here." As he said that, he flew over immediately. The white figure of Yu stood on a lotus leaf not far away, watching the two quietly, and it was unknown how long she had been here. Luo Qingzhou landed in front of her and said, "Sister Yu, I thought you would not come tonight. The white figure of you was wrapped in a halo, and it was hazy. I didn't know where to look, and I didn't say anything." Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed, so he had to say, "Sister Yu, I have a question for you. I went to a place 2 days ago and found that some people not only practice martial arts, but also practice soul. When their souls reach the middle stage of the soul refining realm, they could use their physical bodies to control swords. But their speed and power seem not as good as mine. Is it because their cultivation methods are not as good as Sister Yu's?" The white figure of Yu was silent for a while, and then said lightly, "It's because they are not as good as you." Luo Qingzhou, "Sister Yu, I want to ask, which sect are you from? It shouldn't be one of the 5 major sects in Diyin, right?" He was very curious. The white figure of Yu turned around and looked at the moonlight on the lake, but did not answer. Luo Qingzhou saw that she didn't want to answer, so he didn't ask any more questions, and said, "Then Sister Yu, can you tell me, in addition to the 5 major sects and Dragon and Tiger Academy in Diyin, are there other more powerful places for cultivation?" The white figure of Yu was still silent and did not answer. At this time, Longyear flew over and landed beside her. Answering for her, "My father said that the 5 major sects of Diyin are actually nothing, and there should be more powerful places for cultivation. But my father didn't tell me the details." Luo Qingzhou listened and thought secretly in his heart. Sure enough, from what Xiaoye said, Sister Yu's sect should be very powerful, definitely not comparable to the 5 major sects of Diyin. So, what he said before about helping Sister Yu, Xiaoye probably thought it was just bragging. But of course, he would not give up. He looked at Yu Bai's figure in front of him, and couldn't help but think of the message she replied that night, and couldn't help asking, "Sister Yu, the message you sent that night." Before he finished asking, Longyear suddenly said, "Mr. Chu, the message that night was sent to you by Longyear." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and looked at her and said, "You sent it?" Longyear nodded and said, "Yes. It was sent by Long Air. Luo Qingzhou said, but I haven't said what the message is. Long Air hesitated for a moment and had to say, the messages of these 2 knights were all sent by Long Air. Long Air was bored, so he borrowed sister's communication treasure to play. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, stared at her eyes for a few breaths, and didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and said, oh, forget it. Long Air smiled and didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, by the way, Miss Longer, have you heard of the black and white sword? Black and white sword. Longer thought about it carefully and shook her head, no. Luo Qingzhou said, I recently got a set of ancient swordsmanship, which has the words of the demon race and the words of humans. And it is a swordsmanship practiced by 2 people. So I guess it may be created by a demon race master and a human master, and then practiced together. Then, he asked again, Miss Longer, can demons and humans be together? I mean, marry and live together? The moon-white figure glanced at him. Longer listened and nodded, of course. When demons are born, their body structure is actually the same as that of humans. But the blood is different. And there are some other things. And they can transform. As long as the demons are in the state of human bodies, there is no problem at all to marry and mate with humans. I heard from my father that there are many such couples, and they have given birth to many offspring, called half-demons. Then, she lifted the hem of her skirt, stood on her slender toes, turned lightly on the lotus leaf, and smiled, young master. Look, is Longley different from humans? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her below and did not answer. Longer smiled and said, the only difference is that Longer doesn't like to wear shoes. Luo Qingzhou nodded. Long Air looked at him with sparkling eyes, and suddenly asked, Sir, what about that ancient sword technique? Since it is a 2-person sword technique created by human masters and demon masters, only when the descendants of humans and demons practice together can they release the greatest power. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said directly, I can't give you the sword technique. I'm already practicing with others. Long Air was stunned when he heard this. Sir, do you know other demons? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, she is not a demon. She is my wife. Long Air's face dimmed, and he was a little disappointed. Oh. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more. She said more, looked at the moon-white figure and said, Sister Yu, I will finish telling you the story of Journey to the West tonight. After I finish, I will tell you the Lotus Sutra. The moon-white figure said lightly, no need. You practice first, and try to break through to the spirit-dividing realm before the new year. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, looked at her and said, the story and the sutra. The moon-white figure looked at the lake in the distance and said, no need to talk for now. Luo Qingzhou wanted to say something else, but the moon-white figure suddenly flew into the air, turned into a ray of moonlight, and said, let's start. Then, a vortex began to appear in the air. The moon power over the entire West Lake began to surge towards here like a tide. Luo Qingzhou was moved and did not dare to delay. He immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated, and began to practice. A ray of moonlight power poured down, like a waterfall, and fell on his head. Above his head, a slowly rotating vortex also appeared, constantly absorbing the power of the moonlight and inputting it into his body. A warm current suddenly surged into Luo Qingzhou's body. Warm and comfortable. The whole soul exuded a layer of moonlight, flickering continuously. Long Air stood by and looked at him quietly for a while, then raised his head and looked at the moonlight figure in the air, and then left silently. The autumn wind blew, the lake surface sparkled, and the lotus leaves rustled. The night passed quietly. Luo Qingzhou entered a mysterious state, feeling that his soul had left this world and flew into a world full of moonlight. Boom! Thunder began to roar above his head. Lightning fell on the moonlight figure in the air, illuminating her beautiful and flawless face. The demon girl hiding under the water, frightened by the thunder, looked up at the sky through the lake, her eyes dazed. When Luo Qingzhou woke up from his training and opened his eyes, the sky was already dawning, and the moon-white figure had quietly left at some point. The demon girl in a black dress was standing gracefully on the lotus leaf in front of him, looking at him with complicated eyes. Luo Qingzhou stood up and asked, "Where is Sister Yu?" Longer said softly, "Sister is gone. Master Chu, can Longer ask you a question?" Luo Qingzhou asked. Longer said in a daze, "What does it feel like to like someone?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, "If you like someone, you will think about her all the time. No matter where you go, you will think about her. You want to see her every day and want to be with her forever. You will give her everything without hesitation. Even your life. Longer said. Oh! Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while and said, Why did you suddenly think of asking this question? Don't you have someone you like? Longer shook her head and said, Just curious. I've been reading my mother's diary these past 2 days. She said she liked my father very much and wanted him to eat her up and become one with him. So I'm very curious about what love is and why my mother said that. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, Maybe, probably, your mother's eating is not what she meant by eating. Longer asked in confusion. What is that eating? Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, I don't know either. He looked at the sky and said, It's almost dawn. I should go. Miss Longer. Be careful recently, and it's best not to go out during the day. Longer said. Well, Master should be careful too. Luo Qingzhou nodded and prepared to leave. Long-Air suddenly said again, Young Master. Long-Air wants to see you every day. Does this mean you like me? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Of course not. You are just bored and want to find someone to accompany you. Long-Air shook her head and said, But Long-Air still wants to mate with you. Luo Qingzhou. Long-Air looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, Long-Air had a dream last night. And I was mating with you all the time in the dream. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, Long-Air. Although you are a demon, you should not be so bold and direct in your words. The word mating is an animal behavior. You can actually say it more tactfully. Long-Air thought for a while and said, Mating? Luo Qingzhou flew up and waved, Bye. Long-Air hurriedly said, Young Master. Do you want to mate with Long-Air? With your Thunder Spirit body and Long-Air's Divine Dragon body. Our offspring will definitely be very powerful. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and quickly flew into the sky and disappeared. Long-Air stared at the dark sky in a daze. After a while, he clenched his fist and murmured, Long-Air needs your Thunder Spirit. If that happens, he will no longer be afraid of being turned to ashes in a thunderstorm. Maybe he can really turn into a dragon in the future. Long-Air will not give up and must mate with you. Luo Qingzhou returned to the Qin mansion. His soul returned to his body, and he closed his eyes while holding the weak and docile Miss Qin, who was like a cat, in his arms. In a trance, he had a dream. In the dream, he was entangled by a snake, and the snake spit out its tongue and said to him, Young Master, I want. Luo Qingzhou woke up with a start, sweating profusely. When he opened his eyes, it was already noon. The voices of Miss Qin and mother-in-law came from outside the window. Your second brother has left and went to the academy. Your second brother is so good to him, but he doesn't even know to get up and see him off. By the way, Wei Mo, I just went to see Jianjia. Jianjia is sick and her face is not very good. You can go and see her after lunch. Luo Qingzhou got off the bed, put on his clothes, and went to open the window. Under the pear tree outside the window, the mother and daughter were holding hands and standing there talking softly. One was wearing a moon-white dress, and the other was wearing a snow-white fox fur. One was graceful and young and beautiful, and the other was weak and gentle, like a lotus emerging from the water. With natural beauty, the two stood together, with similar eyebrows and eyes, and similar height, like a pair of sisters. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Mother-in-law. Song Ryue glanced at him and said with concern, Qingzhou, if you are tired from studying, just sleep a little longer. I have made soup for you in the kitchen. I will ask Chior to heat it up for you later. If you want to eat anything, just tell them and your mother-in-law will make it for you. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, mother-in-law. Has my second brother gone to the academy? Song Ryue said. Yes. He left this morning and was about to come and say goodbye to you. Weimo said that you were tired from studying last night and were still sleeping, so he didn't disturb you. Miss Jean said softly, My second brother has just left. He can come back once a month. Brother Qingzhou will see him again soon. Luo Qingzhou nodded. Song Ryue saw that he hadn't washed up yet, and said, Then I'll leave first. I have to go to the store in the afternoon. Clothes are selling very well recently, and Xiao Bao and the others are too busy. After that, she hurried away. Luo Qingzhou left the room. Chior helped him put on his shoes and washed up, saying, Son-in-law, Xiao Dai went to help in the store and has been busy recently. Luo Qingzhou was washing his face and was about to apologize for what happened last night when Miss Qin Er came over and said, Brother Qingzhou, let's go see my sister later. Mother said that my sister is sick. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Okay." Qin Weimo glanced at him and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, Wagu came this morning and said that the princess is ready to go to the border to resist the demons, and that the princess wants you to go with her." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, wiped the water stains on his face, and looked at her. Chapter 534, Gentleman is very talented. The eldest princess's preparation. Lingshan Moon Palace. In the courtyard, Bai Ling was holding a flower of heavenly maiden scattering flowers, showing off to Xia Chan. She held a green branch, and the flower of heavenly maiden scattering flowers slowly rotated in the wind, and the pink petals slowly bloomed, and then slowly closed, repeating this way, exuding a charming floral fragrance. Chan Chan. Look! It's so beautiful. And there are other colors flashing in the sun. Chan Chan. Come and smell it. It smells so good. My son-in-law is so nice. So nice to me. Knowing that I am a pink and tender little Bai Ling. So he spent all his money to buy me this pink and tender little flower. Chan Chan. What did my son-in-law give you last night? Take it out and let me see it. Bai Ling looked at the flower in her hand. And the more she looked at it, the happier she became. She kept sniffing it under her nose, and kept showing off. Xia Chan stood under the eaves holding a sword, with a cold face, and ignored it. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and the soft voice of Miss Qin Er, Bai Ling. Bai Ling heard the voice, and immediately ran to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she couldn't wait to raise the flower in her hand to show off. Miss Er, this is the flower that my son-in-law gave me. It moves by itself and opens and closes. Smell it. It smells so good. Miss Qin Er smelled it and smiled. It is indeed very fragrant. Bai Ling, my son-in-law is so good to you. Bai Ling smiled and said, it's mainly because I am cute. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou came out from the side and said, it's mainly because you like to talk too much. And my son-in-law just wants to use this flower to stuff your mouth. Bai Ling glanced at him, snorted, turned into the courtyard, ignored him, and continued to smell the flower in her hand. Luo Qingzhou supported the second Miss Qin and entered the courtyard, saying, Bai Ling, I heard that the eldest miss was not feeling well. So the second miss and I came to see her. Bai Ling turned around and looked at him and said, the young lady is a little unwell and is resting in the room. The second miss can go in directly, but the son-in-law cannot go in, because the young lady is wearing pajamas. Luo Qingzhou said, then I'll wait here. The second Miss Qin glanced at him and nodded. Bai Ling hurried over to support her and took her into the house. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl under the eaves, walked over and said, Chan Chan, did you sleep well last night? Xia Chan turned away and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou walked into the eaves, hugged her slender body from behind, and said to her cheek, what's wrong? Are you angry that the son-in-law gave Bailinghua? But the son-in-law also gave you a lot of things last night. Xia Chan struggled and pouted slightly, saying, no. No. Luo Qingzhou whispered, why not? In addition to the sword tactics, there are many at this point. He whispered in her ear. Bang! Ahu knew that as soon as he finished speaking, he covered his eyes and squatted on the ground. Xia Chan stepped back, clenched her fists and said, rogue. After that, she ran away with a red face. Luo Qingzhou squatted on the ground for a while, rubbed his eyes, and stood up. He couldn't help but think of what the second lady said to him at the beginning. Once I heard Dr. Sun say that she had a cold body. Maybe she was injured when she was wandering outside and freezing. And she might not be able to marry and have children in the future. They had sex so many times. And every time they didn't take any safety measures. But she still didn't get pregnant. It seems that what the second lady said is true. Thinking of the girl's thin figure and lonely appearance, his heart suddenly ached. While thinking about things, Bailing came out of the room and said crisply, Uncle, the shoes you gave to the young lady last night are very beautiful. The young lady likes them very much. Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked at her, saying, Bailing, I want to ask you something. Bailing saw that his face was not right, and didn't dare to joke anymore, saying, Uncle asked. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the place where Chan Chan had just left, and whispered, can Chan Chan's body be cured? Bailing was stunned for a moment and said, what's wrong with Chan Chan? Isn't Chan Chan in good health? She's not sick. Luo Qingzhou whispered, I mean, the matter of having a baby. Bailing blinked, then reacted, frowned and said, Aunt. Master, I'm afraid it's very difficult. Luo Qingzhou said, Don't you have any solution? Bai Ling said with a puzzled look. Uncle, I'm not a doctor. What can I do? Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes and said, you can make medicine. And you have other skills. Bai Ling shook her head and said, Uncle, you think too highly of me. I can't do anything except making some useless medicine. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, if the medicine can't cure it, can other methods be used to treat it? Bai Ling sighed and said, it's useless. Chan Chan can survive, which is already a blessing from God. Uncle, we can't ask for too much. Don't you still have the second lady, Xiao Dai and Chior? Them? If you want to continue the family line, you can find them. Don't hurt Chan Chan anymore. It's best not to mention this matter in front of Chan Chan. Luo Qingzhou said with a heavy face, I know. Bai Ling glanced at him and suddenly said, son-in-law, don't think about me. I swore to be a pink, tender, and pure little flower forever. I won't help you have children. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, turned around and looked at the yard and said, you are too sentimental. Humph. Bai Ling snorted, went back into the house, and then stuck her head out and said, by the way, son-in-law, don't you know everything? Then can you compose music and write songs? The most important thing for the lady is to be a beautiful girl. If you know the piano, if your aunt knows it, he can help the lady to write a song. Bai Ling blinked and said, Aunt understands. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, saying, yes. Then you let my aunt dose her again. Bai Ling turned and ran angry. Andy wants to think. Miss Eyre, my aunt is bad. Miss Jean Eyre heard the words and laughed. Why is he broken? Bai Ling said, my aunt wants to think about it. Luo Qingzhou said, you are less slandering people. Obviously you want me. Bai Ling said angrily, second miss. The son-in-law is the one who slandered people. The son-in-law is so hateful. Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, Bai Ling, I will teach him a lesson when I go back later. Bai Ling immediately became happy and said triumphantly, son-in-law, you are dead. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, oh, I will come to see you tonight. Bai Ling. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Jean Eyre and left Lingshan Moon Palace. While walking on the road, Miss Jean Eyre whispered, Brother Qingzhou, have you noticed that no matter who goes to Lingshan Moon Palace, they will be infected by Bai Ling's words? Sister is taciturn, and Xia Chan is the same. If there is no Bai Ling there, the atmosphere will be very depressing. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, that's true. Bai Ling is really indispensable. Miss Jean Eyre looked at him and smiled. Does Brother Qingzhou like her? Bai Ling is so cute and so beautiful. Luo Qingzhou changed the subject and said, when will Huagu come again? Miss Jean Eyre said. She told Brother Qingzhou to think about it and come back in the evening. Have you thought about it? Luo Qingzhou said, at this time. Of course I will not leave. But the princess has done so much for us. And I promised her to help her. So I am thinking about how to refuse and help her. Miss Jean frowned and said, the border should be very dangerous. Right? Luo Qingzhou said, I am not afraid of danger for myself. But for you. Besides, I still have things to do. So I will definitely not leave. The two talked and returned to Meixian Garden. After Miss Jean had a lunch break, Luo Qingzhou went out, put on a mask and changed clothes, and went to the martial arts hall. In the afternoon, he began to practice the Vajra fist obtained from the Lingxiao Sect's Sutra Pavilion. At first, the real power could not be seen, and only the fist method could be felt to be sharp and heavy, extremely fierce, and more domineering than the shaking mountain fist. In the evening, he left very early. When he returned to the Qin mansion, Huagu was already waiting in the Meixian garden. Under the pear tree, the graceful figure in a pink dress looked charming and seductive. Thinking of the scene of her naked body when she took a bath in the palace that night, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but look at her more. Mr. Luo, excuse me. The girl was still gentle and lovely, making it hard for people to get angry. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and said, let's talk in the house. Miss Jean Eyre gave up the study room and let the two people go in, then helped them close the door. In the room, Luo Qingzhou asked her to sit down, and without beating around the bush, he said directly, Miss Huagu, I'm sorry. I can't go to the border with Your Highness this time. Your Highness has helped me do a lot of things. Normally, I should accompany Your Highness on this trip, but I still have some things to do, and the Jinui is still watching the Qin mansion. I dare not leave. Huagu said softly, Mr. Luo, Your Highness can send people to protect the Qin mansion. Luo Qingzhou said, I'm still worried. Huagu pondered for a moment, and then said, How about Mr. Luo take all the people in the Qin mansion with you? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, in this case, the court will doubt the purpose of the eldest princess's trip this time. If you suddenly regret it, and don't let the eldest princess go, wouldn't it ruin the eldest princess's big plan? Hua Gu looked at him and said, when can Mr. Luo leave? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, wait until that matter is resolved. Hua Gu asked in confusion, which matter? Mr. Luo can ask His Highness for help. Luo Qingzhou did not answer, but paused and said, Miss Hua Gu, go back and apologize to His Highness for me. Just tell her to give me another 2 months, and I will definitely go there in 2 months. Hua Gu frowned and said, in 2 months, it will be the new year, and I don't know what will happen to the border at that time. Luo Qingzhou said, with Your Highness's ability and the national strength of the Yin, there should be no problem. However, it should be unlikely to eliminate the demon tribe in a short period of time. After all, the other party has been preparing for so many years before suddenly appearing. Hua Gu said softly, Mr. Luo, do you have any words for Hua Gu to bring to His Highness? Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, I do have something to say. After a pause, he said solemnly, the eldest princess is in charge of the army this time, which has advantages and disadvantages. During the period of house arrest of the eldest princess, the emperor has sent a lot of people to the border to prepare to control the eldest princess. The princess army should have failed, so we had no choice but to send the eldest princess. In this way, the eldest princess is like a fish in the sea, a bird in the sky, and can freely control her own destiny. But in this way, the emperor and those people will definitely be more afraid of the eldest princess's control over the army. It's not possible that they will think of more ways to restrict her, and even cut off her military funds and food, so that she and her army. Hua Gu's face changed color and said, Mr. Luo, if Your Highness fails, won't the demon army take the opportunity to occupy more of our cities? Your Highness shouldn't do this. Right? Luo Qingzhou showed a sneer on his face. If you don't pledge allegiance to your own army, it's useless to ask for it. It will only be a threat. It's better to take the opportunity to get rid of it. Hua Gu trembled and said, Mr. What you mean is that the reason why the Emperor asked Your Highness to go to war this time is to use the demon tribe to let Your Highness and Your Highness's army. Luo Qingzhou said, it's possible. And what's more terrifying is that they will even stab you in the back, and even collude with the demon tribe. Hua Gu's face turned pale when he heard it. Luo Qingzhou comforted him. I just said what I guessed. It may not be true. You can help me convey the message to His Highness. Tell him to be careful. And he lowered his voice and said, tell His Highness that after this, never return to Kyoto. This matter has been explained to the Emperor and the court, and the army of the Yin only listens to His Highness. So, no matter whether she wins or loses this time, the princess can't come back. Otherwise, she will never be able to go out again, Hua Gu said with a heavy face. Sir, where should His Highness go in the future? To the Fire Moon country? Luo Qingzhou said, station troops at the border. Develop there. Wait for the opportunity. Or return to Huiyue Kingdom and refuse to be summoned. If the court takes action first, then Your Highness will have a chance. In the name of clearing the court of emperors, unite with other princes. Hua Gu said, what if the court does not take action? Luo Qingzhou said, from recent events, the court will not remain indifferent. Of course, if the court does not dare to take action, then this matter will be up to Your Highness to decide for himself. It depends on whether Your Highness is willing to be the ruler of Huiyue Kingdom, be feared and calculated by the court, and suffer for a lifetime. Or is he willing to? Hua Gu understands. Hua Gu looked at him with complicated eyes and said, no wonder His Highness values me so much. I don't go out, but I know the world. I can see and plan your current situation and future development with just a few words. With my help, Hua Gu believes that Your Highness will succeed. Luo Qingzhou looked at the sky outside and said, okay, go back quickly and be careful on the road. Hua Gu's lips moved, as if she wanted to say something else. But Luo Qingzhou had already walked to the door and opened it. Outside the door, Shura was bending over, listening furtively with her ears erect. When she saw him open the door, she ran away immediately. Hua Gu looked at him reluctantly for a few times and had to leave. Then, under the escort of Yuying, she entered the palace. In the palace, Nandong Huiyue, dressed in a fiery red dress, was sitting under the desk, reading the letter sent back from the border. After Hua Gu entered the room, she knelt down and waited for a while before speaking softly. telling Luo Qingzhou what he said word for word. After listening, Nan Donghuiyue was silent for a while and said, "Sir, you are very talented, but it's a pity that you can't be with me and teach me at any time." After a pause, she said, "I'm afraid what you said is about the Luo family. But now, I can't touch them casually." After a while, she said to the side, "Let Su Cheng and others make a report and offer advice after I leave. And tell the emperor about the enfeoffment order." Then she ordered outside, "Yuewu, you must return to Huiyue Kingdom immediately to prepare military expenses and food. And you must prepare them secretly, and don't let anyone know." "Yes, Your Highness." The outsider agreed and left in a hurry. Nan Donghuiyue got up and walked outside, and whispered a few words to Yuing outside before returning to the house. "Hua Gu, go back to Baiwa country and let them prepare." "Yes, Your Highness." Nan Donghuiyue walked to the window and looked at the setting sun outside the window. Her beautiful face was full of coldness. "When I was sick that time, when they wanted me to die, I was already making preparations. Killing 100,000 surrendered soldiers trampling the capital of Baiwa country, do you really think that even if they treat me like that, I will still be loyal to them and leave no room for retreat?" Chapter 535, Marrying into the Prince's Mansion of the Southern Kingdom. 3 days later, the whole city was shaken. The eldest princess put on her armor and went to the border to resist the demons. The emperor and all the ministers of the court sent the eldest princess to the Shirley Pavilion outside the city and gave her wine to cheer her up. The people in the city were excited and went out to watch. When Luo Qingzhou went to the martial arts hall to practice martial arts, Sister Dao, who regarded the eldest princess as an idol, was also very excited and lamented that she could not serve the eldest princess. However, she didn't know that someone around her had that opportunity, but had refused. Luo Qingzhou knew it very well. When the eldest princess left Kyoto, he and the Qin family became dangerous. When the eldest princess went to the Jinui's cell and took them away in front of the emperor, it was not only humiliating Luo Changtian, but the emperor would definitely remember it. Therefore, there were not many opportunities left for him. He must break through as soon as possible, and then take the initiative to get rid of Luo Changtian. Only by getting rid of Luo Changtian can all suspicions and investigations end. Without definite evidence, the Jinui would naturally not trouble them again, and the emperor would not continue to pursue the matter for a dead subordinate. After all, the Qin family is a family of meritorious service. He is a Juren, and the eldest and second sons of the Qin family have also entered the Dragon and Tiger Academy. These identities are enough for them to spend this period of time in peace. Boom! In the training field behind the martial arts hall, Luo Qingzhou punched out. The air wave rolled. A golden light flashed on his fist, and a thin layer of golden film condensed on the back of his hand. Like golden skin, the practice of the past few days finally made his Vajra fist effective. The golden boxing gloves on the fist finally appeared. Although it was only a thin layer, the hardness and explosive power were incomparable to the previous fists. Bang! He punched out, and the rock in front of him was shattered. Even the specially made wooden man for boxing could not withstand his punch. There are 7 levels of Vajra fist, and now, he has only practiced the 2nd level. In addition to boxing, he also practiced the steps he remembered from the Sutra library these days. With this set of boxing, he was faster. Of course, daily potion baths and absorption of spiritual fluids are essential. But for some reason, his body, which seemed to be about to break through, suddenly became calm again during this period of time. Being stuck in the middle stage of martial arts made him anxious and helpless. The only comfort for him was that the root of thunder spirit in his body was getting stronger and stronger. He gradually became familiar with the control of thunder and lightning, and his boxing power became stronger and stronger. As long as he wanted, he could hit thunder and lightning with one punch. This may be the so-called gain and loss. However, he had no confidence to take revenge if he could not break through to the late stage of martial arts. After all, Luo Yinyan's cultivation was the late stage of martial arts, and he had broken through many years ago, and his skills were profound, which was definitely not what he could compare with now. So, he must break through as soon as possible. On the 5th day after the princess left, in the evening, when the Qin family was having dinner together, Butler Zhou suddenly came in and reported, "Master, Madam, Luo Changtian is here with the Jinui." Everyone's face changed when they heard this. The happy atmosphere just now suddenly became solemn. Qin Wenjin's face darkened. He just stood up from the table, and hadn't spoken yet, when Luo Changtian and the Jinui rushed in from the gate. Qin Wenzheng immediately walked out with a gloomy face. Song Ryue followed him out. Miss Qin frowned and looked to the side. Luo Qingzhou held her cold little hand, stood up, led her out, and whispered to comfort her, "Don't be afraid. It's okay." Miss Qin knew who was the real murderer of Luo Yu's death, so she was afraid. Luo Chantian walked into the courtyard with 5 Jinui, stopped, and bowed to Qin Wenzheng, saying, "Sir Qin, I am really sorry to disturb your meal, but the case is urgent, so I have to come here." Qin Wenzheng said with a gloomy face, "What is it?" Luo Chantian glanced at the Qin family behind him, and said, "Of course, it is because of the murder of my brother. I want to ask your wife about a person named Chu Feiyong." After these words came out, everyone in the Qin family was stunned. Song Ryue immediately said in a cold voice, "I don't know him." Luo Chantian smiled faintly and said, "Whether Madame Qin knows him or not is not up to you. Chu Feiyong saved you at the Zhou family, and your Qin family also invited him to dinner at the mansion. Is this true?" Song Ryue said coldly, "Forgot?" Luo Chantian sneered, "Forgot? It's okay. I have evidence to prove that you do know him, so I have the right to take you back for questioning." Then he shouted, "Come here. Take Madame Qin and her maid Mayor back for interrogation." "Yes." The 5 Jinui behind him all stepped forward to arrest people. The faces of all the Qin family members changed. Qin Wenzheng immediately stopped in front, his robes fluttering, and said angrily, "Who dares?" The Qin family members all protected Song Ryue. Luo Chantian sneered, "What is Lord Qin going to do? Are you resisting the law?" Qin Wenzheng clenched his fists, his face livid. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "According to the laws of Dian, if the government wants to take away the women of the meritorious family for interrogation, it must issue an arrest warrant and declare the other party's crime on the spot. If they are just cooperating in the investigation of the case, they have the right to answer anywhere." Luo Chantian looked at him with a cold light in his eyes. "Luo Qingzhou, you are a scholar. Do you think you are the only one who understands the law? But you forgot that we are the Jinui, and the emperor has already ordered that special cases can go beyond the law." Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said calmly, "What is a special case?" "Because it is your brother." "It is a special case?" "Commander Luo, don't forget that our Qin family is a meritorious family. The eldest and second sons of the Qin family are both students of Dragon Tiger Academy. There are many people from meritorious families watching in Kyoto, and many people from Dragon Tiger Academy are watching. You have no evidence and ignore the law to arrest the women of the meritorious families and the mothers of students of Dragon Tiger Academy. I believe that those meritorious families and Dragon Tiger Academy will never ignore it." Luo Chantian narrowed his eyes and showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Luo Qingzhou, are you threatening me? Just a scholar, a servant like a dog in my family, now married into the Qin family, passed the exam, and thinks he has ascended to heaven in one step?" Luo Qingzhou said, "At least I am not like someone who is more and more like a dog, always wagging his tail, and unable to raise his head." Luo Chantian did not speak again. His robe fluttered without wind, and his eyes stared at him calmly and coldly. In the courtyard, there was a dead silence. At this moment, Miss Qin suddenly said, "We do know Chu Feiyong, but we just met him, because he saved my mother in Zhou Mansion. We invited him to have a meal in our mansion." Luo Chantian looked at her and asked, "Where does he live? How many people are there in his family?" Miss Qin shook her head. "We don't know these." "And he didn't say?" Luo Changqian's eyes flashed. "And he said? Did he come to your mansion on his own? Or did you invite him?" Miss Qin hadn't answered yet, and a voice suddenly came from the gate, "I invited him." Luo Chantian turned his head and squinted his eyes and asked, "Does the princess know where he lives?" Nandong Meiju, who was wearing a purple dress and accompanied by guards, walked in from the door and said with a cold face, "Of course I know." Luo Chantian turned around, stared at her and said, "Where do you live?" Nandong Meiju stopped and said, "I live in my house, the prince's mansion of Nanhua." When this was said, even everyone in the Qin mansion was surprised. Luo Chantian said seriously, "Princess, as far as I know, Chu Feiyong practices martial arts in the martial arts hall in the south of the city. Every time he goes home, he goes to the outer city, not the inner city. Your mansion is in the inner city. How could he live in the inner city?" Nandong Meiju said indifferently, "He just moved recently. As for where he lived before, and who else was at home, I don't know." Every time I met him. It was in the 18th lane in the south of the city. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to investigate. Luo Changqian's eyes flashed, looking at her and said, then may I ask, Princess, why did he move to your house? Nandong Meiju raised an eyebrow and said, do you want to know? Luo Changqian bowed and said, Princess, please tell me. Nandong Meiju pointed to the ground and said with a cold and arrogant face, kneel down and kowtow 3 times. And this princess will tell you. Everyone in the Qin family. Luo Changqian looked at her calmly and said, I only kneel to the emperor and the queen mother. Even if the prince of the southern kingdom comes, I don't have to kneel. Nandong Meiju shrugged and said indifferently, whatever. Then you can go. As for your question, this princess is unwilling to answer. Luo Changqian stood there without moving, staring at her closely. Nandong Meiju sneered, why? You don't want to take this princess back for interrogation? Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, the old nanny behind her suddenly stomped the cane in her hand on the ground, and the whole front yard was suddenly shaken, and the bluestone slab she was leaning on with her cane turned into powder in an instant. Boy, do you want to try my iron crutch? I heard that you are a great martial artist and have very strong skills. I really want to try how strong you are. Ninth and grinned. Luo Changqian glanced at her, then looked at the girl in front of her, and said, if the princess doesn't say it, it doesn't matter. I will come to Qin Mansion to ask again tomorrow until I know the answer. Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly. After a while, Fawn said, okay. Then this princess will tell you, so that you won't bother me like a fly again. Chu Feiyong is now my princess's man. He has agreed to marry into my Nandwa County Prince's mansion. So he moved in with me. Is there a problem? After these words came out, Luo Changqian was stunned for a moment, and everyone in the Qin family was shocked. Nandong Meiju snorted coldly and said, Commander Luo, you don't know what his current identity is, right? You came to him with such a big fanfare. Do you suspect that he killed someone? Do you have evidence? If there is no evidence, my Nandwa County Prince's mansion will not let you go. And Lingxiao sect will definitely not let you go. The expression on Luo Changqian's face returned to calm, and he bowed and said, Princess, I am just a routine inquiry. Since the princess does not know the specific situation of his family, I will go to other people to inquire. Goodbye. After that, he left quickly with the Jinui. When he reached the gate, he suddenly stopped again, turned around and said, by the way, Princess, I will visit the Nandwa County Prince tomorrow. And by the way, congratulate him on getting a promising son-in-law. Of course, congratulations to the princess for getting a promising and good county horse. Nandong Meiju's face changed slightly when he heard it. Luo Changqian smiled faintly, and quickly disappeared at the gate with the Jinui. The courtyard was quiet for a few breaths. Song Ryua suddenly asked, Meiju, what you just said, is it true? Mr. Chu is really with you. Nandong Meiju's face was a little ugly. He looked at her, then looked at someone else, not knowing how to answer. At this time, Miss Qin Air next to her suddenly said softly, Mother, it's true. Sister Meiju is really with that Mr. Chu. As soon as these words came out, Nandong Meiju's eyes immediately looked at her. Luo Qingzhou's eyes also looked at her. Chapter 536. In the hall, the atmosphere was heavy. Just a few days after the princess left, the Jinui began to take action. It is conceivable that their days in Kyoto will not be easy in the future. Meiju, sit down and eat. Song Ryua pulled Nandong Meiju and let her sit next to her, sighing, thanks to you for coming this time. Otherwise, hey. Then she asked again, Meiju, did Mr. Chu really move to the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion to live? Nandong Meiju glanced at someone and said, no. I lied to him. As soon as these words came out, Song Ryua's face changed. If Luo Changqian really went to the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion tomorrow, wouldn't he be exposed immediately? Nandong Meiju sighed, with a worried look on her face. I don't know what to do. I just wanted to help Mr. Chu. So I said that. I didn't expect Luo Changqian to go to the mansion to check. If my father and mother knew what I just said, they would definitely beat me to death. After speaking, she frowned and sighed again, looking pitiful. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and didn't dare to say anything. Song Ryua held her hand and suggested, Meiju, why don't you stay here with us? If your father comes, we will explain it to him slowly. Nandong Meiju said worriedly, how can that be? If so, what I just said will be exposed, and Luo Changqian will continue to make trouble for Mr. Chu. And if I don't go back, my father and mother will be even more angry. Song Ryue sighed and said, then what should I do? At this time, Miss Chin Er suddenly said softly, Sister Meijiao. It's actually very simple. You take Mr. Chu back tonight, and tell the Prince and Princess of Nangua County that Mr. Chu was slandered and retaliated by the Jinui. You want to protect him. So you lied to Luo Chantian today, and asked them to help you cover up the lie. Then you let Mr. Chu stay in the mansion for one night. When Luo Chantian takes the Jinui to go tomorrow, he will see Mr. Chu, and the matter will be resolved. After listening, Nandong Meiju did not speak, and glanced at someone. Someone did not dare to say anything. Song Ryue frowned and said, Wei Mo. It's not that simple. Meiju is a princess. If she suddenly brings a man back to live with her, it will affect the reputation of Meiju and the royal family. How could the prince and princess agree to it? As for asking them to deceive the Jinui for a strange man, I guess they won't agree. Miss Chin smiled and said, It's really difficult. But mother, don't forget that Mr. Chu is not an ordinary person. With his ability, he should be able to easily please the prince and princess of Nangong. As long as the prince and princess are satisfied with Mr. Chu, then the matter between Mr. Chu and Meijiao will be a matter of course. Since they will be family members in the future, they will definitely help. Nandong Meiju glanced at someone again, and someone lowered his head to drink tea. Song Ryue was still a little worried. Meijiao is a royal daughter after all. She suddenly brought a man back in the middle of the night. I'm afraid, well, if there is really no other way, we can only try this. Maybe Master Chu really has the ability to make the prince and princess willing to help him. Miss Chin smiled softly and said, Master Chu must have that ability. Right. Brother Qin Zhou? She looked at someone next to her. Qin Wensheng also looked over. Luo Qinzhou put down the teacup and said, I don't know either. Miss Chin smiled and said, Let's eat first. After dinner, Sister Meiju will go to find Mr. Chu. Nandong Meiju glanced at her and said nothing more. Song Ryue frowned and helped her pick up the dishes, saying, Meiju, eat first, and think about these things after dinner. The dinner was very dull. After dinner, Nandong Meiju said goodbye and left. Before leaving, she said, I'll go to the 18th lane in the south of the city to take a look. Luo Qinzhou helped Miss Chin back to the backyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Miss Chin Er whispered, Brother Qinzhou, go quickly. Help Sister Meijiao. And also help yourself. You don't have to worry about the family. Sister Meijiao left Aunt Gio, and there are Xia Chan and others at home, so nothing will happen. Luo Qinzhou hesitated and said, Wei Mo, do you really want me to go to the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion to meet the princess's parents? Miss Chin Er held his hand and said softly, Of course it's true. Brother Qinzhou, Sister Meijiao has done so much for you and us. Don't you understand? Brother Qinzhou should also know Weimo's intentions. Weimo has already agreed to Sister Meijiao, and will never blame Brother Qinzhou's. Luo Qinzhou opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Miss Chin pushed him and said, Go quickly. Go early. It will be worse if you go late. After all, it is the prince's mansion. Luo Qinzhou sighed, did not dare to hesitate, lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and said, Then I'll go. Miss Chin nodded, and suddenly said, Brother Qinzhou, if the prince and the princess really can't accept you, the gates of the inner city should be closed at that time. You can go to Moshua bookstore to rest. There is my room there. Luo Qinzhou agreed and left in a hurry. After going out of the back door, he observed the surroundings, put on a mask, changed into a black suit, and then flew into the air again, carefully observing the surrounding streets. After seeing that there was no abnormality, he returned to his mind and quickly left the alley and headed towards the south of the city. Be careful all the way. When he arrived at the 18th lane in the south of the city, Nandong Meiju was standing at the entrance of the alley waiting for him. Under the bright moonlight, the figure in the purple dress was tall and slender, beautiful and arrogant. At this moment, she was leaning against the wall behind her with her arms folded across her chest, with a cold expression on her face. Luo Qinzhou walked over silently, glanced at her, and said nothing. He didn't know how to start. Nandong Meiju also glanced at him coldly, and did not speak, but walked forward directly. Luo Qinzhou had to follow her. The two walked one after the other on the street with few pedestrians. There was a carriage parked on the side of the road in front. Aunt Mu was sitting in the carriage, looking at the two with complicated eyes. Nandong Meiju walked to the front of the carriage, jumped on it, and got into the carriage directly. still without saying a word, and did not ask him to get in. Luo Qingzhou stopped in front of the carriage, bowed to Aunt Mu, and said Lo. Aunt Mu pursed her lips and whispered, "Hurry up and get on." Luo Qingzhou got on the carriage and opened the door curtain. A faint fragrance of a young girl wafted into his nose. Nandong Meiji was sitting there, with her arms folded across her chest, looking at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, walked in a bit stiffly, and sat opposite. "Go!" Aunt Mu drove the carriage towards the inner gate. There was silence in the carriage. After the carriage entered the inner city, Nandong Meiji said coldly, "Don't you even say thank you?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Thank you, Princess." Nandong Meiji snorted, no sincerity at all. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Princess, how should I talk when I go to your house later?" Nandong Meiji said, "What do you want to say?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, looked at her carefully and said, "Just say we are good friends. So Princess Swish." Before he finished speaking, Nandong Meiji raised her long legs and kicked him between his legs, and he grabbed her. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Princess, don't move. I'll listen to you," Nandong Meiji said with a frosty face. "It was my feet that took the initiative." Luo Qingzhou held her feet and said, "Then don't move your feet." "Princess, I'll say whatever you say." Nandong Meiji glared at him for a while before saying, "Let go." Luo Qingzhou immediately let go. Nandong Meiji stretched out her long legs, put her feet on his legs, and ordered, "Take off your shoes. Help me massage my feet. I'll teach you." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and when he was hesitating, Nandong Meiji glared, stretched out her legs, and was about to kick him between his legs again. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly held her and helped her take off her shoes, revealing a slender and beautiful foot in snow-white silk stockings. He took a look and began to massage gently. The carriage became quiet again. The carriage passed through the main road and suddenly turned a corner into an alley. Nandong Meiji then spoke up, "Other reasons are definitely not acceptable. As a princess, my father and mother would never allow me to bring a man home so late. So, I said that you are my sweetheart, and now you are being slandered and retaliated by the Jinui. So I will take you home tonight to stay for one night, and then ask my father to help me cover up the lie tomorrow. Of course, my father and mother will definitely ask you a lot of questions, and you can answer them according to the situation. You can lie about your family affairs, but I suggest you tell the truth about your cultivation strength and your identity in Li Xiao sect, because in this way, you are worthy of me, and my father and mother will think that you are a good match for me, only by helping you. As for their other difficulties, you can only rely on yourself. Forget. What about it?" Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, "Then what the princess means is," Nandong Meiji said coldly, "this princess would rather die than be a concubine." Luo Qingzhou did not speak again, and continued to lower his head to help her massage her feet. The carriage soon stopped at the alley next to the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion. Nandong Meiji looked at him coldly for a while, and suddenly raised her foot on his leg and ordered, "Kiss." Luo Qingzhou looked at it, and did not move. Nandong Meiji raised his eyebrows and said, "You can take off your socks and kiss." Luo Qingzhou looked at her again, and then reached out and slowly took off her stockings. After the stockings were taken off, a snow-white and attractive slender jade foot was suddenly exposed in front of his eyes, like a flawless work of art. He gently held it with his other hand. His Adam's apple moved, and he slowly lowered his head. Who knew that at this moment? Nandong Meiji suddenly shrank back and sneered, "You want to take advantage of this princess? Dream on." Then, she ordered in a cold voice, "Help this princess put on her socks and shoes. It's time to go down." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then helped her put on her stockings and shoes again. Nandong Meiji stood up and walked towards the door. As soon as Luo Qingzhou stood up, she suddenly turned around, hugged his head, and kissed him on the mouth. At the same time, her white teeth suddenly bit his lips fiercely. Luo Qingzhou felt pain, but did not dare to struggle. After biting, Nandong Meiji let him go, but suddenly held his hand again, put it into her collar, and snorted coldly, "If you want to take advantage of this princess, you have to let this princess take advantage of you first. Okay, it's clear." After speaking, she took out his hand, turned around and got out of the carriage, and jumped down lightly. Then she stood on tiptoe and suddenly turned around on the ground, her hair flying and her skirt fluttering. She turned around and looked at the carriage, her mouth slightly raised, her eyes full of pride. Luo Qingzhou came out of the carriage, touched his lips, and looked at her. There was already blood on his lips. Nandong Meijio had bright eyes and white teeth, and a gloating look on her face. Who told you to take advantage of me? Otherwise I wouldn't bite you. Aunt Mu sat in the front, looking away, motionless, like a wooden sculpture. Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage and looked at the girl in front of him with sparkling eyes and smiling eyebrows, who was obviously in a good mood, and said, "Princess, you did it on purpose, right? You deliberately bit my lip, so that it will be a done deal, which will be more convincing than any words later, right?" Nandong Meiji raised her eyebrows and said, "Have we already done it? How come this princess doesn't know?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, looked at the plaque at the gate, and said, "Princess, aren't you afraid at all?" Nandong Meiji followed his gaze and looked over. On the plaque, there were 5 big characters: Nangua County Prince's Mansion. She paused, and said in a slow voice, "If I came back alone, I would be very scared. But if you are with me, I am naturally not afraid." Then she looked at him and said, "Because I know that you will protect me. Right, Chu Feiyang?" Luo Qingzhou also retracted his gaze, looked at her, and nodded, "Of course. I will always protect the princess, even if it costs anything." The two looked at each other, and they were silent in the moonlight. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded at the gate, and then a familiar voice came, "Meijio, why are you standing there? Who is he?" Hearing this voice, Nandong Meijio's face changed slightly. Luo Qingzhou also looked over. On the steps, a girl in a snow-white dress stood there. The girl had a slender figure, gentle temperament, and beautiful appearance. Her eyebrows and eyes were quite similar to Nandong Meijio. She was holding a book in her arms and looking at them with doubtful eyes. Chapter 537: The Power of a Punch. Mei Jiao's sister, Nandong Shui. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to know her, with a hint of doubt on his face. Nandong Meijio suppressed the panic in her heart, walked over with him, took the initiative, and asked coldly, "Shui, why did you come back now? Do you know what time it is now?" Nandong Shui looked at the young man behind her suspiciously, and then looked at her and said, "Didn't you just come back too?" Nandong Meijio snorted coldly, "I am a warrior. Can you compare with me?" Nandong Shui saw a stranger and did not argue with her, and asked, "Who is this behind you?" Nandong Meijio did not answer, turned her head and looked behind her and said, "Chu Feiyang, this is Shui. Tell her who you are and what you are here for today." Luo Qingzhou knew that she looked very calm, but in fact she was guilty. So she had to take the initiative to say, "Princess Shui, I am Chu Feiyang, Princess Meijia's admirer. I came here today to visit the prince and princess of the southern kingdom." As soon as these words came out, Nandong Shui was stunned and looked at the two in surprise. Nandong Meijio's face turned red, but she still looked proud and fearless. Nandong Shui stared at the young man behind her for a while, then pulled her aside and whispered, "Meijio, why did you bring him to the mansion now? Even if you want to bring him, you should tell your father and mother in advance, and then choose a good day to visit in the morning." Nandong Meijio said coldly, "Shui, don't you hate those red tape the most? You used to say that as long as two people really love each other, you don't have to care about those rules at all. You also said that as long as you have a man you like, you can be a concubine to others. Right?" Nandong Shui frowned and said, "That's what you said. But if you really want to do this, you still have to try to compromise with the rules. After all, we are royal people, and you know the temper of your father and mother. You are a girl. In the middle of the night, you bring a strange man that your father and mother have never seen to the mansion. How can you let them accept it?" Nandong Meijio snorted coldly, "They accept it or not. If you don't accept it, I will move out." Nandong Shui looked at her like a child and said, "Do you think Daddy and Mommy will let you leave?" Nandong Meijio said stubbornly, "Didn't I leave at the beginning?" Nandong Shui said, "Then, didn't I come back? Can you never give up this home and never see Daddy and Mommy again?" Nandong Meijio was silent for a while, turned away, and snorted coldly, "Who cares?" Nandong Shui looked at the young man again, then looked at her and said, "Meijio, I can help you speak later, but I have a condition." Nandong Meijio looked at her and said, "What condition? You say it first." Nandong Shui paused and said, "I want to see Mr. Luo. Every time you go to Qin's house, take me with you. How about it?" As soon as these words came out, the expression on Nandong Meijio's face suddenly stagnated. Nandong Shui raised her eyebrows and said, "If you don't agree, Don't blame me for not stopping you if your mother hits him later. Nandong Meijia narrowed her eyes, turned her head, looked at someone, and clenched her fists. It would be best if you beat him to death. Nandong Shui? Nandong Meiju ignored her and shouted coldly, Chu Feiyang. Let's go in. After that, he went up the stairs. Luo Qingzhou followed immediately. Nandong Shui was stunned for a moment, followed him, and whispered, Meijiao. Then I'll take a step back. How about I only go 3 times a month? Nandong Meiju said coldly, don't think about it. Nandong Shui said, twice? Nandong Meiju ignored her and quickened his pace. Nandong Shui had to pull her sleeve and said, once? Is once not enough? Don't worry. I just want to listen to his stories. Want to discuss plots and poems with him. And I will never have any improper thoughts about him. Nandong Meiju still ignored her, but turned his head and glared at someone behind him fiercely. The 3 entered the mansion, and a maid went to the back to inform the princess. At this time, the Prince of Nangua was sitting in the living room, drinking tea and listening to the housekeeper report the recent income and expenditure. Nandong Shui suddenly ran to the front, rushed into the living room, and complained loudly, Dad, Meiju is back, and brought you a county horse. As soon as these words came out, the teacup in Nandong Junwan's hand shook, and he looked up at the door in surprise. The housekeeper next to him saw this and bowed and retreated. Nandong Meiju had pretended to be fearless and indifferent, but now he stopped outside the door, and his heart was flustered. Luo Qingzhou whispered behind him, Princess, I will talk to you later. Nandong Meiju heard this, without hesitation, walked in, looked at his father with a majestic expression on the chair, and said anxiously, Dad, his name is Chu Feiyang. I brought him back today to ask for something. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, Greetings to the county prince. Nandong Yifeng frowned, looked at him majestically, and did not answer. The hall suddenly fell into silence. After a while, just as Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, Nandong Yifeng suddenly asked, Meiju, was the enemy you were looking for in Maching also called Chu Feiyang? Nandong Meiju bowed his head and said, Yes. Nandong Yifeng said, Is it him? Nandong Meiju nodded. Nandong Yifeng stared at the young man in the hall, was silent for a while, and said, Tell me, what's the matter with you tonight? Nandong Meiju looked up and said, Dad, Chu Feiyang was slandered by the Jinui. When the Jinui asked me today, I lied and said that Chu Feiyang is living in my house now. Luo Chantian, the commander of the Jinui, said that he would visit the mansion tomorrow, so I want to keep Chu Feiyang here for 1 night. By the way, I hope Dad can speak for me tomorrow. After listening, Nandong Yifeng said solemnly, Jinui? Luo Chantian? Then he said seriously, Su said, Meijiao, do you know that Luo Chantian is now a favorite of the emperor? The power given to him by the emperor is greater than that of the Ministry of Justice. If they want to arrest people, how can you stop them? Nandong Meijia lowered her head and said, Dad, I know I can't stop them. But she paused, suddenly raised her head again, stretched out her hand and held the hand of someone beside her, and said with a firm look, But I like him, so I must help him. If Dad can't help him, then I will take him away from Kyoto, fly away, and never come back. The hall fell into silence again. Nandong Shui suddenly asked, Meiju, does Jinui have any evidence? Nandong Meijia did not answer. Luo Qingzhou said, They have no evidence. As he spoke, he bowed and said, Your Majesty, I came to the mansion tonight not to ask for your protection, nor to ask you to fight against the Jinui. It's just that the princess lied to the Jinui today and needs to cover up the lie. So I came here. I will leave tomorrow and will never dare to stay in the mansion to disturb you. After a pause, he said, Of course, if your Majesty is unwilling to help, I can leave now. Nandong Yifeng narrowed his eyes, stared at him for a while, and said, Let's not talk about the Jinui first. What's going on between you and my daughter? Can you tell me? Luo Qingzhou felt the softness in his palm and the breath of the girl beside him, and said respectfully, I love the princess and want to be with her. I hope your Majesty can help me. After saying this, his heart suddenly became much clearer, and the little hand in his palm trembled slightly and held him tightly. Nandong Yifeng looked at their clasped hands, and then at the marks on his lips. The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched a few times, and asked, What is your family background? Where are you from? What do your parents do? Are you a scholar or a warrior? If you are a scholar, do you have any achievements? If you are a warrior, what is your cultivation? When Luo Qingzhou was about to answer, Nandong Meiju beside him spoke first. Dad. He is a warrior. A very powerful warrior. A very powerful warrior? At this time, a woman's cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Then let me see how powerful he is. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly swept in and slapped Luo Qingzhou's back with one palm. Pa! Luo Qingzhou returned a punch and hit her palm. The woman suddenly turned into several phantoms, and her palms overlapped and slapped him continuously, covering his whole body. Luo Qingzhou pushed the princess beside him away, and with a bang, he broke those phantoms with just one punch, and hit a palm directly. He stood there, motionless. But the sneak attacker, on the other hand, tiptoed and flew backwards, landing lightly on the ground. Luo Qingzhou took a closer look and found that it was a beautiful woman in luxurious clothes. The woman's figure and eyebrows were quite similar to the Nangong sisters, but she looked more mature. The reaction is good, but unfortunately her cultivation is only in the middle stage of martial arts. Neither good nor bad. And she is not a genius. As for what Meiju said, it is very powerful. That is even more impossible. The beautiful woman took out a handkerchief, wiped her palms, and commented indifferently. Nandong Meiju hurriedly walked to Luo Qingzhou and whispered, "This is my mother." Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed and saluted. Chu Feiyang greets the princess. I didn't know you were the princess just now. I'm sorry for the offense. Please forgive me. Bai Ruoshui, the princess of the southern kingdom, came from Xianyan Pavilion, one of the 5 major sects of Dian. She is also from the Bai family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan. Her family is prominent, and her birth is noble. She naturally has high standards. He has a good figure, but his appearance is ordinary, and his talent seems to be mediocre. Bai Ruoshui commented again, and then asked, Meiju, what do you like about this kid? Without waiting for Nandong Meiju to answer, she looked at the young man in front of her and said, How about this? I can give you a chance. Then she shouted to the outside, Madam Chen, come in. As soon as the words fell, a tall old woman walked in quickly and stood at the door with her head bowed. Bai Ruoshui said, Madam Chen is a martial artist in the late stage of cultivation. She has been stuck here for more than 10 years. If you can take on her 20 moves today, I can consider your relationship with Meiju. As for your birth, I won't ask too much. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the old woman and said respectfully, Thank you, princess. Then I will try with this Madam Chen. Madam Chen looked at him expressionlessly, turned and left the hall, and stood in the yard outside. Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to go out, Nandong Meiju suddenly said, Chu Feiyang, I want you to defeat her. Nandong Shui on the side couldn't help laughing and said, Meiju, your Chu Feiyang is a mid-level martial artist, but Nani Chen is a late-level martial artist. You think too highly of him, don't you? Nandong Meiju ignored her and immediately walked out and said, Butler Chansun, let all the servants leave. No one can get close to here. Butler Chansun heard this and immediately said respectfully, Yes, princess. Then, he quickly drove away all the servants and left quickly, closing the door by the way. Nandong Meiju checked it again in person, and then looked into the house and said, Chu Feiyang, I want you to use all your strength. Luo Qingzhou walked out of the house, looked at her and said, Don't worry, princess. I won't embarrass you. After that, he walked to the courtyard and stood opposite Nani Chen. Bai Ruoshui and Nandong Yufeng both walked out. Nandong Shui also hurriedly followed out. The 3 stood in the corridor and watched. Nandong Yufeng whispered, Ruoshui, listen to what Meiju said just now. That boy didn't seem to use his full strength when sparring with you just now. Bai Ruoshui snorted coldly and said, He didn't use his full strength. Did I use my full strength? Even if he really has some hidden means, he is only a mid-stage martial artist. He will definitely not last more than 30 moves under the hands of Nani Chen. Nani Chen reached the late stage of martial artist more than 10 years ago, and she is only one step away from reaching the realm of great martial artist. The difference of one realm is a world of difference in strength. As soon as the words were finished, the battle had already begun in the field. Nani Chen's eyes flashed fiercely. Her hands suddenly turned into claws. Her fingertips were cold, and her body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Bai Ruoshui immediately said, Nani Chen, don't hurt his life. Swish. A cold wind rose behind Luo Qingzhou, and Nani Chen's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. But Luo Qingzhou still stood still. And then bang, punched forward. Bang! With a loud bang. The airflow exploded. The figure of Nani Chen behind him suddenly shattered like a bubble. And in front of him? A figure retreated with claws. Boy! You have good eyesight. You can actually see through my shape-shifting technique. Take another claw from me. Nani Chen disappeared in front again. This time, Luo Qingzhou did not hide his true strength. His internal force surged into his fist. And the root of the thunder spirit in his body sizzled. The pupils clearly reflected the extremely fast and blurry figure. Boom! He suddenly punched the empty space on the side. Then, a thick purple lightning wrapped around the tall figure staggered and appeared. And then was directly knocked out. Before she landed, Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Boom! 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 3 punches suddenly fell continuously in the air, hitting the tall figure wrapped in lightning heavily. The figure was directly knocked to the ground, with lightning rolling on his body. Just as he was about to get up, he was entangled and hit by lightning again. There was a crackling sound on his body, and he lay on the ground, shaking his head and shivering. A burnt smell soon floated in the courtyard. Luo Qingzhou retracted his fist, fell from the air, and threw out a robe. On the ground, the thick lightning quickly disappeared, revealing Chen Ma's dark body. Her clothes were burned to ashes by lightning. Although her body was not injured, she was already naked. At this time, a robe fell from midair and just covered her body. Nani Chen was lying on the ground, eyes wide open, body stiff, smoke coming out of her mouth and nose, motionless, as if she had not yet woken up from the lightning strike. Bai Ruoshui in the corridor, seeing this scene, opened her mouth slightly, with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Nandong Shui next to her didn't see how the two people fought at all, just saw lightning and thunder, crackling and then quiet down. It was over in almost the blink of an eye. Nandong Meiji was also frozen in place, with a dull expression on her face. She knew that this guy was hiding his true strength, but she could never have imagined that this guy actually knocked down a martial artist in the late stage of martial arts in the blink of an eye, and only used a few punches. Is this his full strength? Or, in fact, he has something hidden? Chapter 538: The Power of the Thunder Spirit Body. Chu Feiyang's Identity. In the courtyard, there was silence for a few breaths. When Nandong Meiji was about to step forward, Nani Chen, who was lying on the ground, suddenly screamed and jumped up from the ground. Then she quickly put on her clothes, shocked and angry, ashamed and hateful, and screamed, "Good boy. I haven't used my full strength yet." After that, the whole body suddenly whistled with strong wind. The muscles of both arms bulged, and the body suddenly rose, becoming taller and stronger. The whole body's momentum also changed suddenly. "Boy! Take my earth-shattering punch." Her fist suddenly became huge, and the strong wind wrapped around her arm. With a bang, she smashed towards Luo Qingzhou, because her speed was too fast and her strength was too terrible. A sharp scream suddenly broke out in the air. Nandong Meiji, who was standing not far behind Luo Qingzhou, changed her face. In the corridor, Bai Ruoshui's eyes flashed with brilliance, but she did not stop it. Boom! With a loud bang, the two huge fists collided heavily. A golden fist light suddenly appeared on Luo Qingzhou's fist, and at the same time, a thin layer of golden boxing gloves was attached to the surface of his fist. This time, he used the Vajra fist that he had just practiced. But this is not all his strength. At the moment when the golden fist light lit up, a thick purple lightning appeared again with a sizzle, and instantly went along Nani Chen's arm and wrapped around her body. At the same time, the power in the Danhai acupoint in Luo Qingzhou's body surged out. A huge force burst out through the fist. Boom! Nani Chen's burly body was actually smashed out. The body wrapped in lightning fell heavily under the corner of the wall more than 10 meters away, with a crackling sound on the body, shaking its head and shaking its body due to the lightning. In a blink of an eye, it was naked again, without a single piece of clothing. After Luo Qingzhou had a head-on punch with the old lady, who had the strength of a late martial artist, he still stood there, motionless. Of course, this is not all his strength. At this moment, he realized that although he had been stuck in the middle stage of the martial artist and had not broken through, his true strength had already broken through. The late martial artist's cultivation in his hands could not even withstand a punch. At this moment, he understood what Sister Yu said about the root of the thunder spirit. Any skill in his hands can be added with thunder and lightning, and the power can be made greater and more terrifying. and his true strength, with the blessing of the thunder spirit body, is definitely not comparable to that of warriors of the same level. He can even kill them with one punch. No wonder Celia knelt down to lick him after learning that he was a thunder spirit body. And even the demon girl seduced him again and again, wanting to mate with him. No wonder he felt that practicing any skill was very easy. This thunder spirit body is really a good thing. In this way, he doesn't have to wait for a long time for revenge. Boy, can you please stop electrocuting me? At this time, Nani-chan, who was lying on the ground and was blackened by the electric shock, said in a trembling voice, with a crooked mouth and squinting eyes. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, put away his fist, and immediately put away his momentum. The other party was a martial artist in the late stage of cultivation, with strong defense. This lightning would definitely not hurt her body, but only caused her some skin injuries and fright. The princess asked him to use all his strength. Although he couldn't use all his strength, he couldn't lose the princess's face, and he had to show some strength tonight to prove himself. Otherwise, how could the prince and princess of the Southern Kingdom let it go? After all, they stole someone's precious daughter. I'm sorry, Madam Chen. You are too powerful. I had to use thunder and lightning. Otherwise, I would not be your opponent at all. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said humbly. As soon as these words came out, the three people in the corridor twitched their mouths, and Nandong Meiju, who was standing behind him, curled her lips. But her eyes looking at the corridor were full of unconcealed pride. Madam Chen lay on the ground for a while, and her face returned to normal. She got up from the ground, put on her clothes, looked at the boy opposite with complicated eyes, and then bowed to the corridor and said in shame, Madam, I am incompetent and embarrassed you. Bai Ruoshui's face had returned to calm. She looked at her and said, Madam Chen, you go down and rest first. Madam Chen agreed respectfully. Before leaving, she couldn't help looking at the boy, and said gloomily, Boy, I have lived for most of my life, and have never been so embarrassed in front of others. I will remember what happened tonight. If you become the county horse of my second lady, I will forgive you. If you let her down, I will never stop fighting with you. Nandong Shui in the corridor suddenly laughed and shouted, Chu Feiyang. Madam Chen is still a virgin until now. You have seen her body, but you have to be responsible for her. If you let Meijia down in the future, Madam Chen will definitely chase you to marry you. Madam Chen's old face froze, and she immediately retreated. Nandong Yufeng turned around and glared at his daughter, and said with dignity, Shui, don't talk nonsense. Nandong Shui glanced at him, then reacted, lowered her head, and whispered, Okay. I won't say anything. Dad seemed to have seen it just now. Nandong Yufeng's mouth twitched, and he ignored him and looked back at the young man in the courtyard. Bai Ruoshui suddenly said, Meijiao, is he really only at the mid-stage martial artist level? Nandong Meiji was no longer guilty at this time, and said confidently, Of course. If you don't believe me, you can come and try it yourself. Then he added proudly, But don't worry. Chu Feiyang will definitely not dare to use his full strength on you, let alone lightning. Bai Ruoshui's eyebrows twitched, and she was arrogant. She snorted coldly, Do you think you will be afraid of him? Even if he uses lightning. What's the matter? Nandong Meijiao did not argue with her, and said, You will not be afraid of him. He should be afraid of you. Right. Chu Feiyang? She looked at the young man beside her. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, The junior is naturally not the opponent of the princess. The princess can defeat the junior with only one hand. Nandong Meijia raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and whispered, This princess can defeat you with only one hand, and one foot is also fine. Luo Qingzhou looked down at the ground and said nothing. Bai Ruoshui was about to ask more questions, but Nandong Yufeng beside her said, Let's go inside and talk. Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief and followed her into the house. The princess seems to have been dealt with for the time being, but as for the Southern Kingdom prince, it may be a bit difficult. After all, as the head of the family, he has to consider other things and influences besides the happiness of his daughter. Entered the living room. Nandong Yufeng sat down on the chair, looked at the young man in front of him again, and said, Are you from Maching? Luo Qingzhou bowed and replied, Yes. Nandong Yufeng frowned. Since he is from Maching, there is no need to ask about his family background. He rejected the idea of not being a good match. However, the only thing that comforted him was that the other party was a warrior, and he seemed to have a good future. Who is your master? He asked again. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, I am a disciple of Ling Shao sect. Ling Shao sect? Hearing this name, Nandong Yufeng was slightly startled. Bai Ruoshui, who was sitting next to her, was stunned for a moment, as if she remembered something, and murmured to herself, Ling Shao sect. Chu Feiyong, this name is familiar? Nandong Yufeng glanced at her and asked again, outer disciple, or inner disciple? Without waiting for Luo Qingzhou to answer, Bai Ruoshui suddenly shook her body, stood up from the chair and said, Chu Feiyong. This time Ling Shao sect held a Ling Shao preliminary test, and a disciple of the middle stage of martial arts defeated the disciple of the late stage of martial arts on the stage. But he was only ranked 6th in the overall list, but was accepted as a direct disciple by Ling Shao sect. His name seems to be Chu Feiyong. Is it you? Nandong Meiju immediately answered, Mother. It's him. Chu Feiyong. As soon as these words came out, Bai Ruoshui's face was full of astonishment. Nandong Yufeng's face also changed slightly. He naturally knew what Ling Shao sect, one of the 5 major sects of Dian, was, and naturally knew what the direct disciple of Ling Shao sect was. Of course, Nandong Shui didn't know. Seeing the sudden silence in the hall, she asked curiously, Is the direct disciple of Ling Shao sect very powerful? No one answered her. Nandong Meiju just glanced at her, and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Bai Ruoshui looked at the young man in front of her with a look of surprise, and suddenly asked again, Although I heard that Ling Shao sect accepted you as a direct disciple, I haven't heard which peak master of Ling Shao sect accepted you. Who is your master? After saying this, Nandong Meiju also turned her head and looked at someone beside her, because she didn't know who accepted him as a direct disciple. She suspected that it was Ling Hu Qingzhu from Jianfeng, but she didn't get a definite answer, seeing that everyone was looking at him. Luo Qingzhou hesitated and bowed his hands and said, Princess, I can tell you, but I don't want this to be spread out. Bai Ruoshui's eyes flashed, and he said suspiciously, It's such a great honor to be accepted as a direct disciple of Ling Shao sect. Everyone in the Inn respects you. Why don't you dare to spread it out? Is it false? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and didn't speak again. Nandong Yufeng said in a deep voice, Just tell me. I can assure you that no one in this room will tell anyone about this matter. Luo Qingzhou then said, Thank you, Your Highness. He then took out a waist badge from his body and said, I was not accepted as a direct disciple by the peak master of Ling Shao sect, but by the sect master of Ling Shao sect, Fairy Zixia. I am now the only direct disciple of the sect master of Ling Shao sect. Master told me not to mention it to outsiders, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. So I dare not say more. As soon as these words came out, the hall suddenly fell silent. Silence for a few breaths. Bai Ruoshui suddenly flashed in front of him, snatched the special waist badge from his hand, and looked at it. Chapter 539, The Beauty of Shishir. 5 clouds were engraved on the front of the waist badge. Under the clouds, 4 characters were written into Yan's elaborate script, the sect master's personal teaching. And on the back of the waist badge, there were many strange patterns engraved. It was unknown what kind of wood the waist badge was made of. It was hard and light, and it exuded a faint fragrance. Holding it in the palm of his hand, it seemed as if a strange energy was flowing. Bai Ruoshui frowned, looked at the waist badge in his hand solemnly, and was speechless for a long time. In the hall, there was silence. Another moment passed. Nandong Shui finally couldn't help asking, Mother, is it true? Bai Ruoshui came back to her senses, looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief, and looked at him again, then nodded and said, It's true. It is indeed the waist badge of Ling Shao sect. As she said that, she handed over the waist badge, and suddenly smiled, saying, Feiyong, I agree to this marriage. However, you still have to convince my prince. After all, you want to take away his precious daughter, who has been doting on him for more than 10 years. Luo Qingzhou took the waist badge, bowed his head and said respectfully, Thank you, Princess. Bai Ruoshui glanced at her daughter, gave her an appreciative look, then returned to the chair and sat down, without interrupting, with a smile on her face. She looked in a good mood. Nandong Meiju heaved a sigh of relief, looked to the other side, and said, Dad, I don't ask you to agree to let me be with Chu Feiyong for the time being. I just hope that Dad can keep him in the mansion for one night, and then help me make up a lie tomorrow. Okay? Nandong Yufeng did not answer immediately, and was silent for a moment with a dignified look, and then looked at the young man beside her and said, As a disciple of Ling Shao sect, Why do you have to help him deceive Jinui? Jinui is arrogant in front of the officials. But he dare not be arrogant in front of the 5 major sections. Even if he doesn't want to expose the identity of Lingxiao sect's leader. The identity of a direct disciple. But any direct disciple. Jinui dare not touch him without ironclad evidence. Nandong Meiju paused and said softly, I just don't want Jinui to bother him. When Jinui asked, I just lied to them. Who knew that Luo Chantian would not give up, and would come to ask you tomorrow. So I brought Chu Feiyong back to ask Dad for help. Nandong Shui, who was standing aside, suddenly interrupted and said, Meijiao, are you sure you just said it casually? And not premeditated for a long time? Nandong Meiju's face froze. And he glared at her fiercely. Nandong Shui stuck out her tongue with a smile, looked at the young man beside her, and suddenly said, Dad, since Meiju finally has someone she likes, then you can help her. At most, you can warn the servants later and tell them not to spread what happened tonight. Or spread the word to the people below that Mr. Chu is here to visit you, and has nothing to do with Meiju. In this way, it should not affect Meiju's reputation and the face of our palace. Bai Ruoshui on the side also helped to speak. Shui is right. The master can say that your good friend's nephew is visiting. Because it is late. So he stayed in the mansion. Just warn the servants later. It should be okay. It should not be spread around. As for the visit of the Jinui commander tomorrow, the master can just say what Meiju said. I believe that with his status, he will not spread this matter that affects the reputation of the royal children. Even if he spreads it, we will not admit it. Nandong Yufeng glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Meijiao, since your mother also said so, let him stay tonight. I will speak for you tomorrow. But after tomorrow, he will leave. No matter what his identity is. If he wants to marry my daughter, Nandong Yufeng, he must follow the rules and marry her in a formal way. Before the marriage, I don't want such a thing to happen next time. After these words came out, Nandong Meiju immediately said happily, Thank you, Daddy. Don't worry. There won't be a next time. This time it has been done. Is there a need for a next time? Luo Qisho also bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Don't worry. I will definitely follow the rules in the future, and will never ruin the reputation of the princess. Nandong Yufeng looked at the bite mark on his lips again, snorted coldly, stood up, and walked away with a gloomy face. In the living room, several people looked at each other. Nandong Shui smiled and said, Daddy seems very angry. He probably feels sorry for his precious daughter, who is about to be snatched away by someone. Bai Ruoshui stood up and said, Feiyong, let's go. I'll take you to the guest room at the back to rest. Nandong Meiju immediately said, Mom, I'll take him there. Bai Ruoshui glanced at her, said nothing, and walked out the door. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed him out. Nandong Shui whispered, Meiju, Mommy may be afraid that you will bring someone to your boudoir. Nandong Meijiao glared at her. Nandong Shui also glared at her without showing any weakness, and said, I just spoke for you. Otherwise Daddy would not agree. Meiju, you have to help me too. Nandong Meiju said coldly. You are dreaming. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, and followed by Ruoshui without looking away. And the two sisters followed behind him. Nandong Shui immediately threatened, Meijiao, if you don't help me, I will tell Chu Feiyong all the embarrassing things that happened to you since you were a child. I will also tell him about your despicable behavior of spreading lime. Let him despise you and laugh at you. Nandong Meijiao's mouth moved, and she said fearlessly, Whatever you want. Nandong Shui glanced at her and said, Do you think I dare not say it? Nandong Meiju said, You can try. Nandong Shui saw that she didn't seem to be afraid at all, thought about it, and suddenly said, I will also tell him that you like to wear the shameless clothes made by Qin's clothing workshop when you sleep. You have no shame. As soon as these words came out, Nandong Meijia's face changed, and she covered her mouth with her hand. Nandong Shui was immediately excited when she saw this. She whimpered a few times, pried her hands apart, and laughed. I finally caught you. Meijiao, promise me. Take me to see Mr. Luo. Otherwise, Nandong Meijiao glared at her and said, Shut up. Nandong Shui immediately covered her mouth and nodded. I will shut up. But you have to use something to block my little mouth. Just use Mr. Luo. Otherwise it will definitely talk nonsense in front of your Chu Feiyong. Nandong Meijiao had a cold face and ignored her. Nandong Shui was secretly happy when she saw that she was finally controlled by herself. She didn't push her too much and decided to take it slowly. Mr. Chu, I want to ask, what do you like about my Meijiao? Nandong Shui suddenly chased after her and asked. Nandong Meiju wanted to stop her, but hesitated for a moment, followed silently behind, and pricked up her ears. Luo Qingzhou answered seriously, Princess Meiju is beautiful, gentle and considerate, kind-hearted, righteous, honest, and never lies. She is a good person, kind-hearted, and has a good temperament. Anyway, I like her. Nandong Meijiao's mouth curled up slightly. Nandong Shui laughed and said, Mr. Chu, are you sure that Meiju is gentle and considerate and never lies? Luo Qizhou said, of course I am sure. Then he added, beauty is not charming. People are attracted by themselves. And the eyes of lovers are beautiful, no matter what shortcomings Princess Meiju has in the eyes of others. In my eyes, they are all advantages. After this, Bai Ruoshui, who was walking in front, couldn't help but look back at him. Nandong Shui was stunned for a moment, and murmured, beauty is not charming. People are attracted by themselves. And the eyes of lovers are beautiful. Then he asked, what is the eyes of lovers? Who is she sure? Is this an illusion? Luo Qingzhou heard this, and his heart moved. There is no such person as she sure in this world. And naturally there is no such illusion. After a moment of hesitation, he said, it's a character in a novel. She sure is a very beautiful woman. Just like the princess. Everyone loves her and flowers bloom when she sees her. Nandong Shui's eyes lit up and said, a character in a novel? Everyone loves her and flowers bloom when she sees her? At this time, Nandong Meijiu's cold voice came, like which princess? Luo Qingzhou immediately said, of course it's Princess Meiju. Nandong Meiju snorted and let him go. Then, looking at her sister's shining eyes, she suddenly remembered something and immediately said, don't tell Shui about that novel. Nandong Shui immediately said, Mr. Chu, tell me, or I will stay at your place tonight. She hasn't seen an interesting novel for a long time. When she heard that she sure was loved by everyone and flowers bloomed when she saw her, she naturally couldn't help it. Nandong Meiju suddenly had a headache and hurriedly chased to the front and said, Mother, Shui doesn't know how to respect herself. You should take care of her. Who knew that Bai Ruoshui stopped and turned around and smiled. I am also curious about who she sure is. Anyway, it's still early. Let Fei Yong tell us the story later. As soon as this was said, Nandong Shui immediately said excitedly, great. Mr. Chu, your mother-in-law and sister-in-law has spoken. You must be obedient. Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Meiju glared at him fiercely, stretched out her hand and pinched his waist, and said angrily, you did it on purpose. Luo Qingzhou looked wronged. He did know that Princess Shui liked to listen to stories, but he just said it casually, and it was to flatter her. Who would have thought that a random name could cause such a trouble? The maids and servants were all dismissed. Bai Ruoshui personally took him to a small courtyard. This is the guest room, which has been cleaned up. After entering the living room, Nandong Shui immediately lit the oil lamp and candles, and then fetched water to make tea. Showing her extraordinary hospitality, Bai Ruoshui sat down on the chair and asked, Fei Yong, what kind of story is it? Talking about love? Or interesting stories in the martial arts world? Or family affairs? Luo Qingzhou understood. This princess didn't just want to listen to the story. She probably also wanted to see his knowledge and insights, as well as his abilities in other aspects. Yet he was just a warrior who didn't even know basic cultural knowledge. The princess would probably rescore him. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, she sure is a woman. But this story is about a country. A king whose country is about to be destroyed. Who sleeps on straw and eats bitter food. Uses beauty to seduce the enemy king. And then restores his country and takes revenge. Oh! Bai Ruoshui was immediately interested when he heard it. Nandong Shui also hurried over to sit down and asked, Mr. Chu, have you read the recent sensational book The Story of the Stone? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, I heard it is a novel about love between men and women. I am not interested. Nandong Meiju glanced at him with contempt on his face. Nandong Shui said quickly, Mr. Chu has misunderstood. There is indeed love between men and women in the Story of the Stone. But it reveals a lot of human nature. The character and fate of each character in it are wonderful and make people sigh. Every time you read it, you will have a different feeling. I can be sure that this book will be passed down through the ages. Mr. Chu must read it when he goes back. If you don't read the Story of the Stone, it's useless to read all the books. Then, she said proudly, by the way, I also know the author of the Story of the Stone. He is a young man about your age. But he is much more handsome than you. He is also a scholar. Very talented. And every poem he wrote is the best choice. Which makes people applaud. Wait for next time. Shui. Shut up. Nandong Meiju suddenly interrupted her and said coldly, do you want to listen to Chu Feiyong's story? Or do you want to continue to show off the talent of your cousin's husband? No matter how talented he is. Or how good he is at writing stories and poems. What does it have to do with you? He is a married man with many wives and concubines at home. But he is not yours. What are you proud of? Nandong Shui was interrupted and glared at her angrily and said, I was just preparing to listen to the story. And suddenly I remembered the story of the stone. And then I followed. Then he said a few words. Meijio, don't slander others. Do you think that I will be afraid of you just because your lover is a direct disciple of Li Shao's sect? Nandong Meiju said sarcastically, did I slander you? Whether you are eating or sleeping. You are holding someone else's novels and poems. Every time you see me, you ask about Wei Mo's husband. And you want me to take you to meet him. You are an unmarried girl. A princess. Are you ashamed? Nandong Shui was immediately annoyed and said, Meijiao, you are not ashamed. You tonight? Okay. There are guests here. What are you quarreling about? Bai Ruoshui immediately said sternly, if you two sisters, if you want to quarrel, go outside and quarrel now. Don't disturb me from listening to the story. Feiyong, tell it. Don't worry about them. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, yes. Nandong Shui snorted coldly, and immediately quieted down, pricked up her ears, but couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, what if he is a married man? And what if he has 3 wives and 4 concubines? I don't care. Nandong Meiju immediately said, Mother, did you hear it? Bai Ruoshui's face sank and said, Meijiao, you have to quarrel with your sister in front of the guests. Right? What's wrong with you today? You didn't even want to say a word to Shui before. Why are you talking so much today? And you keep targeting her? Nandong Meijia's voice weakened. I didn't. What's wrong with her? How did she offend you? She just likes to talk nonsense. It's not the first time you've met her. She just said it. Bai Ruoshui frowned. Nandong Meijia's lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. But she didn't say it. She turned away and said coldly, anyway, I'm doing this for her good. And for your good. When Bai Ruoshui wanted to ask again, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Princess. 2 princesses. Do you want to hear a story? Nandong Shui immediately said, if you want to listen. Mr. Chu. Tell it quickly. Don't pay attention to her. I'm her sister. I won't argue with her. Nandong Meiju glanced at her, and didn't say anything else. Bai Ruoshui said softly, Feiyong, tell it. Luo Qingzhou looked at the 3 mothers and daughters with similar eyebrows and graceful figures under the light. Calmed down, and began to speak aloud. A long time ago, there was a country called Yu. You had a king named Go Jian. Chapter 540. I am not qualified. I am not worthy. The night deepened. Luo Qingzhou's clear voice echoed in the hall. The princess of Nanhua County and the Nandong sisters, mother and daughter, all sat upright under the lights, holding their breath and listening attentively. Go Jian slept on firewood and tasted gall. And at the suggestion of his advisor family, he tried to please Fu Chai. When Fu Chai was sick, he personally tasted his feces. After being released, Go Jian targeted the weakness of the king of Wu's lust and lust. And the doctor Wen Zhong offered 7 strategies to destroy Wu, one of which was the beauty trap. Shishir was born with a beautiful appearance and extraordinary talents. It is said that even the morbidity of frowning and touching her chest was imitated by the neighboring girl. Fu Chai was overjoyed when he got her. He built the Spring Night Palace in Gusu, built a large pond, set up a green dragon boat in the pond, and played water games with Shishir every day, as if intoxicated and ignoring the government affairs. In the end, he was destroyed by Go Jian. Hearing this, the 3 thought the story was over. By Ruoshui's side, he didn't get rid of the root of the problem, and he let the tiger go back to the mountain. He was also immersed in beauty, close to villains and far away from virtuous people. How could he not destroy the country? What a pity. What a pity. However, Go Jian slept on firewood and tasted gall, and was tenacious and unyielding. He restored the country and avenged it. He was really extraordinary and admirable. Nandong Shui frowned and said with pity, poor Shishir. She was unparalleled in beauty and intelligence, but she could only be used as a tool of the country, ruining her life's happiness. It's sad and lamentable. Then he suddenly asked, Master Chu, what was the final outcome of Shishir? Did Shishir go back after the fall of Wu? Luo Qingzhou said. There is still more to the story. I haven't finished yet. Do the princess and the county lord want to listen? Nandong Shui immediately said, yes. Yes. Master Chu. Please tell me. Bai Ruoshui also nodded and said, if Master Chu is not sleepy, then please finish your story. Then he ordered Meijiao, pour tea for Master Chu. Nandong Meijiu turned away and snorted, can't he pour it himself? Nandong Shui stood up quickly, picked up the teapot, and poured tea diligently, saying, Master Chu, as long as you have interesting stories, I can pour tea for you every day. Nandong Meiju looked at her coldly. Thank you, princess. Luo Qingzhou picked up the teacup, drank it all, and continued to tell the story. After Go Jian restored his country and became the hegemon, he rewarded his meritorious officials, among whom family, and Wen Zhong received the most generous and glorious rewards. However, family retired after his success and resigned from his post. Before leaving, he told his good friend Wen Zhong, when the birds are gone, the good bows are hidden, when the cunning rabbits die, the running dogs are cooked. The king of you is a man with a long neck and a bird's beak. He can share hardships with you, but not happiness. Why don't you go? Wen Zhong was unwilling to leave, and was finally falsely accused of treason by Go Jian, and was given a sword to commit suicide. Family took Shishir away from home, changed his name, and sailed away on the 5 lakes together later. He became rich and was called Tao Zugong later. He gave away all his property, hid his name, and lived a stable life. The story ends here. The mother and daughter heard it, and their hearts were all in turmoil, and they were silent for a long time. After a long while, Bai Ruoshui's sighed, I thought Go Jian was a good king, but who could have imagined that he was so cold and ungrateful, and attacked his meritorious officials, who had shared hardships with him. Fan Li was the only sober person. Nandong Shui had never heard such a wonderful and exciting story. She was fascinated by it, happy and sad, sighing and pitying. When the story came to an end, she felt empty and uncomfortable. She couldn't help but ask, Master Chu, did Shishir really end up with family? Luo Qingzhou nodded. Nandong Shui shook her head and said, although this ending is beautiful, Master Chu's story is not a beautiful story. Since Shishir is so beautiful, I think Go Jian will definitely not let her go. I think the ending of the story should be that after the fall of Wu, Shishir returned. Go Jian loved her beauty and took her into the harem. Wen Zhong and family tried to persuade her, but he ignored her. After all, Go Jian had become the overlord, and he had suffered so many years of suffering and humiliation. So he naturally wanted to enjoy it. Then Go Jian was greedy for beauty, loved villains, and stayed away from Wen Zhong and family. And the result was that the country was destroyed again. Master Chu, I think this ending should be better. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but look at her more and nodded. The ending of the princess is indeed more in line with the style of the whole story and the character's personality. Nandong Shui was overjoyed when she heard his praise and approval, and said happily, Mr. Chu is still the best. I think the ending of the story of the stone written by Mr. Luo is not good. I want to help revise it. But he ignored me. Mr. Chu, I didn't expect that you are obviously a very powerful warrior, and you can tell the story so well. You are a man of both civil and military talents. You should have other stories. Right? Shui. Nandong Meiju suddenly said beside him. He interrupted her and said coldly, it's getting late. We should leave. Nandong Shui turned to look at her and said, if you want to go, go first. I'm not sleepy. Nandong Meiju paused and said, do you still want to see Luo Qingzhou? Nandong Shui snorted. He has such a bad temper and doesn't let me change the ending. Why should I go to see him? Mr. Chu can tell stories, and he is gentler than him. He wants me to change the ending. I have Mr. Chu. It's enough for me to have Mr. Chu. It doesn't matter whether I see him or not. Nandong Meiju. At this time, Bai Ruoshui stood up from the chair and said, Shui, time. It's late. You're not sleepy. Fei Yang needs to rest. Let's go back. Nandong Shui didn't dare to disobey and said, Mother, where is Meiju? Is she going to stay here? Bai Ruoshui said in a deep voice. Of course she has to go. If she dares to stay here, your father will kill someone tomorrow. Nandong Shui gloated and said, Meiju, let's go. You don't want your father to kill your brother Fei Yang tomorrow, do you? Nandong Meiju glared at her and said, you go out first. I have a few words to say to him. Nandong Shui wanted to say something, but Bai Ruoshui pulled her and walked out. After the mother and daughter left the courtyard, Nandong Meiju suddenly stepped on Luo Qingzhou's foot and said angrily, "Chu Feiyang, who told you to tell stories to seduce Xue? You knew she'd love to listen to stories. But you deliberately told them so well. You did it on purpose. You want to have both sisters. Right? Despicable. Shameless. Vulgar. Greedy. And daring." Luo Qingzhou said innocently, "The story is like this. How can you blame me?" "Blame you? You did it on purpose. You have evil intentions. And you want to have both sisters. And you want us sisters to touch you together. Right?" Nandong Meiju stared with frust on her face. Luo Qingzhou said, "Princess, I really didn't think so. You know that I am already overwhelmed at home. So how dare I mess around outside? And it's already difficult for you and me. If the prince and the princess knew that I actually have a wife at home, I'm afraid we too will." "Shut up." Nandong Meiju's face changed, and she immediately stopped him from continuing to speak. She glared at him fiercely and warned him, "It's okay if it's just one. But if you dare to touch two, my father and mother will definitely kill you." Luo Qingzhou said, "I know. So don't worry, princess. I will never have other thoughts." Nandong Meiju was about to speak, and Nandong Xue's voice suddenly came from outside. "Meijiao, what are you dawdling in there? If you don't come out, my mother and I will go in." Nandong Meiju didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately walked to the door, turned around and said fiercely, "Chu Feiyang, you take care of yourself. Stay away from her in the future." Luo Qingzhou nodded, said, "Don't worry, princess. I will." Nandong Meiju saw that he was so obedient, and thought of his gentleness and performance tonight, paused, and couldn't help but soften his tone and said, "If there is no one else in your family, I should consider it. But think about it yourself. Let the two sisters of the royal family be your concubines. Can you afford it?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Princess, don't say it. I was terrified when I heard this. Of course I can't afford it. I am not qualified. I am not worthy." Nandong Meijia's expression slowed down, and said, "It's good to know. You should think about how to take one away in the future." After speaking, he snorted coldly, and walked out of the house quickly. Nandong Xue's voice came from outside, "Mother, let's go in and take a look. Meijia must have done something bad to Mr. Chu again." Mr. Chu's mouth was bitten by her. Nandong Meijia's expression froze, and he immediately pushed the door out, with a cold face, and quarreled with her. Luo Qingzhou stood in the room, listening to the two sisters bickering, getting farther and farther away. After a moment's silence, he blew out the oil lamp and candle and returned to the room. The situation is not optimistic. Although the Prince of Nangui and the princess compromised tonight, they did not know that he was actually a married man. If they knew that he had a wife and concubines at home, it would be a big trouble. Maybe they would fight him directly at that time. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a headache and couldn't sleep. After thinking about it for a while, he sat up. For now, the only way is to continue to break through and make himself stronger. When he is strong enough, any rules can be broken with one punch, and there will be no such troubles at all. Even if he wants sisters at that time. Pa, what are you thinking? Practice. Fuchai was misled by the beauty. His country was destroyed. His family was ruined. And he was ridiculed by the world. How sad. He must wake up. All beauties are red-faced skeletons, and all are the source of trouble. Except for the second young lady. Xia Chan, Xiao Dai, Xiao etc. Close your eyes, calm your mind, and concentrate. Imagine a phantom of a precious sword, from the sky gate, drilling into the Danhai in the body, gradually shrinking, and turning into an embryo. Tonight, he decided to start practicing the sword intention technique taught to him by Linghu Qingzhu. Only by understanding the sword intention and cultivating the sword embryo can you freely release the sword energy. Use the sword energy to stimulate the internal force, and practice the 6-channel magic sword. Linghu Qingzhu succeeded in one go. Obviously because the other party has practiced the sword intention for many years. So the sword intention is very important. He has many trump cards now. In addition to the boxing with thunder and lightning, there is also the unexpected flying sword. If the opponent has a very powerful weapon, he still has the black wooden stick. And he also has the black and white sword and the ancient sword method. Now, he has to continue to cultivate the sword spirit. And when the time comes, he will cultivate the 6 meridians divine sword. That would be cool. Just as he was about to calm down and comprehend the sword spirit, He suddenly felt the communication treasure on his body vibrate. His heart moved. He was now in the inner city. And Celia was also in the inner city. If it was sent by Celia, the two might be able to meet. Celia said several times that she would give her a treasure. But she hasn't given it to her yet. And she doesn't know what kind of treasure it is. He didn't dare to meet Celia alone before, fearing that she would play tricks. But now he is not afraid. His physical body is here. And if there is an emergency, he can just escape back. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the communication treasure and looked at it. It turned out to be sent by Sister Yu. What are you doing? Chapter 541 Thinking of You. The room was dark. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message on the communication treasure, and the image of Sister Yu standing alone in the attic of West Lake appeared in his mind. Usually when a girl takes the initiative to send "What are you doing?" she must be very lonely. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of the message that Sister Yu sent to him that night in Lingxiao's sect. Although that message may not have been sent by Sister Yu, it doesn't matter. He just treats it as sent by Sister Yu. It's normal for friends to miss each other. He didn't hesitate anymore and replied with the same 3 words, "Thinking of you." After the message was sent, his heart was calm. Close your eyes, calm your mind, and concentrate. You can clearly hear the sound of the wind outside the window. And you can clearly smell the fragrance of the soil in the courtyard. In your mind, the shadow of a sword appears. Then, it gradually sinks into the sea of Dan. In the Danhai, the internal force slowly surged, wrapping the sword shadow transformed by the divine thought, washing it repeatedly. But soon, the sword shadow disappeared. He continued to start from the beginning, repeating the steps just now. When the second time was over, the communication treasure placed next to it suddenly vibrated, and a soft light lit up on the surface. Luo Qingzhou finished the exercise and opened his eyes to look. The message came back. "Sister Yu?" Luo Qingzhou looked at this reply and couldn't help laughing. That night when Sister Yu sent the 3 words "thinking of you," he also replied with 3 question marks. Unexpectedly, Sister Yu replied like this tonight. Does that mean that the message that night was indeed sent by Sister Yu? Of course. It is also possible that the message record is still there, and she saw it. So she remembered this reply. But no matter what, Sister Yu's mood seems to have changed a little. These 3 question marks make her look more lively, and no longer as cold as before. Luo Qingzhou replied, "Sister Yu, I have something to do tonight, so I won't go to West Lake. I'm in the inner city." Sister Yu, with Celia? Luo Qingzhou, no. Sister Yu, then who are you with? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and replied, I didn't leave my body tonight. Sister Yu, then who is your body with? Luo Qingzhou paused and edited, with a friend. Just about to send. He deleted it and re-edited, with my wife. Sister Yu, oh. Luo Qingzhou, did Sister Yu go to West Lake? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, why didn't you go? Sister Yu didn't reply again. Luo Qingzhou sat on the bed for a while. Suddenly got up and got out of bed. Went over to open the window and looked outside. In the night sky, the moon was bright and the stars were twinkling. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, but still didn't get a reply. So he had to take the initiative to say, Sister Yu, the moon is so round tonight. Sister Yu still didn't reply. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the window, looking at the bright moon in the night sky, thinking about his worries. In a mansion in the outer city, a moon-white figure also stood in front of the window, staring at the bright moon in the night sky in a daze. The night was silent, and the autumn wind was bleak. I don't know how long it took. Luo Qingzhou woke up and replied, Sister Yu. Then I'll go to sleep. Sister Yu, oh. Luo Qingzhou, The two stood in front of the window, looking at the lonely and cold moon outside the window, wondering what they were thinking. For a long time, Luo Qingzhou closed the window, collected the message, returned to the bed, and began to continue to comprehend the sword intent. The sword shadow condensed by the divine mind in the Danhai was repeatedly broken and reappeared. It lasted until dawn, when the sky was light. A slight noise suddenly came from the small courtyard outside. Luo Qingzhou immediately laid down and pretended to be asleep. Not long after, a figure appeared outside the window. After standing outside and listening to the movement inside for a while, Fong gently pushed open the window. And then the figure flashed and entered the room silently. Then he closed the window, walked to the bed, and whispered, Chu Feiyang. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and pretended to be still asleep. The figure stood by the bed, looked at him for a while, suddenly took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and then got into the quilt, leaning against his arms, and snorted, "I know you're awake." Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to open his eyes and said, "Princess, you better get out quickly. If the prince and princess see me, I'll be dead." Nandong Meiji raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you afraid of them?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course I'm afraid." Nandong Meiji sneered, "You are the direct disciple of the leader of Lingxiao sect, who kills people and robs goods, destroys corpses and traces, is cruel and ruthless, and has done all kinds of bad things. Would you be afraid of them?" Luo Qingzhou said with a serious face, "I'm afraid of them. Not because they are the prince and princess, but because they are the father and mother of the princess. And also the future father-in-law and mother-in-law. No matter how bad a person is, there are people they love and respect the most. Right?" Nandong Meiji fell silent, stared at him for a while, and said, "Chu Feiyang, although I know you were trying to please me with sweet words, I still decided to forgive you for seducing Shui last night." Luo Qingzhou did not argue anymore, and said, "Thank you, princess, for your generosity." Nandong Meiji said, "What should I thank you for?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her beautiful and delicate face, lowered his head and kissed her, and said, "Is it okay?" Nandong Meiji said, "Not enough." Luo Qingzhou kissed her little mouth again, and when he was about to take it away, Nandong Meiji suddenly hugged his neck and bit his lips. The kiss lasted for a long time, until the darkness outside began to recede and the morning sun began to rise. Nandong Meiji let go of him, her chest heaving, her eyes charming and blurred as she looked at him and said, "Chu Feiyang, I thought about it all night last night, and I feel that no matter what you do in the future, my father and mother will not agree, unless we have already made it a done deal. You try hard and let me get pregnant with your baby." Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Meiji looked at him with watery eyes and said, "Can you?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head hurriedly, "Princess, if your father and mother knew that I was pregnant before marriage, they would definitely hunt me down to the ends of the earth. Your reputation, the reputation of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion, and the reputation of the royal family will all be damaged. We can't do this." Nandong Meiji spread her legs, turned over and rode on him, staring into his eyes and said, "Then what do you think we should do?" Luo Qingzhou said, "When I become strong and break all the rules, naturally no one will say anything anymore." Nandong Meiji asked, "A few years? Or decades?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, then said, "Princess." Nandong Meiji suddenly covered his mouth and said, "Don't say anything. I know you are afraid that I will affect your future and family. Don't worry. I just said it casually. I won't." Outside the window, the morning sun gradually rose. Not long after, Nandong Meiji left the room and left quickly. Luo Qingzhou lay on the bed for a while before getting up. A maid entered the courtyard and began to serve him to wash up. During this time, she kept her head down, not daring to look at him or say a word. Even if Luo Qingzhou asked her a question, she just shook her head and didn't speak. After washing up, the maid took him to the front hall. Nangua County King Nandong Yufeng and Princess Bai Ruoshui had been waiting in the front hall. Luo Qingzhou walked in and bowed. Nandong Yufeng picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "Just now, the commander of the Jinui, Luo Chantian, came and asked a few questions and left. This king said that you have indeed lived in the mansion recently, and asked him not to say anything. It is related to the reputation of the royal family, and he dare not say anything." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Thank you, your majesty." Nandong Yufeng said lightly, "This king is not helping you, but helping my daughter, Chu Feiyang. You are a direct disciple of Lingxiao sect, and you will have a bright future in the future. But this king still wants to warn you. Don't play other tricks on my Meijiao, and don't think about taking advantage of her. If you really like her, then find a matchmaker to come to the mansion to propose marriage, and let the people from Lingxiao sect come. This king has no opinion on you, as long as Meiji likes it. This king is willing to help you." Bai Ruoshui next to him also said, "Feiyang, regardless of whether you come to the government to be a county horse or marry the beauty, as long as you are really good to the beauty, we are welcome. I really dare not hurt her." At this time, a voice suddenly came from the outside. "Chu Chunzi, which county owner do you say?" Luo Qingzhou turned to look at her and glanced at the girl behind her. Nandong Meiji followed her and walked in coldly. At this time, Nandong Yufeng said, "Meijiao, you send him out." Luo Qingzhou immediately followed her out the door. Nangong Shui followed behind. Bai Ruoshui immediately shouted, Shui, where are you going? Nangong Shui turned around and replied, Mom, I'm going to the bookstore. I'm going to read a book. Bai Ruoshui frowned and said nothing more. The two sisters walked out the door, one in front and one behind, sandwiching the boy in the middle. Watching this scene, for some reason, Nandong Yufeng's eyelids suddenly twitched. Chapter 542 Shui Yi's Suspicion. Jamozi's Flaming Knife. At the gate of the mansion, Anmu drove a carriage and had been waiting for a long time. However, the two did not take the carriage. Nandong Meiju turned around and saw someone following behind her. She couldn't help but say coldly, Shui, what are you doing? Nandong Shui walked down the steps and walked past her. With a puzzled look on her face, go to the bookstore. Why? I don't even have the right to go to the bookstore. Then she waved and smiled at the young man behind her, Mr. Chu. I'm leaving first. Remember to come to the mansion often. My mother and I like your stories very much. After that, she left quickly. Two guards walked out from the side and followed her not far away. Nandong Meiju stood there and waited for a while. After she walked away, she looked behind and said, Will you come often in the future? Luo Qingzhou said, I listened to the princess. Nandong Meijia's mouth curled up slightly, and she didn't say anything else, and continued to walk forward. As the two walked out onto the street, Luo Chantian just came out of the restaurant next door. Seeing the two, he smiled and said, Meet the princess. Then he smiled again. Congratulations, Brother Chu, for becoming a direct disciple of Lin Xiao's sect. I believe this result is beyond everyone's expectations. Luo Qingzhou looked at him coldly and said nothing. Luo Chantian bowed again and said, To be honest, I have investigated Brother Chu in the past few days, and just visited the prince's mansion in Nangua. Although I still have doubts about Brother Chu's identity. Brother Chu, rest assured, I will not bother Brother Chu again before there is evidence. I'm done? Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly, then pulled Luo Qingzhou away. Luo Chantian glanced at the two people's hands, and suddenly said, Brother Chu, are you interested in talking to me in the palace? The master is now eager to seek talents. If Brother Chu is willing to serve, I believe the master will treat you with the highest standards. Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned his head and looked at him and said, Not everyone is like you, who likes power and cages. After that, he left quickly. Luo Chantian stood there, looking at the backs of the two people, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. A Jinui walked to the side and whispered, Sir, we can't get into the Qin mansion. Two people's souls have been killed. There must be a master of souls hidden inside, or a master who can see souls. In the past few days, except for Qin Wenzheng and his wife, and the servants who went out to do business and buy vegetables, everyone else has not come out of the mansion. Luo Chantian asked, Where is Luo Qingzhou? The Jinui replied, He should be in the mansion. I haven't seen him go out. But there are masters in the mansion. We can't go in to check with our bodies and souls, so we didn't see them with our own eyes. Luo Chongqian's eyes flashed, and he said, Keep guarding. The Jinui whispered, Sir, in fact, with the power given to us by the emperor, we can directly capture people and interrogate them. Even if we can't capture the master, we can capture a few maids and take them back. I believe that after the interrogation, there will be results. Luo Chantian looked at the sky outside Kyoto, was silent for a while, and said, Wait a little longer. Wait until the princess reaches the border and starts a war with the demon clan. Otherwise no one knows if she will come back suddenly. Jinui asked in confusion, The princess has been ordered to go to the border to pacify the monsters. Why would she turn back halfway? Luo Chantian looked at him with a hint of sarcasm, and said, Do you really think she will obey orders and fight the monsters to a loss? Jinui was stunned for a moment, and his face changed slightly. Luo Chantian said nothing more, turned around and walked towards the palace. Crossroads. Luo Qingzhou separated from Nangong Meijiao, got on the hired carriage, and drove towards the martial arts hall in the outer city. He knew that the Jinui people should still be watching. Nandong Meiju stood on the street, watching the carriage gradually go away, then turned back and walked to another street, ready to go to the clothing store opened by the Qin family. At this time, Nandong Shui was in the inner room of the clothing store, helping and chatting with Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai, do all the people in Maching have the same accent? Do you all like to say these words finished? Finished? Cold? I remember your master likes to say these words. Right? I've heard him tell stories. although most of the time, his speaking style is like other literati who like to be pedantic. He occasionally pops out a few very fresh words, which sound very humorous. Xiao Dai. Was your master in the mansion last night? Xiao Dai lowered her head to work, and her answers were perfunctory. Mostly I don't know. I forgot. I didn't pay attention and so on. As for the last question, she replied, yes. I helped you take a bath. Nandong Shui asked, who did you sleep with last night? Xiao Dai looked innocent. Of course, it was the second lady. You and your husband are husband and wife. So they naturally slept together. When Nandong Shui was about to ask, the door curtain suddenly opened, and Nandong Meiju walked in, looking at her coldly and said, Shui, why are you here? Didn't you go to the bookstore? Nandong Shui stroked the clothes in her hand and said, there is no one in the bookstore. It's boring. I came here to take a look. Then he looked at her and said, why? This is not your store. You can't let me come? Nandong Meiju said coldly, go out. Don't disturb Xiao Dai. Nandong Shui snorted, why should I listen to you? I am your sister. You are? Before she finished speaking, Nandong Meiju had violently pulled her out. Damn it! Meiju. You wait. If Mr. Chu comes to the mansion again, I will never speak for you again. Nandong Shui was driven out directly. She stood at the door and stamped her feet angrily. After saying some harsh words for a while, she left angrily. Nandong Meiju returned to the inner room and looked at Xiao Dai and said, what did she ask you? Xiao Dai put down the needlework in her hand, glanced at the door, and said all the questions that Princess Shui had just asked, and then whispered, don't worry, Princess. The second lady specifically told me this morning, so I didn't say anything. Nandong Meiju narrowed her eyes, and a trace of thought appeared between her eyebrows. Xiao Dai whispered, Princess, is Princess Shui suspicious of something? Nandong Meiju said softly, it's okay. Don't worry about that girl. Xiao Dai, you just do your job well and listen to Wei Ma. Xiao Dai said obediently. Yeah. Nandong Meiju turned and left the room. Her expression became solemn. That girl really should not be underestimated. I could actually hear something unusual from her storytelling style and a few words. She had to go to Wei Mo to discuss it. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that the girl had a very smart mind since she was a child. And only Wei Mo could suppress her. Luo Qingzhou took a carriage and arrived at the 18th lane in the south of the outer city. At the entrance of the lane, Sister Dao was wearing a black outfit, her silver hair tied into a short ponytail, holding a piece of cake in her hand, standing there with her long legs together, looking heroic. But she seemed a little impatient. Just as she was about to leave, Luo Qingzhou finally appeared. Sister Dao threw the pancake in her hand and said unhappily, Chu Feiyang, I thought you wouldn't come today. If you come so late next time, I won't wait for you anymore. Luo Qingzhou took the pancake, took a bite, and said, Sister, you really keep your word. You are willing to accept the loss. The pancake tastes good? Thank you. Sister Dao snorted coldly, really? I spit. Luo Qingzhou took another big bite and said, no wonder it tastes so good. It turns out that there is Sister Dao's saliva in it. Get lost. Sister Dao raised her long legs and kicked him in the butt. But he easily dodged it. The two of them walked towards the martial arts hall while bickering. Chu Feiyang, you are in a different position now. Do you feel superior when you look at us? Sister Dao suddenly asked. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Sister, are you insulting my character? Sister Dao raised her eyebrows and said, do you still have character? Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to pay attention to her. After finishing the biscuits, he took out water from the storage bag, drank a few sips, and said, I don't have much time. Sister Dao was stunned for a moment, looked at him and said, what time? Luo Qingzhou did not answer. The two walked into the alley. Sister Dao suddenly said, Chu Feiyang, if you need help, you can tell me. Although you don't think highly of my strength, I have other strengths. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou glanced at her long legs. Snap! Sister Dao raised her long legs, and before she kicked him, he grabbed her ankle. Let go! Not only did Luo Qingzhou not let go, he suddenly grabbed her foot and started running forward. Chu Feiyang, you bastard! Let go! Sister Dao couldn't help but jump and run behind him on one leg. She was angry and amused. While scolding, she couldn't help laughing. When she jumped to the entrance of the martial arts hall, Zhou Buiyue and Chu Xiaoxiao just came from the alley opposite. Seeing this scene, Both of them were stunned. Sister Dao was ashamed and angry, and beat him on the back, jumping and beating, and said anxiously, Chu Feiyang, let me go. Chu Xiaoxiao laughed behind him. Zhou Buiyue was also smiling. Shua. Sister Dao actually took out her broadsword. Seeing that she was getting angry, Luo Qingzhou let her go, quickly stepped back a few steps, and said, Senior sister, don't kick me next time. Asshole. Take my knife. Sister Dao's broadsword made a schwa sound, and the wind whistled, and it chopped directly at him. Luo Qingzhou did not avoid or give way, and punched the cold and shining blade with a fist. A golden light flashed on his fist, and a layer of golden film appeared. Zheng. A buzzing sound of metal collision sounded, and sparks flew. The knife in Sister Dao's hand was actually shaken away directly, and the back of Luo Qingzhou's hand was intact. Sister Dao was stunned for a moment, put away the knife, looked at his fist and said, Chu Feiyang, what kind of skill is this? Luo Qingzhou stroked the golden gloves on his fist and said, this is called Vajra Fist. I chose it in the Sect Sutra Pavilion. I have only practiced to the 2nd level. It looks good. As soon as this was said, the three people were full of envy. Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly said, by the way, Master promised us that if our team can get the top 15 in this competition, we will give us gold coins and magic tools as rewards. Why does it seem that he forgot? Did he regret it? Sister Dao said, I will ask again in 2 days. Master will definitely not regret it. The four people talked and entered the martial arts hall. After saying Lo to Sun Jiang, Luo Qingzhou went directly to the martial arts training ground at the back to continue practicing Vajra Fist. When it was almost noon, he felt the sword intent for a while. During lunch, he suddenly thought of a question and asked Sister Dao, Sister, do you need to practice sword intent when you practice sword skills? Sister Dao was slightly startled when she heard this and said, of course, although it is useless now. The effect of sword intent will come out when you have a higher level of cultivation in the future. When you have sword intent, the power of sword skills will be further improved, and you will even reach the state of no sword being better than with sword. After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou thought to himself, sword and knife are indeed connected. Thinking of this, he immediately said, Sister, after dinner, let's go and communicate together. Sister Dao looked at him in confusion and said, what to communicate? Are you also interested in swords? Chu Xiaoxiao on the side smiled and interrupted, maybe senior brother Chu is not interested in swords. But Sister Dao said calmly, he doesn't like me. Luo Qingzhou ignored them, and was thinking about a sword skill, the flame sword. In fact, it is a palm knife that releases internal force, which is quite similar to the 6 meridians divine sword. I wonder if it can also pass through the same meridians and acupoints. Since Sister Dao has cultivated the sword intention, she must have the sword energy in her body and internal force, so she may be able to display it. He decided to discuss it with Sister Dao in the afternoon. If Sister Dao can learn it, her strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and she will go to a higher level. Just take it as a reward for Sister Dao's help. Chapter 543, Diamond Fist Breakthrough. Sun and Moon Mirror Mutation. After lunch, Luo Qingzhou and Sister Dao went to the martial arts training ground in the back. After the two discussed the difference between the sword and knife intent for a while, Luo Qingzhou said, Sister, I got a sword technique, which is to use the sword to turn the finger into a sword. It is to wrap the internal force with the sword energy, and gather it at the fingertips through the special meridians, and then suddenly burst out, turning it into a sword and shooting out. It is very powerful. Just now when I was eating, I thought about it. Since the sword intent can wrap the internal force, gather at the fingertips as a point, and burst out, then the sword intent should also be able to do it. So I want to ask you to try it. But it may be dangerous. Sister Dao heard this and pondered for a while, saying, since the sword energy can pass through the meridians, the sword energy should also be able to pass through. The sword energy is more fierce than the sword energy. I only use a little, and try it slowly. There should be no problem. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, okay. Since Sister Dao is not afraid, then I will tell you about the skills, and Sister Dao will try it. Sister Dao closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and looked at the shadow of the sword intent in her body. Luo Qingzhou said slowly, let's try from the thumb first. Activate the sword energy. Carry the internal force in the Danhai. Start from the middle burner. Go up through the diaphragm. Enter the lungs from the lung system to the armpit. Sister Dao suddenly said, no. I can't walk anymore. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister, You can try to add some more sword energy and internal force. The force is too small, and the meridians cannot be broken through. Sister Dao closed her eyes and concentrated. I'll try. After a moment, she said, it's over. Continue. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, go along the inner side of the upper arm before the Shaolin and Juyin. Go down to the elbow. Along the radial side of the palm of the forearm. Enter the kunku. Past the thenar. Along the edge of the thenar. Out of the radial end of the thumb. Sister Dao said again, wait. The power seems not enough. I'll add some more. This time, she suddenly mobilized more sword energy and internal force. Along the meridian she just passed. And quickly poured into the palm. But the force suddenly stopped at the edge of the thenar. Blocked there. And could no longer move forward. At the same time, a burning sensation came from the meridians in her palm. Seeing her arm trembling, her palms red, and her face somewhat embarrassed, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Sister, forget it if it doesn't work. Quickly collect your internal force. Sister Dao said in a trembling voice, Xu Feiyang, I feel that I can succeed. But my sword energy seems not enough. And I can't bring my internal force to break through the meridians at the thenar eminence. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister, has all the sword energy in your body been input into your palm? Sister Dao gritted her teeth and said, I'll try again. Then, the shadow of the sword intent in her Danhai suddenly dissipated, turning into more sword energy, carrying more internal force, surging and rushing to the palm. Puff! This time, the meridian obstruction in the palm was finally broken. The vast sword energy, with internal force, rushed to the top of the thumb like a wave, and then stopped there again, as if blocked by a thin film. It felt like it was about to break through, but it couldn't get out no matter what. Sister Dao's arms were shaking. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and her thumbs were stiffly clapping, as if they were burned red. A huge force gathered there, but she couldn't release it. She persisted for a moment, and finally ran out of strength. With a swish, she retracted her sword energy and internal force. Her body softened, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Luo Qingzhou quickly supported her. Sister Dao was sweating and panting. Her body was trembling slightly. Her face was pale. But she was extremely excited. Xu Feiyang. This skill is definitely feasible. As long as my sword intention goes one step further, it will definitely succeed. I just felt that all the sword energy and internal force are gathered at the thumb. And it will succeed soon. If that power is really concentrated at the top of the thumb and explodes, the power will definitely be very terrible. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, Sister Dao, do you think the meridians that the sword energy and internal force just pass through are different from the direction of your internal force when you usually use the sword? Are the meridians very different? Sister Dao thought for a while and said, there are some differences, especially in order, but there are a few meridians. The meridians are exactly the same. Luo Qingzhou said, then Sister Dao can hold the knife and try the previous technique, or follow the order of the meridians just now. When you reach the arm, change to the direction you used the knife before. Let the knife energy carry the internal force. Input it from your palm into the knife, and release it with the sword. Sister Dao's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she immediately took out her broadsword and said, okay, I'll try it. She took a short break, immediately held the knife with both hands, closed her eyes, and looked at the phantom of the knife intent condensed again in the Danhai, and then urged the knife energy with internal force, winding all the way up, along the arm, to the wrist. After reaching this point, she suddenly changed the direction and directly urged the knife energy and internal force, flowing from the palm of her hand into the handle of the knife. Then, along the handle of the knife, it flowed to the blade, and then to the tip of the knife. Buzz! At this moment, the blade suddenly hummed and began to tremble. Then, the tip of the knife suddenly lit up with a milky white light. A closer look revealed that it was an inch-long blade light. Sister Dao opened her eyes and saw this scene. She was immediately excited. She held the handle of the knife with both hands and suddenly swung it out with a swish. A strong wind flew out, and the knife light was still on the tip of the knife. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou said, Sister, maybe the knife intent is not enough, so the knife light can't fly out of the knife. Try its sharpness. Sister Dao heard this, held the knife, walked to a large rock in the corner next to her, and gently put the tip of the knife on it. As a result, the 1-inch knife light just touched the rock below, and the hard rock was immediately cut like tofu. Sister Dao loosened her hand, and the broad knife fell automatically, and actually cut the rock in half directly. So sharp. Sister Dao was immediately excited. Then she was full of heroic spirit in her heart, raised the broad knife in her hand, and began to practice the knife with a swish swish. Suddenly, the strong wind whistled and the knife light flashed. The field centered on her began to fly sand and rocks. And whirring. The more she practiced, the more proficient she became. Suddenly, she held her sword across her chest, her short hair flying, and she shouted majestically, "Chu Fei Yang, take a few swords from me." Luo Qingzhou took out the black wooden stick from the storage bag with a swish and said, "Sister, it's better to obey than to be respectful. Get lost." Sister Dao looked at the wooden stick in his hand. Her face suddenly changed, and she immediately put away her precious sword, glared at him and said, "If you can't afford it, don't play." Luo Qingzhou said, "Sister, who can't afford it?" Sister Dao was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. She looked at the sword in her hand happily, feeling the meridian path that the sword energy and internal force had just passed through in her body. It was as if she had been enlightened, and she felt the power of the sword for the first time. "Chu Fei Yang, senior sister wants you to help me practice. What about other meridians?" she asked immediately. Luo Qingzhou put away the stick and said, "What will senior sister give in return?" Sister Dao snorted coldly, put the broadsword in her hand on her shoulder, and said, "How about giving yourself to me?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "That's fine." Sister Dao sneered and said, "Then I'll tell junior sister Nia later. You can come to my house at night. Do you dare?" Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, "Sister Dao, you also know that senior sister Nia is a spy?" Sister Dao snorted coldly. "What spy? It sounds so bad. I just help to watch and prevent you from messing around outside." Luo Qingzhou said, "I guess the princess first looked for you." "Senior sister?" Sister Dao looked disappointed and said, "No, she didn't talk to me at all. I guess she thinks that my relationship with you is too complicated. Tie it up. I won't betray you. In fact, she misjudged me. As long as she gives me tens of thousands of gold coins, let alone let me watch you, I will tell her how many times you go to the toilet every day." Luo Qingzhou spread his hands and said, "Sister, do you look like you are asking me to teach you the skills?" Sister Dao said, "I am just telling the truth." Luo Qingzhou saw that it was getting late, and he had to practice later. So he didn't dare to waste time with her and said, "Sister, listen carefully. I will only say it twice. If you don't remember it, don't blame me." Sister Dao immediately put away the knife, walked in front of him, and said, "Speak slowly." After that, she immediately closed her eyes, held her breath, calmed down, stood up and moved, and began to activate the knife energy in her body. This time, it was to remember, so there was no need to activate the internal force. Seeing that she was ready, Luo Qingzhou began to explain. The right index finger starts from the ulnar end of the little finger, along the ulnar side of the back of the hand to the wrist, out of the ulnar styloid process, straight up to the posterior edge of the ulna on the outside of the forearm. While listening, Sister Dao urged the sword energy to follow the meridians he said, so that the memory would be more profound. The meridians where the sword energy passes will leave some traces and feelings, which are easy to remember. Luo Qingzhou said it 3 times in total, and Sister Dao finally remembered it all. "Chu Fei Yang, I owe you this favor first, and I will pay you back when I have the chance." Knowing that he had to hurry up to practice, Sister Dao did not disturb him again. After remembering it, she said goodbye and left, and went to another martial arts training ground to practice. Boom! Luo Qingzhou began to continue practicing the Vajra fist. I don't know if it was because of his great talent, the spiritual liquid produced by the sun and moon mirror, or the root of the thunder spirit, but in the evening, his Vajra fist actually broke through to the 3rd level again. When punching, the golden fist on the fist became thicker, and the golden fist light was bigger, and the power was naturally improved. Luo Yanyan also practiced boxing. At the beginning, he punched the opponent a few times in Chunghua Mansion. The opponent's fist was also fierce and domineering, with great power. At the beginning, he was somewhat defeated. But now although his cultivation is the same as before, he is still only in the middle stage of the martial artist. But his real strength should have reached the late stage of perfection. Otherwise, he would not have defeated that Chen Ma with 1 punch last night. And with the blessing of the root of the thunder spirit, his fist will naturally be more powerful. Of course, the opponent has practiced for so many years, and he must have strength and boxing skills that cannot be underestimated. He would not underestimate his enemy. As for Luo Chantian, he would be more careful. In addition to these trump cards, he also had the unexpected flying sword, the indestructible stick, and of course, lime and drugs. However, he decided to wait until he broke through another level before taking action, which would be more foolproof, because he only had one chance, and he could not afford to lose it. After 2 days of bathing in potions and absorbing spiritual liquid, he felt that the power in his body was stirring again. It was very similar to the previous feeling, as if he was about to break through. This time, the root of the thunder spirit had absorbed enough of his accumulated energy, and it should not absorb any more, unless he was promoted and his physique was further strengthened. So this time, the feeling was likely to be a real breakthrough. After the princess left, he didn't have much time left. He had to break through as soon as possible and solve this trouble as soon as possible. Otherwise, he and the entire Qin family would not be at peace. After returning to the mansion, he took a cold shower first, rinsed off all the sweat stains on his body, and then entered the wooden barrel to continue taking a potion bath. After taking a bath with the medicine, he absorbed 2 more drops of spiritual liquid. The sun and moon mirror was placed on the table in front of the window. With the second lady watching at home, no one would move it. While taking a bath, he told Miss Qin everything about his visit to the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion last night. As for the fact that the princess said this morning that she wanted to make it a done deal with him, but was hesitant, he naturally concealed it. After taking a bath, he went to the exiled immortal residence alone to continue practicing the Vajra fist. Miss Qin, accompanied by Chior and Zhur, went to Lingshan Moon Palace to talk to the eldest lady. After practicing in the backyard for half an hour, Luo Qingzhou found Xia Chan coming. So he took out the black and white sword, and the two began to practice the black and white double swordsmanship again. 1 man and 1 woman. 1 positive and 1 negative. When the two practiced to perfection, the fallen leaves in the yard were flying. The sword light was flashing. And looking around, the figures and sword shadows of the two were everywhere. When they practiced for the 3rd time, they suddenly found that the light in the backyard was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. After careful observation, they found that this was caused by the power of the sword moves. The 2 swords blocked all the light in the backyard, and then suddenly released it, causing the phenomenon of sometimes bright and sometimes dark. No wonder it is called black and white swordsmanship. They practiced for another half an hour. Luo Qingzhou began to teach her the swordsmanship of the 6 Meridians divine sword, because they were family members. He directly put his fingers on her body and asked her to follow the direction of his fingers to stimulate the sword energy and internal force in her body. Shu, who knew that this girl would succeed in her first practice, and directly released a sharp sword light from her thumb, piercing through the big tree not far away. Chan. Good job. Luo Qingzhou was more excited to see her success than his own success. Xia Chan was praised by him. Her little face blushed, and she was delicate and lovely in the moonlight. The moonlight was bright and beautiful. It was almost dawn. The two left the exiled immortal residence and separated at the door. Luo Qingzhou will go to West Lake to practice his soul and flying sword tonight. These are his hidden means, and they may have unexpected effects at that time. Back to Meixian Garden. Miss Qin has already returned and is reading a book on the beauty couch, waiting for him. Luo Qingzhou went to talk to Xiaodai for a while, and then left at the urging of the little girl and returned to his room. As soon as she entered the door, Miss Qin said happily, "Brother Qingzhou, when I went to Lingshan Moon Palace to see my sister tonight, I found that she was wearing the pair of shoes you gave her. My sister seemed to like it very much. Brother Qingzhou, do you know? My sister has never worn anything we gave her before." Luo Qingzhou listened to her words, but his eyes suddenly subconsciously looked at the table in front of the window. There was a faint arc flickering on the sun and moon treasure mirror. He looked out the window. The moonlight fell on the windowsill, through the gap in the window, and fell on the mirror surface of the sun and moon treasure mirror inlaid with a crescent moon. The mirror surface was hazy, as if there was fog floating, and a blue arc was looming in the fog. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. Is the sun and moon treasure mirror going to mutate again? Chapter 544 Sister You. Squeak. Luo Qingzhou walked to the window and opened it all. The moonlight was like water, pouring in. In the evening, he had collected 2 drops of deep blue spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid has not appeared on the mirror yet, but he clearly felt that the aura on the mirror had changed. When he came closer, there was only white moonlight on the mirror, and the faint lighting had disappeared. He decided to wait until the liquid appeared tomorrow morning to check again. Miss Jean Eyre saw that he looked wrong, and quietly came behind him, looking at the bronze mirror on the table, but did not disturb him. Luo Qingzhou observed for a while, then turned around, held her hand and said, "Wei Mo, how are you feeling recently?" Miss Jean Eyre said softly, "Since I drank the medicine, I rarely cough, and I feel much better, but I still don't have much strength, and I feel tired after walking a few steps." Luo Qingzhou bent down, picked up her weak body, walked to the inner room, and said, "Then rest well at home and take good care of yourself. Next month, I will go to Qingyun Temple again and get some fresh Yuan blood back." Miss Jean Eyre lay in his arms softly, frowning. Lu Mei said, "Brother Qingzhou, you come back every night covered in sweat and fatigue. It must be very hard." Luo Qingzhou put her on the bed, helped her take off her shoes and socks, and said, "How can cultivation not be hard? But I think it's okay." Miss Jean Eyre hugged him tightly, with a distressed face, and said, "Brother Qingzhou, when everything here is over, we will leave and find a place where no one knows us. Live a good life, and never be so tired again. Okay? Okay. I'll listen to Miss Eyre." Luo Qingzhou replied softly, gently helped her take off her hairpin and headdress, and took off her coat. Then he took off his clothes and got on the bed. The curtain was drawn down, and the lights went out. The two lay in the quilt, hugging each other tightly. Luo Qingzhou gently stroked the girl's soft hair in his arms, thinking about everything that happened after coming to Kyoto. Now that he has entered the vortex of struggle, it is not easy to withdraw, unless he puts everything aside and stays away from Dian. However, the world is so big. Where is there no danger? Only when you are strong can you be fearless. The mother's revenge must be avenged. The Luo family must be destroyed, and he must continue to work hard to become stronger. The girl in his arms only has 2 years. He must give it a try, and he must never give up. The two were silent in the dark, feeling each other's warmth, thinking about their own things, and did not speak again. I don't know how long it took. Miss Jean Eyre finally fell asleep. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, then lowered his head and kissed her cheek. Then his soul flew out of his body and flew to the roof. He carefully observed the surroundings in midair, and after seeing nothing unusual, he flew to West Lake. Schwa! Flying in midair, he took out the flying sword and started practicing. After arriving at West Lake, there was no one in the attic, and Sister Yu had not come yet. In the lotus bushes not far away, Longwa was wearing a water green dress and a pair of bare white jade feet. She was standing on a lotus leaf, thinking about the reflection in the water, and I don't know what she was thinking about. When Luo Qingzhou fell, she came back to her senses and whispered, "Sir, do you think Longmer will become a dragon in the future?" Luo Qingzhou fell in front of her and said, "Then do you think I will live forever in the future?" Longer shook his head and said, "No." Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned. "Why are you so sure?" Longer smiled and said, "Because the young master is lustful. He can't bear the love between men and women, and can't bear the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Daddy said that only by having no desires can you live forever." Luo Qingzhou said, "Like Sister Yu." Longer thought for a while and said, "Sister is not without desires. She has not reached the realm that Daddy said." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, "Do you think that living without desires is meaningful?" Longer shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just know that everyone is dreaming and pursuing longevity." Sister said, "Men are better. You are better." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched and asked, "When did Sister Yu tell you?" He was in the same bed with the county owner. He was suddenly shocked. Sister Yu would not enter the inner city last night. Seeing him, no. He did not have the soul at the time. Sister Yu was going, and he didn't know who he was. Just because he took Xiaoya's socks and helped the girl Longer in front of him to take the red rope on her feet. This is too arbitrary. Well, Miss Longer, why did Sister Yu suddenly say these words to you? She rarely speaks. Right? Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion. Longer said, "I first praised the young master for being very good, and the sister asked me what was good about him. I said that the young master had a good heart, good talent, good personality, and good character. I praised him a lot." Then the sister said, "What did you say?" Luo Qingzhou asked immediately. Long-Ear said with a smile, "Sister said only 3 words. He is lustful." Luo Qingzhou. Long-Ear said, "I said men are lustful. It is natural. Not only men. Any male is lustful. Daddy said that if males are not lustful, The species cannot reproduce and grow, and will slowly become extinct. Only when males are lustful will they work harder and compete more to obtain the right to mate, so as to promote the survival of the fittest and continuation of each species. Luo Qingzhou said, Miss Longhair, your father said it very well. Longhair said with a smile. Then sister said that men are indeed lustful, but he is more lustful and accepts everyone who comes. Luo Qingzhou was a little speechless and a little unbelievable. Sister, you really said that to me? Does she have such a bad impression of me? Longhair said with a smile, Young master, do you think sister is wrong? Luo Qingzhou said, Of course not. I don't accept everyone who comes. If I really accept everyone, let alone you and Xiaoya. Even she. What's wrong with her? Longhair asked with a smile. Luo Qingzhou stopped talking, turned his head, and looked to the side. On the lotus leaf not far away, a white figure was standing there silently, looking at him coldly. Miss Longhair, the moon is so round tonight, Luo Qingzhou said, and his figure flashed, flew over, and landed in front of the white figure, and said calmly, Sister, I just came, and I saw that you haven't come yet. So I chatted with Miss Longhair for a while. We are talking about males and females between species. Sister, do you want to listen? Who knows that the white figure looked at him and said lightly, Yes. Luo Qingzhou, Longhair, not far away, smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. The atmosphere was particularly awkward. Luo Qingzhou froze and said, It's getting late, so let's practice quickly. Sister, do you want to listen to the scriptures? I'll teach you the scriptures. The white figure didn't say anything else, and stared at him for a while. The figure flashed and flew into the air, suddenly turning into a ray of white moonlight, forming a transparent vortex. The power of the moonlight of the entire West Lake quickly gathered. Luo Qingzhou looked up, and suddenly an inexplicable taste rose in his heart, with emotion, gratitude, guilt, and some other inexplicable emotions flowing in his heart. Long hurriedly reminded, Young master, practice quickly. Luo Qingzhou woke up at this time, and immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, stabilized his mind, and waved away the complicated and messy emotions in his mind, and soon entered the state of practice. Streams of pure moonlight flowed down from the vortex above his head, drilled into his body, gathered in his soul, heart, and Danhai, and began to be quickly refined. His soul began to shine. Above his head, dark clouds gathered and lightning began to flash. Thick lightning bolts fell from the rolling dark clouds and hit the vague figure. To practice against the will of heaven, one must go through thunder tribulation. She endured the punishment from heaven, just to gather the moonlight that originally belonged to the entire West Lake here and infuse it all into his body. The speed at which he absorbed the moonlight was getting faster and faster, and the speed of his practice increased exponentially. Her body was enduring lightning strikes again and again. The lake was illuminated, and the night wind was sobbing. Longhair was so scared that he hid in the lake the moment the lightning appeared, and watched everything silently through the lake water. From beginning to end, she could not understand why she had to sacrifice herself like this. At first, she thought she was very cunning and did this on purpose, wanting to win the gratitude and favor of the young man, and then taking the opportunity to be with him, using his thunder spirit root to practice and overcome the tribulation. But gradually, she found that she seemed to be wrong. She kept giving without asking for anything in return. The lightning hurt her body and tore her soul. She suffered great pain every night, and even left permanent injuries. But she never told him about it, and asked him not to tell him. She didn't understand. What was she doing it for? Was it the kind of love that Daddy talked about? But it didn't seem like it. Isn't love between men and women mutual? Even if it's not mutual, the other party should know, right? And judging from her usual attitude towards him, it didn't seem like that kind of love. So she was very confused. With her current cultivation level and talent, she could have lived a good life and made further progress. Why did she have to sacrifice herself secretly to help the boy? Human emotions are really complicated. Unlike her, she would say whatever she wanted directly. Even if she wanted to mate with the boy, she would say it directly to his face. When she has the chance next time, she will tell him the benefits of mating with her. She will also take him to her dragon palace and show him the treasure she has collected. As long as he is willing to mate with her, those things will be his. It would be better to be more direct, so as not to waste each other's time and emotions. Boom! A deafening thunder sounded in the sky. Longhair trembled with fear and hurriedly sank to the bottom of the lake to hide. For any demon race, the sky thunder is the most terrible and terrifying. and it is a fear engraved in the bones. And the moon-white figure in the air is still gathering the power of the moonlight around in the violent thunder and lightning. Luo Qingzhou sat on the lotus leaf, and the power in his soul began to be full. A night passed quietly. When the sky was light, Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, and slowly exhaled a long white breath, feeling that his whole soul was more solid and his soul was stronger. The whole West Lake was calm. The bright moon was gone. The stars were gone, and only a wisp of autumn wind was left, stirring the lake and rippling. Long had left. The moon-white figure was standing on the attic not far away, looking at the direction where the sun was about to rise in the distance. Motionless. And I don't know what he was thinking. Luo Qingzhou stood up from the lotus leaf, stared at her for a while, and then his figure flashed and flew over, floating behind her. Looking at her hazy and familiar figure, a warm and intimate feeling arose in his heart, and Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Neither of them spoke. One in front and one behind. Standing quietly, Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, then suddenly walked forward and stood beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, turning his head and looking at her closely. The last night faded away. A ray of morning sun rose from the distant hilltop, and the orange-red light dyed the clouds in the sky red, and also dyed her hazy cheeks red. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Sister Yu, can you remove the halo and let me see you again?" The white figure looked at the morning sun in the distance, was silent for a while, and said, "I am ugly." Luo Qingzhou said, "No. In my heart, Sister Yu is very beautiful." The white figure turned her head and looked at him. Both of them stood on the eaves, very close to each other, looking at each other face to face, almost sticking together. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, "Then I will let Sister Yu see my face first, although Sister Yu has already seen it." After speaking, he took off the halo on his body, revealing an ordinary cheek. He raised his hand and took off the mask on his face again, revealing a handsome cheek. He held the soft mask and whispered, "Sister Yu, although there are still many secrets between us, although I don't even know your name or where you live, I believe you. You are the only friend in this world of spirits that I can let go of any guard against, and the only friend I am willing to get close to. A real friend. So, I am willing to be honest with Sister Yu in the future." The white figure looked at him quietly for a while and said, "I don't want to." Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, looked at her again, and suddenly remembered what Long Air said last night. He explained, "Sister Yu, I know that you may not have a good impression of me in some aspects. In fact, I am not as lustful as you think, and I swear, I don't refuse everyone." The white figure turned away her pale cheek, looked at the rising sun in the distance, and said lightly, "Don't explain to me. Go home and explain to your wife." After that, the figure flashed, flew into the air, and disappeared. Chapter 545. Sister Yu, you are very powerful. Boom! In the martial arts hall, Luo Qingzhou continued to practice the Vajra fist. Thin layers of boxing gloves condensed on his fists, shining with golden luster in the sun. The temperature dropped suddenly, and the cold wind became biting. However, for martial artists, this little cold is nothing. Every evening, Luo Qingzhou still practiced until he was sweating profusely, and went back exhausted. At night, his soul left his body and rushed to the West Lake to practice, practicing martial arts during the day and cultivating the soul at night. In the blink of an eye, it was the beginning of winter. The spiritual liquid of the sun and moon treasure mirror did change, as if it was tailor-made for him. Whether it was the dark black spiritual liquid condensed at night, or the dark blue spiritual liquid condensed during the day, half of it was given to his soul and body, and half to his thunder root, and the effect was more powerful. And in the storage ring, the root of the tree watered by the spiritual liquid. The tender buds have grown into a sapling half a meter high. 2 branches grew out of the sapling, with a few yellowish leaves hanging on them, looking full of vitality. It has been more than half a month since the princess left Kyoto. Luo Qingzhou still has not made a breakthrough, but recently, both his appetite and his body's demand for spiritual liquid and potion have greatly increased. He knew that this was the accumulation of strength in his body, preparing to break through the last pass. But he felt that it should not be the pass of the late martial artist, because he clearly felt that the internal force in the Danhai in his body, and the power accumulated in each acupoint were too strong to break through the realm of the late martial artist. You don't need so much power at all. So he didn't dare to slack off, and practiced hard every day, absorbing more potions and spiritual liquids every day, accumulating more strength, and preparing for the final sprint. This evening, after Luo Qingzhou and Dao Jie finished their training, they were ready to leave. Sun Jiang came out of the house and said, "Tomorrow we will go to Yunwu Mountain to hunt 2 monsters per person." Then he looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, "Fei Yang doesn't have to go. This is the task that every disciple of the branch must receive every month." Luo Qingzhou is now a direct disciple of the sect, so he naturally doesn't need to do these tasks. However, Luo Qingzhou does need to go to Yunwu Mountain. The medicine for the second lady has been used up. He needs to go to Yunwu Mountain to pick some 9-leaf grass. Then go to Qingyan Temple to get some Juan blood. And then go to Duan Wangfu to ask Nandong Shirui for some morning dew from Xiatian Jade Girl Tree. As for Firefox Tears, he has it himself. Of course, he can still hone himself in Yunwu Mountain. And maybe he will break through there directly. He feels that it will be these few days. His current Vajra fist has also been cultivated to the last level. As long as his cultivation breaks through, then it will be time for him to start revenge. Although Luo Changtian has not made any moves recently, he has stepped up his surveillance of the Qin mansion. Whether Qin Wensheng or Song Ryue go out, or even Miss Qin goes to the inner city bookstore, they will be followed. There are also more unidentified people on the street outside Maple Alley. From these signs, Luo Changtian is probably about to take action, probably waiting for an opportunity. Therefore, he must hurry up to solve this matter. If he hadn't killed Luo Yu, he might not have been so anxious. But he did kill Luo Yu. He had never underestimated the detective ability of the Jinyui. Even if Luo Changtian didn't find out that he was the murderer, he had already suspected that the murderer must be related to the Qin mansion. Therefore, the other party would definitely take action against the Qin mansion. If he hadn't been afraid of the princess and the southern prince's mansion, he would have arrested the people in the Qin mansion and tortured them for interrogation. Now, the princess has gone to the border, and the southern prince's mansion has little relationship with the Qin mansion except Nangong Meiju. The eldest and second sons of the Qin mansion are not at home now. So this will be the best opportunity for Luo Changtian to take action. If the emperor has the intention, the other party will naturally be more unscrupulous. No one can stop it except the princess. Luo Qingzhou thought about these questions in his heart, and he didn't say a word on the way back. Sister Dao followed him, and seeing that his face was not right, she didn't speak to interrupt him. When they separated at the 18th lane, Sister Dao asked, "Chu Feiyang, are you going tomorrow? If you go, I'll wait for you. If you don't go, I'll leave early. I still want to go to the martial arts hall to practice for a while." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Go. Don't forget the pancake tomorrow morning." Sister Dao curled her lips and said, "I'll make it if I have time. Forget it if I don't have time." Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely and said, "Didn't your father make it?" Sister Dao said calmly, "At first, my father made it. But since my father knew that you stole my pancake, he stopped making it for me. And later I made it myself." Luo Qingzhou said, "How did your father know that I stole your pancake?" Sister Dao said, "I told him. My father said that he would beat you up once he sees you next time. So you have to be careful." Luo Qingzhou said worriedly, "You have to be careful. If I hit your father back, it would be bad." Sister Dao didn't say anything else and looked behind him. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled, and he turned around to see a burly man standing behind him with a gloomy face. "Dao, Uncle Dao." Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he shouted, then immediately lowered his head and slipped away. Sister Dao shouted gloatingly from behind, "Chu Feiyang, don't leave. Have dinner at my house tonight. I will cook for you myself." Luo Qingzhou walked away quickly without looking back. Dao Chengkong watched his back disappear at the alley, was silent for a while, turned his head, looked at his daughter, and asked, "He has already started a family?" Dao Jie nodded and said, "Yes. I have already told Dad." Dao Chengkong looked at her and said, "Do you like him?" Dao Jie smiled and said, "Dad, Chu Feiyang and I are just friends and senior sisters and brothers. Your daughter will not like a married man who is also a philanderer. Don't worry." Dao Chengkong was silent for a moment, and slowly said, "Linger. In fact, as long as you like him, it doesn't matter if he is married. Dad has been traveling all over the country for so many years. What kind of things has he not seen? As long as he treats you well and has the ability to protect you, Dad will naturally not break up the couple." Dao Jie was speechless and said, "Dad, I have made it very clear. I really don't have any feelings for him. And I can't like him. There are too many women around him. I would rather not marry in my life. And I will never marry him. Dad, you don't have to worry about it." Dao Chengkong frowned and said, Don't marry for the rest of your life? Ling, you are already 18 years old. You can't delay any longer. If you really don't marry, even if Daddy dies in the future, he will be ashamed. Daddy? Dajia interrupted him and said, wait a little longer. I will marry when I find the right one. Dao Chengkong sighed and said, it's Daddy's fault. He is incompetent. Dajia hurriedly said, Daddy, it has nothing to do with you. It's me. Oh, forget it. Let's not talk about these things. Let's go. Go home. I still have to practice. Dao Chengkong sighed again and said nothing more. The father and daughter entered the alley together. The sun set and the night slowly fell. The alley gradually became dark. Luo Chantian appeared at the alley with two Jinui. Stood where the father and daughter had just stood. And looked into the alley. Have you found out? Sir, we have found out. Dao Chengkong was a fugitive back then. His wanted document is still recorded in the file. He had been hiding in Maching before. He should be very familiar with Chu Feiyang. Right? I haven't found out about that. But Chu Feiyang often comes here. The princess of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion also often comes here. In addition, the princess also asked someone to check Dao Chengkong's file. How many martial artists with the cultivation level of mid-stage martial artists or above were there in Maching at that time? Have you found out all of them? Probably all of them have been found out. In addition to Maching, the nearby villages have also been investigated in addition to those few. We also found that Zhou Boyo's father-in-law is a martial artist with the cultivation level of late-stage martial artists through the conversations of the dismissed servants and nannies of the Qin family. We speculated that Qin Wenzheng should be very strong. And the eldest daughter of the Qin family is not mentally ill, but just doesn't like to talk. The strange thing is that the years when the eldest daughter of the Qin family went missing were all blank. And we didn't find any clues. Sir, these people should have problems. I think we should arrest them all and interrogate them, which will definitely yield unexpected results. If you still have concerns, we can act secretly and arrest them by surprise, so that they don't have time to react. After the interrogation, if there are any problems, we will announce it. And if there are no problems, we will just let them go. Since the emperor has given us these rights, we are naturally not afraid that they will go to the government to sue. Luo Chantian put his hands behind his back and listened quietly. His cheeks were hidden in the night, and his expression could not be seen clearly. After Luo Qingzhou returned to the mansion, he took a bath, took a medicine bath, absorbed the spiritual liquid, talked with Miss Qin Air for a while, and then went to the exiled fairy residence to practice. Miss Qin Air wore a thick fox fur and went to Lingshan Moon Palace. Luo Qingzhou didn't have time to tell the eldest lady a story, so she went to chat with her. The temperature at night was even lower, and the cold wind blew on her body, with a piercing chill that penetrated her body. Since the weather turned cold, Miss Qin Air started coughing from time to time again. Qin Wenzheng has been busy with business recently. After hearing about it, he immediately prepared to go to Yinwu Mountain to pick herbs in 2 days. As for other medicines, Luo Qizhou will be needed. During the meal, Song Ryu said, I will go to Meiju tomorrow and ask her to go to Prince Duan's mansion with Qizhou in 2 days, and then go to Mr. Chu to ask for Fire Fox tears. As for Juin blood, we will go to Qingyun Temple together then. Luo Qingzhou had decided to deal with these medicines by himself, but he didn't mention it to everyone. At this time, in the back garden of the exiled immortal residence, Luo Qingzhou was practicing sword with Xia Chan. The cooperation between the two had reached the realm of two people becoming one, and it was almost impossible to tell who was who. After practicing sword, the two of them were hot all over. Luo Qingzhou carried her into the house, and they became one again to practice another kind of exercise. Luo Qingzhou's body was full of power recently, and there was a sense of swelling in the danhai and each acupoint, as if it would explode with a little more power. Every time he finished practicing, his body was extremely hot, and the power in his body was also particularly restless. If he didn't vent some of it, he might not be able to bear it. After returning home at night, he lay on the bed and talked with Miss Qin Air for a while. In the early hours of the morning, he was out of his mind and practiced flying sword all the way to West Lake. When he arrived at West Lake, snowflakes actually floated in the sky. Long Hair still had her snow-white feet bare, and was standing on the lotus leaf in thin clothes. She was looking up at the falling snowflakes in the night sky with her charming face, thinking about something. Luo Qingzhou didn't see Sister Yu, and landed directly on a lotus leaf and began to practice. When he opened his eyes, the moon-white figure was already standing in front of him silently. looking at him quietly. You are about to break through. The moon-white figure saw him open his eyes, and said lightly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and stood up and said, physical body? He subconsciously thought she was talking about his physical body, because his physical body was indeed about to break through. The white figure was silent for a moment, and said, both the body and the soul are about to break through. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, Sister Yu, how do you know that my body is about to break through? The white figure said, it can be seen from the soul. Luo Qingzhou was curious and asked, how can you tell? The white figure did not answer again, and looked at him for a while, and said, it took you less than a year from night wandering to the late stage of the soul refining realm, and now you are about to break through to the spirit separation realm. Speaking of this, she paused, and said in a light tone, you are very powerful. When Luo Qingzhou heard her praise, he felt like a student praised by his teacher. Modestly said, Sister Yu is amazing. Without Sister Yu's help, I would never have reached this point. I would probably still be at the level of day travel at most. At this time, Longer flew over and said excitedly, Young master, my father said that even the most powerful genius needs at least 3 years to go from night travel to the spiritual sorrow. You are going to break through in less than a year. But it's not just as powerful as Sister said. It's simply invincible in the world. Luo Qingzhou still said, Sister Yu taught you well. Longa glanced at the Yubai figure next to him, and couldn't help saying, Sister not only taught you, she also. The Yubai figure looked at her. Longer quickly changed his words and said, Young master, when you reach the spiritual sorrow, Longa will give you a treasure. When Luo Qingzhou heard the word treasure, he suddenly thought of Xiaoye. I have not received any reply to Xiaoye's messages recently. The only reply I received was, don't bother me. I will tell Xiaoye about the promotion later and see her reaction. Don't let anything happen to Duo girl. He needs all kinds of treasures now. Snowflakes are still floating in the sky. The night has quietly faded, and it is still dark above the west lake. The lake breeze blows, and it is cold and icy. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the snow-white jade feet under Longer's skirt, and couldn't help saying, Miss Longer, aren't you cold? Longer shook her head and said, Sir, Longer is not cold, but very hot. If it weren't for you and my sister, Longer would be ready to take off all her clothes. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her thin dress, ignored her, and looked at the white figure in front of him. Jokingly, Sister Yu, what gift will you give me when I advance? The white figure looked at the falling snow in the distance and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou stared at her hazy cheek for a while, and said, Sister Yu, then I will give you a gift when the time comes. The white figure paused and looked at him. There was silence in the lotus bushes. Chapter 546. At dawn, Luo Qingzhou regained his consciousness and got out of bed. 2 drops of spiritual liquid had condensed on the mirror of the sun and moon treasure mirror. The color of the spiritual liquid had changed from dark black to light black, and there seemed to be starlight flashing inside. Luo Qingzhou collected the spiritual liquid, turned the sun and moon treasure mirror to the other side, and then left the room. Xiaoer had already gotten up and came over to help him put on his shoes and wash up. As for where he was going, she naturally didn't ask much. Luo Qingzhou looked at her beautiful and tender face, and thought of the humble and gentle service she had given him last night. He lowered his head and kissed her little mouth, saying, Xiaoer, what gift do you want? I'll buy it for you when I come back tonight. Xiaoer smiled and said, I don't want anything. I'll buy it for Xiao Dai. Luo Qingzhou held her soft little hand and said, buy it for Xiao Dai and for you. What do you want? Xiaoer thought for a moment and said, Tangilu. I'll buy one for Zhuer. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and took a look. Zhuer was hiding in the corner of the corridor, not far away. Peeking at them, Luo Qingzhou deliberately said, that won't work. She didn't serve me last night. Xiaoer smiled and said, then let Zhuer serve me tonight. Luo Qingzhou said, I dare not. She has a flying knife on her body. I'm afraid she will suddenly stab me. After that, he waved his hand and walked out of the courtyard. Xiaoer was laughing behind him. After he left, Fang said to the corridor, Zhu, you are always wielding swords and guns. Even the uncle is afraid of you. Zhuer came out from the corner, pouted and snorted, the uncle is not afraid of me. He just dislikes my ugliness. After that, she walked down the corridor, took out the flying knife, and threw it at the corner of the wall not far away. The flying knife poofed and stabbed into the red heart on the target in the corner. Luo Qingzhou went to Lingshan Moon Palace first, and took the 2 little white rabbits with him. Be careful when going out. In the alley, he was out of his mind and soul. After seeing the position of the observer, he jumped over the wall next to him and left from the backyard and roof of someone else's house. After arriving in the south of the city, Fong walked out of the alley in a swagger. Sister Dao was already waiting at the entrance of the alley with a pancake. The two went to the martial arts hall and met up with Zhang Yuanshan and the other four and set off together. Before leaving, Sun Jiang reminded them again, don't cause trouble on the road. Of course, don't be afraid of trouble. You are now formal disciples of Ling Shao sect. Don't bring shame to the sect. The 6 people agreed respectfully and went out. When they arrived at Shirley Pavilion outside the city in a carriage, they went to the horse farm to rent horses. Before Luo Qingzhou paid, the staff of the stables led a snow-white and handsome horse over and said respectfully, Mr. Chu, this is your Dilu horse, given to you by the princess. When you go out in the future, you can come here to take it at any time, and you can put it here when you come back. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, when did the princess come? The groom said respectfully, the princess has not been here in the past few days, but someone came to inform her this morning that Mr. Chu would use a horse today, so I prepared it early. Luo Qingzhou said, your stable. The groom bowed his head and said, this stable is the property of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion. No matter which horse you like, you can take it away. The princess's staff said that this will be your property in the future. Luo Qingzhou, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others beside him were shocked and envious. Chu Xiaoxiao said excitedly, for senior brother, do we not have to pay for horses when we come here in the future? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, you have to pay double in the future. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned and said, why? Luo Qingzhou said, have you ever seen a businessman who doesn't cheat his own people the most? We are all brothers and sisters. Even if I cheat you, you won't hit me. Right? Hit him. Sister Dao kicked him. Chu Xiaoxiao also waved her little fist in anger. After a few frolics, they led their horses away. Of course they still have to pay, because this horse farm is still owned by the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion. If they are greedy for such a small advantage, how will others look at them? For senior brother, you are so amazing that you even got the princess of the prince's mansion in the Southern Kingdom. Don't forget us poor junior brothers and sisters when you have a good life in the future. Chu Xiaoxiao rode on the horse with envy on her face. Luo Qingzhou patted the horse under his crotch and sighed. Zhou Buiyue on the side also said, when I was in watching, I noticed that the princess treated for senior brother differently from others. I didn't expect to meet her again in Kyoto. And we are together. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but said, why don't you think that it was actually the princess who got me? I was actually forced to do it. Bah! Shameless. You are so ungrateful. Sister Dao spit at him. The few people rode on horses and talked for a while. And then Fong rode his horse to run. When they arrived at the entrance of Yuhu Mountain Range, the sun had already risen high. In front of the tea house, there was already a table of guests sitting, eating breakfast and chatting. When they saw them, they all stopped talking temporarily. The two sides looked at each other and were stunned. There were 5 warriors wearing black tights sitting on the table. 3 men and 2 women, who were actually disciples of Master Jin from the Shuicheng branch. One of the girls was Yun Wanru, who missed the opportunity to become an inner disciple, and the other slightly fat woman was Zhang Jin. The leading man was Lei Yang, the eldest senior brother of the Shuicheng branch, who had lost to Luo Qingzhou in the ring. The two sides looked at each other and were silent for a while. Zhang Yuanshan took the lead and bowed, saying, Brother Lei, fellow brothers and sisters, what a coincidence. Lei Yang had a blank expression on his face, bowed, but did not speak. The other disciples all had ugly faces, but did not dare to speak. They all looked at the young man behind Zhang Yuanshan with complicated expressions. For these outer disciples, it was rare to see a direct disciple, let alone an inner disciple. If they saw other direct disciples at this time, they would definitely be very respectful and excited to come forward to talk. But at this moment, looking at the young man who was chosen by the sect as a direct disciple beyond everyone's expectations, they all sat on the stools and did not stand up. First, they felt that he was not worthy. Second, because of him, their junior sister Yun did not become an inner disciple, and it implicated them. Otherwise, they would have received more training resources rewards in this competition. Now, they have become a laughing stock, because before the competition, they had already received news that their junior sister Yun had been selected as an inner disciple. So they had boasted to other familiar brothers, and the result became a joke. They felt that all this was caused by this young man. How could they not hate him? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to pay attention, Zhang Yuanshan did not say anything more, but bowed his hands and sat at another table with his junior brothers and sisters. A young waitress named Xiaoqi came over and led the horses of several people into the stable, prepared fodder, and then came out to ask them what they needed to eat. Several people ordered a plate of beef and a few buns, as well as tea, because entering the Yunwu Mountains may require a day of running. Eating something hot in the morning is naturally more comfortable. The temperature in the mountains is lower, and the leaves are already covered with frost. After Xiaoqi brought out the steaming buns and beef, she brewed a large pot of hot tea for several people. Several people lowered their heads to eat, and no one spoke. At this time, Yun Wanru came over with a cup of tea, stopped beside Luo Qingzhou, and said softly, "Senior Brother Chu, Wanru apologizes to Senior Brother Chu for my recklessness and impulsiveness that day. Please don't take it to heart." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, didn't say anything, picked up the teacup and drank it all. Yun Wanru took a few sips and took the initiative to say, "Master took the others back to Water City first. We heard that there are many monsters in the Yunwu Mountains, so we want to stay and hone our skills. This is our third time here. I didn't expect to meet you brothers and sisters by chance. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Not to mention that both parties are from the same sect." Sister Dao asked, "Where do you live?" Yun Wanru said softly, "We are staying in a nearby mountain village. The environment there is good and suitable for cultivation. Sister Dao, when we have time, let's go to the city to visit Uncle Sun and everyone." Sister Dao nodded and said, "Okay, I will tell Master when I go back." Yun Wanru looked at the young man in front of her again and said, "Brother Chu, with such a good opportunity, why don't you stay in the sect to cultivate? The cultivation resources in the sect must be much better than outside. By the way, Brother Chu, have you been accepted as a direct disciple by the peak master of Jianfeng? The sect only announced that you have been accepted as a direct disciple, and no one knows which peak you are on yet." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "I don't know for the time being." Yun Wanru was stunned when she heard this, then smiled and said, "Brother Chu, don't you want to say it? This shouldn't be a secret, right?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It could be Jianfeng, Wangfeng or other peaks. Several peak masters are competing for it, and there is no result yet. So I don't know which peak I will go to in the end." As soon as these words came out, Yun Wanru's eyelids jumped a few times, and a smile was forced on her face. "Really?" Luo Qingzhou said seriously. "Yes." Yun Wanru looked at him, paused, and smiled. "I guess Brother Chu has other extraordinary talents hidden. Otherwise it wouldn't attract several peak masters to compete for it. Congratulations to Brother Chu. Brother Chu will have a bright future in the future." Luo Qingzhou said, "Thank you." After speaking, he continued to eat beef with his head down, and ignored her. Yun Wanru looked at him again, then smiled, lowered her head, and said goodbye and left. When she turned around, the smile on her face gradually faded. After Luo Qingzhou and his companions finished their breakfast, the people at the other table had already left. A new table of warriors arrived, and as soon as they sat down, they started discussing the matters of Li Xiao's sect and the one-eyed bull. "I heard that this time Li Xiao's sect sent an elder and a dozen inner disciples. And it is said that there is also a direct disciple to go into the mountains to encircle and suppress the one-eyed bull and his men. This time Li Xiao's sect is probably serious. The one-eyed bull is really blind. He even dared to kill the family of the elder of Li Xiao's sect. It is said that the elder's eldest son was killed by the one-eyed bull's men. If it weren't for a warrior who came to help, the elder's wife and youngest son might not have survived. The one-eyed bull has been roaming the Yunwu Mountains for so many years, and it is not easy to find. Those sects often issue tasks for their disciples to hunt, but they all return empty-handed. This time, they may not find that guy. That guy is known as the Bandit King in the Yunwu Mountains." Zhang Yuanshan and others listened to their discussion and looked at each other. "Let's go!" The few people left the tea house without much chat and walked onto the path into the mountains. At the same time, Kyoto Outer City. 18 lanes in the South City. In Dao Mansion, Dao Chengtong was holding a large sword with a golden ring. When he was frowning and thinking in the front yard, the gate of the yard was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 547, Being a Wet Nurse. After entering the mountain range, the 6 people were divided into 3 groups, 2 people in each group, to look for monsters. Nie Yirong took the initiative to propose to join Luo Qingzhou in a team. Luo Qingzhou decisively refused. He didn't want to carry a monitor around. Otherwise, he would be reported to the princess if he peed a short distance. Chu Xiaoxiao immediately said, "For senior brother. Then I'll go with you." Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, "You are too long-winded. I won't go with you. I'll go with Bo Yu." Chu Xiaoxiao pouted immediately, with a resentful expression on his face. Zhang Yuanshan thought for a while, and said, "Fourth junior brother. You go with junior sister Dao. I'll go with junior sister Nia. And Bo Yu will go with junior sister Xiaoxiao. This combination is safer. You and Bo Yu are both practicing boxing. And your strength is also the strongest among us. If you two go together, it will be difficult for us to distribute." Luo Qingzhou glanced at sister Dao next to him, and said, "Okay. Listen to senior brother." No one else had any objections. Before leaving, Chu Xiaoxiao muttered, "Sure enough. Senior brother 4 has intentions towards senior sister Dao." Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to pay attention to her, and walked towards the direction of the valley with sister Dao. After the few people separated, sister Dao deliberately asked, "Chu Feiyong, you are not really planning on me, are you?" Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, "What intentions do you mean? Senior sister?" Sister Dao raised her eyebrows and said, "How should I know? I'm asking you." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her slender thighs and said nothing. Sister Dao was immediately surprised and said, "Chu Feiyong, you are actually looking at my legs. Shouldn't it be my feet?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I think senior sister's feet should be very smelly. Get out." Sister Dao kicked his butt, but he dodged it accurately. After entering the lush forest, the two stopped talking, watching the 6 directions, listening to the 8 directions, and paying attention to the slightest movement around. No monsters were seen along the way. Luo Qingzhou was familiar with the road, and went straight into the valley in front. Sister Dao asked in confusion, "Chu Feiyong, why are you here?" Luo Qingzhou did not hide it and said, "I came here mainly to pick some herbs. Someone at home needs them." Sister Dao heard this and asked, "What herbs?" "I'll help you find them." Luo Qingzhou looked around and said, "9-leaf grass. A kind of poison. Has a deep red stem and dark green leaves. With a total of 9 leaves. Most of them grow alone. And there are sparse vegetation around them." Sister Dao remembered it in her mind and looked from the left. The two gradually walked into the depths of the valley. After a while, Luo Qingzhou's eyes suddenly fixed on the hillside in front of him. He looked carefully for a few times and immediately swept over. On the hillside, a 9-leaf grass was growing alone in the cracks of the rocks, swaying in the wind. Luo Qingzhou stopped not far away and observed carefully for a while, then took out a small flower hoe and a wooden box and walked up the hillside. Seeing this, Sister Dao also followed. Luo Qingzhou came close to the 9-leaf grass, squatted down, dug out the soil and roots with a flower hoe, and then carefully put it into the wooden box. Sister Dao asked, "How many more do you need?" Luo Qingzhou said, "1 plant is enough. Only 1 leaf is needed at a time. Unfortunately, this 9-leaf grass is very picky about the environment. It can only grow in the valley here. It will wither quickly after being brought back. So I have to come here once a month." Sister Dao glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Is it to treat your wife's illness?" Luo Qingzhou packed the wooden box, stood up and said, "Yes." Sister Dao sighed and said, "I have seen your wife. She looks weak and her complexion is not very good. She must have been ill for a long time. Right? Can it be cured?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Of course it can be cured, but it will take some time." Sister Dao nodded and said, "That's good." Luo Qingzhou walked down the hillside and said, "Let's go and find the monster. I also want to make more money, and try the newly promoted Vajra fist by the way." Sister Dao followed behind him and said, "Chu Feiyong, I think you are quite contradictory." Luo Qingzhou said, "Where is the contradiction?" Sister Dao said, "You obviously love your wife so much, but you are flirting with other women everywhere. Some men are cold by nature. Bo Wuqing, who ignored his wife and despised her in all kinds of ways, went out every day to spend money and hang out with other women. This seems normal because they are bad people. And you? I don't know whether to say you are a bad person or a good person. So I think you are very contradictory." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but stop and looked at her and said, "Which eye of yours saw me flirting with other women?" Sister Dao raised her eyebrows and said, "No." After a pause, she suddenly said, "It seems that I really didn't see it. That Princess Nandong also seemed to be actively sticking to you, chasing you from Moching all the way to Kyoto. She was the one who entangled you and gave it to you for free. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame me for being too good. I don't mess with the breeze, but the breeze chases me. I don't look at the bright moon, but the bright moon always shines on me." Self-love. Sister Dao turned away. She pouted, but had to admit, "Chu Feiyang, you are indeed excellent. Think about it carefully. A talent like you, who is the top scholar in literature and unparalleled in martial arts. It is normal that many girls like you." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Do those girls include you?" "Senior sister?" Sister Dao paused and said calmly, "Including. If you are not married, I will definitely get you. But since you are married, and there are so many women who are better than me around you, I will naturally not humiliate myself. Even if I, Dao Ling, never get married and don't want a man for my whole life, I will definitely not look for a married man." Luo Qingzhou praised, "You have ambition. But senior sister, I want to make it clear that although there are indeed many women around me, I treat them all equally, and I will not be partial." Sister Dao glanced. He said, "Why are you telling me all this? What do you want to do?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Sister, don't get me wrong. I just want to tell you that I'm not the kind of person who gets bored easily. If you can't get married in the future, and you still like me, you can go and give me." Swish. Before he could finish, the broad knife in Sister Dao's hand flashed with a cold light, and she chopped at him with a knife. Snorting coldly, "If you want me to be your concubine, you should first ask if the knife in my hand agrees." Luo Qingzhou dodged and said, "Sister, you misunderstood. What I mean is that if you really don't want to get married in the future and want to see me every day, you can go and be a wet nurse for my child. The kind of wet nurse who doesn't feed milk but only takes care of the child. Go to H.L." Sister Dao raised her eyebrows, glared, and chopped at him with the broad knife in her hand. Luo Qingzhou ran away immediately. The two chased for a while, entered the depths of the Yunwu Mountains, and began to look for monsters. At noon, the two encountered a pig monster, and Luo Qingzhou didn't need to do anything. Dao Jie directly swung her knife to solve it. Luo Qingzhou didn't have any mission requirements, so she gave it to her first. In the afternoon, the two had passed through the swamp and entered the deeper part of the Yunwu Mountains. The two soon found a tiger monster. The tiger monster was very alert. After seeing them, it didn't rush up to attack, but turned around and ran away. The two chased after it, but the tiger monster was very familiar with the terrain here. After a few turns and jumps, it had already escaped. When the two were about to go elsewhere to look for prey, they suddenly smelled a very strong smell of blood. This smell of blood was naturally very familiar to them. The two followed the smell of blood and looked ahead. There was a sparse forest in front of them. The branches of some trees were neatly cut off, and several large trees fell to the ground. Obviously, someone had fought there. Chu Feiyang, let's go and take a look. Sister Dao clenched the knife in her hand and rushed over immediately. Although Luo Qingzhou didn't want to cause trouble, he had to follow her when he saw that she had already gone over, and looked around. There is a body on the ground. Hey, it seems to be Master Jin's disciple. Sister Dao rushed into the woods and immediately saw a body lying on the ground. When she got closer, she found that it was one of the disciples from Shuicheng who had just met. Luo Qingzhou came closer and looked at it carefully. It was a young man in black clothes. He was indeed the disciple of Master Jin. It looks like he was killed not long ago. When Luo Qingzhou was about to check, Sister Dao suddenly pointed to the front and said, "There is another one there." The two of them immediately ran forward again. Sure enough, another body appeared on the grass dozens of meters away. It was still the disciple of Master Jin. The neck of this disciple was directly cut off by a sharp weapon, and his head almost fell off. The death was extremely tragic. The two looked solemn. Luo Qingzhou squatted down and reached out to touch the body temperature. It was still warm. It seemed that she had just died. At this moment, behind the hillside in the distance, there was a faint cry of a woman and the grim laughter of several men. Sister Dao immediately tightened the knife in her hand and quickly swept over. Luo Qingzhou had to get up and follow, while concentrating his soul power, paying more attention to the movements around him with his eyes and ears. The two of them soon came to the hillside, and heard the woman's cry and the grim laughter of several men more clearly. They climbed up the rock and looked down. In an open space not far away, a woman was pressed to the ground, and three men in animal skin shorts were surrounding her and grinning obscenely. The woman had disheveled hair and tears on her face. She was actually the female disciple named Zhongjin. Seeing this, Sister Dao was furious and rushed out with the broadsword in her hand tightly clenched. Luo Qingzhou did not go out immediately, but hid behind a rock, observing the bushes and rocks around him. Shua! With a flash of the sword, Sister Dao jumped up and jumped over, slashing at a man with the broadsword in her hand. The three men were startled, hurriedly pulled up their pants, and took out their weapons. Ka! Sister Dao was furious, and actually used the flame knife that Luo Qingzhou had just taught her. The tip of the broad knife flashed with light, and a blade light appeared, which directly chopped the mace in a man's hand into two halves, and then chopped it on his head. The man screamed and fell to the ground. His head split open, and one of them died. The other two men were so scared that they ran away. Sister Dao chased after him for 2 steps, suddenly jumped up, and chopped at one of the men with a swish. The man had to stop and dodge, and the long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light and stabbed at Sister Dao's throat. Sister Dao turned back to block. Sparks flew. The man stabbed a few more times and turned around and ran. Who knew that just after running a few steps, a figure suddenly fell on his head, and a punch hit his head with a bang, directly smashing his brain and killing him. Sister Dao was stunned for a moment, and was about to chase another man. When she looked over, she found that the man had run 100 meters away. But strangely, the head on his neck was missing. Blood spurted out from the neck, and the headless body ran forward for more than 10 meters before suddenly falling to the ground. Sister Dao was stunned, froze, and looked at the boy in front of her. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists, still looking around vigilantly, and said with his back to her, "Senior sister, quickly get her some clothes to put on, and take her away." Sister Dao reacted, hurriedly took out her clothes from the storage bag, turned around and ran to the woman named Zhongjin. At this time, Zhongjin was lying naked on the ground, with her eyes wide open in fear, tears on her face, and her body trembling. Sister Dao came closer and couldn't bear to look any longer, so she quickly wrapped her up with clothes and said, "Junior sister Zhang, where are the others?" Zhongjin trembled, suddenly woke up, grabbed her arm and said, "Quick, go and save junior sister Wanru. It's the people of the One-Eyed Bull. There are so many robbers. Quick!" Sister Dao's face changed when she heard it. She had naturally heard of the great reputation of the One-Eyed Bull, but she didn't expect that group of robbers would appear here. She hurriedly wanted to help the girl on the ground up and take her with her. But Zhongjin suddenly let go of her hand and cried, "No, don't worry about me. Go and save junior sister Wanru and senior brother. Those robbers are chasing them to the canyon ahead, quick." Sister Dao immediately clenched the knife in her hand, ran forward, and said, "Chu Feiyang, we." Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly passed by her and rushed in front of the girl on the ground. But it was still a step too late. The dagger in Zhongjin's hand was deeply inserted into his heart. He looked at him with tears on his face and said, "Chu senior brother Chu, go quickly save junior sister Wanra. I have no face to live." After saying this, a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. His body trembled a few times, and he opened his eyes full of tears and took his last breath. Chapter 548. A Master of Spirits Who Spreads Lime? Daojia froze in place. Luo Qingzhou paused, slowly squatted down, and helped the girl on the ground close her eyes. There was a dead silence in the forest. Only the sound of the wind was sobbing. Luo Qingzhou stood up, looked at her and said, "Are you going, senior sister?" Daojia clenched the knife in her hand and gritted her teeth and said, "Of course I will go. I will kill all those beasts." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "It turns out that Daojia is not such an impulsive person." Daojia's face turned pale, and the knife in her hand trembled slightly. She didn't say anything, turned around and rushed forward. Luo Qingzhou looked at her angry back, looked at the corpse on the ground, and followed her without hesitation. There were traces of chasing and fighting on the road. The two followed the traces and rushed all the way, and soon came to a canyon. After passing through the canyon, there was a pile of rocks outside. As soon as the two of them crossed a boulder, they heard the sound of whips being whipped from the pile of rocks in front of them, as well as the curses of a man, the crying of a woman, and the grim laughter of several men. When Sister Dao heard this sound, her face suddenly changed, and she immediately clenched the knife in her hand and swept over. When she saw the scene in the field, she was shocked and angry. The man named Lei Yang was tied to a rock, and a man wearing animal skins was waving a whip in his hand and whipping him fiercely. Lei Yang was whipped with blood all over his face and body, but he was gritting his teeth and cursing, "Beasts! You beasts!" Opposite him, 3 burly men wearing animal skins were bullying a girl. And the girl was the genius female disciple of the Water City branch, Yunwanru. Seeing this, Sister Dao was furious. She immediately swung her knife and jumped down from the rock. She slashed a blade and chopped at one of the men. Sister Luo Qingzhou had no time to stop him, so he had to use the breath-holding technique and hid behind the rock. Looking around, there was something wrong with the placement of the boulders around. Although there were only 4 bandits in the field, he clearly felt that there were other auras hidden behind the rocks around. Seeing that Sister Dao had already fought with the 4 bandits, he still held his breath and hid behind the rock, not going out. Swish, swish, swish. Sister Dao was furious and used her most powerful knife skills. At the same time, an inch of blade light flashed on the sword, and she was in a close fight with the 4 bandits. Lei Yang, who was tied to the rock, was struggling to break free from the ropes with blood all over his face. Yunwanru was lying on the ground, trembling and crying, with bloody whip marks all over her snow-white back. Bang! Sister Dao was no match for 4 hands after all, and was knocked out by a punch, falling to the ground in a mess. Just as she was getting up from the ground, a burly man holding 2 knives suddenly jumped in front of her, and immediately put the 2 knives in his hands on her neck. The other 3 men also walked in front of her, with lewd smiles on their faces. Hey! Another one came to the door. Are you also a disciple of Li Shao sect? TSK. Look at this silver hair, blue eyes, long legs, and this figure. The best? Are you afraid that we brothers are not enough to play with? So you take the initiative to come here to ask for sex? Ha ha ha. The 4 of them burst into laughter. A man immediately stretched out his claws and approached, saying with a lewd smile, "Let me strip her clothes off and see if her figure is real or fake." Who knew that at this moment? Sister Dao ignored the 2 knives on her neck, raised her long legs suddenly, and kicked over with a bang, just kicking the man's crotch. The man screamed, covered his crotch, fell to the ground and rolled, and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Bitch! You are looking for death. The man holding the 2 knives was immediately furious, and suddenly raised a steel knife in his hand and chopped at the long leg she had just raised. Who knew that at this moment? A long spear suddenly flew out from behind a huge rock not far away, and with a puff, it instantly pierced his chest and took him flying. How dare you, a beast, bully my disciples of Ling Shao sect? A figure suddenly rushed out from behind the boulder, and with 5 fingers spread out, the long spear suddenly flashed and flew back to his hand. Then, more figures rushed over from the path not far away, jumped onto the huge rock and rushed over. Judging from their clothes, they were all disciples of Ling Shao sect, except for the middle-aged man holding the long spear. The remaining nearly 20 disciples were all young warriors, both men and women, and they were all at the middle stage of martial arts and above. The middle-aged man holding the long spear was Mo Qishan, the main elder of Ling Shao sect, who was sent here to encircle and suppress the one-eyed bull forces. And the disciples he brought, except for 1 direct disciple, were all elite disciples of Ling Shao sect. Inner disciples. Mo Qishan held a long spear, stood in front of Dao Jia with a green shirt fluttering, and his face was full of anger. And the remaining 3 robbers had already retreated, and the swords in their hands were clamped on Yunwanru's neck. At this time, Yunwanru, with disheveled hair and naked body, was covered with whip marks, looking quite miserable. All the disciples of Ling Shao sect, both men and women, were furious. Lei Yang, who was tied to the rock, was rescued by a male disciple and cried, "Senior, we are all disciples of Ling Shao sect. Please save my sister." Mo Qishan, however, held the spear tightly in his hand and stood still. He suddenly shouted angrily, "One-eyed bull, hiding and threatening me with a weak woman. What kind of man are you? You should change your title of Bandit King of Yunwu Mountain Range to Coward King of Yunwu Mountain Range." Ha ha ha. As soon as these words came out, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the pile of rocks next to him. Then, with a boom, the rocks piled on the ground flew up directly, and a burly figure jumped out of it and landed in front of him. When the feet landed, the ground shook violently. The disciples of Ling Shao sect looked at it, and their faces changed. This man was tall and burly, about 2 meters tall, wearing leather armor, with bulging muscles, carrying a 5-meter-long sword on his shoulder, with an eye patch on one eye, a face full of flesh, and a sharp horn on his forehead. Standing there, he looked like an iron tower monster. with a fierce aura rushing towards him. Mo Qingshan's pupils shrank slightly, and the spear at his hand made a hum sound, flashing a foot-long spear light, and shouted angrily, "Are you the one-eyed bull known as the bandit king of the Yumu mountain range? My young son was killed by your men." The burly man grinned and said, "I have been roaming the Yumu mountains for decades. I have killed thousands of people, if not tens of thousands. Who knows which one is your unlucky son? Beast, give me your life." Mo Qingshan's eyes were wide open. His figure flashed, and the long spear in his hand suddenly shot out a dazzling spear light, and stabbed it with a swish sound. The air seemed to be scorched, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. Mo Qingshan's shot condensed his decades of skills, and instantly blocked all the retreat routes of the burly man. The burly man grinned, and the 5-meter-long sword on his shoulder swish burst out with a golden blade light, and chopped at the tip of the spear. Bang! The blade hit the tip of the spear, and there was a bang. The light burst out, and the air wave was like a tide, sweeping around with the two people as the center. The disciples behind Mo Qingshan and the robbers behind the burly man all changed their faces, and were pushed back by the huge air wave. Both of them were shocked and took a few steps back, then rushed forward again, and their figures were blurred and fighting together. The disciples behind Mo Qingshan saw that there were only a few robbers on the other side, and immediately shouted angrily and rushed forward. The robbers saw that they were outnumbered and immediately scattered. Sister Dao hurriedly took out her clothes, wrapped Yun Wander's body, and rescued her. Boom! 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 Mo Qingshan and the burly man fought for hundreds of moves before they separated from the terrible air wave vortex. The Lingxiao sect disciples surrounding them were powerless, and could not get close. Mo Qingshan was chopped on his right arm, and blood was dripping. The burly man was shot in the chest, but the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good spear skills, but it's a pity you can't get out today. The burly man smiled coldly, holding the knife in one hand, stepped back a few steps, and stomped his right foot on the ground. The surrounding boulders suddenly exploded with a bang. Then, figures flew out from the boulders, each holding a golden rope, and instantly formed a large net, trapping all the people in Lingxiao sect. At the same time, wisps of black mist rose from the surrounding rubble, instantly forming a black mist formation, surrounding everyone inside. The sky suddenly darkened, and there were sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, and waves of evil spirits whistled and rolled in the entire formation, whistling like a whirlwind, from all directions. Neat and heavy footsteps suddenly sounded, and then, dense black figures, holding spears and wearing armor, appeared in the black mist like thousands of troops. Murderous. A closer look. There was no cheek. The burly man laughed loudly. "You little kids of Lingxiao sect. There is a road to heaven, but you don't want to go. There is no door to H.L., but you insist on breaking in. I have already set up a formation here, and have been waiting for you for a long time. This set of Corpse Evil 1000 army formation is specially prepared for you." When the disciples of Lingxiao sect saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. Mo Qingshan's face also turned pale in an instant. When he just came here, he knew there was an ambush here, thinking it was just some bandits and soldiers. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could still save people and kill a bloody way to escape. Who knew it was such a sinister formation? The burly man laughed grimly, suddenly raised the long knife in his hand, and roared, "The formation is activated. Release the Corpse Evil generals. Tear them apart." Boom! As soon as the words fell, the dense black figures surrounding them suddenly broke like bubbles, turned into black smoke, and disappeared with the wind. The dark sky instantly regained its brightness. The black mist around them also quickly retreated. At the same time, in the pile of rocks where the formation magic tools were buried, there was a sudden bang 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 sound, and the rocks piled on top were all blown to pieces. Ah! Screams came from the piles of rocks around, and then one after another, figures with flames all over their bodies rushed out from the ground, fell to the ground, screaming and rolling. The robbers who maintained the Corpse Evil 1000 army formation were either separated from their heads and bodies, lying forever in the ground, or rushed out from the ground with their bodies on fire, screaming and rolling on the ground. "Boss, someone destroyed the eye of the formation and poured lamp oil into the formation pit, and spread lime." A burly man jumped out from the highest pile of rocks, his head and face covered with white lime, his head on fire. And just as he screamed, his head suddenly tilted and rolled off his neck. The headless corpse ran forward a few more steps, and then fell to the ground with a pop. The screams of the robbers were heard from all directions. More than 100 robbers were ambushed underground, and most of them were burning with flames. They escaped from the underground and rolled on the ground screaming. They couldn't figure out who poured the lamp oil into the underground pit silently. This sudden change caught the robbers in the formation off guard and stunned them. The burly man looked at the headless corpse sitting in front of him, and reacted instantly, shouting angrily, "Flying sword beheading! You Ling Shao sect! You even brought a master of the soul!" The disciples of Ling Shao sect all looked at each other, and looked at Mo Qingshan. Mo Qingshan was also confused. Master of the soul? Did he bring it? How come he didn't know? Only Sister Dao supported the dumbfounded Yun Wanru. Looking around. Chapter 549 The Power of the Six Meridians Divine Sword. I want to be its personal disciple. Shua. At this moment, a flying sword suddenly shot out from behind a huge rock and instantly pierced the head of a robber. Then, the flying sword flashed with a cold light and flew back behind the rock. Seeing this, the one-eyed bull was shocked and angry and said, "Where are you? Hiding? If you have the guts, come out and fight with me." Everyone's eyes turned to the huge rock. Sister Dao and Yun Wanru beside her also looked there. The one-eyed bull was furious, suddenly took a few steps to run, jumped up, and the long sword in his hand flashed with a blade, and Shua chopped at the huge rock. Bang! The huge rock immediately broke into pieces. Amid the stone chips, a slender figure in green slowly walked out of the dust. She held a sword in her hand, tall and slender, with flowing hair and green clothes, and a cold look. In her dark and deep eyes, there seemed to be two sword shadows flashing. Seeing this person, all the inner disciples of Ling Shao sect brightened their eyes. With surprise and excitement on their faces, Uncle Linghu, Mo Qingshan was also full of joy. Master Linghu. The burly man looked at the cold woman in green clothes and sword energy in front of him, and said sternly, "Girl, you broke my formation? Well, you broke my formation. Today, I will break you." After that, the giant long sword in his hand suddenly raised. The sword light burst out, and slashed forward with a swish sound. The air seemed to be torn apart. A sharp scream sounded. Linghu Qingju stood still, not even drawing the sword in her hand. Her eyes flashed with cold sword light. Seeing the terrifying giant blade slashing at her, she just slowly raised her slender index finger. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingshan and the disciples of Ling Shao sect all changed their faces. Swish. Who knew that at this moment, the tip of Linghu Qingju's outstretched index finger suddenly shot out a green sword light, and with a clang sound, it collided with the slashing blade light. The light splashed, and the air waves rolled. The burly man's aggressive giant sword suddenly hummed, and was hit upward by the finger sword. The burly man only felt a shock in his tiger's mouth, and his feet involuntarily took 2 steps back, and Linghu Qingju still stood there, motionless. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingshan and others were all full of incredible expressions. Sword beam shot out from fingers? When did our sect have such a skill? Uncle Linghu is indeed the most unfathomable sword master in the sect. He can shoot out such a powerful sword beam with just one finger. The inner disciples already had a good impression of the cold and beautiful Uncle Linghu. Now their eyes were even more fiery and full of admiration. Yun Wanru, who was supported by Sister Dao, was also stunned by the green figure's gaze at this moment. Swish. 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 At this moment, a scene that opened everyone's eyes appeared again. The burly man had just stood firm, and was about to continue to rush forward with his sword. The green figure who was standing still suddenly raised other fingers, and the 5 fingers actually shot out sword beams of different colors one after another. It was like a rainbow. Dazzling. Wherever the sword beams passed, a sharp whistle sounded in the air. The burly man hurriedly waved his sword to block, and soon he became flustered. At this moment, the green figure pulled out the sword in his hand with a clang, and the figure flashed and appeared in front of the burly man. A green sword beam lit up on the blade, and chopped directly at the burly man. The burly man hurriedly waved his sword to block, who knew that the green sword beam was extremely sharp, and it actually clicked and cut off the giant sword in the burly man's hand, and then chopped towards his head. The burly man's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly threw away the sword and rolled out. Shua! A deep sword mark suddenly appeared on the ground where he stood. Mo Qingshan was shocked when he saw this scene, after not seeing each other for a few days. The swordsmanship of this Linghu Peak master has reached such a terrifying level. The burly man just jumped up from the ground, and the sword in Linghu Qingju's hand stabbed him again. The burly man roared, and a layer of khaki armor rose all over his body. He suddenly punched the stabbing sword tip. Bang! The fist light and the sword tip collided together. The sword tip was actually hit by the fist and could not move forward anymore. The burly man was about to grin. But Ling Hu Qingju raised his other hand lightly and stretched out a slender jade finger. With a swish, a green sword light shot out instantly, which actually penetrated his body shield and hit his chest. A sharp pain suddenly came. The green sword light actually penetrated his chest instantly and shot out from his back. The huge rock behind him actually broke into pieces with a bang. The burly man was shocked, and he jumped back in panic, shouting, "The wind is strong! Run!" After shouting, he turned around and ran away. The other surviving bandits immediately ran away. "Beast! Where are you running?" Mo Qishan, who had just been unable to intervene, immediately shouted angrily, holding a spear, and chased after him. The inner disciples also followed immediately. Ling Hu Qingju was about to chase him, but suddenly his face turned pale, and he stopped. This 6 Meridian's divine sword consumes too much internal strength and sword energy. With her current sword spirit realm, she has already released so many moves, which is an extraordinary performance. However, today is her first time to try to use the finger sword against the enemy. Unexpectedly, the power is beyond her expectations. When her sword spirit is upgraded to another level and her cultivation is further improved, she will definitely be more powerful. That kid is really a treasure. Her eyes looked at the rock not far away. Boom! Just as Mo Qishan got close, the burly man suddenly threw out a round bead, which hit the ground and exploded, emitting a large amount of purple smoke. Mo Qishan's face changed, and he retreated in a hurry. He stretched out his hand to stop the disciples behind him and said quickly, "Don't get close. It's poisonous." After the smoke dissipated, the burly man had already fled with the remaining robbers. The disciples were frightened by the strength of the burly man and the formations around them, and did not dare to take action. Now seeing that the other party escaped, they were unwilling and regretful. Mo Qishan was even more upset that he failed to avenge his young son. However, he was already injured, and there were many dangers around him. He didn't know what ambushes the other party had set. He had to be responsible for these inner disciples. Looking at the place where the burly man disappeared, he sighed secretly, turned around with all the disciples and returned, bowing his hands and saying, "Master Ling Hu, thanks to you for coming today. Otherwise we would have fallen into the trap of the robber." All the disciples bowed their heads and bowed their hands and saluted, "Thank you, Uncle Ling Hu." They all thought that the woman in front of them had just broken the Insha 1,000 army formation and burned the robbers. Ling Hu Qingju looked grim, but did not deny it, and nodded slightly. At this time, Yun Wanru, wrapped in clothes and covered with scars, came over with disheveled hair, knelt in front of her, hugged her legs and cried, "Uncle Ling Hu, please, please, accept me as your disciple. I really want to practice sword with you." Mo Qishan and all the disciples looked at her, all with pity on their faces, and couldn't bear to look at her any longer. Yun Wanru cried and begged with tears on her face. Ling Hu Qingju looked down at her, and seeing her miserable appearance, he knew that she had just been tortured inhumanly. So he reached out to help her up and said, "I don't accept disciples." Yun Wanru cried and said, "Uncle Ling Hu, my name is Yun Wanru. Elder Wei of your Jianfeng originally promised me that he would accept me as an inner disciple of Jianfeng. But in the end, Wu, Uncle Ling Hu, I know I was wrong, and I will never have conflicts with my fellow brothers again. Please, please accept me. I want to practice sword with you." Ling Hu Qingju frowned and said, "You are Jin Song's disciple, Yun Wanru?" Yun Wanru cried again, kneeling on the ground, hugging her legs and crying, "Uncle Ling Hu, it's the junior. I have apologized to senior brother Chu. Woo woo. It's the junior. It's the junior." Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a while, looked at the scar on her neck again, hesitated for a moment, and said, "You get up first. When I go back, I will tell Elder Wei to let him accept you as an inner disciple." As soon as these words came out, Lei Yong next to him immediately knelt down, and said with excitement and gratitude, "Thank you, Uncle Ling Hu. Thank you, Uncle Ling Hu, for accepting my junior sister." Yun Wanru was still crying while hugging her legs. Lei Yong hurriedly pushed her and said, "Junior sister, Uncle Ling Hu has already agreed to you. Thank him quickly." Yun Wanru raised her head and said with tears on her face, "Uncle Ling Hu, I want to be your direct disciple, not an inner disciple. Please agree." As soon as these words came out, the other disciples next to him were all stunned. And then, they all showed a hint of disgust in their eyes. This woman is so greedy. Lei Yang was also shocked. And hurriedly whispered, Junior sister, are you crazy? Uncle Linghu has agreed to accept you as an inner disciple of Jianfeng. This is already the dream of many disciples. Why don't you thank him quickly? You? He suddenly stopped talking, because the two were too close. No one noticed that Yin Wander's left hand had pierced his chest without knowing when. Her face was distorted, and she said sharply, I said, I want to be a direct disciple, not an inner disciple. Puff! Before Linghu Qingju could react, the miserable girl, who was holding her legs, flashed a cold light in her hand, and suddenly stabbed a black dagger into her abdomen. Then, he punched Mo Qingshan next to him with a bang. Mo Qingshan was shocked and hastily blocked with his arms, but was knocked out with a bang, and his left arm was broken with a click. This sudden change happened in a flash. No one expected that a poor and pathetic female disciple of this sect, who was insulted by the robbers, would suddenly make a move so fast that she killed her fellow senior brother in almost the blink of an eye. Then stabbed Linghu Qingju, and punched Mo Qingshan out again. Her speed was too fast. No one reacted when Linghu Qingju was suddenly attacked, and the finger sword in her hand shot out immediately. She had already flashed and retreated more than 10 meters away. At this time, a familiar and complacent laugh suddenly came from behind the rocks not far away. Ha ha ha. The burly man actually brought the remaining robbers back. The faces of all the disciples of Lingxiao sect changed drastically when they saw this scene. You sons of bitches of Lingxiao sect. Do you really think that we have not prepared anything? We have been roaming the Yunwu Mountains for so many years. How can you scum wipe us out? The burly man walked out from behind the rock with a smug grin on his face, stood beside Yin Wanru, and even directly put his big hand into her clothes, grinning, Boss, let me touch it again. Lying on the ground, Lei Yang, whose chest was pierced, had not yet completely died. He opened his eyes wide to watch this scene and asked the last sentence with difficulty, Master Junior sister. Why? As soon as he finished speaking, he had already died, and died with his eyes open. The disciples of Lingxiao sect were even more unbelievable when they saw this scene. Standing up from the ground, Mo Qingshan, with a broken arm, looked at the poor girl with disheveled hair and looked extremely miserable with an ugly face, and gritted his teeth and said, Who are you? Yun Water raised her head, and her whole cheek suddenly cracked. Chapter 550 Water Curtain Cave. I won't let you be responsible. Hee. A sinister laugh came from the cracked cheek. Then, her whole body suddenly crackled and her clothes and flesh fell off like snake skin. The whole cheek fell off, revealing another beautiful and enchanting female face, and her body instantly became tall and sturdy. Her arms were muscular, and her belly was bulging. In the blink of an eye, she has become a strange woman with a beautiful face and a sturdy body. The burly man dragging a long sword on the side said with a flattering smile, Boss, such a good skin and flesh. It's a pity to destroy it. The strange woman grinned, staring at Linghu Qingju opposite with greedy eyes, sticking out her scarlet tongue, licking her red lips, and said delicately, Isn't there a better skin and flesh? Linghu Qingju covered the wound with one hand and held the sword with the other hand, staring at her coldly and said, Thousand demon skin replacement technique. Are you from the demon clan? The strange woman grinned, staring at her cold and beautiful face with greedy eyes and said, Yes. I was hit. I was stabbed by this master, and I was poisoned. But I can still stand. I am indeed a master of Lingxiao sect. Then he spit out his scarlet and sharp tongue, and laughed, Little beauty, come here and let me lick you. And then I will tear off your skin myself, and I will tell you anything you want to know. And I can let your fellow disciples go. Otherwise, I will peel off the skin of each of them and change them every day. The disciples of Lingxiao sect, feeling the powerful and fierce breath of this strange woman, all turned pale, but did not retreat. Uncle, let's go together and kill this female devil to avenge our junior brothers and sisters. The disciples clenched their swords and knives, and shared the same hatred. But Mo Qingshan, who really felt the strength of this strange woman, had an ugly face, and his eyes were full of fear. At this time, Linghu Qingju, who was standing in the front, said calmly, Elder Mo, you take them away first. After that, the sword in his hand made a hum sound, and a sword light shone. Mo Qingshan raised the spear in his hand, turned back and shouted, Ning Yu. You take all the junior brothers and sisters away first. I will stay and kill this beast with Linghu Peak Master. The strange woman saw this, but grinned and said sarcastically, Want to leave? Have you asked me? After that, black mist suddenly rolled over her body, and her eyes turned scarlet in an instant. A terrible murderous aura suddenly burst out. Shwa! At this moment, the sword in Linghu Qingju's hand suddenly burst into light, and with a swish, it was inserted into the ground in front of him. Immediately, a terrible air wave instantly turned into a hurricane, and with a boom sound, it rushed towards the opposite side, with countless sword shadows. Linghu Qingju stood there, her dress fluttering, her long hair flying, her eyes flashing with sword shadows, her face pale, and the power in her danhai and various acupoints burst out in an instant. The terrifying sword energy rushed forward like a huge wave. The strange woman's pupil shrank, and she immediately took a step back. Her arm suddenly stretched out, and instantly condensed a huge black shield, and with a bang, it stood up in front of her. Countless sword shadows hit the shield with a crackling sound, and the surrounding rocks were directly shattered by the sword energy and flew all over the sky. The bandits standing behind him were all frightened and shrank behind her in a hurry. Even the burly man holding a long sword next to him changed his face and hid behind her in a hurry. Linghu Qingju's full strength attack changed the color of the sky and the earth. Sand and rocks flew around. Hurricanes roared, and dense sword shadows immediately covered the entire rocky hill. She leaned on the sword with one hand, and a vague sword shadow appeared between her eyebrows. She turned her head and said, Elder Mo, take them away quickly. Mo Qishan saw that her face was ugly, and she was hesitating. She whispered again, Go. Someone will come to pick me up. Mo Qishan heard it. Without hesitation, immediately dragged the spear, turned around and shouted to the disciples, Go! The disciples of Ling Xiao's sect saw that this kind of fight was not something they could participate in, and immediately turned around and fled from here. The huge rocks around all endured the terrible sword energy and broke apart. The strange woman supported the black shield with both hands and grinned, You are at the end of your strength. I want to see how long you can hold on. Blood began to flow from the corners of Linghu Qingju's mouth, and her face became even paler. She turned her head, and saw that Mo Qishan had already fled far away with all the disciples. A flash of sword light flashed in her eyes, and the only trace of internal force and sword energy in her body poured out. After just over 10 seconds, the sword energy around suddenly began to dissipate. Buzz! The sword in her hand suddenly wailed, and the sword light gradually disappeared. The strange woman grinned and directly withdrew the black shield, relying only on her powerful body to resist the last trace of her remaining sword energy. The burly man also stood up from behind her, smiling, Little beauty, I'll show you a good look later. Linghu Qingju spat out a mouthful of blood, turned his head suddenly, and shouted palely, Come out! As soon as the words fell, a figure wearing a black tiger mask suddenly rushed out from behind a rock not far away, at a very fast speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was already beside her. Seeing this, the strange woman and the burly man on the opposite side all changed their faces, and hurriedly tried to tear up the remaining sword energy and rush up to attack directly. Puff a large bag of lime suddenly threw towards them. Then, a round bead flew out and landed in front of them, and exploded with a bang, and a cloud of purple smoke rose. The strange woman was furious, and opened the already collapsed sword energy with a punch, and the strong wind on her body spun, ignoring the lime powder and purple smoke, and rushed out directly. Wow! Who knew that just as she rushed out, a burst of fire suddenly jumped up from the ground, which frightened her. When she jumped out of the flames, she found that the woman in green and the masked man who suddenly appeared had disappeared. She looked at the figure not far away with flaming eyes, and was about to chase him. But suddenly her face changed. Her internal energy began to disorder. Her head felt a little dizzy, and her legs felt a little weak. Behind her, several robbers had fallen to the ground with a thump. She moved her nose with a ferocious face, and immediately gritted her teeth and said, No wonder I smelled a faint fragrance of flowers just now. The bastard's actually poisoned. The burly man also jumped out and cursed angrily, You son of a bitch! You are unworthy of being a famous and upright sect. You spread lime, lamp oil, and poison people. You are even more despicable than his grandmother's demon sect. The strange woman shouted angrily, Send a message to the brothers on the other roads. Guard the exit, and don't let a fly pass. The woman has been seriously injured and can't run far. I must peel her skin. Swish. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was holding the injured and weak Ling Qingzhu, whose face was as pale as paper, and running quickly in the woods. The trees on both sides retreated rapidly, and the wind whistled in their ears. The sun had already fallen to the west. The sunset was shrouded, and it was already evening. Ling Qingzhu lay dying in his arms, looking at him, and said with a weak breath, Right. There is a waterfall. And in the waterfall there is a cave. Luo Qingzhou also knew that he couldn't run around now, and he had to find a place to hide quickly. First, Ling Qingzhu was seriously injured and must be treated immediately. Otherwise his life might be in danger. Second, this place is too far from the exit. The one-eyed bull has a strong cultivation base, and is expected to catch up soon. He has no time to escape, and there may be other robbers intercepting him on the road. He immediately turned around and fled to the right. Shua! He hugged Ling Qingzhu and jumped directly onto the tree. Then jumped and shuttled quickly between the trees like a monkey. The practice in the woods finally came in handy. Although he was holding someone in his arms, he was still very fast. If he escaped from the ground, he would definitely leave a lot of traces along the way. So he decided to escape from the tree. Not long after, he suddenly heard the sound of water flowing in front of him. Then, the sound of a waterfall came. After walking hundreds of meters forward, he finally saw the waterfall in front of him. He immediately jumped off the tree and jumped directly into the stream downstream. Then hugged Ling Qingzhu and rushed from the water to the waterfall. In this way, the water flow will wash away their scent and leave no trace. Master, where is the cave? Luo Qingzhou asked immediately. Ling Qingzhu's face was pale, and he said with difficulty, Water curtain. Luo Qingzhou looked up, and his heart moved. He immediately hugged her and ran over. When he got close, he immediately jumped up, and with a wow sound, he directly penetrated the layer of flying water curtain and jumped in. There was indeed a cave hidden inside, dozens of meters above the pool. If you hide in it, there is a waterfall to cover it, and the sound of the waterfall is very loud. Even if you make any sound inside, you can't hear it outside. He hugged the person in his arms tightly. The muscles and fascia of his legs were tightened, and he jumped up suddenly, and immediately got into the cave. Who knew that as soon as he entered, there was a sudden shrill scream inside. A group of monkeys were playing in the corner. When they saw the two people, they screamed in fear, and then bared their teeth and roared to drive them away. Luo Qingzhou looked at the water curtain cave and the angry monkeys in front of him, and suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. When the monkeys saw that there were only two of them, they immediately surrounded them fiercely, baring their fangs and roaring ferociously. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched the rock next to him. The huge rock suddenly cracked and broke into pieces. Ah! Ling Qingzhu opened her mouth, swallowed it, slowly opened her eyes, looked at him for a while, and said with difficulty, It's useless if I just didn't fight so hard. Maybe I could still. Luo Qingzhou immediately picked her up and said, Master, I will send you back to the sect. The sect master will definitely save you. Ling Qingzhu shook his head slightly. Too far. It's too late. Luo Qingzhou froze. Let go of her. His mind turned quickly, thinking about how to save his life. Ling Qingzhu stared at him blankly, and a pale and gentle look suddenly appeared on her face. She whispered, Call me master again. Okay? Luo Qingzhou held her hand tightly, and said in a deep voice, Master. Ling Qingzhu was in a trance for a moment, staring at him blankly, and more blood suddenly flowed from the corner of her mouth. Luo Qingzhou saw that her blood was bright red, and then looked at the black blood flowing from her abdomen. His heart moved, and he immediately said, Master, the venom has not reached the heart yet. It should still be in the wound. It is estimated that the meridians in your body are automatically closed and locked there. We still have a chance. After speaking, he looked at the wound, hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand, and with a swish, he tore the clothes on her abdomen to pieces, revealing the wound caused by the dagger. At this time, the wound was constantly flowing with black blood. The meridians, internal organs, and even the blood and bone marrow in a warrior's body have been tempered by thousands of times. Although she has just exhausted her last bit of strength, at the moment of crisis, these organs in the body will still provide the last protection before death. Just like the human immune system, which devours the virus that invades the human body until death. The venom is still trapped in the wound, and has not flowed into the heart. But with Ling Qingzhu's current body, he will definitely not be able to hold on for too long. So the top priority is to get all the venom out. When Luo Qingzhou looked at the wound and was thinking about how to get all the venom out, Linghu Qingzhou suddenly raised her left hand with difficulty, and her sleeve slipped off, revealing her slender white wrist. On her wrist, she wore a white jade bracelet. She frowned, and the jade bracelet on her wrist suddenly moved, and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. But she no longer had the strength to hold the jade bottle. Just as the jade bottle was about to fall, Luo Qingzhou caught it and asked in confusion, "Master, what is this?" Linghu Qingzhou looked at him, and 2 light blushes suddenly appeared on his pale cheeks. After a moment of silence, he said in a trembling voice, "Gargle gargle medicine. You help me suck it gargle first." The two looked at each other, and the cave was silent. Okay. Luo Qingzhou was just stunned for a moment. Without any hesitation, he immediately pulled out the bottle stopper, drank a sip, gargled, let the liquid cover all parts of the mouth, and then spit it on the ground. He looked at the wound, and when he was about to lower his head to suck, Linghu Qingzhou suddenly held his hand and said with difficulty, "You." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Master, what do you want to say?" Linghu Qingzhou stared at him for a few seconds, shook his head slightly, and slowly closed his eyes. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Master, I know that men and women should not be intimate, but at this time, life is important. Let's not talk about those etiquettes." After speaking, he was about to take a bite. Linghu Qingzhou closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly, and said, Don't worry. I won't let you be responsible." After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stopped again and looked at her. Linghu Qingzhou waited for a while, slowly opened his eyes, and saw that he was looking at her. He was stunned for a moment, so he had to bite his lips and said with red cheeks, I Linghu Qingzhou. Never lie." After saying that, he closed his eyes again. The corners of Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to hesitate any more. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, then immediately held his breath, aimed at the wound, and lowered his head. Linghu Qingzhou's body trembled suddenly, and said in a trembling voice, "Be gentle, it hurts." Chapter 551 Critical Moment. The sun sets. Outside the waterfall, golden water splashes in the air. A little deer with bright fur comes to the stream to drink water, and after drinking the water, it jumps away lightly. In the woods not far away, a group of monkeys stand on a tree, screaming and making noises. Humans have human language, and animals have animal language. The monkeys are all angrily cursing at Luo Qingzhou and the other two for their robbery. At this moment, several human figures wearing animal skins suddenly rushed out of the forest. Seeing this, the monkeys immediately closed their mouths and watched with wide eyes. The figures searched around for a while, glanced at the waterfall not far away, and rushed in another direction. When the monkeys saw that they were far away, they immediately started to bar their teeth and make noises again. At this time, in the cave under the waterfall, Luo Qingzhou was still helping Linghu Qingzhou, sucking the venom from the wound mouthful by mouthful. The black blood began to fade. After a while, the color of the blood began to turn dark red. Linghu Qingzhou fell asleep quickly in pain and weakness. Luo Qingzhou sucked for a while, and when he saw that the blood had all turned bright red, Fong picked up the porcelain bottle, rinsed his mouth, and then took out the trauma medicine from the storage bag, applied it on the wound, and bandaged the wound tightly with gauze. After doing all this, it was dark outside. Luo Qingzhou took out the quilt, gently covered Linghu Qingzhou, then walked to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. The light was dim, and the night was shrouded. There was no other sound outside except the sound of the waterfall. He listened carefully for a while, and then sat at the entrance of the cave. His soul left his body, passed through the water curtain, flew into the air, and observed everywhere. After seeing nothing unusual, Fong returned to the cave. He was worried about Sister Dao and others, but he couldn't leave at this moment. Linghu Qingzhou's life just hung by a thread. Although the venom was sucked out, he was still very weak and needed to rest. Luo Qingzhou stood at the entrance of the cave and thought for a while, then took out the spiritual liquid produced by the sun and moon mirror and dripped 2 drops on his palm. After the spiritual liquid was absorbed, he prepared to practice. At this time, he suddenly remembered that this spiritual liquid had a strong effect on the human body and soul, and could quickly replenish a lot of energy. Linghu Qingzhou's body at the moment should be in great need of it. Right? Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, and immediately turned around and walked to the stone bed, unplugged the bottle, and poured 2 drops on Ling Hu Qingju's lips. Originally, he wanted to pour it on the wound, but the wound had been bandaged. At this time, she was too weak to circulate the breath and blood in her body, so pouring it from her mouth should be more effective. As soon as the spiritual liquid fell on her lips, it was absorbed. Luo Qingzhou put away the porcelain bottle and wrapped her in the quilt. When he was about to leave, his hand was suddenly grabbed by her. Ling Hu Qingzhou opened his eyes, looked at him with a pale face, and said weakly, What did you just put into my mouth?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, took out a porcelain bottle with his other hand, and said, "A kind of potion to replenish the body's energy. Very expensive." Ling Hu Qingzhou looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand, and slowly loosened his hand. Luo Qingzhou asked, "Master, I sucked out all the poisonous blood in your wound. How do you feel now?" Ling Hu Qingzhou slowly raised his hand and touched his lower abdomen, where gauze was wrapped. She was stunned and said, "Before it was numb, now it hurts." Luo Qingzhou was relieved when he heard it, and said, "That's right. This means that the venom has been completely sucked out. Master, bear with it. The pain will be gone in one night. I have applied medicine for you, with Master's cultivation. As long as you rest well, you will be well soon." Ling Hu Qingzhou looked at him softly and said softly, "Thank you." Luo Qingzhou said, "It should be." Then he said, "Master, you have a good rest. I will go to the cave entrance to practice." Ling Hu Qingzhou looked at him blankly. Without saying a word, Luo Qingzhou turned and walked to the cave entrance, observed the situation outside again, and then sat cross-legged and began to practice the inner strength method. The 2 drops of spiritual liquid just absorbed now turned into a stream of burning energy and rushed to his Danhai. He began to refine slowly. The energy that had long been accumulated in the Danhai and the acupoints was still in a state of being about to explode. But just one step away. He had to continue absorbing energy until he completely broke through the obstacle. The night was getting darker. As he was practicing, his whole body was burning hot, and the energy in the acupoints in his body seemed to be about to explode. A monkey's shrill scream suddenly came from outside. Although the sound was very short, it still fell into his ears. He immediately stopped practicing. His soul flew out of his body, flew out of the waterfall, and looked outside. In the woods not far away, 5 strong men wearing animal skin shorts were walking towards this side. The voices of several people were also clearly heard. "Brother Hu, when I was chasing a pig demon, I once entered there. There is indeed a cave hidden there. Let's go and take a look. This forest is for us to search. The boss said that no place can be left alone. If we find the seriously injured woman of Ling Xiao sect, there will be a huge reward." The 5 people walked towards the waterfall while talking. When they got close to the waterfall, the voices became quieter. Luo Qingzhou immediately regained his consciousness and entered the cave. He picked up Ling Hu Qingzhou from the bed and walked to the right corner. Ling Hu Qingzhou woke up, opened her eyes and looked at him, but did not speak. Luo Qingzhou put her in the dark corner and whispered, "Master, someone is here. We don't know the specific cultivation level of the other party. Don't make a sound. Let me see." Ling Hu Qingzhou nodded slightly, and the sword shadow flashed in her eyes. Although she had recovered some internal strength, her body was still very weak, and the wound still felt pain. Wow! Outside the cave, 5 people holding swords crossed the water curtain below. When they looked up, there was indeed a cave above. "Lao Ba, Lao Gun, you jump up and take a look first. Be careful. If the situation is not right, come out immediately, and we will call someone." "Okay." The 2 men agreed, looked at each other, and immediately jumped up and landed at the entrance of the cave. One of them held a knife, and the other held an axe. They looked inside cautiously before they walked in carefully. The cave was in a mess, with fruit cores all over the floor. There was a stone table and a stone bed in the corner. It was dimly lit and silent inside, with no one in sight. The 2 men felt relieved. One of them turned back and shouted, "Brother Hu, there is nothing inside." He suddenly stopped talking. At the bottom of the cave, Brother Hu and the other 2 men were holding their breath and waiting in a state of alertness. When they heard the man above say half a sentence but no more, they immediately asked, "Lao Ba, what's wrong? What did you see?" However, there was silence above, and no one responded. The faces of the 3 men suddenly changed. Brother Hu suddenly shouted, "Lao Ba, Lao Gun, look carefully again. Look carefully at every corner of the cave, and see if there is anything left on the ground." If there is any situation, report it immediately. We will meet you at any time below. After speaking, he immediately winked at the two people beside him. With almost no hesitation, the three of them suddenly broke through the water curtain with a whoosh, jumped out, and then ran away. At this moment, a figure suddenly rolled up water and fell from the sky. A punch landed on the head of one of the men with a bang, which directly broke his brain. He died instantly and fell to the ground. Luo Qingzhou suddenly jumped and caught up with the second man, who knew that just as he approached, the man suddenly turned around and threw a pile of lime. When he saw the gas mask on his face, he was stunned. Boom! Luo Qingzhou, wearing a black tiger gas mask, punched him on the back and knocked him out directly. Then he jumped up with a whoosh and caught up with the third man. The third man was the burly man named Brother Hu. He had the cultivation of a late martial artist. Seeing that he couldn't beat the speed, he had to stop. With a fierce momentum, he punched out with a boom sound, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Luo Qingzhou punched him. His body shook, and he fell to the ground. Swoosh, 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 and stepped back a few steps. Seeing this, Brother Hu was stunned for a moment, and his heart was relieved immediately. This guy only had the cultivation of a mid-stage martial artist. So how could he run? Kill! He suddenly roared. His fists flashed, and he took the initiative to rush up. Luo Qingzhou stood in place, and the restless power in his body suddenly surged out and poured into his arms. Wow! A golden light flashed on his fist, and a pair of golden boxing gloves appeared. Boom! The two fists collided heavily. Crack! A crisp sound. Before Brother Hu could react, his arm suddenly broke, and his whole body was suddenly knocked out. Before he could scream, Luo Qingzhou's second fist flashing with golden fist light had already hit his chest heavily. Boom! A loud bang. His burly body was smashed to the ground, and his chest was completely sunken. Boom! Luo Qingzhou's third punch instantly landed on his neck again, and with a crack, his neck was smashed to pieces. His head tilted and separated from his body. He opened his mouth and widened his eyes. From beginning to end, he didn't even have time to scream before he died. Luo Qingzhou smashed his heart with another punch, then put away his skills, looked around, and immediately took out the corpse powder and poured it on him. Swish! The burly corpse on the ground quickly turned into pus and burrowed into the ground. Luo Qingzhou walked to the second and third corpses and poured the corpse powder on them. After dealing with the three corpses, he immediately returned to the cave, took a look at the two corpses on the ground, and prepared to do the same. When he used the corpse powder again, Lenghu Qingzhu, who was sitting in the corner next to him, suddenly said, "We can't stay here. They will find us soon. Let's go to the next cave." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately went over and picked her up without hesitation, walked out of the cave, and asked, "Master, where is the other cave?" Wow! As he spoke, he jumped out of the water curtain and landed on the ground outside. Lenghu Qingzhu whispered, "In the valley in the south, covered by weeds. It is deep, narrow and tortuous. I once chased a demon rabbit into it. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack there. Even if they find it, it is difficult to attack it." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately hugged her and rushed to the south. Who knew that just after they had rushed hundreds of meters away, a huge knife light suddenly flew out from behind the boulder in front of them, and slashed directly at the two of them. This terrifying might and aura startled Luo Qingzhou. He paused and suddenly jumped back, saying, "Master, hold me tight." Shwa! The blade flew out close to the feet of the two people, instantly cutting off several large trees and flying far away. A huge wave of air whistled past, blowing the clothes of the two people. A sinister laugh was heard. Then, a 2-meter-tall iron tower man, holding a giant sword, walked out from behind the rock in front. It was the burly man who was injured by Lenghu Qingzhu's finger sword during the day. Hee, little beauty. We have been looking for you for a long time, but we didn't expect you to hide here with this little bastard. Master? Apprentice? Hee. You two have been hiding here for so long. Are you doing something shameless? Seeing you are so close and hugging each other so tightly, you didn't just finish it, did you? The burly man held the knife in both hands, with a wretched and ugly smile on his face, and deliberately said words to humiliate them. Luo Qingzhou hugged Lenghu Qingzhu tightly in his arms, and looked around. He knew that facing this powerful burly man, he could not escape from him with a person in his arms. He made a quick decision and turned around and ran towards the waterfall again. The burly man smiled contemptuously, jumped suddenly, and slashed the giant long knife in his hand towards the two people with a swish sound, and actually slashed out a dazzling knife light several meters long. With this knife, the entire dark waterfall was illuminated. Luo Qingzhou seemed to have eyes on his back. He suddenly turned around, holding Ling Hu Qingzhu in his arms, and rushed to the right, narrowly avoiding the terrible sword light. Just as he was about to rush to the woods on the right, he suddenly saw a cold light flash in the forest, and there were archers ambushing. His heart skipped a beat, and he had to turn around and shoot towards the waterfall. He looked above the waterfall and rushed over at the fastest speed. However, the burly man was faster. He slashed from midair with a sword and landed directly above the waterfall. With a bang, the waterfall was split into two. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou's heart sank. Just when he didn't know which direction to flee, Ling Hu Qingzhu in his arm suddenly whispered, "Hold on for half an instant, stick. I'm almost recovered, then we can use the black and white swords to break his sword skills." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he immediately jumped up and threw her into the water curtain in front of him, then turned around suddenly. Shua took out the black wooden stick and fixed his eyes on the rapidly flying sword light. Huh? He didn't know any stick skills, and the black wooden stick in his hand was swung directly, smashing towards the huge sword light. Chapter 552: The Return of the Root of Thunder Spirit. Boom! The dark wooden stick in Luo Qingzhou's hand collided heavily with the terrifying blade light. A deafening collision sound suddenly sounded. The light burst out, and the air wave rolled. Luo Qingzhou's tiger's mouth shook, and his whole body was directly blown away by a huge force. But the strange thing is that the terrifying blade light was smashed to pieces by the dark wooden stick in his hand. The burly man saw this scene and said "huh" in his mouth, his face full of surprise, staring at the wooden stick in his hand, and then jumped up again with the knife. Shua! With this knife, the temperature suddenly rose, and the air seemed to be burning. The dazzling blade light directly blocked all of Luo Qingzhou's retreat routes, and even the waterfall behind him and Ling Hu Qingzhu behind the water curtain were covered. Luo Qingzhou fell to the ground, stepped back a few steps, and the blood in his body surged, seeing that the power of this knife was even more terrifying. But he couldn't dodge it. He gritted his teeth, and the power that had been accumulated in the Danhai and the acupoints in his body was overflowing, and it burst out with a boom and poured into his arms like a flood that broke through the dam. He clenched the black wooden stick in his hand, and his eyes flashed with star-like light, and a trace of lightning jumped deep in his pupils. Huh? He suddenly raised the black wooden stick in his hand and smashed it directly at the huge blade that was spitting out the knife light. Because of the great force, a piercing whistle sounded in the air. Z! On the wooden stick, a purple lightning suddenly jumped, like a spirit snake, entwined on it. Boom! With a loud bang, the wooden stick once again smashed the knife light into pieces, and heavily collided with the giant sword in the hand of the burly man. The sharp blade with the knife light chopped on the wooden stick with unmatched momentum. Who knew that with a click, the blade was directly shattered with a gap. The burly man covered the handle with both hands and was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, the giant sword in his hand clicked again, and the entire blade split from the middle and broke directly. Huh? The surging power that had been suppressed in Luo Qingzhou's body for many days was finally released, and he was immediately refreshed. He succeeded with one stick and swung another stick. The burly man's pupil shrank, and he had to swing the broken knife in his hand again to chop it up. Crack! The huge broken blade collided heavily with the black wooden stick, and it broke again. The burly man held the empty handle. The muscles on his face twitched violently, and he roared suddenly, threw down the handle, and punched it. Luo Qingzhou swung the stick to resist, but he had no stick method. The stick hit the empty space. Before he could put the stick away, he was hit in the chest by a punch and flew out. A sharp pain came from his chest. Fortunately, his defense has become very strong now. He rolled on the ground a few times and jumped up again. He immediately put away the wooden stick, and a golden light flashed on his fists, condensing two golden boxing gloves. With a whoosh, he rushed forward. The internal force in the Danhai surged into his arms and fists like a tide. Bang! He raised his fist and smashed it with the greatest force. The burly man smiled contemptuously, stood still, and punched his fist. Just as the two fists were about to collide, Luo Qingzhou's clenched fist suddenly loosened, and his 5 fingers opened. With a puff, the air wave flew out with a large amount of lime powder. At the moment when the lime powder flew out, Luo Qingzhou immediately retracted his fist and dodged to the right. Bang! The burly man's huge fist hit the blank space. Seeing the lime powder coming towards him, the strong wind around him blew away the lime powder directly. Humph! A trifling trick, the burly man snorted coldly, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. As soon as Luo Qingzhou landed on the ground, his heart suddenly jumped, and he punched forward. Bang! The two fists collided heavily. Luo Qingzhou's body shook, and he was directly knocked out. The blood in his body suddenly rolled, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. The burly man exclaimed again, "Hey!" and said in surprise, "Good boy. You are only a mid-level martial artist, but you can take my punch. Do you have hidden strength?" After saying that, the burly man flashed again and rushed forward. This time, his fist suddenly rumbled, turning into fist shadows all over the sky, instantly covering Luo Qingzhou's whole body. Luo Qingzhou's soul condensed. His eyes flashed, ignoring the other fist shadows. His fists flashed with golden light, and Boom punched two of the fists. Bang! The air wave exploded. He shook again and was blown away, like a kite with a broken string, falling awkwardly on the ground not far away, and spitting out a large mouthful of blood again. The burly man's face was filled with surprise. "Boy, you actually saw through my 1,000 shadow fist at a glance. You really have some skills, but you want to delay time. I'm afraid you are overestimating yourself." After saying that, the light of his fist burst out, and he punched the ground with a bang. The ground shook suddenly, and Luo Qingzhou, who had just stood up from the ground more than 10 meters away, was suddenly thrown up. "Die!" The burly man instantly locked onto his aura, and all his retreat roots suddenly jumped up into the air and punched him with a bang. Luo Qingzhou was in midair, and there was no time to dodge. With a bang, he was hit directly in the chest and flew backwards, hitting a rock behind him heavily, smashing the rock into pieces, and he lay in the rubble, motionless. "Humph! You are just a martial artist, and you dare to play tricks on me with this punch. Even if you are a great martial artist in the early stage, you will die." The burly man sneered. Without looking at him again, he turned around and walked towards the waterfall, grinning obscenely. "Little beauty, I have kept you waiting for a long time. Grandpa will serve you well now." Who knew that he had just taken a few steps when he suddenly turned his head and looked at the place where the figure wearing the black tiger mask was lying just now. However, the person who was lying there motionless just now suddenly disappeared. His face changed suddenly, and when he was about to look for him, he suddenly punched behind him, but missed. Moo! A loud cow moo suddenly sounded in the darkness on the right. Then, a figure suddenly flew towards him like a cannonball. Bull demon magic. Savage collision. Bang! The burly man hadn't reacted yet, and suddenly felt a pain in his waist, and his 2-meter-tall body was knocked out directly. However, he reacted very quickly, and punched out at the moment he was knocked out. When Luo Qingzhou used the sharp horn to dig out his heart again, his fists collided with his fists with a bang, and he was knocked out again. The burly man was knocked more than 10 meters away, and his feet landed steadily on the ground with a bang. He touched his waist that was hit, and said with a gloomy face, "Little bastard. You dared to hit my waist. You are looking for death." After that, he was furious. His figure flashed, and rushed up. He has the realm of the late stage of the great martial artist, and has the blood of the demon clan. With his gifted physique, his strength is comparable to the peak state of the great martial artist. This furious attack is not something Luo Qingzhou can resist. The realm was too different. Luo Qingzhou could not compete with him in terms of speed or strength. Bang! Luo Qingzhou was once again punched and flew away, falling directly into the pool under the waterfall. The fatal blow just now was blocked by the communication treasure on his body, saving his life. But the communication treasure could only help him block once. This time, he directly used his fists to block, and the power in the acupoints in the Danhai in his body almost burst out. And then he blocked the opponent's full-strength punch. However, he was still knocked away. His blood and chi surged. His fists were bloody, and the golden gloves were broken. Wow! Water splashed everywhere. He sank into the pool. His eyes went black, and he almost fainted. He lay at the bottom of the pool, opened his eyes, looked at the dim water, spit out a lot of blood from his mouth, and his hands and arms were in great pain. He had just drained all the power in his body, and now he was hit hard again. He should have been extremely weak and drowsy. But what surprised him was that at this moment, his mind was extremely clear, and all the acupoints in his body were recovering the power that had just been drained at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the internal force in the Danhai was instantly restored by more than half, and it was still recovering rapidly. ZZ. He suddenly found that his whole body was flashing with purple lightning. His pupils, his mind, his Danhai, and all the acupoints in his body were sizzling at this moment, and they were jumping lightning. Soon, his Danhai and the acupoints in his body were full of power again. His body began to heat up, and his whole body began to tremble. A terrifying force began to gather in his Danhai, and there were lightning and thunder on the Danhai, as if a shocking change was about to happen. At this moment, he felt that the acupoints all over his body were extremely swollen and painful, as if a balloon that had been blown to the limit was about to explode. This is a sign of a breakthrough. At this critical moment, the thunder spirit root that secretly stole a lot of his energy finally began to feed back to his body, instantly restoring the strength in his body, ready to help him break through. At the bottom of the deep pool, the water began to swirl. Lightning bolts sizzled at the bottom of the pool, crisscrossing like spirit snakes, entwined around his body. At this time, the burly man was punching behind the water curtain. Swish! A green finger sword suddenly flew out from behind the water curtain, instantly piercing through the huge fist of the burly man, and then hit his fist. The burly man was startled. His body shook, and he was shocked by this small finger sword and took a few steps back. Looking down, he saw a deep blood hole on his hard fist with armor, and blood was pouring out. Behind the water curtain, it was already silent. The burly man was afraid and immediately shouted at the woods next to him, "Why are you still hiding there? Come out, come together, and kill that woman." At this time, a robber came running and reported in a hurry, "Second boss, the masters of Lingshao Sec are here and are besieging the boss at the exit." When the burly man heard it, his face changed. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, "Let's get rid of this woman first, and then go to help." After that, he roared, "Come together." The robbers hiding in the woods immediately rushed out with weapons in hand, and rushed towards the waterfall aggressively. The waterfall rushed down and fell into the pool below, splashing countless waves. Under the rolling pool, lightning crisscrossed and flowed under the water. Leng Huqingzhu, who was sitting behind the water curtain and recovering his cultivation quickly, clearly felt a terrible force brewing at the bottom of the pool. There was a light flickering at the bottom of the pool. ZZ. At this moment, a lightning bolt suddenly crawled out from the bottom of the pond like a spirit snake, followed the water flow, and instantly jumped onto her body. She trembled all over, and her clothes were burned to ashes with a hiss. She sat naked and white as jade behind the thick water curtain with her eyes wide open. After a moment of stagnation, she immediately took out her clothes and put them on again. At this time, the roars and footsteps of the robbers outside were approaching quickly. Chapter 553 Call Me Auntie. Kill! More than 20 bandits, armed with weapons, shouted loudly, and rushed towards the water curtain with murderous intent. The burly man clenched his fists, accumulated strength, and was ready to attack Leng Huqingzhu the moment he came out. Boom! Just as the bandits rushed to the edge of the pool and were ready to jump into the waterfall, the water in the entire pool suddenly flew up like a huge wave. Then, a thick purple lightning suddenly shot out like a dragon breaking through the water, carrying waves, and instantly split into dozens of purple lightnings. With a sizzle, it pounced on the more than 20 bandits, winding and entwining, and crackling and hitting non-stop. The more than 20 bandits suddenly stood still, their eyes widened, their bodies trembling, their mouths screaming on non-stop. Their faces were all terrified and hideous. In a blink of an eye, they were charred all over and fell to the ground. Some people twitched, and some died. Several robbers with higher cultivation and strong defense immediately jumped up from the ground, turned around and ran, their faces full of horror. Wow! At this moment, in the flying waves, a figure suddenly broke through the water, and punched out with a bang, and the fist light burst out, turning into dense fist shadows, whistling out, and instantly hit the bodies of the robbers with the strength of the late martial artist, and they died. The burly man saw the scene, and his pupils shrank. Before he could see the face of the figure clearly, the figure had already rolled up the waves and flew in front of him. The golden light burst out from his fist, and a layer of golden boxing gloves appeared, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, smashing into his face. The burly man roared, and the power that had been accumulated in his fist suddenly burst out. Bang! The two fists collided heavily. The fist light burst out, and the air wave rolled. The burly man was shocked and took a few steps back. He felt his arm go numb, and his fist felt a burning pain. He was startled and looked at it. The figure had already clenched his fist and landed on the grass. The waves on his body were scattered on the ground, revealing his true face. It was the guy wearing the black mist mask, whose chest should have been shattered by his punch. The burly man stared at him with one eye, looking at him in disbelief. This were a great martial master. He was only a mid-level martial artist just now. How could he become a great martial artist in the blink of an eye? Swoosh! Luo Qingshou, who had been promoted 2 levels in a row, was now full of power, and his combat power reached its peak. Without any hesitation, he rushed up again. The burly man roared angrily. His eyes showed a fierce look. His fists ignited with fist light and flames, and he suddenly jumped up and punched up. Boom! The two fists collided again. The flames and fist light burst out with the air waves in the fierce collision. The burly man's arm shook and fell to the ground, and his clenched fist was slightly numb. And Luo Qingzhou was shaken back by a huge force, and his right foot stomped on the ground suddenly, and slid for a distance before stopping. His arms were also numb, and the golden gloves on his fists had broken open, revealing his hot fists. But at this moment, his body was full of power, filling his entire acupoints and meridians. He felt no pain, only a high spirit, and the power in his body was surging, making him want to burst out and pour out all at once. Swoosh! He rushed up again, and suddenly a loud cow-mooing sound came out of his body. He lowered his head and punched out with his fists like horns. A piercing scream suddenly sounded in the air, as if an angry buffalo was sprinting. The burly man stood still. His pupils suddenly turned scarlet, and a strange cry suddenly came out of his throat. And then he punched out with a beast's roar. Bang! The two fists collided heavily again. The burly man still stood still, and Luo Qingzhou was once again blown away. The cultivation and strength of the two were still very different. However, Luo Qingzhou at this moment was no longer vulnerable as before. After landing, he actually rushed up again. Bang! A punch was thrown, and the fist light shone. Then it turned into a sky full of fist shadows, covering the burly man. The burly man laughed grimly, and his 2-meter-tall body suddenly became larger again. A layer of black protective shield suddenly condensed all over his body, and he looked at the dense fist shadows with contempt. Bang! 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 A series of fists hit suddenly. The burly man stood in place, motionless, and then punched out, instantly breaking those fierce fist shadows. Boy! Take my punch! The burly man roared and rushed up. Luo Qingzhou still did not avoid, and punched him again. Bang! 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 After the two of them exchanged more than 10 punches in a row, the restless power in Luo Qingzhou's body, which had just risen by 2 levels, finally subsided. He was knocked back into the pool under the waterfall. As soon as he stood up from the water, the burly man jumped up and came over. With a bang, he smashed his clenched fist at him. Swish! At this moment, a green finger sword suddenly flew out of the water curtain, breaking the fist of the burly man again and hitting his fist. The burly man's face changed, and his body tumbled in the air, retreated, and fell to the ground. Looking down, he saw a blood hole on his fist again. Before he could yell, a green figure suddenly flew out of the water curtain, and the cold light of the sword in his hand flashed, turning into a sky full of sword shadows, covering him. The burly man roared, retreated, and punched. Just as he broke the sword shadow, a sword flashing with sword light suddenly pierced his body shield and pierced into his chest. The burly man was furious and punched the green figure in front of him. However, the green figure suddenly put away the sword, disappeared in front of him, and then appeared behind him, and the sword in his hand lightly slashed, and a round of green sword light flew towards him with a swish sound. The burly man suddenly jumped away, avoiding the sword light that made him shudder. The sword light flew from under his feet and slashed on the waterfall not far away. The waterfall that was rushing down was directly cut in half, and the entire hillside was flattened by this sword. The burly man was frightened when he saw this scene. He punched out suddenly, and a fire dragon appeared, rushing towards the green figure. Then, he turned around, jumped up suddenly, and fled to the woods on the right. Moo! Who knew that at this moment, a familiar cow mooing sounded again. Before he could react, a figure suddenly flew over at a faster speed and hit his waist heavily with a bang, directly knocking his burly body out. Ah! He screamed and fell from midair, landing heavily on the ground. Then he jumped up from the ground, holding his waist, and roared with a ferocious face, "Beast! You sneaked up on my waist again! I will cut you into pieces and turn your bones into ashes!" Sword! At this moment, the green figure suddenly blocked his way with a sword, shouted tenderly, and held the sword in his hand across his chest, opening the ancient sword technique of black and white sword. Luo Qingzhou took out the black and white sword from the storage ring with a swish and said, "Master, are you right or wrong?" Linghu Qingzhu's eyes flickered with sword shadows, and the sword energy surrounded her body. Her black hair flew behind her, and she said coldly, "Right." Then with a swish, she used the first move, and the sword came out from the east. The sword light rose like a rising sun, instantly illuminating her cold face and green figure. Luo Qingzhou suddenly jumped up and used the first move. The sword sent the sunset. The two of them, one forward and one backward. One stabbed forward and the other stabbed backward. Although it was only the first move and looked ordinary from the outside, the burly man who was shrouded in the sword light was trembling in his heart, as if he was suddenly in another world full of sword energy. And there was no way to escape. "You bitch! You are shameless and have sex in front of me!" He deliberately cursed in his mouth, trying to disrupt the two people's double swordsmanship, and suddenly jumped up and punched Luo Qingzhou above, trying to tear open the gap above and escape. But almost in the blink of an eye, Luo Qingzhou and Linghu Qingzhu used the second move. The double swords combined. Linghu Qingzhu suddenly appeared in the air and stuck to Luo Qingzhou's body. The two touched their chests, and the double swords were close together and stabbed down with a swish. Bang! The burly man punched forward, but the sword light that merged into one directly tore his fist light apart. The two sword tips pierced into his huge fist with a swish. A sharp pain suddenly hit. The burly man almost didn't hesitate and hurriedly retracted his fist to avoid being pierced through the whole arm by the two swords. He fell to the ground and immediately rolled out of the sword formation of the two people, turning around to escape. Schwa, who knew that at this moment, the light in front of him suddenly lit up, and a dazzling light instantly pierced into his eyes. He subconsciously closed his eyes and stopped. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings suddenly became dark again, and he fell into the strange sword formation of the two again. Schwa! Swish! Swish! The sword light was like snow, floating all over the sky. The sword shadows were like rain, overlapping. Luo Qingzhou and Linghu Qingzhu waved their swords and trapped the burly man in a strange black and white world. There were dense sword shadows everywhere, as if a big net had enveloped him. In a short while, his burly body was covered with sword marks and blood. Ah! He was terrified and suddenly let out a beast's roar, which stimulated the blood of the demon race. His muscles bulged, and he suddenly crawled on the ground. With his hands on the ground, his whole body bulged, and with a bang, his whole body suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of flesh and blood turned into hidden weapons and flew towards Luo Qingzhou and Linghu Qingzhu. And in the scattered flesh and blood, a figure about 1 meter high suddenly appeared, and with a whoosh, it fled into the woods at lightning speed. Luo Qingzhou fell to the ground, and the black and white sword in his hand whirred and danced, cutting off the flesh and blood that flew at a fast speed with terrible penetrating power. Linghu Qingzhu instantly penetrated the flying flesh and blood. His figure flashed, and he jumped into the air. The sword in his hand made a hum sound, and a dazzling sword light shone. Then a sword shadow appeared clearly between his eyebrows. His eyes were as bright as stars, and he slashed down with his sword. The sword suddenly released a huge sword light dozens of meters long, and it fell directly towards the fleeing figure. Ah! A scream sounded. The figure was instantly submerged in the huge sword light, cut into pieces, and then disappeared in the exploding sword light. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingzhou was secretly horrified. Linghu Qingzhu killed the real body of the burly man with a sword, holding a sword, and fell from the air, with his skirt fluttering and his black hair dancing, like a sword fairy. Unexpectedly, as soon as she landed on the ground, her body suddenly softened and she fell down, saying, "Help me." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately put away his sword and rushed over to help her up. Linghu Qingzhu's face was pale, and he leaned on the sword and said weakly, "I haven't fully recovered yet, the wound seems to have been torn again, take me to the cave." Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately carried her horizontally. When he was about to walk towards the waterfall, Linghu Qingzhou panted and said in a delicate voice, "Idiot! Go to the valley." Luo Qingzhou paused and looked down at her. Under the bright moonlight, those eyes were looking at him with a charming look, and her pale cheeks were full of softness, which was completely different from the cold and sharp momentum when the sword fairy possessed her just now. "Why are you looking at me?" Linghu Qingzhou's voice was surprisingly soft and gentle, and her delicate cheeks became charming and moving. Luo Qingzhou suddenly came to his senses, and immediately held her and rushed towards the valley in the south. The trees on both sides retreated rapidly, and the night wind whistled in their ears. Soon, the two had arrived at a valley. "Master, where is the cave?" Luo Qingzhou slowed down and looked around. Linghu Qingzhou took a look and whispered, "A little further inside." Luo Qingzhou held her and continued to run forward. After running for a distance, Linghu Qingzhou said, "We are here." Then he pointed to the bushes not far away and said, "There. Push the grass aside." Luo Qingzhou took a look and immediately rushed over. When he was about to reach out to push the grass aside, Linghu Qingzhou suddenly said, "Be careful, there may be something inside." Luo Qingzhou put her on the grass, stretched out his hand, and carefully pushed the grass in front of him aside. As expected, a cave appeared behind the bushes. However, the entrance to the cave was very narrow, and nothing could be seen inside. At the same time, there was a damp smell coming from inside, and there were some water stains at the entrance of the cave. Luo Qingzhou was not in a hurry to go in. He immediately took out a ball from the storage bag and threw it in. Bang! The ball fell inside and exploded. A flame lit up. The air was burning hot, and at the same time, a pungent smell of sulfur floated out. He waited for a while, and saw that no poisonous insects or other beasts ran out. So he picked up Linghu Qingzhou on the ground and bent down to squeeze in. Linghu Qingzhou said softly, "The entrance is narrow. Just go inside. It's spacious and deep. I also opened a stone room inside. We can rest in the stone room." Luo Qingzhou held her, looked ahead cautiously, and moved forward cautiously, and asked, "Master, your sword just now was so powerful. Why didn't you use it earlier?" Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "I want to try the black and white swordsmanship with you first." Luo Qingzhou looked down at her. Linghu Qingzhou blushed, paused, and explained softly, "My cultivation has not fully recovered. That sword directly consumed all my strength. In the end, I had no choice but to use it. Not that I didn't use it before." "Oh!" Luo Qingzhou bent down and walked with his head down. His mouth almost kissed her face, and his breath was sprayed on her cheek. Linghu Qingzhou looked at him with watery eyes, and his cheeks became redder. After walking forward for a distance, the cave finally became spacious. Luo Qingzhou straightened up and said, "Master, when are we going out? I just heard those bandits say that the masters of Lingxiao sect are coming and are besieging the One-Eyed Bull." Linghu Qingzhou said softly, "The One-Eyed Bull has been roaming the Yumu Mountains and has been facing our Lingxiao sect across the river for so many years. How can it be so easy to wipe it out? If we go out now and meet her on the road, I can't do it again. So, for safety, let's wait until dawn." Then he pointed to the side and said, "The right side? There." Luo Qingzhou turned right, and soon saw a simple stone room. He immediately carried her in, and put her on a large stone. Then he took out the bedding from the storage bag and spread it in the corner. Then held her and lay on it. When he took out the quilt, and was about to cover her, Linghu Qingzhou touched his belly and whispered, "The wound needs to be changed." Luo Qingzhou remembered it at this time, and immediately lifted the quilt, and took out the trauma medicine and new gauze from the storage bag. These things are necessary for every warrior to go out. "Master, I'll remove the gauze. It may hurt a little. Please bear with it." Luo Qingzhou reminded her, and untied the gauze on her abdomen, removing it circle by circle. After all the gauze was removed, a flat and white belly was exposed. However, the wound was torn again, and scarlet blood flowed out. Luo Qingzhou quickly picked up the medicine bottle, unplugged it, poured the powder into the wound, took out another bottle of trauma medicine, poured a little ointment on it, and then gently smeared it around the wound with his fingers. Linghu Qingzhou's body was tense and trembling. She closed her eyes tightly and bit her lips. She was obviously afraid of pain and blood. "Gently, gently." Her face turned pale, and she said in a trembling voice. Luo Qingzhou gently applied it again, then picked up a new gauze and helped her wrap it up. Ling Hu Qingju then slowly opened his eyes and said softly, "Do you still have the potion you fed me before? That potion is very powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. And it can also relieve pain." After Luo Qingzhou helped her bandage, he took out a porcelain bottle from the storage bag and said, "There are still some." After saying that, he pulled out the cork, approached her lips, and dripped a drop. He took out another bottle and dripped a drop. 2 drops of spiritual liquid fell on her lips and disappeared in an instant. Ling Hu Qingju was stunned, and subconsciously stretched out her pink little tongue and licked her lips. But she didn't taste anything. Seeing Luo Qingzhou looking at her cheeks turned red and she said, "Only 2 drops." Luo Qingzhou put away the porcelain bottle and explained, "Master, this potion contains too much energy. I'm afraid that Master is too weak to bear it. Let's use it tomorrow," Ling Hu Qingju said weakly. "Oh." Luo Qingzhou looked at her again and saw that her current expression and tone of voice seemed to have changed into a different person. She was much gentler and more delicate. Thinking of her previous coldness and arrogance, he couldn't help but feel funny. The cave was quiet. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. "Master. Don't call me master." Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, but was suddenly interrupted by her. She whispered, "I'm not your master." "Xixia is?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, "Master, didn't you say that when we are alone, I should call you master?" Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a moment, looked at him with a wavering gaze and said, "You can call me that, but I'm not your master. Your master is Xixia, and you are her direct disciple, right?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, "Yes, but call me sister. Then you can call me aunt. I'm your master's junior sister. Isn't it right to call me aunt?" Luo Qingzhou, Chapter 554 Sister Yu. Which wife? Master. Aunt? Luo Qingzhou felt that something was wrong. Was he overthinking? Or was this Ling Hu fairy? Perhaps it was because of the effect of the medicine. Ling Hu Qingzhou, lying on the bed, fell asleep quickly. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the bed, frowning, looking solemn, thinking wildly. Master's junior sister can indeed be called master aunt or aunt. But, forget it. Maybe he really thought too much. Or maybe she was too weak and her mind was a little confused. So she said these messed up words. Luo Qingzhou was not sleepy at all. After covering her with the quilt, he walked to a stone and sat down. After thinking for a while, he took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, what are you doing? Will Sister Yu reply thinking of you again?" After a while, the message came back. "What's going on?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister Yu, let me ask you a question. In this era, the master and the disciple suddenly became lovers. Is this normal?" A certain mansion. In front of the window. The moonlight is like water. A girl in a snow-white dress is standing in front of the window, bathing in the white moonlight, looking at the jade in her hand, with a stunned expression on her flawless face, and replied, "Normal." Luo Qingzhou, "Normal? Master and disciple can be together? Will others gossip?" Sister Yu, "Yes. But so what?" Luo Qingzhou, "Sister Yu is still domineering. I think there is no problem. As long as we love each other sincerely. It doesn't matter whether she is a master or a sister. As long as there is no blood relationship. Right?" In front of the window, the girl looked at the words on the jade. Her expression was dazed for a moment, and replied, Luo Qingzhou, "Sister Yu, it's like this. I have heard a story before, about an orphan named Yang Gua and a girl named Xiao Long Nu. They were master and apprentice before. Yang Gua called Xiao Long Nu auntie, and they finally fell in love and got together. Then, tonight, the woman who had always asked me to call her master suddenly told me not to call her master anymore, but auntie. And the way she looked at me was not right. So maybe I was overthinking it." Sister Yu did not reply. Luo Qingzhou, "Sister Yu, don't get me wrong. Whether it's true or not, I will never give her any chance. I am a family man, and I have been forced to accept one, and I will never accept a second one. Moreover, I don't have any feelings for her. I can swear." After a while, the message party replied, "Oh?" Luo Qingzhou, "Sister Yu, will you despise me?" Sister Yu, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou, "But this has nothing to do with me. I was also shocked. A person who had been forcing me to call her master suddenly asked me to call her aunt tonight. I was also confused and shocked. Sister Yu, Isn't it a surprise? Luo Qizhou, of course not. What kind of person do you think Sister Yu thinks of me? I have a bottom line. I am not liked by everyone. Sister Yu, is she pretty? Luo Qizhou, yeah. She is pretty. But not as pretty as my wife. Sister Yu, which wife? Luo Qizhou was stunned for a moment. Of course it's my current wife. As for my previous wife, she was unique and naturally can't be compared with her. Sister Yu, since she is unique, why don't you want her? Luo Qizhou, it's not that I don't want her. It's that she doesn't want me. Didn't I tell Sister Yu that she disliked me from the beginning of my marriage? And even found someone to replace me in the bridal chamber. Every time I went to pay her respects, she was too lazy to pay attention to me. Since she doesn't like me, why should I keep pestering her? It's good to divorce. And everyone is relieved. Sister Yu, have you ever liked her? Luo Qizhou, yes. She is so beautiful. And she married me formally. Of course I liked her. But it gradually faded in the end. After all, feelings are mutual. I remember Sister Yu asked me this question. And more than once. Why did you ask it again? Sister Yu, because you said she is unique. I was thinking, you are so lustful. How could you let her go? Luo Qizhou, Sister Yu, I admit that I am a bit lustful. But I also said that feelings are mutual. I have never forced anyone. I can swear, if the other party doesn't like me, I won't have any entanglement. Wasting time, wasting life, and annoying. Isn't it? Sister Yu, then why are you still flirting with other women? Luo Qizhou, I didn't. They flirted with me. Sister Yu didn't reply again. Luo Qizhou, Sister Yu, I broke through tonight. My physical body directly jumped 2 levels from the middle stage of martial artist to the realm of great martial artist. Sister Yu, oh. Luo Qizhou, thank you Sister Yu for your inner strength and help. Without Sister Yu, I would not have been able to break through so quickly. Sister Yu, you are awesome. Luo Qizhou, Sister Yu is awesome. Sister Yu, your cultivation speed is better than Xiaoya and I. Luo Qizhou, Sister Yu helped me. So Sister Yu is awesome. In front of the window, the girl looked at the jade in her hand, was silent for a while, and then she moved her slender jade fingers slowly and replied, how do you want to repay me? Luo Qizhou, in addition to the Tao Te Ching and the Lotus Sutra, I have many other scriptures here, which can be given to Sister Yu. The girl paused and replied, not enough. Luo Qizhou, what does Sister Yu want? As long as I can do it, I will definitely give it to Sister Yu. The girl was bathed in the white moonlight, silent for a while, and gently moved her jade fingers to write a sentence. After writing, she did not send it. She looked at it quietly for a while, deleted it, and replied, help me row the boat and accompany me to visit West Lake. Luo Qizhou looked at this request, was stunned, and said, okay, when I go back, I will accompany Sister Yu to visit West Lake. Every night. The girl did not reply again, raised her head, looked at the bright moon outside the window, and a soft expression appeared on her beautiful and flawless face. Luo Qizhou waited for a while and asked, Sister Yu, have you contacted Xiaoya recently? I sent her a message but she didn't reply. Is something wrong? Sister Yu, do you miss her? Luo Qizhou, no. I'm just a little worried. Sister Yu, your wife's illness should not be healed yet. Do you have time to worry about other women? Luo Qizhou, Sister Yu, I am just worried about you as a friend. Not what you think. Sister Yu, what do you think? Luo Qizhou, Sister Yu, the moon is really round tonight. Did you see it? Sister Yu ignored him. Luo Qizhou, Sister Yu, good night. I will come to see you tomorrow night. After replying, just as he was about to put away the communication treasure, it lit up again. Sister Yu, you have just broken through, and your realm is not stable yet. You should abstain from sex these days, and stay away from your master. Luo Qizhou, okay. Sister Yu, don't worry. I won't let her succeed. Sister Yu didn't reply again. Luo Qizhou waited for a while before putting away the communication treasure, then stood up, walked to the bed, and looked at the woman lying on the bed. Linghu Qingzhu's cheeks had regained their color, and she was still sleeping sweetly. Perhaps she was having a beautiful dream. A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her face became extremely gentle. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again, and just as he was about to leave, she suddenly murmured, Don't leave, Aunt. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he turned and left, sitting back on the stone, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, and began to practice. The night passed quickly. The next day, it was dawn. Luo Qingzhou's spirit left the cave, observed carefully in the valley, and then returned to the cave, and his spirit returned to his body. At this time, Linghu Qingzhou, who was lying on the bed, was tilting his head, opening his eyes, and looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, and met her gaze. He was stunned for a moment, then stood up and walked to the bed, saying, "Master, are you awake? How does the wound feel? Does it still hurt?" Linghu Qingzhou retracted his gaze, and was silent for a while. He did not correct his name, nor did he mention some things last night. He reached out and touched his abdomen, saying, "It should be fine." Then he sat up and said, "You go out first. I'll wash up and change clothes." "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou agreed, secretly relieved in his heart, and immediately left the stone room, and then went out of the cave directly. Sure enough, he thought too much. He listened carefully to the movement outside for a while at the entrance of the cave, then pushed aside the grass, walked out, walked around and observed, and when he saw nothing unusual, he was relieved. "I don't know how Sister Dao and the others are doing." He was a little worried. Swoosh. At this moment, the grass not far away suddenly moved, and a hare with gray fur jumped out. The hare was of medium size, with confused eyes, and seemed to be just an ordinary small animal. At this moment, it opened its eyes wide, tilted its head, and looked at Luo Qingzhou curiously, as if it was seeing a person for the first time, and was not afraid. Luo Qingzhou glanced at it, and his figure flashed, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Before the hare could react, he suddenly grabbed its ears, lifted it up, and then threw it directly into the storage ring. In the storage ring, Debao and Erbao were fighting with the little fire fox. The three little guys were all startled by the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest, and temporarily stopped fighting, and looked at the hare with curiosity. The hare opened its eyes wide, not knowing whether it was scared or suddenly saw two white rabbits with snow-white fur, which were so beautiful that they froze in place, motionless. When Luo Qingzhou was about to see what was going on, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the cave entrance behind him. He turned his head, and saw Linghu Qingzhou wearing a new green dress, and combing her hair again, and walked out with a cold expression. The two looked at each other, and Linghu Qingzhou looked at him coldly, as if she had forgotten what happened, and what she said after being injured last night. Luo Qingzhou hurried over and said respectfully, "Master, the surroundings are safe, and there are no signs of anyone coming. Can we go out?" Linghu Qingzhou stopped at the entrance of the cave, did not move, did not speak, and looked at him with a complicated look. Luo Qingzhou said, "Master, do you still want to call me master?" Linghu Qingzhou's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at him coldly. "Luo Qingzhou, you have seen, touched, and kissed me. Shouldn't you be responsible for me?" Linghu Qingzhou suddenly said coldly. "Luo Qingzhou, master, I didn't kiss you." Linghu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. "Didn't you kiss me? Then how did you suck out the venom? Didn't your mouth touch my skin? Not only did you kiss me, you also sucked it, and it was very strong." Luo Qingzhou, "But, master, you said last night that I don't want to be responsible. You also swore that you..." Linghu Qingzhou, "Never lied, I also wanted to save you." Linghu Qingzhou said coldly, "I didn't say that." Luo Qingzhou froze. Sword shadows suddenly flashed in Linghu Qingzhou's eyes, and her black hair flew behind her. She looked at him coldly and said, "Give you two choices. Be responsible for me, or cut it in two with one sword." Luo Qingzhou asked, "What do you mean by cut it in two with one sword?" Head. Luo Qingzhou. The air suddenly became silent. In the valley, there was not even the sound of wind. Luo Qingzhou froze for a while, and could only ask, "Master, how do you want me to be responsible for you?" Linghu Qingzhou looked at him, was silent for a while, and said lightly, "I want you to practice dual cultivation with me." Chapter 555. My wife is not easy to mess with. The morning sun rises, and the clouds are like brocade. In the misty mountains, the morning mist is lingering, and the golden gauze is draped, hazy and illusory. Luo Qingzhou and Linghu Qingzhou left the valley and walked towards the exit, keeping an eye on all directions and listening to all directions, being extremely cautious. From time to time, some corpses were seen on the road. Some of them were disciples of Ling Xiao's sect, and more were robbers wearing various animal skins. When they were close to the exit, the forest was in a mess. Large areas of trees were destroyed, and there were big pits everywhere on the ground. The rocks were shattered, and the grass was covered with blood. Obviously, there was an extremely fierce battle here last night. The two observed all the way and walked out of the mountains. At the table in front of the tea house, several disciples were sitting, drinking tea and talking in a low voice. As soon as the two appeared, the disciples immediately stood up and said with surprise, "Uncle Linghu, you finally came out. Master, uncle, and several elders have gone in to look for you." The disciples looked at the young man behind her, stunned for a moment, and were a little confused. One of them recognized Luo Qingzhou and said in surprise, "Isn't this the junior brother Chu who was accepted as a direct disciple in the preliminary test?" As soon as these words came out, the other disciples all looked suddenly enlightened, and then looked around at the two people, and suddenly their faces were full of envy. They only knew that this young man was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect as an exception, but they didn't know which peak he was from. Now it seems that he should be a disciple of Uncle Linghu of Jianfeng. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Hello, senior brothers. These disciples are all inner disciples, and their status and position are not as good as his." At this time, seeing that he is not proud of being successful at a young age, but humble and polite, they all feel good about him and bowed to greet him. After a greeting, the two sides sat down at the table. Through conversation, we learned, after receiving the message from Imo Qishan asking for help yesterday, the sect sent 3 elders and some disciples over. Just not far from the entrance, they encountered the men of the One-Eyed Bull besieging Imo Qishan and the inner disciples. After killing the robbers, everyone joined together to encircle the One-Eyed Bull. The One-Eyed Bull also split into 2 groups and was looking for them. After finding the One-Eyed Bull, the two sides started a big battle. The robbers were defeated and suffered casualties. The One-Eyed Bull and several of his men escaped with injuries. 2 elders led the disciples to chase, while the rest went to look for the injured Linghu Qingzhou. Linghu Qingzhou stopped the One-Eyed Bull and his men alone yesterday in order to save Imo Qishan and the inner disciples, while being seriously injured. So everyone admired and worried about him, and went to look for him in the mountains immediately. The disciples in the tea house were ordered to wait here and guard the entrance, but they didn't expect that they would wait until then. After hearing what happened, Linghu Qingzhou looked cold and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "I was hunting in the forest last night and met Master. Seeing that Master was injured, I took her and hid. Master said that a senior with a very high level of cultivation saved her. The senior wore a mask and saved Master from the One-Eyed Bull and then left. Master didn't know who he was." Linghu Qingzhou glanced at him. When several disciples heard this, they were all curious. Could it be another senior from the sect? Probably not. If it was a senior from the sect, he wouldn't be wearing a mask. It's probably a senior passing by, to be able to save Uncle Linghu in front of the One-Eyed Bull and so many bandits. That senior's cultivation must be unfathomable. Luo Qingzhou nodded and agreed. "I think so too. That senior is chivalrous and saves people without leaving a name, and even wears a mask. He is really a hermit." Linghu Qingzhou glanced at him again. Luo Qingzhou didn't look away. "Fourth junior brother. Fourth senior brother." At this moment, the voices of Dong Yuanshan and Chu Xiaoxiao came from the small road not far away. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and saw that Zhang Yuanshan, Chu Xiaoxiao, Zhou Buiyue, Nie Yinrong, and Sister Dao were all together. Sister Dao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw him come out safely. Without saying a word, she looked at the woman beside him. Luo Qingzhou quickly stood up and introduced, "This is Master Linghu from Jianfeng." Zhang Yuanshan and the other 5 bowed in greeting. Linghu Qingzhou nodded lightly, his eyes lingering on Sister Dao and Chu Xiaoxiao for a few seconds. Chu Xiaoxiao chattered, "Fourth brother, we have been looking for you in the mountains for a long time, and we thought you were in trouble. The mountains were full of robbers last night, which was very dangerous. The uncles of the sect led the inner disciples to encircle and suppress the robbers in the mountains, and a few of us also participated. The One-Eyed Cow turned out to be a burly woman, and she was also a demon. She was very powerful. Fortunately, the 3 elders were also very powerful and almost killed her." Luo Qingzhou said, "It's a pity that I went to Yogu to collect herbs last night and separated from Master Dao, so I didn't see it." Sister Dao glanced at him, moved the corner of her mouth, and didn't speak. The waiter named Shichi brought tea and asked them to sit at another table. Luo Qingzhou was about to get up and go over when he suddenly saw Linghu Qingzhou take out a familiar jade stone and write on it with his finger, "I'm fine," in the tea house. After sending it, Linghu Qingju looked up at him and said, "This is called a communication treasure, which can convey messages. If you need it, come back to the sect with me later, and I can give you one." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Master, this is too expensive. I don't need it." The other disciples next to him were all envious. They had also heard of this kind of treasure, but the price was high, and they couldn't afford it. Linghu Qingju said expressionlessly, "It can not only transmit messages, but also help you resist fatal blows when you are in danger. At the same time, it can also keep your appearance and words in it, and send them out, which is very convenient." Luo Qingzhou still shook his head. "It's too advanced, and the disciple is not worthy of it." Linghu Qingju narrowed his eyes, and handed him the communication treasure in his hand, saying coldly, "Take it. Send me a message if you have something, and ask me directly if you encounter any problems in cultivation." Luo Qingzhou really didn't dare to accept such a valuable thing. If it weren't for what she said last night, and what she said this morning, he should have accepted it. But now, he really didn't dare. "Master, take it," Linghu Qingju interrupted him. With a sword shadow flashing in his eyes, and a face as cold as frost, the disciples next to him looked at him, and said hurriedly, "Brother Chu, take it quickly. You are the disciple of Uncle Linghu. She gave you something. How can you refuse it? The elders give. You can't refuse. It's disrespectful to refuse. Not to mention Uncle Linghu is your master. Junior Brother Chu, this communication certificate is a good thing. Even other disciples are not qualified to get it. You should accept it quickly. It is a magic weapon. It can transmit sound thousands of miles away and save lives." These disciples were envious and puzzled. Why is this kid still hesitant to accept such a good thing? If it were them, they would have knelt down to thank him and burst into tears of gratitude. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to take out his own communication certificate from the storage bag and said weakly, "Master, I already have." Disciples. Linghu Qingju still held out the communication certificate in his hand. His expression froze for a few seconds, and then he slowly put it back and remained silent. Luo Qingzhou felt a little embarrassed. When he was about to put away his communication certificate, Linghu Qingju suddenly said, "Wait a minute." After speaking, the communication certificate in his hand suddenly touched the communication certificate in his hand. The two communication treasures suddenly lit up at the same time. Luo Qingzhou looked at it carefully, and a line of small words appeared on the surface of the jade. "Do you agree to Zuzhu adding you as a friend?" Luo Qingzhou. Before he could react, Linghu Qingju had already stretched out her slender jade finger and tapped the jade in front of him. "You have become friends with Zuzhu. You can play as much as you want, and you can also change each other's names." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched. This thing is even more prestigious than prestige. It's too advanced. Linghu Qingju put away the communication certificate, looked at him coldly and said, "Who gave it to you?" Luo Qingzhou also put away the communication certificate and said, "My sister?" Linghu Qingju was slightly startled when he heard this, and said, "You have a sister?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Yes." Linghu Qingju said, "My real sister?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I recognize her." Linghu Qingju narrowed his eyes, stared at him with complicated eyes for a while, and said, "Do you know how valuable this thing is?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I have done her a great favor, so she gave it to me." Linghu Qingju moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but he held back, looked at him coldly, and said nothing more. "Master, I'm going to talk to my brothers and sisters." Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer, and immediately got up and left, and sat down at another table. Chu Xiaoxiao whispered, "For a senior brother, your master looks so fierce." Sister Dao, who was standing next to her, kicked her and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. People can hear you." Chu Xiaoxiao immediately shut up. Not long after, Mo Qinshan and other elders hurried out with the sect disciples. After seeing Linghu Qingju, they all breathed a sigh of relief and were filled with joy. The inner sect disciples who were saved by Linghu Qingju all knelt down at this time, thanking him with gratitude and excitement. Mo Qinshan also sighed. "If it weren't for Master Linghu who sacrificed himself to save us last night, I'm afraid we would have been buried in that pile of rocks." Then he hurriedly asked, "Master Linghu, how did you escape in the end? Who saved you?" Linghu Qingju said lightly, "A senior." Speaking of this, she glanced at someone and said, "A senior who wears a mask is unfathomable and has a chivalrous heart. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head to drink tea and didn't dare to look up. Sister Dao, who was standing next to him, looked at him with a twinkling gaze. After exchanging pleasantries, the group led their horses away. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to linger, and immediately led his own BMW Lu from the stable, climbed on the horse, and rode away with Zhang Yuanshan and the others, who knew that after running for a while, there was a sudden vibration in the storage bag on his body. He slowed down and took out the communication treasure. A message appeared on it. Zhu Zhu, I recorded the scene of you undressing me, touching me, kneading me, and kissing me last night in the communication treasure. I also recorded your promise to practice dual cultivation with me. If you dare to go back on your word, I will show it to your wife. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, and immediately replied, Master, how could I touch you, knead you, or kiss you? I helped you apply medicine and absorb the poison. I saved you. How could you slander me? Zhu Zhu, is this slander? You did touch me, knead me, and kiss me, didn't you? I only let you practice swordsmanship with me, which is already a great bargain for you. Luo Qingzhou, Master, I have promised to practice the black and white sword with you. I will not regret it. Zhu Zhu, where do you live? Luo Qingzhou, Master, what do you want to do? Zhu Zhu, nothing. I want to visit your family and see your wife. Luo Qingzhou said, Master, I have already promised you. What else do you want? Zhu Zhu, don't worry. I really just go to visit. Luo Qingzhou, I don't believe it. Zhu Zhu, why not? I, Lenghu Qingzhu, never lie. Luo Qingzhou, Zhu Zhu, didn't you lie? Luo Qingzhou, I didn't. Zhu Zhu, then who said that he had never practiced the soul? Luo Qingzhou, Zhu Zhu, I want to go to your house. Luo Qingzhou had a headache, thought for a while, and replied, Master, if you must go, it's okay, but you have to get my wife's consent first. Zhu Zhu, how can I get her to agree first? Luo Qingzhou, Master, swordsmanship is very powerful, and I happen to have a wife who is also very powerful in swordsmanship at home. Master will have a fight with her at that time. You can't use sword intent or sword light. You can only use sword moves. If Master beats her, I will let Master go home. Okay. Zhu Zhu, are you sure it's your wife? Luo Qingzhou, sure. Zhu Zhu, okay. When? Luo Qingzhou, wait until I go home and discuss it with her, and then notify Master. Okay. Zhu Zhu, swords are ruthless. Tell her to be careful. Luo Qingzhou, well, Master should also be careful. My wife is not easy to mess with. Zhu Zhu, then let's see who is the hardest to mess with. Luo Qingzhou, Master, I'm riding a horse, so I won't talk about it. After sending it, he put away the treasure letter and thought about this matter secretly in his heart. Chan Chan is extremely talented. She has only practiced the black and white swordsmanship for a few days, and she can already burst out the power of the 6th level. If only sword moves are used in the competition, Chan Chan will definitely win. However, how should he tell Chan Chan about this? Will that girl blame him for being a playboy outside and want to beat him with her little fists? It seems that he can only confess to her in bed and let her off, thinking of the cute and adorable little girl with her eyes wide open and enduring. His heart suddenly warmed up, and he slapped the horse's butt and said, Go! A certain mansion. In the pavilion in the back garden, a girl in a snow-white dress was looking at the news on the jade in her hand, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 556, Sister You. Where did you go last night? Plum Fragrance Garden. The sun was shining brightly in the corridor, and the fragrance of flowers was floating. Miss Qin, wearing a plain white dress and a snow-white fox fur, was sitting softly in front of the window, raising her slender jade fingers to put flowers in the vase. Chior was holding the vase. Jur was holding the flowers she had just picked from the flower bed behind. The flowers were colorful and varied. On the windowsill and the chairs in the corridor, there were vases filled with flowers, colorful and fragrant. Even in the bleak autumn, the courtyard was full of the colors and smells of flowers. Luo Qingzhou, wearing a Confucian robe, pushed open the courtyard door, walked into the courtyard gracefully, sniffed the fragrance of flowers in the air, looked at the delicate and beautiful girl in the corridor and said, Miss Qin is so elegant. Miss Qin looked at him, and a smile appeared on her beautiful and elegant face. Jur, who was standing by, immediately asked, Son-in-law, where did you go last night? You didn't come home at night, and you didn't tell Miss, who waited for you all night. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, Zhuer, go boil some water. Son-in-law wants to take a bath. Zhuer paused, unable to speak, snorted, and went to the kitchen. Chior also put down the vase in her hand and went to help. When passing by Luo Qingzhou rubbed her head and said, Chior is still the best. Chior laughed and ran away quickly. Luo Qingzhou walked into the corridor, held Miss Qin's cold little hand, and explained softly, something happened last night, so I didn't come back. I made you worry. Miss Qin smiled gently and asked, Brother Qingzhou, was he with other girls last night? Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, How do you know? Miss Qin smiled and said, Guess. Brother Qingzhou didn't do anything bad last night. Right? Luo Qingzhou said, Of course not. I just saved a wounded woman. Miss Qin asked, Is she beautiful? Luo Qingzhou said, Compared with Miss Qin, I am very beautiful. Of course it's far from it. Miss Qin smiled and said, Brother Qingzhou, go to the room. Weimo will help Brother Qingzhou take a bath later. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little mouth, whispering, Miss Air, do you want to take a bath with me? Miss Qin smiled and said, Okay, if Brother Qingzhou wants. Weimo will accompany Brother Qingzhou later. Luo Qingzhou kissed her again, went into the house, took off his shoes, walked into the room, untied the belt around his waist, and said to the door, Miss Air, later. He suddenly felt something was wrong, and immediately turned his head and looked at the inner room. Behind the bead curtain, Nandong Meiju, with her long hair loose and wearing pajamas, was standing there with a pair of bare white jade feet. Looking at him coldly, the two looked at each other. Luo Qingzhou. Swoosh. After a moment of stagnation, he immediately took his clothes and fled the room. Miss Qin smiled secretly at the door. Luo Qingzhou was startled, quickly put on his clothes, and whispered, Why is the princess in the room? Miss Qin held back her laughter. Her face became serious, and she whispered, Brother Qingzhou, Sister Meiju came last night, and knew that you didn't come back. So she waited in the room all night. When Weimo woke up in the morning, Sister Meiju told Weimo that you were fine, and then she went to bed. Luo Qingzhou frowned when he heard it. He had an accident last night, and Ye Yunrong should have told her. So she came to Qin's house and waited all night. Ye Yunrong notified her after seeing that he was fine this morning. So she went to bed in the morning. Thinking of this, Luo Qingzhou was moved and a little ashamed. Why didn't you tell me outside just now? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the person in front of him, stretched out his hand to pinch her delicate face, but did not dare to use force. After pinching, he helped her rub it. Miss Qin pouted, Weimo did it on purpose. Who made Brother Qingzhou worry about me last night? Luo Qingzhou hugged her, kissed her forehead again, and whispered, Next time I will tell you in advance. When the two were intimate, Chior whispered outside, Son-in-law, which room are you going to take a shower? Luo Qingzhou pointed to Xiaodia's room. Chior turned and left. Brother Qingzhou, do you want Weimo to take a bath with you later? Miss Qin asked with a smile. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and went straight into Xiaodia's room. Miss Qin also went into her room with a smile. Luo Qingzhou went into Xiaodia's room, took off his coat, and looked around. Chior and Zhuer quickly brought the bathtub, poured hot water into the bathtub, and added flower petals and soap. Luo Qingzhou took off his clothes, dripped 2 drops of medicine into the bathtub, and then entered the bathtub. Chior went into the room and helped him rub his back and wash his hair. Luo Qingzhou asked, Is Xiaodai busy these 2 days? Chior smiled and said, Of course she is busy. Madam can't leave her now. She takes her with her every day when she goes out. Luo Qingzhou said worriedly, Don't tire that girl out. Chior said softly, Don't worry, sir. Xiaodai doesn't do heavy work, and she is very happy to help Madam. Madam treats her differently from other maids. She has never scolded her, and said that when she has a child, she will let her become a concubine from Sir. Luo Qingzhou said, It doesn't matter whether she is a concubine or not. I don't treat her as a concubine. Chior said, That's different. The son-in-law doesn't care, but Xiaodai and others do. The servants in the mansion are all watching. The status of a maidservant and a concubine is quite different. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, Then do you want to be the son-in-law's concubine? Chior smiled and shook her head. I am satisfied to be the son-in-law's maidservant. I am the lady's person. As long as the son-in-law doesn't leave the lady, I will not leave the son-in-law. It doesn't matter what I do. And the son-in-law treats me so well. I am very satisfied. Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft little hand and said nothing. When he finished taking a bath, changed into a clean Confucian robe and went out. Nandong Meijiao had already left. Miss Qin said softly, Sister Meijiao may be afraid of disturbing us. So she left. I wanted to keep her here for dinner. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. And without thinking any more, he said, Miss Heir, I'm going to Lingshan Moon Palace. Are you going? Miss Qin asked, Are you going to see my sister? Luo Qingzhou said, No. I have something to do with Xia Chan. Miss Qin smiled and said, Then Brother Qingzhou can go by himself. Weima will not go. Weima will go to pay respects to my sister in the evening. Luo Qingzhou nodded, said nothing more, and walked out of the door quickly. When he arrived at the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace, Beiling's clear and beautiful singing came from the courtyard, at the end of the sky, at the corner of the earth. Half of my friends are gone. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door and listened for a while. After she finished singing and paused, he walked in and said in surprise, Beiling, who was singing just now? It's so beautiful. Like the sound of nature. It must be a fairy who fell from the sky. Right? Beiling laughed, holding a pink flower in her hand, and said with a crisp smile, Son-in-law, you are so sweet. You must have done something bad outside again. Right? Luo Qingzhou said, What can I do? What bad things? Where is Chan Chan? I have something to do with her. Bai Ling immediately stretched out his arm to stop him, and said, Chan Chan is practicing sword in the backyard. You can't go. Luo Qingzhou was puzzled. It's not like I haven't been there when she practiced sword. Why can't I go today? Bai Ling glanced around and whispered like a thief, I don't know where Chan Chan picked up a set of sword skills. But it's so powerful. I don't dare to go over. Once I go over, my legs will go weak. Afraid of being torn apart by the sword energy. You are so weak. Even weaker than me. You can't go over. Oh! When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he secretly thought in his heart, could it be that I taught her the black and white sword skills? Thinking of this, he said, Now that you said that, I'm even more curious. It's okay. I'll stand farther away and watch. Not get close. Bai Ling still stretched out her arms to stop him, saying, Son-in-law, I'm thinking about your safety. You are. Before she finished, Luo Qingzhou picked her up and said, Let's go. Let's go and see. Son-in-law is very curious about Chan Chan's swordsmanship. Bai Ling stuck to his arms, hugged his neck with her arms, and struggled. Stinky son-in-law. Put me down. Luo Qingzhou warned. If you say I stink again, I'll let you eat saliva for an hour later. Bai Ling Wu and didn't dare to speak again. Her cheek was pressed against his neck, rubbing against him. When Luo Qingzhou carried her to the door of the back garden, he put her down and suddenly asked, Is the young lady in there? Bai Ling panted and said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou looked at her suspiciously and said, Chan Chan is practicing swordsmanship. Even you are afraid. Isn't the young lady afraid? Bai Ling paused and said, Chan Chan likes to bully others. And she scares others on purpose every time. Of course, she doesn't dare to bully the young lady. Luo Qingzhou heard this and walked into the garden. Shua! Xia Chan thrust out a sword and instantly stabbed out a series of sword shadows. The sharp edge of each sword shadow covered the big tree in front from different directions. Shua! 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 Dozens of shallow sword marks appeared on the trunk of the big tree instantly. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled. This sword move is so powerful and fast. It is not a black and white sword method. Shua! Xia Chan drew her sword again, and her figure was erratic. It was only possible to hear the sound, but not the figure and sword shadow. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to move forward. He stopped at the round gate, holding his breath and watching carefully. The more he watched, the more frightened he became. This sword technique was not only fast, but also strange and unpredictable. Each move could be transformed into dozens of moves, each of which was tricky and deadly. He was secretly happy. Chan Chan was so powerful that Antling Hu would definitely lose. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Chan Chan usually stays at home. How did she pick up this powerful sword technique? Uncle, Chan Chan is missing. Beiling hid behind him, looking surprised. Luo Qingzhou said, Behind you. TSK. You just like to scare people. Beiling was full of disbelief. But the next second, she suddenly turned her head and saw a figure behind her, who appeared silently and strangely, looking at her coldly. Ah! Bailing was startled and immediately shouted, Chan Chan. Spare me. Chan Chan. Spare me. I didn't steal your money to buy candied haws. And I didn't touch you while you were sleeping. It was Uncle. Uncle did it. She suddenly stopped talking, hurriedly opened her eyes, and covered her mouth. Luo Qingzhou sneered. Are you confessing yourself? Bailing cried, and hurriedly hid behind him. Luo Qingzhou looked at the cold girl in front of him and asked, Chan Chan, your sword skills. I picked it up. Before he asked, Xia Chan put away the sword and said coldly. The corner of Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched and said, I know I picked it up. I just want to ask where you picked it up. I have a friend who also wants to try his luck. Humph. Xia Chan snorted, turned her head, and walked into the garden without paying attention to him. Luo Qingzhou looked at her arrogant appearance and slender back, and muttered in his heart, Little girl, I will make you hum enough later. He walked into the garden. In the pavilion, a beautiful girl in a snow-white dress was sitting in front of a stone table, stroking the strings of the guzheng in her hands, frowning slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Xia Chan walked into the pavilion and stood behind her, with her arms folded across her chest, holding the sword in her arms, and her pretty face turned away. Luo Qingzhou entered the pavilion and greeted Miss Qin first. Seeing that Miss Qin was thinking about something and ignored him, he looked at Xia Chan and whispered, Chan Chan, come with me to the exiled immortal residence. I have something to say to you. Xia Chan's face changed slightly, and she tightened her sword. 2 light blushes quickly rose on her pretty face. She turned her body and said with her back to him, No, I won't go. When Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, Miss Qin suddenly raised her head, looked at him and said, Where did you go last night? Chapter 557 Sister You is definitely related. There was silence in the pavilion for a moment. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this. Miss Qin, who has always been indifferent to other things, actually took the initiative to ask about him? He paused, then answered, I drank with friends last night and accidentally got drunk. So I slept at my friend's house and came back this morning. It is estimated that Bailing went to find him last night. And when she saw that he was not there, she complained. Or maybe Miss Qin went to Meixiang Garden last night. Son-in-law is lying. Bai Ling immediately said, Son-in-law never drinks. And son-in-law has always been secluded. Where did he get friends? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, I occasionally drink. As for friends, of course I have one. His name is Chu Feiyong. And the second lady and mother-in-law know him. Miss Qin looked at him in silence. Bailing snorted and whispered, Miss, maybe last night, the son-in-law and Chu Feiyong went to the brothel together. Luo Qingzhou twitched his mouth and stared at her and said, Even if he went, what does it have to do with you? Bailing paused and said angrily, Son-in-law. You? You what? Does it have anything to do with you? Luo Qingzhou looked at her coldly. I humph. Bai Ling was speechless, turned her body, turned her back to him, and muttered in a low voice, Stinky son-in-law. Don't think about being timid to me anymore. Then she said to Xia Chan next to her, Chan Chan, don't pay attention to son-in-law anymore. Son-in-law is dirty. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and glanced at Miss Qin in front of him. Seeing that she was still looking at him, he bowed his head and said, Does the young lady have any instructions? Miss Qin retracted her gaze and said lightly, No. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay any longer. Looked at Xia Chan and said, Chan Chan, let's go. Son-in-law needs your help with something. Xia Chan turned her face away and ignored him. Bai Ling snorted complacently. Luo Qingzhou didn't force it anymore, and said, Then I'll go to the exiled immortal residence. If you have time, go there. After that, he said goodbye and left. Bailing immediately pulled Xia Chan and said, Chan Chan, ignore the uncle. Don't go. The uncle will definitely want to bully you. Xia Chan ignored her and walked out of the pavilion to continue practicing sword. Bailing immediately ran to the front yard and said, I'll go lock the gate to prevent the stinky uncle from coming in again. In the pavilion, only Miss Qin was left. Shua! Shoo! Shoo! The sword in Xia Chan's hand quickly turned into a residual image. Miss Qin lowered her head slightly, stroked the strings in front of her, was stunned for a moment, and murmured in a low voice, Does it have anything to do with me? Jung. The strings trembled, like the sound of a clear spring. She narrowed her eyes again. Of course, it has something to do with me. Exiled immortal residence. Luo Qingzhou entered the small courtyard, locked the gate, and went directly to the back garden. He took out the spiritual liquid from the storage bag. Drip 2 drops. And then continued to practice the Vajra fist. The Vajra fist has reached the last level. If he breaks through again, it will be a great perfection. He has now advanced 2 levels and reached the realm of a great martial artist. Whether it is the Vajra fist, the Bull Demon magic skill, or the Thunder fist, the power is incomparable to before. When he practices the Vajra fist to perfection and his soul breaks through to the spirit-severing realm, it will be time for him to take revenge. According to Sister Yu, his soul is about to break through, and it should not take a few days. As for the Vajra fist, with his current cultivation level, it should only take 2 days to cultivate to perfection. By then, he will have a greater chance. He only has 1 chance. And he will never underestimate anyone in the Luo family. If he doesn't make a move, it's fine. Once he makes a move, it will be fatal. Swish. Golden gloves condensed on his fists. And every punch he threw was unmatched. This Vajra fist is more domineering than the mountain-shaking fist. Because he was at home, he didn't dare to use his full strength. But after practicing, the surrounding grass and trees were still in a mess. An afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, he finished his practice and rested, preparing to take a bath in the front yard, but found Xia Chan standing under the big tree in the front yard, with a tangled expression on her little face. Seeing him come out, Xia Chan turned around and was about to run away. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly shouted, "Chan Chan, I need your help." Xia Chan paused, clenched the sword in her hand, turned her head and looked at him, and said, Kill people?" Luo Qingzhou walked towards her and said, "Not killing people. Beating people." Xia Chan saw him approaching, and immediately retreated to the corner, her little face full of tension. You are not allowed to bully me." Luo Qingzhou stopped and said, "Don't worry. I won't bully you. I really need your help." Xia Chan looked at him half doubtfully, still nervously holding the sword in her hand, and said, "Beat? Who?" Luo Qingzhou said, "A woman." Xia Chan looked at him and said, You can't beat her?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I really can't beat her. She is my master. The master I went out to worship this time. She wanted to come to our house for some reasons. You also know that my identity is fake. So I definitely can't let her come. So I made a bet with her. I said my wife's swordsmanship is very powerful. You can defeat her. And then we will bet. If you can defeat her, she will not come to visit. If you lose, she can come. In front of you." Said, "Well, aren't you just my family? So, you must help me defeat her. Of course, you can't hurt people." Xia Yin looked at him. "She? Like you?" Luo Qingzhou jumped and laughed suddenly. "How is it possible that she is my master? I am her apprentice. How could she like me?" "I like it, Luo Qingzhou. She is not a little dragon girl. And I am not a child. This little girl is usually stupid, and can even forget the road she has walked many times. I didn't expect her to be so sensitive to such things, and guessed it right at once. Women are really scary." Luo Qingzhou held her little hand and said, "Chan Chan, whether she likes me or not, I will not like her. I only like my lovely Chan Chan. And I will not like other women." Xia Chan looked at him, her pretty face cold. "Oh, yes. The second lady, Xiao Dai. Chior, they said." Luo Qingzhou. "Humph. Liar, bad guy, aw." Luo Qingzhou suddenly picked her up and turned to walk into the house. Xia Chan hurriedly struggled in his arms. "Let me go. Let me go. Come down." Luo Qingzhou would certainly not let her go, since this girl was throwing a tantrum at him. He could only use his ultimate move. "No, don't." Xia Chan was carried into the room by him, and the door was locked. Her feet under her skirt bounced wildly. She clenched the sword in her hand and wanted to pull it out. But she knew she couldn't pull it out. She could only beg for mercy pitifully. "Please let me go. Don't do it during the day. Bai Ling, I will come." Luo Qingzhou ignored her, put her on the bed, grabbed the sword in her hand, and saw that she was holding it tightly. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. Xia Chan struggled for a few times. Her body began to weaken. Her breathing became rapid, and the sword in her hand was easily pulled out by him and thrown on the ground. "Wu, call me brother, and I will spare you. Brother, spare me. Call me good brother. Say good brother. Please, spare poor Xiao Chan Chan. Wu, say it or not. Wu, good brother, please. Please spare poor Wu Xiao Chan Chan." Good girl. So obedient, but how can such an obedient and pitiful Xiao Chan Chan be spared? Of course. Let her cry. Wu. Exiled immortal residence. Outside the gate, Bai Ling stood at the door, with her ear pressed against the door, listening for a long time, but could not hear any movement, and looked at the courtyard wall. Soon, she climbed up the wall, and was about to jump in when Song Ryu's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Bai Ling. What are you doing? Bai Ling turned her head and screamed "Ah!" and fell off the wall in fear. Mayor saw it, and immediately went up to catch it. Song Ryu frowned and said, Bai Ling, why are you climbing so high? Who is in there? My son-in-law? Bai Ling stroked her chest and said in shock, Husband, madam. I want to see my son-in-law. What is he doing in there? Song Ryu glanced at the closed door and said, What can he do in there? He must be studying. The new year is coming soon, and he will take the exam after the new year. If he doesn't study hard, let alone the top scholar, he won't even pass the imperial examination, which is shameful. Bai Ling nodded quickly and said, Yes. Yes. My son-in-law must study hard, and can't just think about. Only think about what? Song Ryu asked. Bai Ling shook her head quickly and said, No. Nothing. Madam. Where are you going? Song Ryu raised the shoes in her hand and said, I'm going to give Jianjia a pair of new shoes. I asked them to make them. Look. They are very beautiful. And the fabric is also very good and soft. If you like it, I will ask them to make a pair for you in honor. Bai Ling glanced at the shoes in her hand and said, Madam, the young lady already has new shoes. Song Ryu was surprised and said, Has it? Who made it? Bai Ling hesitated, glanced at the courtyard, came to her side, and whispered, The son-in-law made it for the young lady secretly. And the son-in-law also embroidered it on the shoes. There are a lot of things. And a love poem. The young lady seems to like it very much. After saying this, Song Ryu froze in place, opened her mouth, and was stunned for a long time before asking, Really? Bai Ling nodded, and then pleaded in a low voice, Madam, don't tell the young lady and the son-in-law that I told you. Otherwise they will be angry. And the son-in-law will bully me. Song Ryu's expression suddenly became solemn. She clenched the shoes in her hand, looked at the small courtyard in front of her again, squinted her eyes, and suddenly walked quickly to Lingshan Palace, and said in a deep voice, I'll go see the shoes. Bai Ling stuck out her tongue and hurriedly followed her. Chapter 558 Mother-in-law is proud of you. Lingshan Palace. In the back garden, there was silence. Miss Qin, wearing a snow-white dress, was still sitting quietly in the pavilion, wondering what she was thinking about. When Song Ryu brought Mayor, Bai Ling rushed in first and said crisply, Miss, the lady is here. Miss Qin came back to her senses and looked at the door. Then, she slowly stood up and faced her mother, still calm. Song Ryu looked at the shoes under her skirt, with a smile on her face, and said softly, Jianjia, Mother made you a pair of new shoes. Try them on. Then, she walked into the pavilion and handed the new shoes in her hand to her. Miss Qin took a look, took it, and said lightly, Thank you, Mother. Song Ryu looked down at the shoes on her feet again, and said with a smile, Jianjia, Mother heard that someone also made a pair of new shoes for you, and wrote poems on them. Can you show them to Mother? Miss Qin looked at Bai Ling outside the pavilion. Bai Ling lowered her head tightly, looking at the ground, nose to feet, fingers twisting her dress, biting her lips, and said nothing. Song Ryu said with a smile, Jianjia, Mother is not an outsider. Show it to Mother. Mother just wants to know whether the shoes made by that person for you are beautiful or the ones made by Mother are beautiful. Miss Qin was silent for a while, and said, Mother made them beautiful. Song Ryu's smile faded, turned her head, and directly instructed Bai Ling, go to the room and take out Jianjia's new shoes. I want to see them. Bai Ling raised her head, with an embarrassed expression on her face, and looked at her own lady. The back garden suddenly became quiet, just as Song Ryu was about to go to the house herself. Miss Qin said, Bai Ling, go ahead. Bai Ling immediately agreed and ran to the house. Song Ryu walked into the pavilion, sat down on the stone bench opposite, looked at the guqin on the table, and smiled. Jianjia, have you liked playing the guqin recently? Can you play a song for your mother? Miss Qin stood in front of the table. Her eyes also fell on the guqin on the table, and said, Just take a look. Song Ryu looked up at her, was silent for a while, and said softly, Jianjia, have you stayed in the house for too long? Do you want your mother to accompany you for a walk? Let's go to the West Lake for a tour tomorrow. Okay. Call Wei Mo and Mei Jiao. Miss Jean said calmly. No need. Song Ryua looked at the expression on her face and suddenly said. Then call Qing Zhou too. Miss Jean's flawless face remained calm. I like to be at home. When Song Ryua was about to say something else, Bailing came over with a pair of moon-white shoes, handed them to her and said, Madam, these are the new shoes that person gave to you. Song Ryua glanced at her, took them, gently stroked them, and fixed her eyes on the faint patterns on the shoe shaft. Bailing pointed to the patterns and explained, Madam, look here. This is a reed, and the book name is Jianjia. Jianjia? Song Ryua narrowed her eyes when she heard this and looked at her daughter again. Bailing pointed to the patterns next to her and said, Madam, here. This is a flower. This is a green leaf. And this green leaf looks like a sword. Song Ryua narrowed her eyes, her face solemn, her eyes fixed on the pattern, and suddenly sneered Jianjia. Flowers? Swords, hee hee. Are you going to catch Lingchan Yuang in one fell swoop? Bai Ling blinked her big, lively eyes, looked at her in confusion and said, Madam, what do you mean? Why can't Bai Ling understand? Song Ryua showed a sneer on her face. You like flowers. Chana likes swords. And Jianjia humph. You don't understand this? Bai Ling opened her eyes wide and said, But why did Madam say that this is to catch Lingchan Yuang in one fell swoop? Who is so bad that he wants to catch Lingchan Yuang in one fell swoop? Song Ryua sneered twice, did not answer, and asked, Where is the poem? Bai Ling immediately pointed to the inside of the shoe tube and said, Madam, look, there is a sentence on each side. Song Ryua looked carefully and saw two poems. Reeds are lush. White dew turns to frost. Bai Ling immediately continued, The so-called sweetheart is on the other side of the water. Song Ryua's eyebrows twitched non-stop, and she looked at her and said, Continue reading. Bai Ling said oh and continued to read in a crisp voice, Follow it upstream. The road is long and obstructed. Follow it downstream. It seems to be in the middle of the water. Reeds are dense. White dew has not dried. The so-called sweetheart is on the edge of the water. After reading the whole poem, Bai Ling was very proud, and said with an expression of waiting for praise, Madam, did Bai Ling read it well? Song Ryua's face had turned ashen, and asked, Who wrote it? Seeing that her face was not right, Bai Ling glanced at his mistress again, and said weakly, That guy? Song Ryua clenched her fists in her sleeves, and said with an unsightly face, He wrote it specifically for Jianjia? Bai Ling nodded. How outrageous! Song Ryua suddenly shouted angrily, and the shoes in her hand fell on the stone table in front of her. And she said angrily, What does he mean by this? He is a brother-in-law, and he writes love poems to his sister-in-law? What does he want to do? After that, she stood up suddenly and said, Mayor, let's go to the exiled immortal residence. I want to see what tricks that kid wants to play. After that, she left angrily. Mayor was terrified and followed behind with her head down. The back garden was quiet again. Bai Ling glanced at her own lady, and was about to sneak away. Miss Jean looked at her and said, Did Wei Mo tell you? Bai Ling hung her head, put her legs together, and looked at her toes, like a child who had done something wrong, and said weakly, Miss, I was wrong. Miss Jean did not speak again. Bai Ling lowered her head and waited for a long time, then carefully raised her head and looked at her. Miss Jean's eyes were already looking at the sky in the distance. Her flawless face was bathed in the golden sunset, peaceful and gentle, without any angry expression. The evening breeze blew, and the white skirt fluttered in the pavilion, and the black hair swayed, beautiful as a painting. Bai Ling looked a little dazed for a moment. In the sky, the sun was setting, and the sunset was like brocade. Song Ryua brought Mayor and came to the exiled immortal residence in a menacing manner. Mayor was about to knock on the door, and Song Ryua suddenly said, Don't knock. Open the door directly. I want to see what he is doing hiding in there all day. Mayor agreed, and immediately pushed the door forward, whispering, Madam, the door is locked from the inside. Song Ryua sneered, Sure enough, there is a ghost. Open it. Mayor heard this, and a cold light flashed in her hand. She took out a dagger and then reached in through the crack of the door. She quickly unbolted the bolt inside and gently pushed the door open. Song Ryua walked in silently with a cold face. The master and the servant entered the courtyard and saw that the courtyard and the house were silent, and there was no sound of reading at all. The window of the study was open, and it was also quiet inside. Song Ryua walked to the window and looked into the room. The books on the desk were neatly arranged, and there was no one in the room. The bed in the inner room was half covered by the bed curtain, and the sheets looked a little messy. A corner of the quilt fell to the ground. It was obvious that someone had slept there and had not yet cleaned it up. "Madam, there is no one in the main room either." Mayor came over and reported in a low voice. Song Ryua snorted coldly and said, "It seems that this kid needs to be punished. Now he doesn't even study hard. If he continues like this, who can take care of him?" After that, he walked into the house quickly. When he was about to check other rooms, Mayor suddenly pointed to the back and said, "Madam, there is a sound in the backyard. The son-in-law may be in the back garden." Song Ryua narrowed her eyes, looked back, and said, "Let's go and see what the kid is doing. No matter what, I must teach him a lesson today." The two quickly walked through the hall and came to the backyard. Song Ryua stood at the door and looked at the back garden. Suddenly, her pupil shrank, and her face was full of astonishment and disbelief. At this time, under a big tree not far away, Luo Qingzhou, wearing a Confucian robe, was practicing sword with Xia Chan in a chic manner. The two figures were erratic. The sword light was flashing. The wind was spitting around them, and the fallen leaves were colorful. They cooperated very well. Shua! At this moment, the black and white sword in Luo Qingzhou's hand suddenly flew out of his hand, and shot towards Song Ryua and the others like a sharp arrow. It flashed past Song Ryua's cheek only half a foot away, and with a swish, it pierced into the wall behind her. "Bai Ling, your mother-in-law." Luo Qingzhou thought it was Bai Ling who came to peek, and deliberately threw the sword to scare her. When he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Song Ryua and Mei, and froze in place. Xia Chan also put away the sword and looked at Song Ryua and Mei. Song Ryua also froze in place, with a dull and unbelievable expression on her face. At the same time, because of the sword energy that just brushed her face, her legs couldn't help shaking. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment, then ran to her, bowed and said, "Mother-in-law, Qingzhou was reckless and frightened you. I thought it was Bai Ling." "So?" Song Ryua looked at him with wide eyes. Her mouth slightly opened. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but for a moment, she couldn't say anything. Her mind was blank. If the man in front of her was not wearing a Confucian robe, looking gentle and familiar, she would even suspect that she had recognized the wrong person. "He is practicing sword?" Luo Qingzhou immediately explained. "Mother-in-law, it's like this. Recently, I heard from the second lady that the mansion is not very safe. So I went to find Xia Chan and asked her to teach me some sword skills to protect myself when I was free from studying. When I was practicing sword just now, I just followed Xia Chan's movements. Those strong winds and sword energy were all danced by Xia Chan. I just practiced sword and don't know anything." Song Ryua listened to his explanation with a dull face, and turned her face stiffly, secretly glancing at the sword inserted into the wall behind her, with her eyebrows twitching. "Mother-in-law, this is what happened. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xia Chan. I really didn't lie to you." After Luo Qingzhou finished explaining, he bowed his head and apologized again. Song Ryua opened her mouth and trembled for a while. She squeezed out an ugly smile on her face and said, "I believe it. Of course my mother-in-law believes it. How could my mother-in-law not believe you? Qingzhou, you are a scholar. Of course you don't know martial arts. Just now, it was Xia Chan who was dancing with the sword, and you were just pretending. Mother-in-law knows it, and mother-in-law can see it at a glance. Can't you see it? Ha. Qingzhou, you are thinking about danger in times of peace. You are self-reliant and self-reliant. You did a good job. You did a great job. Mother-in-law is proud of you. Mother-in-law is happy for you. Mother-in-law, do you have something to do with Qingzhou?" "No. Nothing, I'm just afraid that you are tired from studying. So I came to see you." Mei next to her. Chapter 559, The Man Who Is Most Suitable for My Sister. Song Ryua did not dare to stay any longer. After asking a few questions about her well-being, she left with a smile on her face. Before leaving, she looked at the sword on the wall again. When she turned her back to someone, the smile on her face gradually disappeared. She went directly to Meixiang Garden. At this time, the sunset had already set. The night gradually enveloped, and the light began to dim. In the courtyard, Zhuer and Chior were lighting lanterns in the corridor. Seeing her hurriedly coming in, they bowed and said, "Madam." Chior said, The young lady is reading in the study. Song Ryu ignored them. Her face solemn. Walked into the house quickly. Took off her shoes directly. Pushed the door open. And as soon as she entered the door, she said in a trembling voice, "Waymo. Mother will tell you something important. A huge secret." Miss Jean Eyre got up from the beauty couch. And her face became solemn. "Mother. Tell me." Song Ryu went over to close the window. Locked the door. Then walked up to her. Took her hand. And said in a trembling voice, "Waymo. Your husband is not a human being." Miss Jean Eyre. Song Ryu said bitterly, "We were all deceived by that boy. He is not a weak scholar at all. He knows martial arts." Miss Jean Eyre was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Seeing this, she was relieved and said with a smile, "Mother, what are you talking about? Brother Qingzhou is originally a scholar and has never practiced martial arts. How could he know martial arts?" Song Ryu immediately told the scene she had just seen in detail. And then said angrily, "Waymo, Mayor and I saw it with our own eyes. That boy is not a human being. He deliberately scared me." Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, "Mother, you may have seen it wrong. At that time, Xia Chan practiced sword with Brother Qingzhou. With Xia Chan's ability, she must have discovered. Now someone is peeking. So I deliberately used my inner strength to make Brother Qingzhou's sword fly out to scare you. Mother, think about it. Before Brother Qingzhou entered the mansion, he was a bastard of Chunghua Mansion. His life was so miserable and pitiful that he had no chance to practice martial arts. After he came to our Qing Mansion, he just studied hard every day. How could he have time to practice martial arts? And no one taught him at all. How could he practice?" After hearing this, Song Ryu looked surprised and doubtful. After thinking about it carefully, she said, "That's right. Your second brother's martial arts training costs so much. And he crackles in the backyard every day. Like he's destroying the house. Practicing martial arts is not studying. How can he be quiet? And martial arts training starts from childhood. You, second brother, has your father and eldest brother to teach him. But that kid is indeed unlikely." Then she added, "But I just saw him dancing with a sword. And he was very good at it. And he cooperated very well with Chan'er." Second Miss Jean smiled and said, "That's because Xia Chan taught him well. Also, Brother Qingzhou may have some talent. And he must have practiced hard." Song Ryu frowned, thought for a while, and said, "Waymo, a martial artist, has a strong body. He always wears a white Confucian robe. So I can't tell that you sleep with him every night. You should know. Right? How is his body? Does he have muscles? Is he strong?" Second Miss Jean smiled softly and said, "Brother Qingzhou is very weak." "Very weak?" Song Ryu showed a strange look on her face, and couldn't help asking, "You?" "No." Miss Jean Eyre knew what she was going to ask, and answered immediately. Song Ryu frowned and thought for a while. The more she thought, the more she felt that the boy really couldn't have martial arts, because he had no chance, no time, and no money to practice. The sword just now was probably played by Chan'er. Thinking of this, she suddenly became bold and immediately questioned, "Waymo, do you know that the boy gave Jianjia a pair of new shoes? And he embroidered his love poem on the shoes? What is Jianjia lush? White dew turns to frost dam. As a brother-in-law, how can that boy be so vulgar and send love poems to his sister-in-law? And Jianjia is his ex-wife. He is simply unworthy of being a scholar." Miss Jean Eyre smiled slightly when she heard this, and said softly, "Mother, I asked Brother Qingzhou to send it. I also asked Brother Qingzhou to write that poem." "You?" Song Ryu was stunned when she heard it. "Why?" Miss Jean Eyre, sister said, "Mother also said that sister is Brother Qingzhou's ex-wife. Brother Qingzhou has never given sister anything before. So I thought of asking Brother Qingzhou to send a gift. It just so happens that Brother Qingzhou can write poems and shall dye, and the others can make shoes. As for the patterns on the shoes, they are all my ideas and have nothing to do with Brother Qingzhou." Song Ryu was immediately anxious. "Waymo, that is a love poem. How can you do this?" Miss Jean Eyre said, "Mother, who told you that it was a love poem? It can be a love poem, or a poem containing other emotions. When Brother Qingzhou wrote this poem, I also gave some opinion. For example, the two words Jianjia are what I thought." Song Ryu was stunned for a while, and suddenly said, "Waymo, you are not trying to help that boy and say this on purpose, right?" Miss Jean Eyre said, "Of course not. Mother, when has Waymo ever lied to you since he was a child?" Song Ryue still frowned and said, "This matter is a bit absurd. You can give the shoes, but you can't give that boy. I don't know what Jinjia will think. Hey, when that boy was with Jinjia, he was stupid, and he didn't seem to know anything and never coaxed her. Now Waymo. Jinjia is such a pitiful child. Mother has always felt guilty towards her. Now her husband has been given to you again. Sigh, if the boy is ordinary, it's fine. Who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Mother feels guilty." Song Ryue kept talking, and her eyes turned red. Miss Chin Air suddenly said, "Mother, didn't you go to see my sister just now? I shouldn't have thrown away the shoes that Brother Qingzhou gave to me. That means that I may still have some feelings for Brother Qingzhou." Song Ryue took a handkerchief and wiped her tears and said, "If that's the case, then Mother feels even more guilty." Miss Chin Air said, "Mother, if my sister is still willing to be with Brother Qingzhou, are you willing to help them?" Song Ryue heard this and immediately shook her head and said, "How can that be? Weima, Mother can't separate you two again?" Miss Chin Air saw that the time was right and said softly, "Mother, I remember that many wealthy and powerful families, or talented men, have 3 wives and 4 concubines. And many of those wives and concubines are sisters." Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, staring at her blankly, and then her face suddenly sank, and she said angrily, "Okay, Weima, are you here to help that kid as a lobbyist? That little bastard is despicable and greedy. And he actually wants to get both sisters? He's dreaming." Miss Chin Air said softly, "Mother, you don't want my sister to be alone, right? Since my sister doesn't hate Brother Qingzhou, why don't you agree? He will never. Unless I die." Song Ryue gritted her teeth. Her breasts were undulating, and they trembled. "The woman in my Qinfu is almost ruined by the little king's 8 eggs. He still wants to let me tell me." At this time, the voice of Chior suddenly came from outside the door. "Mrs. Lady, Aunt." Song Ryue's complexion changed, and he immediately angrily said, "We must not mention this in the future." Miss Chin nodded. Huh? Song Ryue hummed, turned to open the door, and walked out. Chior waited for her to put on shoes. When Song Ryue walked out of the house, Luo Qingzhou was standing in the courtyard, and did not dare to enter the house. Song Ryue looked at him coldly, ignored him, and left angrily with Mayor. Luo Qingzhou stood in the courtyard for a while before entering the house. "Second Miss, what did mother-in-law say to you just now?" Second Miss Chin smiled slightly and said, "Brother Qingzhou was so careless. How did mother see him practicing sword with Xia Chan?" Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, "The front gate was locked. I thought no one would go in. I don't know how she and Mayor got in." Second Miss Chin comforted softly, "It's okay. I have explained to mother that Xia Chan was teaching you swordsmanship, and mother believed it." Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, "What was the reason for seeing mother-in-law's ugly face just now?" Second Miss Chin sighed softly, said, "It's all for my sister's marriage. Mother feels guilty about my sister, and thinks that she is alone and miserable. So she wants to find a good family for her. But she can't find a suitable candidate." Miss Chin Air said, looking at the expression on his face, and then said, "I advise mother not to ask too much. As long as the other person is good and can accompany my sister. Even if the other person is ugly and has a bad family, it doesn't matter." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "How can that be? The eldest lady is so beautiful. Although her personality is cold, she is a good person. You can't just give in." Miss Chin Air looked at him and said, "Then what kind of man do you think should be found for me?" "Brother Qingzhou?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, "At least he should look good enough to be Miss. And he should be educated, cultured, and have inner qualities, so that he can take the initiative to talk to Mississippi. It would be best if he also knows martial arts and can protect Mississippi." Miss Chin Air laughed and looked at him, but didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" Miss Chin held back her laughter, shook her head, and said, "No. Weima thinks what Brother Qingzhou said is right. My sister is so beautiful and so good. She must find an excellent man, preferably handsome, good at both literature and martial arts, who can make my sister happy and protect her." Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, "But such a man is not easy to find." Miss Chin covered her mouth, looked at him with curved eyes, nodded seriously, and said, "Well, such a perfect man is indeed not easy to find. Not all women are as discerning and blessed as Weima." Luo Qingzhou smiled, hugged her and said, "Of course." The two talked for a while, then got on the beauty couch, played a few games of chess, and saw that the night was getting darker. So they went into the inner room, took off their clothes and went to bed, hugged each other and slept. Miss Qing was weak, and she went to bed very early when the weather was cold. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, talked for a while, and she fell asleep. Qiu'er gently pushed the door open and blew out the oil lamps and candles for them, leaving only a red candle on the bedside. She then opened the incense burner and changed an incense ball before quietly leaving. Luo Qingzhou took out the communication certificate and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, have you been to West Lake? He promised Sister Yu last night that he would accompany her to visit West Lake tonight. After a while, the message came, yes. Luo Qingzhou, then I will go right away. Sister Yu, wait a moment. Just when he was about to put away the communication certificate, who knew that the certificate suddenly vibrated again, and another new message was sent in. Zhu, what are you doing? Luo Qingzhou took a look and replied, I am accompanying my wife to sleep. Master, is there anything? Zhu, oh, then take a picture of her appearance. I want to see it. Luo Qingzhou, Master, I'm sorry. This is my wife's privacy. I can't show it to you. Zhu, too ugly. So I can't show it to you? Luo Qingzhou, too beautiful. I'm afraid Master will feel inferior when seeing her, since the other party is not polite. Then he doesn't need to be polite anymore. Zhu, haha. Then how about I meet her and compare? See who is inferior. Luo Qingzhou, no need. In my heart, in my eyes, my wife will always be the most beautiful. No one can compare to her. Zhu, have you set the time? My sword is ready. Luo Qingzhou, soon. Master, wait a few more days. Zhu, why don't I believe what you said? You said your wife is a sword expert. And now you say your wife is the most beautiful in the world. I suspect you're lying. You may not have a wife at all. Luo Qingzhou, I am Luo Qingzhou. Quickly deleted and re-edit, I am Chu Feiyang. Never lie. Zhu, haha. Luo Qingzhou, haha. Zhu, what are you laughing at? Is this your attitude towards master? Luo Qingzhou, didn't you say you are not my master? Zhu, then you call me aunt. Luo Qingzhou, no. Zhu, why not? I am your master's junior sister. Why don't you call me aunt? Luo Qingzhou, no more chatting. I'm going to make out with my wife. Good night. After sending it, he immediately put away the message, flew to the roof. At this time, West Lake, on the attic, Yubai stood on the eaves, looking at the jade in his hand, narrowing his eyes slightly. But when she saw the last sentence, she was stunned. Chapter 560 Sister Yu, I don't consider myself your sister. It is the beginning of winter. In the night sky, the wind is cold, and the moon is cold, and the stars are sparse. For the soul, this kind of weather is no different from other seasons. Luo Qingzhou flew into the air and carefully observed the entire Qin mansion and the surrounding streets. After seeing nothing unusual, he rushed to the West Lake. He can start soon. Just waiting for the soul to advance. So at this time, he must be extra careful and must not be careless. Any complacency at any time may make all previous efforts go to waste. Riding the wind all the way. The speed is very fast. Soon arrived at the West Lake. On the attic, Yubai's figure was standing there quietly, looking into the distance, wondering what she was thinking. Since Luo Qingzhou met her, he would see her staring into the distance alone every time. I don't know if she is thinking about the things that Celia told him before, or thinking about someone. Regarding the sex affairs, Luo Qingzhou has already made a decision in his heart, and he must help her solve it when the time comes. As for other things, he should be helpless. The moonlight is nice tonight. The night breeze is cool, and the lake is rippling with cold moonlight. A row of small boats are tied to the lakeside, swaying slightly in the waves, making a slight collision sound. Luo Qingzhou did not go to the attic immediately, but floated down and landed on one of the small boats. With a thought, the flying sword shot out with a swish sound, and the rope was cut. Then the flying sword quickly turned around, and with a swish sound, it was inserted into the wooden board at the stern. Now he is at the peak of the refining spirit realm, and is about to break through. With strong soul power, it is naturally easy to drive the flying sword to control the boat. When he breaks through to the dividing spirit realm, he can use the control technique to drive the boat directly without the flying sword transmitting power. Luo Qingzhou stood at the bow, and quickly floated towards the attic in the middle of the lake. When they got closer, Fawn looked up at the moon-white figure above and shouted, "Sister Yu, come down and take the boat." He had promised her that he would row the boat for her tonight and accompany her to tour the West Lake. The moon-white figure lowered her head and glanced at him. Her figure suddenly flashed, like a ray of moonlight, and disappeared on the eaves. The next second, she appeared at the stern of the boat and stood there silently. Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked. She had removed the hazy halo on her body, revealing her tall and slender figure in a moon-white dress, and her face that looked ordinary but had a different flavor. The moon-white figure stood at the stern of the boat, looking at him as well. The two looked at each other and were silent for a moment. Luo Qingzhou also removed the halo, but did not reveal his handsome face. He still wore the mask, showing his ordinary face, and said, "Sister Yu, let's be honest with each other in the future." The white figure of Yu did not speak, and looked at him again, then turned around and looked at the lake in the distance, his face as cold as snow. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed and landed beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder with her at the stern, also looking at the lake in the distance. The flying sword carried the boat, and with the wind and waves, it slowly rippled on the lake. Luo Qingzhou looked at the shadow of the girl next to him, with a white skirt fluttering and black hair dancing, and couldn't help turning his head, staring at her profile, and suddenly asked, "Sister Yu, you are not wearing a mask like me, are you?" The white figure looked into the distance calmly, and after a moment of silence, she said indifferently, "Maybe." Luo Qingzhou stared at her cheek and said nothing more. The white figure paused, turned to look at him, and said coldly, "Why? Do you think I'm ugly and don't want to believe it?" Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses and said quickly, "Of course not. I was just joking. And Sister Yu's current appearance is not at all related to ugliness. Although she is not the kind of stunning beauty, she is also very comfortable to look at, and is definitely not ugly." The white figure said indifferently, "Anyway, she is not beautiful, right?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Anyway, not ugly." The white figure turned her face away coldly, continued to look into the distance, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed, and did not dare to speak nonsense. The boat was quiet again. After a long time, the white figure looked into the distance and suddenly asked, "What would you do if I was beautiful?" Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed and said, "Whether Sister Yu is beautiful or not, I will always respect and appreciate Sister Yu, and will never be disrespectful or have other thoughts because of her appearance." The white figure was silent for a while and said, "Aren't all men lustful? Don't they all like beautiful things?" Luo Qingzhou immediately said seriously, "Lust is not without bottom line, and not all beauty will be liked by people. External beauty is just a skin, and there will always be a time when it ages and becomes ugly, and the inner beauty will remain young forever and make people always move." After a pause, he said, "I treat Sister Yu as a teacher and an elder, and will never look at her based on beauty or ugliness." The white figure turned around. She looked at him coldly and said, "Who is your teacher and who is your elder?" Seeing that her face was not right, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly explained, "Sister Yu, don't misunderstand. What I mean is that Sister Yu taught me, helped me, and was kind to me. I respect Sister Yu as a teacher and an elder, but it doesn't mean that Sister Yu is my teacher and elder." Then he said, "Sister Yu is so young. It's almost the same as my sister." The white figure of Yu narrowed her eyes slightly, stared at him for a moment, and then looked into the distance and said, "I'm not your sister." Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to say more, and said, "Then listen to Sister Yu. You can be anything." He was secretly puzzled in his heart. Sister Yu's mood tonight seemed a little strange and not very good, but she talked more than usual, and seemed to have more other emotions than usual. It was estimated that she encountered something. The two stopped talking. The boat carried the two people, swaying with the wind, passing through the broken bridge, and drifting to the other side. The night wind blew, and the lotus flowers rustled. Many lotus leaves have withered, but there is still a large piece of lotus leaves, still green as new. Luo Qingzhou knew that there was a dragon palace at the bottom of the lake. At this time, Miss Longer was not sure whether she was practicing in the dragon palace or hiding somewhere, secretly watching them. In the early hours of the morning, the white figure of Yu suddenly flashed and flew to the lotus bush, saying, "Go practice." Luo Qingzhou looked at her back and felt that she seemed to know that he was in a hurry to break through, so she was unwilling to delay his time. "Shua!" He immediately urged the boat to return to the shore quickly, then took the flying sword and flew to the lotus bush. just as he landed on a lotus leaf. Before he could speak, the moon-white figure had already flown into the sky, turned into a ray of moonlight, and then turned into a vortex. The power of the moonlight around him began to gather here quickly. Luo Qingzhou looked at the vague figure in the air, was stunned, and suddenly shouted, "Sister Yu, wait for me after you finish practicing. I have something to give you." After that, he immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to practice. Above his head, a vortex appeared, slowly rotating, absorbing the moonlight pouring down from the air. His entire soul began to flicker. Boom! The first lightning appeared in the night sky. Whoever goes against the will of heaven will anger the heaven, and will be punished by lightning. The moon-white figure quickly disappeared in the thick and furious lightning, and no trace could be seen. Boom! 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 As Luo Qingzhou absorbed more and more moonlight, the lightning above his head became more and more frequent. But none of them fell. He was not afraid of lightning. But at this time, he could not be disturbed by lightning. The moon-white figure above his head helped him gather the moonlight around him, and also acted like a shield to help him block the thunder punishment from heaven. Luo Qingzhou's cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. Unconsciously, the night had receded. The east began to turn white. When he opened his eyes, the top of his head had returned to calm. Even the lake water had no ripples. Luo Qingzhou immediately stood up, turned around, and looked at the attic. On the eaves of the attic, the moon-white figure was standing there quietly. Luo Qingzhou immediately flashed and flew over. He landed on the eaves, and with a thought, he handed her a snow-white handkerchief. This was the handkerchief she had given him. The white figure looked at the handkerchief, was stunned for a moment, then looked at him and said, "You don't want it anymore?" Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and untied the handkerchief. A porcelain bottle fell out from it. He immediately used the handkerchief to hold it underneath and said, "Sister Yu, of course, I won't give you the handkerchief. Take this bottle of spiritual liquid. After taking it, it has a good effect on the soul. You can try it." The white figure looked at the porcelain bottle, paused, and stretched out his hand to take it. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her snow-white jade hands and asked, "Sister Yu, when I reach the realm of distraction, I should be able to hold anything like this, right?" The white figure looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand and said, "There is a weight limit. It depends on the strength of your soul." Luo Qingzhou put away her handkerchief and said, "I feel it's almost done. I guess I can break through tomorrow night." The white figure put away the spiritual liquid, looked at him and said, "The day after tomorrow. I have something to do tomorrow night." Luo Qingzhou looked at her hazy figure wrapped in the moonlight, was silent for a while, and said, "Sister Yu, can you remove the halo and let me see you again?" The white figure turned around, looked at the sky in the distance, and said lightly, "I'm not beautiful. What's there to see?" After that, the figure flashed and prepared to leave. But Luo Qingzhou grabbed her wrist and said, "Sister Yu, let me see you. I know you are injured." Yubai paused, turned her head and looked at him and said, "Let go." Luo Qingzhou still held her wrist tightly, staring at her hazy cheek and said, "No, unless Sister Yu lets me see." The white figure looked at him, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Okay, let go. I'll show you." Luo Qingzhou immediately let go of his hand. The white figure flashed, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Luo Qingzhou. The white figure appeared in the distant sky, and a faint voice came, "Next time you touch me, you'll be in trouble." After that, it disappeared. Luo Qingzhou stood in the attic for a long time, then lowered his head, looked at the remaining touch in his hand, and murmured, "Is there no woman in this world who doesn't like to lie?" Who knew that as soon as the words fell, the voice of the demon girl suddenly came from behind, "Sir, Longer doesn't like to lie." Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked at her. Longer was standing behind him in a black dress with a graceful figure. She still had a pair of snow-white and lovely jade feet bare, with sparkling water drops on her jade feet, and a colorful red rope tied around the ankle of one jade foot. There was a red mark in the middle of her brow, and she had an innocent smile on her face. "Sir, Longer always speaks to you directly, never beats around the bush, and will never lie to you. For example, Longer wants to mate with you. As long as you are willing to fulfill it, Longer will give you all the treasures in the Dragon Palace and a dragon scale on Longer's body. Longer will never lie." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and then glanced at her snow-white and slender jade feet under her skirt, and said, "Miss Longer, please respect yourself." Longer squatted down, stroking the red rope on her ankle with one hand and said, "Sir, Longwei hurts, can you help Longwei try again?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and his figure flashed and flew into the sky, saying, "Try it yourself. I should go back to sleep." He had to go to the martial arts hall to ask for leave early tomorrow morning, and then go to Qingyan Temple. The second lady's medicine has been used up, and he must prepare it as soon as possible. Long Air looked at his back, stood up and said, "Young master, you can ask for anything. Long Air can satisfy you. Long Air needs your thunder spirit. Really needs it." Luo Qingzhou stopped in midair, turned his head and looked at her and said, "Is there any other way to give you?" Long Air hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes." Through the mouth. "Good night." Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed and disappeared.